Long Live Summons Chapter 1237 to Chapter 1280. The Golden Flame God Flag. When young Master Li Ming picked up this treasure, although the expression on his face did not change, the pride in his eyes could not be concealed. With the combination of it and the golden arena, young Master Li Ming had yet to meet an opponent who could match him in the final battle. Perhaps only Hall Master Guangzhong Hua, whom young Master Li Ming did not intend to challenge at the moment, or that arrogant Ji Wuri, could break the terrifying power of the combination of these two treasures. Deprive. Young Master Li Ming lightly pointed his finger at Fatty Hai. Ah, so scary. Fatty Hai seemed to see the legendary scene of hell. He was so scared that his whole body trembled. In the end, he could not even stand up, and fell on the arena like a worm. Be careful of that flag's light. Prince of Tianluo hurriedly reminded Yi Kong and the others. He found that Fatty Hai was hit by the golden flame god flag's light and fell to the ground as if deprived of his mind. He hurriedly reminded everyone not to look at the golden flame god flag. Unfortunately, his reminder was a little late. After Fatty Hai, the Li brothers were also hit by the light. Although they did not fall to the ground like Fatty Hai, they also held their heads in pain, almost losing their minds. Originally, they were already few in number. Now that three of them were deprived of their battle power, the situation immediately became worse. It's useless. You don't need to look at the golden flame god flag. As long as you are hit by its light, you will fall into madness or be lost. Young Master Li Ming felt that there was no need to use the golden flame god flag against an opponent like Fatty Hai. But as the son of Dong Feng, he would not allow himself to be careless and give the enemy a chance to turn the tables. No matter how weak the enemy was, he decided to give him a fatal blow. Never make a mistake. This was his father's and also his own requirement for himself. Not to mention that there were still Yi Kong, Shui Tanlang and Prince of Tianluo, these three powerful young opponents in front of him. These three opponents could not be underestimated. If they had enough time to grow, young Master Li Ming believed that any one of them would not be too far behind him. Especially that silent but extremely powerful Shui Tanlang. This Ice Cube man would definitely be a formidable opponent in his life. He had to get rid of this brat before he matured. Otherwise, there would be endless disasters in the future. The martial artists of Tong Tian Tower grew at an extremely fast speed. In addition to the sudden appearance of Titan Yu, Yi Kong, Shui Tanlang, and the others had grown at a rapid pace. In just a few years, they had grown from incomparably weak little bugs to the realm that they were at today. If they had a few more years, how strong would they be? Kill. The middle-aged scholar waved his hand, and the gold-ranked heaven-ranked beast behind him immediately exploded, covering the sky and earth as it charged towards Yi Kong and the others. Don't kill them so easily, we must capture them alive. These kids have excellent aptitudes, the puppet warriors refined from them are of the highest quality. The black-robed old man stared at Shui Tanlang, the strongest ice cube man. He was his first target. Get lost. Shui Tanlang, who was fighting together with his guardian beast, used his heavy palm to freeze the puppet beast in front of him into an ice sculpture. Then, he kicked it away like a shooting star. The puppet beast that looked like an ice sculpture smashed onto the golden arena, shattering into pieces. But it was not affected at all. There was no need for the black-robed old man to personally defrost it. Under the light of the golden flame god flag, the broken ice sculpture's entire body was covered in raging flames. In the blink of an eye, the ice seal had completely melted. The broken puppet beast also automatically gathered together and quickly recovered from its injuries. In less than 10 seconds, it was as good as new. One by one, the golden puppet beasts were sent flying by Shui Tanlang or Yi Kong. Some were even smashed into a pile of meat paste. But under the light of the golden flame god flag, not a single beast truly died. All of them stood up again. They recovered to their original state. This flag not only has the effect of robbing the enemy's will, it also has the special ability to recreate the corpses of our own beasts. This is basically endless rebirth. Prince of Tianluo cried out involuntarily when he saw this. If this situation continued, it would be impossible for them to win. Because no matter how many times the enemy's beasts fell, they would be able to stand up again. No matter how strong they were, they would not be able to defeat them. In the end, they would definitely die of exhaustion on this golden arena. It's not a rebirth of corpses. Young Master Li Ming laughed out loud, it's just a rebirth of divine power. It's not an invincible existence. If you guys can persevere for 3 days and 3 nights, maybe my golden flame god flag's divine power will be exhausted. Haha. 3 days and 3 nights? Yi Kong's eyebrows twitched. Forget about 3 days and 3 nights, even 30 minutes was impossible for this kind of battle. The previous round of attacks had already exhausted almost half of everyone's strength. If this continued, their situation would probably worsen. If they defended, they would definitely not be able to obtain the final victory. The only chance they had was probably to go all out and fight against the enemy. But if they did that, if they did not succeed, they would definitely be completely annihilated. Just as Yi Kong was frowning, Xue Tanlang stood up and said coolly, I'll take the flag. Young Master Li Ming acted as if he did not hear what Xue Tanlang said. He continued to look at the battlefield with a smile on his face. His gaze swept past Xue Tanlang, Yi Kong, and Prince of Tianluo's faces. He did not even miss the Li brothers who were resisting the invasion of the Chaos Will. The only person he neglected was Fatty Hai, who was crawling on the ground like a worm. Young Master Li Ming only took a glance at this kind of trash and did not want to look at him anymore. This was because it would only be a waste of his time. Yi Kong guarded the left side. Prince of Tianluo and the Flamewing Heavenly Demon fused together and guarded the right side. Xue Tanlang, who had fused with the Storm Giant, roared like thunder. Streaks of lightning exploded on his body. In the center of the whirlpool of ice and storm, he almost tore the entire space apart. He forcefully squeezed out a path of attack from the dozens of gold-ranked heaven-ranked beasts. He gathered countless lightning snake-like thunder palms and fiercely pressed them forward. His target was young Master Li Ming, who was standing confidently in the middle of the golden arena. The middle-aged scholar who had fused with the golden giant python had been waiting for a long time. It was unknown when he had slid to Xue Tanlang's side. He avoided the thunder palms and grabbed the ice cube man's shoulders with both hands. 10 fingernails. In an instant, they transformed into poisonous python fangs and pierced deeply into Xue Tanlang's left shoulder and left arm. Faster than him, the black-robed old man who had fused with the humorous giant demon had already set up a bone prison trap on the ground. Coincidentally, Xue Tanlang stepped on it and triggered it. At the same time, the skeletal arm behind him waved a gigantic dragon leg bone. Using the large bone joint that could crush diamond, he viciously whipped the back of Xue Tanlang's head, which was defenseless. Following closely behind was the king of Tong Tian Tower, Shun Tian, who had improved young Master Li Ming's strength by an unknown amount. Shun Tian, who had fused with the Golden King, released a terrifying power that was comparable to the sun. The light shone into the depths of Xue Tanlang's eyes, obstructing his vision. Other than the golden light, no other images appeared. With the help of his guardian beast, Shun Tian gathered all of his strength and ruthlessly punched towards Xue Tanlang's forehead with the evil dragon's leg bones joints, one at the front and one at the back. Xue Tanlang was ambushed and unable to defend against this punch. Even if he could defend in time, with his fighting style and defensive strength, he might not be able to withstand Shun Tian's punch. No. Yi Kong's eyes were bloodshot. He wanted to rush forward to help, but he didn't want to be pinned down on the ground by several gold-ranked beasts. All of you, scram. Tianluo Prince rushed out of the gold-ranked beast's encirclement. However, his flying body was sent flying by the tail of the demon flame bone dragon, the strongest and the only one that hadn't attacked. Another heaven-ranked level 6 giant rock ape was waiting at the edge of the golden arena. Before Tianluo Prince could land on the arena, it had already caught him in its giant palm. It spun a few rounds and jumped into the air. It then pinned Tianluo Prince's head on the ground. Compared to Xue Tanlang, who was at the brink of death, Tianluo Prince was also in a painful predicament. A shadow flashed in the sky. The barefooted girl who hadn't appeared for a long time suddenly appeared on top of Xue Tanlang's head. Previously, it was because of her appearance that Yi Kong, Xue Tanlang and the others were able to escape from the spacetime cracks safely. In the chaos, she disappeared unknowingly. In the battle just now, no matter what difficulties Xue Tanlang and the others faced, she didn't help at all. It was only at the last moment of life and death, when Shui Tanlang's brain was about to explode, that she appeared again. It was as if a tsunami had erupted. On the surface, she didn't show any signs of abnormality. However, when she appeared, the sky and earth changed color. An earth-shattering power distorted time and space. All the attacks that were aimed at Shui Tanlang stopped the moment she appeared. No, the entire battle on the Golden Arena stopped the moment she appeared. Except for one person. Master Li Ming. As if she had already known that someone like this would use this method to save Shui Tanlang, as if she had rehearsed it 1,000 times, Master Li Ming appeared behind the barefooted girl. She stretched out her golden right hand and pressed it on the back of the barefooted girl's neck. The moment she stretched out her hand to rescue Shui Tanlang from the bone prison, Master Li Ming elegantly picked up the barefooted girl, lifted her into the air, and casually threw her towards the golden flame god flag. The golden flame god flag also produced a golden cage of light. It had been waiting for a long time to open the cage door, ready to capture the barefooted girl. I have never forgotten you, clever little seabird. You may not know this, but from the first time I saw you, you were destined to be mine. Master Li Ming looked up to the sky and laughed. Everything he had done was actually to capture this cunning and intelligent barefooted girl. If he wanted to kill Yi Kong, Shui Tanlang and the others, he had no less than 100 ways. The reason why he deliberately fell for the trap and entered this desolate world was to use the best method. The Golden Arena and the Golden Flame God flag to capture this barefooted girl who had long been filled with joy and wanted to be his slave. Even in the heaven realm, war beasts with unlimited potential without a contract were rare. Moreover, she was an intelligent female war pet who had perfectly humanized. Perhaps he had searched for 1,000 years, or perhaps he had traveled thousands of miles to Tong Tian Tower, just to find this little seabird. She was destined to belong to him. Young Master Li Ming had made such a decision the first time he saw her, and also had such sentiments about life. Although he didn't know why a person like Titan Yu would miss such an intelligent war pet, he felt that he was definitely not as stupid as Titan Yu. He wouldn't let her go. Even if he had to use all the methods in the world, he would get her. Contract. The barefooted girl screamed. The moment she was thrown into the Golden Flame God flag's cage of light, she actually took the initiative to contract with Master Li Ming. What? Master Li Ming was about to faint from this kind of happiness. He had originally thought that such a terrifyingly intelligent war beast would need a long time and patient persuasion to contract. He didn't expect that she would succumb the moment he threatened her. She cleverly made the best choice and took the initiative to contract with him. She didn't want to waste any more time and energy to sit in that kind of unnecessary cage. Perhaps only a smart war pet like her was qualified to stay by his side. She and he were simply the most perfect combination in the world. Master Li Ming had never been so excited before. He felt that his heart was beating like a drum and his blood was boiling. Even his pores opened up and he couldn't help but burst out with joy and laughter. She actually took the initiative to contract with him. She finally belonged to him. She was so perfect, now she truly belonged to him. Ha 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 ha. Master Li Ming couldn't wait to summon his summoning grimoire, but before he could flip the pages, he couldn't suppress the excitement and pride in his heart. He held the grimoire and laughed wildly towards the sky. Who was the smartest in the world, apart from his father, who was unparalleled in his calculations, who among the younger generation could compare to him, that pretentious palace master Zheng Hua? Or was it that arrogant Ji Wuxi? No, they might be stronger than him, but they would never be smarter than him. At least in terms of scheming, he was the #1 existence. What about that legendary Titan Yu who was deified by the people of Tong Tian Tower? He was just a blind man with his eyes open. He had even missed such a good war pet. No matter how many rumors there were, they were just exaggerations. What about him, who had come to conquer Tong Tian Tower? With just one successful plan, he had obtained the intelligent war pet that he yearned for day and night, as well as getting rid of Titan Yu's companions that he had painstakingly trained. A mere young elite of Tong Tian Tower was only SOSO, who in the world could be compared to him. In the midst of Master Li Ming's complacent laughter, the barefooted girl kicked away the light cage at lightning speed. She reached out and grabbed the Golden Flame God's flag, keeping it for her own use. Shui Tanlang, who was trapped in the bone cage, ignored Shen Tian's fatal attack. His thunder-heavy palm turned around and hit the middle-aged scholar's face. At the same time when the black-robed elder's giant dragon leg bone hit the back of Xue Tanlang's head, Shen Tian's fatal penetrating punch somehow slid past Xue Tanlang's face and hit the middle-aged scholar's face. The middle-aged scholar wanted to retreat. Behind him, on the ground that Master Li Ming had ignored, Fatty Hai, who was curled up like a worm, had disappeared. Only starlight was left in the sky. Every starlight. Every killing punch that had been prepared for a long time. Hippopotamus meteor fist. The middle-aged scholar heard this thunderous shout from young Master Li Ming's laughter. He didn't understand why there was a fist technique called hippopotamus meteor fist in this world. Not only him, the owner of this fist technique also didn't understand. This was because the creator of this fist technique was actually a mischievous guy from another world. But it didn't matter if he didn't understand, this didn't affect its power. When the middle-aged scholar heard this shout, he felt as if all the bones in his body had been ruthlessly smashed by countless heavy hammers, completely shattering. Not even a complete bone was left. He even felt as if all his internal organs had been smashed into paste, rushing straight out of his throat. However, the moment it rushed out of his throat, a palm that was so cold that even his soul would freeze was pressed against his face. There was no pain, the middle-aged scholar only felt as if his entire body, including his soul, had been frozen. Even his pain had been frozen. The middle-aged scholar fell down. Then, he smashed into pieces on the ground. His body and soul had turned into countless pieces, and were annihilated under the rules of the Golden Arena. In the end, he turned into nothingness, as if he had never existed in this world before. Not only him, even all the beasts that he had contracted exploded and died at the same time. A gold grimoire exploded out from the void. It fell. When it fell onto the Golden Arena, it had already become a dark, abandoned grimoire. It no longer had the dazzling brilliance of the gold grimoire from before. Young Master Li Ming's laughter was as sharp as a knife. He looked at everything in front of him, dumbstruck and confused. For a moment, he couldn't react at all. He had obviously planned everything out perfectly, and there definitely wouldn't be any mishaps in this battle. How did his right-hand man suddenly die? What exactly was going on? Could it be that Titan Yu fellow had come here and turned this situation around? No, once the Golden Arena was set up, there shouldn't be anyone else who would enter. Furthermore, if someone had barged in, he should be the first to know. If it wasn't that legendary Titan Yu who was good at reversing the situation, then, what exactly was going on? He had obviously planned everything out perfectly, and the entire battle was flawless. How could there be an accident? Die. When the beasts on his body exploded, Yi Kong, who had been accumulating strength on the stage for a long time, jumped up like a giant diamond ape. He grabbed the old man in the black robe, who had exploded Shen Tian's head with one punch, and twisted the old man's black robe into a fried dough twist. In the end, he ruthlessly tore the old man's body into two. Blood spurted out from the severed corpse. The battered Tian Luo prince also turned into a ball of heavenly fire, burning all the blood. As the heavenly fire burned, there was a black ball-shaped spiritual body in the bloody light. He flew out. It was as fast as lightning. Shen Tian and Xue Tanlang, who were close by, couldn't stop them in time. The barefooted girl and Yi Kong also failed to stop them. However, at this moment, an arm that was even larger and uglier than the giant adamantine ape Yi Kong, who was a few meters tall, stretched out and nimbly caught the black spiritual body that had escaped from the remains of the black-robed old man. In the next second, the ugly giant arm retracted. There was a terrifying beast so ugly that it could stop a child from crying and give people nightmares for the rest of their lives. It stood in the middle of the golden arena like a small mountain. It opened its bloody mouth and easily swallowed the black spirit in its palm. Then, it burped coarsely, as if it had eaten a very satisfying meal. After eating the black spiritual body, the puppet beasts all exploded and died. Their rotten bones were scattered all over the ground. The stench of a corpse turned into black smoke that rose from the golden arena. Following the heavenly fire that Prince of Tian Luo's body emitted, as well as the waves of cold wind that spread from Xue Tanlang's body, the bones and the black smoke gradually dissipated and turned into ashes, leaving behind a pool of unerasable filth. I should also go. Shen Tian's golden body quickly dimmed, and the energy in his body disappeared like fireflies. "It is our honor to be able to fight with you." Yi Kong used to hate Shen Tian to the extreme, but now, his face was filled with rare sincerity. He raised his fist and made a solemn warrior salute. This kind of salute was usually done by juniors to seniors. In other words, the person in front of him was no longer an enemy, but a respectable senior. I'm also very happy. I didn't think that there would be such a day. Maybe God has mercy on me, allowing me, a madman, to wake up from my daze and contribute a little to protect my home. Shen Tian's usually dignified face was filled with enthusiasm and smile like an uncle next door. His gaze was no longer deep. It was no longer filled with killing intent. Instead, it was an indescribable relief. Shen Tian, the king who had fought with juniors such as Yu Yang, Yi Kong and Fatty Hai, the proud genius who had gone crazy because of failure, was now completely different from his usual self. Instead, he was like an elder who was about to go on a long journey. His eyes were filled with pride and gratification as he looked at Yi Kong, Xue Tanlang and Tian Luo Prince. Finally, he looked at Fatty Hai, who was fading from an ugly monster to a wretched face. At this time, his eyes were no longer filled with disgust and hatred. It was cordial. As if he was looking at his own nephew. "I will remember you forever, uncle. Although you used to be our enemy, but today, my impression of you has completely changed. Good luck, although I, Fatty Hai, am a scum and not worth mentioning, in my heart, I will never forget the proud king who once made me fight hard. Even more so, I will never forget the senior uncle who moved a heartless idiot like me today." Fatty Hai walked to Shen Tian, who was gradually losing his brilliance, and bowed deeply. He stretched out his trembling hands, as if he wanted to hug this former life and death opponent. You taught me a big lesson. I took a wrong step in the past, and no one corrected me. In the end, I kept making mistakes and fell deeper and deeper. Fortunately, you gave me a head-on blow, otherwise, I wouldn't be the uncle I am today. Shen Tian took the initiative to give Fatty Hai a hug. By doing so, he accelerated the collapse of his body and the dissipation of his energy. If it wasn't for his guardian war beast Golden King trying its best to sustain him, Shen Tian would not have been able to hold on for even a second. "Have a safe journey, uncle. You are the pride of us juniors. With you watching over us, with you setting an example for us, we will protect Skysplit Tower, we will protect our home. Skysplit Tower will never fall. We can't promise you more. Our ability is limited, and we can't do anything for you. This is the only promise we can make you." As Fatty Hai spoke, 2 lines of hot tears suddenly flowed down. The hot tears passed through Shen Tian's increasingly illusory body. They dripped onto the arena. But Shen Tian, who was hugging Fatty Hai, laughed loudly. "I died long ago. I should have died in your hands that day. It's just that God loves me and gives me a chance to atone for my sins. I've gained a lot this time. Why should I insist on life and death? I have already realized that death is actually another kind of beginning. Before I start that journey, I want to give you my last bit of appreciation, my former opponent, a little guy who I despised from the bottom of my heart, but has actually grown to the point where I, as a senior, can't even see his eyes. Boy, seeing that you call me uncle, I will give you my most precious treasure. That is the one and only thing I have comprehended in my life." Before Shen Tian's body completely dissipated, he turned the summoning grimoire and the Golden King into a ball of golden light. He pierced it into Fatty Hai's forehead. Then, his whole body turned into golden light, scattered into fluorescent spots, and disappeared little by little. The summoning grimoire that had lost its owner fell to the ground with a loud bang. Fatty Hai, whose face was glowing with golden light, bent down and picked up the grimoire when big drops of golden tears fell on the dull grimoire. He put it away very carefully and wiped it gently, even if there was not a single speck of dust or stain on it. "I will find the best master for it." Fatty Hai raised his head towards the sky and muttered to himself, "Its next master will definitely shine even brighter than you." "Please look carefully from the sky." Yi Kong and Xue Tanlang both patted Fatty Hai's shoulder, but remained silent and didn't say anything to comfort him. Prince of Tian Luo also didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at the barefooted girl who had betrayed her master and broken away from the contract and smiled at him. The latter was full of smiles as she looked at young Master Li Ming, who was fuming with anger. Other than the Li brothers, who were quietly standing on the stage and didn't know what was happening outside, the two camps were still clearly divided. However, the difference was that young Master Li Ming, who had the advantage of numbers, was now alone. On the other hand, Yi Kong and Fatty Hai's side were not only unharmed, but also had the strong support of the barefooted girl. "Fatty, so you were pretending?" Young Master Li Ming cursed. At this moment, he couldn't wait to bite off a piece of Fatty Hai's flesh, otherwise it wouldn't be enough to vent his anger. Young Master Li Ming, who had never been taken advantage of before, had never been fooled, and had never misjudged someone. He had actually been deceived by a wretched and stupid damn fatty. This was the biggest humiliation in his life. Even if he was slapped in the face by his enemy, young Master Li Ming wasn't that angry, nor was he that humiliated. Because this was a defeat in intelligence that he was most proud of. Because he had underestimated this damn fatty, his perfect plan was reversed by his enemy, and he lost his most capable left and right arms in one battle. "I was wrong, father, I was wrong. You are right to criticize me. I really underestimated the intelligence of the world. I will definitely change in the future, I will definitely change." Young Master Li Ming took a deep breath, suppressing his anger and humiliation. Now was not the time to be angry, but the time to wash away the humiliation. Too late. Yi Kong coldly spat out. Shui Tanlang didn't say anything, but he looked at young Master Li Ming as if he was looking at a dead person. "Are you very angry? Do you want to bite off a piece of my flesh and eat it?" The smile on Fatty Hai's face was like a blooming flower. The fats on his body shook as he laughed. "To be honest, I sympathize with you and understand you. That's because we are the same kind of people, the same kind of fools, the same kind of blind people. However, I am slightly better than you. That is, I have never regarded my own vision as an absolute standard. I know that I am trash, so I have always used other people's vision as a standard. For example, that titan you that you dream of surpassing and are jealous of. As a boss, it would be a tragedy if I don't have a follower with good vision. Look at you, you are an example. This young master is doing well, doing well, doing well. Why? It's because this young master has a good follower. No, this young master has many followers. For example, Monkey, Ice Block, Prince. Aya, who hit me?" Before Fatty Hai could finish his bragging, he was dragged to one side and buried alive. Young Master Li Ming's face was extremely distorted. However, he tried his best to maintain his last bit of arrogance. "On the gold arena, in front of my hundreds of treasures, in front of my hundreds of heaven stage beasts, no matter how many tricks you guys play, it's just a deathbed struggle." Fatty Hai, who was half buried alive by the golden bricks, had only one mouth left. He struggled out and shouted, "I know you have a lot of treasures, but forget about the golden arena. It's because of those two idiots, Li Chia and Li Gu. Do you really think they are stupid? They are just sultry on the inside and don't want to say it out loud. Look, they are about to use the metal-devouring ants to eat up your golden arena. You should just take out a slightly stronger treasure, for example something like the golden flame god flag." "Aya, monkey, are you really burying me? I am your boss, you dare to go against your superior. Help, help." When Yu Yang came out from Queen Vivian Li's world of ice and snow, he wanted to immediately return to the grimoire world to see Xuanyo, who had not seen the changes clearly. He was worried that if he did not hurry back to comfort her, Xuanyo might drink 3 bowls of vinegar and ignore him for half a month. But a mysterious power appeared out of nowhere. He could not resist it at all. In an instant. It had already passed through time and space, so fast that Yu Yang could not think or react at all. That mysterious power was like an invisible big hand, lifting him up and completely wrapping him up. It isolated all rules and restrictions, and directly sent Yu Yang from the world of ice and snow to a special space that he had never been to before. In this special space, Yu Yang felt that it was filled with a constant power. But what was out of his expectations was, there was no existence of anything in this world, not even time. This special space did not have the flow of time, nor did it have the concept and structure of space. There was no day or night, up and down, left and right, there was nothing. Other than an unimaginably vast and unfathomable constant energy, there was nothing else here. Yu Yang had an illusion that he was trapped in an egg. This place was filled with chaos, but what was different from chaos was that the energy here was not chaotic. Instead, it was a special kind of constant feeling, a special kind of energy that could create everything in the world. Sending me here, don't tell me you want me to split the heavens and earth like the great god Pangu? Yu Yang sweated profusely. Although I am a super genius, I really don't know anything about splitting the heavens and earth. Isn't it too difficult for me to do something that only the great god Pangu could do? Did he find all the ancient relics? Could it be that not finding all of them was a punishment? Or was it a reward? That mysterious consciousness that couldn't be more mysterious didn't say a word and didn't accept a single condition. How could anyone guess? Could it be that this was the last test? Would there be a special reward for completing it? Yu Yang really could not bear to tear his sister apart. Since he could not guess, he could only try to do it and see if he could find something by luck. What made it extremely difficult for Yu Yang was that the constant energy here was simply too constant. If one couldn't surpass this kind of constant supreme will, it would be impossible to move the slightest bit of this place, not to mention using the constant energy here to split the heavens and earth and casually create a world. In this place, even if one wanted to create a grain of sand, it would be even more difficult than creating a world outside. In this special space, there was no time. Yu Yang didn't know how long he stayed there. It didn't feel real. Sometimes, it felt as long as 10,000 years. Sometimes, it felt as if only 10 days or half a month had passed. Worst of all, it felt as if it had only been a short while, perhaps no more than 10 minutes. Splitting open the sky, splitting open the earth, Yu Yang couldn't do it. Even if it was the great god Pangu, he only succeeded because he had a heaven-splitting axe. Naturally, the empty-handed Yu Yang could only stare helplessly. Like the great goddess Mua, making a person out of clay? This was also not very possible. Yu Yang didn't have that kind of ability. Not to mention creating a living being like a human, even creating a beast would be difficult for him. Creating a puppet would be more likely. Until now, he still couldn't understand how Tao Tai and the other beasts' spiritual sense were born. Although he was the one who created them, the process of creation was muddled and couldn't be replicated. How about I really create a grain of sand? Yu Yang didn't know how long he stayed there, but he realized that no one was paying attention to him. He might as well use the vast energy here to create something to play with and pass the time. More accurately, there was no time passing here. Time and space were always the same. He just didn't want his mind to be too bored, so he decided to do something. The idea was not bad, but it was extremely difficult to put it into practice. This was because the constant energy here had far exceeded the range of Yu Yang's willpower. He wanted to use some energy to create something, but he realized that creating a grain of sand was even harder than an ant moving a mountain. The repeated failures made Yu Yang suffer a setback, but he pretended that it didn't exist. At the same time, he developed a stubborn temper. Wasn't it impossible to use this kind of constant energy? Why don't I use this kind of energy to create something? Let's not talk about sand. I can just casually create something. In any case, I can't let this damned energy bully me. Maybe 10 million years had passed, maybe 100 years had passed, or maybe only 10 seconds had passed. Yu Yang, who didn't have time and had forgotten about time, had failed countless times. Finally, after scolding himself for being an idiot 10,000 times, he finally calmed down and thought of a way. That was to first use his own energy to create an existence that was recognized by the constant energy, and then integrate a bit of the constant energy into it. This could also be considered as using the constant energy. Although this was a space-piercing orb, no matter how little the constant energy was, it still belonged to the existence here. Yu Yang took out a drop of blood from the true dragon's heart and injected it with various kinds of energy. Then, he wrapped it with an extremely small amount of constant energy, trying to make this special space recognize its existence, recognize it as a creation, the first creation. Damn it. Who the hell created this goddamn space and the energy here? Why isn't there a God's will, and it isn't controlled by me? Yu Yang had almost succeeded, but at the last moment, he had failed 1,000 times. His face was full of tears. He swore that if this was a test, then it would definitely be the most difficult test he had ever faced in his life. This wasn't something that could be decided by strength. It required willpower. The inexhaustible and supreme willpower that controlled everything. After failing countless times, Yu Yang used his purest willpower and the purest nirvana flame to integrate a bit of mysterious energy into that drop of refined golden blood. Then, he used the wheel of eternity to firmly fix it in place. Just like adding the divinity of a godhead, Yu Yang imagined a possibility of growth and life extension for it, allowing it to use growth and life to maintain this special characteristic that required constant recognition. Yu Yang felt that it wouldn't be that difficult if he were to create a god. Anyway, he poured his best wisdom and strongest willpower into that drop of blood. He no longer insisted on what kind of existence it was. As long as it succeeded, it could exist in this special space and obtain the recognition of this place. Then he would be satisfied. Everything he did was to hope that it would succeed and exist eternally. As for whether it was creating a life, whether it was creating an independent existence, Yu Yang had already forgotten about it. He didn't care about those fluctuating thoughts anymore. He only hoped that this new creature could be born in this space according to his will. Maybe he used the right method, or maybe there were other reasons. In any case, when Yu Yang himself couldn't understand the specific reason, that drop of blood suddenly produced a kind of life wave. It was an inanimate object, an object without consciousness, an object without willpower, but it suddenly formed all of this independently. Moreover, it automatically changed, or rather, was born. It was directly born in this special space, becoming the first existence of life in this special space other than Yu Yang. Yu Yang didn't have the time to be happy. He also didn't have the time to react. That invisible hand that was like a mysterious force appeared again, directly grabbing him and sending him to an unknown world. Unlike before, when Yu Yang left, he could sense the existence of the special constant space he had just stayed in. Although he didn't know how to return, at least the telepathic connection existed. And before leaving, he vaguely saw that the first cute life that was born seemed to be changing. It seemed to be turning into a sword shape, a dragon shape, and also a very, very small loli that was even smaller than a finger. It was dancing in the sky. Yu Yang couldn't sense it clearly. Before he could reach out to touch it, he was taken away. It might have crossed hundreds of millions of years of time and space, or it might have never left. When Yu Yang opened his eyes, he found that the three little loli in the endless world were in front of him. The little round face was still so cute, smiling sweetly at him. The heroic little loli was a little skeptical. Unbelievable, an idiot like you could actually understand it. I thought that spending hundreds of millions of years was a waste of effort. I didn't expect you to understand it by chance. Congratulations, the test is over. The gentle little loli standing in the middle handed the silver grimoire in her hands to Yu Yang. You passed. What do you mean? Yu Yang was confused and couldn't understand what was going on. Even if you die, you'll probably be a muddled ghost. The heroic little loli rolled her eyes at him discontentedly, but she quickly laughed and covered her mouth to hide her joy. You once comprehended creation, destruction, and eternity in nothingness. However, this kind of comprehension isn't the highest. If you can comprehend it in eternity, then it will be considered true creation, true destruction, and true eternity. Of course, you have only taken the first step, and there is still a long way to go before you can truly create a world. But as long as you comprehend it, it will be considered as your success. For us, this is also a kind of recognition. After handing the silver grimoire in her hands to Yu Yang, the little loli in the middle smiled gently. The divine grimoire is under your protection, but it has not recognized you yet. You can continue to work hard. This thing is the divine grimoire? Yu Yang was shocked. Everyone fought so hard, but the divine grimoire was actually in the hands of these three little loli. They really cheated him miserably. However, this didn't seem right. Why did the divine grimoire look like this? Wasn't it supposed to shine with boundless divine light and supreme divine might, illuminating the entire world? This appearance was similar to a silver grimoire, and it didn't even have that much radiance. Yu Yang casually opened the silver grimoire. He flipped it lightly. He was completely dumbstruck. He realized that the first page of the silver grimoire was the first stage of the trial grounds, the second page was the second stage. Everything in the trial grounds, no matter if it was the Beast Valley, the Demon Valley or the Human Valley, even the tower beyond tower, the mountain beyond mountain, the sky beyond sky, any place, any space, any place, any person, any life, any event, even the past or the future, as long as he used his consciousness to probe, there would be nothing that he could not see. Everything was in front of him, everything was in his hands. You mean to give it to me? This is awesome. This young master has become the GM, it's just a matter of stretching out my hand to toy with whoever I want. Yu Yang looked up to the sky and let out a sinister laugh. Fortunately, Ji Wori ran away quickly, otherwise he would definitely cry his heart out. However, Zhong Hua, who was still scheming against others in the human valley, was probably going to be in big trouble. Don't laugh so disgustingly. The heroic little loli couldn't stand Yu Yang's strange laughter and reminded him, you haven't obtained the recognition of the divine grimoire yet. It's only given to you for protection, you are not the master yet. So, you still don't have the right to control, nor do you have the right to rule. You only have the same rights as us to visit and protect. The little loli's meaning was to tell Yu Yang not to be happy too early. He still didn't have the right to change the rules of the trial grounds. It's okay, as long as I have the divine grimoire in my hands, it's enough. Yu Yang laughed extremely sinisterly. As long as this thing is in my hands, then everyone can continue to challenge the trial. I support you 100%, continue to work hard to obtain the divine grimoire. I will definitely not easily crush the futile enthusiasm of everyone who is trying to challenge the trial. Ha ha ha. This time, even the little round-faced girl who always sided with Yu Yang cutely gave him a supercilious look. Don't be too shameless, if it was just like that, then it would be fine. Holding the silver grimoire, Yu Yang's eyes suddenly turned. He looked at the three little loli who scared him so much that they almost hugged each other and revealed a big wolf-like smile. The three of you have guarded for so many years. Now that your mission has finally been completed, aren't you very happy? Also, do you have nothing to do now? Do you want to go home with Uncle to see the goldfish? In the grimoire space. This is definitely fake. Princess Sisai concluded. Don't talk about using your brain, even if you think with your toes, you would know that it's fake. If you haven't seen the grimoire before, then it's fine. But, there's one in the Tong Tian Tower. Back then, the Black Hell King used a sledgehammer to smash the grimoire every day. No matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't enter the grimoire with the super protective shield. That's the real grimoire. Look at the one in your hand. I say, you idiot, if you haven't seen the grimoire before, why didn't you ask Sister Bingyin? She knows it the best. Why did you take it back yourself? How could this be a grimoire? I've seen idiots, but I've never seen an idiot like you. The grimoire has its own divinity. Other than the owner, it won't be attacked by the outside world. At the very least, it should have a layer of golden shield. How could it be held in one's hand and casually flipped through like this? Fallen Beauty also felt that it was impossible. I remember, there are 4 words divine grimoire on the grimoire. Southern Demon King also felt that this silver grimoire with nothing on it was very suspicious. If that's the case, there are really a lot of suspicious points. Yu Yang scratched the back of his head foolishly. It's mainly because all of his intelligence was placed on the 3 great beauties, so it's reasonable for him to accidentally make a small mistake. Phoenix Fairy Beauty, the Sky Law Beauty's careless words had caused Yu Yang to feel like he was being roasted on fire. At this moment, everyone felt like they were suddenly enlightened. All the doubts and puzzles were easily solved. I'm wronged, everyone. Yu Yang felt that he was wronged even more than Doi, and hurriedly defended himself. I admit that I was a little proud of myself after passing the test. It's inevitable. After training for so long, I finally passed the test. Tell me, how can I not be happy? How can I not be excited when I'm happy? How can I not be complacent when I'm excited? I dare say that my thoughts are not on the beauties, but on this grimoire that I've been dreaming of. Don't think that it doesn't look like a grimoire, it might really be a grimoire. And whether it's a divine grimoire or not, it's still a gain, isn't it? We've worked so hard to get it, so we should cherish it. Every page on it indeed represents a stage in the trial ground. The sickly beauty supported her husband to a certain extent. Xiao-san, although it's a little suspicious, I still choose to believe you. Yu Yu is still the best. That's not right either. This so-called godly grimoire only has the first 7 levels. There's no Earth Valley with 8 levels and Heaven Valley with 9 levels. There's also no legendary 10th level that no one has been able to pass. Princess Xianxia immediately found a new point of doubt. Why don't you explain to me what's going on? Drunken Cat added fuel to the fire with a smile. I can't explain it either. Yu Yang also couldn't understand what was going on. In fact, this was his second time flipping through it. When he first picked it up, he flipped through a few pages hurriedly and didn't have the time to read it clearly. Then can you explain it? It's fine to take the so-called grimoire, but why did 3 great beauties follow you home? Princess Xianxia finally spoke her mind. Her biggest suspicion about the grimoire originated from the 3 little Lolas who were lured home by a guy from another world to look at goldfish. Of course, after leaving the endless world, they were no longer cute little Lolas, but 3 beauties, great beauties. One of them had a cute little apple-like face, smiling sweetly. Even the most vicious and deranged fanatic in the world wouldn't be able to feel a trace of disgust or hatred towards her. The other one was full of heroic spirit, with bright eyes that seemed to be able to see through all the confusion in the world. The most beautiful and most moving one was, of course, the one in the middle who had a scholarly aura that made people feel ashamed of their own inferiority. As for the beauty in the middle, her beauty did not lie in her superficial appearance. More importantly, she had a kind of wisdom and elegance that emanated from inside out. It was as if the world's best and purest spiritual energy was gathered in her body. She didn't smile, but everyone could feel her kindness. That kind of intellectual power that no one had ever had and no one could resist naturally emanated from her body. It wasn't maturity, nor was it the accumulation of experience. It couldn't even be said to be the manifestation of appearance or content or any other form of manifestation. It was just a kind of innate, irreproducible, and unique natural existence. Princess Xianxia couldn't get angry with the 3 of them, but she wasn't willing to let go of Yu Yang. Yu Yang scratched the back of his head again and carefully explained, actually, at that time, they were 3 cute little Lolas. I saw that they were homeless and quite pitiful, so I couldn't help but take them in. Seeing such cute little Lolas, with his bad taste, he naturally had to take them in. Things like cat ears and the like had already been prepared. All that was lacking was a target. Furthermore, not to mention cute little Lolas, even if they were cute little kittens or puppies, wouldn't those kind-hearted girls want to keep them all when they saw them? In short, it was simply intolerable for such outstanding little Lolas not to be taken into the family. In order not to look down on himself, Yu Yang made his move, although this would inevitably cause Princess Xianxia and the others to scold him harshly. Why can't I see that they look like little Lolas at all? Princess Xianxia looked at the 3 girls with their curves and some parts that were even more exaggerated than hers. Her heart couldn't help but feel a little sour. As soon as they left the endless world, they grew up in an instant. I'm not too sure about the specific reason. Yu Yang also couldn't understand why. Do you think this kind of explanation will convince people? Princess Xianxia was very angry. What he said is the truth. The intellectual beauty in the middle said with certainty. This is our body that appears in human form. It is indeed a little different from the endless world. The round-faced girl had always been on Yu Yang's side. Even if that's the case, wouldn't it be over if you gave the grimoire to him? Why did you still follow him here? Your mission has been completed, shouldn't you return to your heaven realm or some other world? Princess Xianxia couldn't understand. Even if she was a little Lolas in the endless world, she was still an adult in the outside world. Moreover, wasn't it dangerous to come here? In this grimoire world, other than Yu Yang, who was a guy, there were only girls inside. A certain uncle said that he would bring us back to see goldfishes or something. The heroic girl had never been on good terms with Yu Yang, so she exposed his secret the moment she opened her mouth. Pfft. Drunken Cat was drinking water when she suddenly spat it out and coughed nonstop. Sickly Beauty and the others were super speechless. Princess Xianxia immediately rushed towards Yu Yang. She didn't even have time to pull out the prison tiger divine sword. She raised her fist, wanting to give this big pervert who lured a little Lolas home to see goldfishes a good beating. Yu Yang naturally wouldn't sit still and wait for death. He hurriedly ran out of the door. A mad tigress was very scary. It was good to avoid her. A man should know when to yield or when to stand tall. It was better to slip away and hide from the limelight first. Standing in front of everyone, the intellectual beauty in the middle of her two companions smiled slightly. Let me reintroduce myself. I am Eternity, the younger sister on the left is Creation, and the younger sister on the right is Destruction. The three of us are actually one entity. Of course, in human form, we are independent individuals. These are not important. The real reason we came here is to help the person in your heart become the owner of the grimoire. Perhaps you all have a question. Why is it that he has successfully passed all the tests and even obtained the grimoire, but has not been recognized by the grimoire? Perhaps some of you have already guessed it. Some of you also have such suspicions, but you are not sure. That's right, the reason why this grimoire does not recognize him as its owner is because he already has a grimoire. Sickly Beauty and the others looked at each other. This news. They had indeed suspected it before. They had even discussed it privately, but they were not 100% sure. After all, before Yu Yang, for thousands of years until now, whether it was the Heaven Realm or the Tong Tian Tower, there was not a second person in the whole world who had experienced such a situation. One person had two grimoires. Everyone knew that Yu Yang's summoning grimoire had been upgraded to a holy grimoire. They had also seen or sensed the existence of another grimoire at an extremely special time. They had even learned from Little Wenli or Duo about the uniqueness of that grimoire. No one had ever possessed two grimoires. Except for Yu Yang. Now he had obtained a third one, and this one was even a grimoire. Regarding this, everyone had also thought of many possibilities. Now it was unavoidable and they had to face it, but they did not know whether it was a blessing or a curse. For a moment, everyone's hearts were in suspense. They looked at the three girls in white with a little nervousness. They were the guardians of the grimoire. The heroic girl in white who represented destruction had a very serious expression. We also did not expect this situation. If it was another person, he would definitely not succeed, let alone obtain recognition. The problem is that everything is beyond our expectations, but it has become a fact. We can only abide by the rules and give the grimoire to him. Yu wrung her hands uneasily. Will he be in any danger? We don't know either, so we want to stay and watch. The girl in white who represented Eternity nodded slightly to Yu and tried to comfort her. We all know that energy and wisdom are both limited and infinite existences. Theoretically, anyone's will and divinity can only create a world, embody divinity in a world, and be the ruler of a world. Beyond the world, this kind of existence cannot be carried out. Perhaps he is a special existence. Perhaps he can expand himself again in addition to completing the current creation, and create another brand new world to achieve another kind of existence of divinity. Although they are all him, he can embody two or even three completely different and compatible achievements. This requires your help. He is now in an unstable and immature growth period. In this process, you have various possibilities and foundations to push or guide him. Perhaps you can't perceive it, but if you jump out a little, you will find that you are actually all one existence. If that's the case, then you are welcome to stay. Sickly Beauty, as the mistress of the house, made a decision. He is indeed as you said. We can't change him, nor are we willing to change his growth. We can only accompany or do our best to help him. In this process, we welcome you 100%. We hope that you can continue to protect him, this new master, just like how you protect the grimoire. Protect, behind him, there is a higher protection. The Eternal smiled slightly. Perhaps we are like you, just that we are not aware of it. Staying here is quite lively, I'm very happy. The pink round face expressed her feelings. I need a quiet place, that guy is too noisy. The heroic Annihilation also agreed to stay, but his mouth refused to let Yu Yang off easily. When Yu volunteered to bring them to settle down, Fallen Beauty suddenly asked. She was a little hesitant at first. But in the end, she opened her lips and asked, in the trial grounds, there is no 8th stage, Earth Valley, or 9th stage, Heaven Valley, right? The girl in white, who represented Eternity, smiled. Your suspicions are not unreasonable. The Human Valley's Tower Beyond Tower is actually a reversal of the seal. The real Tower Beyond Tower is actually the Sky Beyond Sky, the Mountain Beyond Mountain, and the Tower Beyond Tower. That is an extension of the 7th stage, the Human Valley, another kind of test. Those who go to the Earth Valley and Heaven Valley are actually eliminated. The Earth Valley and Heaven Valley are no longer part of the trial grounds, and are not bound by the rules of the trial grounds. Many people can see this, but many are still muddle-headed. No matter what, the challengers who go to the Earth Valley and Heaven Valley are actually failures, and have all been eliminated by the trial grounds. Only the challengers who have truly entered the endless world will know what the real trial is. The 8th stage's trial is nothingness, creating or destroying everything from nothingness, turning this originally non-existent nothingness into eternity, that is the trial. As for the 9th stage, the trial is existence, creating or destroying an eternal existence according to one's own will, turning something that does not belong to oneself but is eternal into one's own eternity. That is the trial of the 9th stage. In the 9th stage, before Yu Yang, no one has ever been able to turn an eternal existence into their own eternity. The round-faced girl smiled sweetly. Even the conqueror queen that you admire the most couldn't convert. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been sealed for so many years. This is a very difficult creation. As for the 10th stage, to us, on the surface, it is an acceptance of eternity, but in fact, it is also unknown. The heroic destruction, her bright eyes carried a trace of reminiscence. Perhaps, before we received the appointment, perhaps the ruler that created everything already knew the ending, knew everything that happened today, and knew of this special existence. Therefore, the supreme ruler set up the 10th stage for him to challenge and explore alone. Perhaps we'd guessed wrongly, but we all know that as long as he has the ability to fully accept the trial grounds and this sealed God's grimoire one day, then this God's grimoire will truly display its might. The girl in white who represented the Eternal also nodded lightly and said with certainty, for the trial grounds, only the first 7 stages are enough. The 8th and 9th stages both need to be personally created by the chosen of the Holy Grimoire. As for the 10th stage, that is his true inheritance, and also true eternity. Yu Yang wanted to talk to Xuanxia, but he couldn't find her anywhere. Before Princess Sisai calmed down, he decided to rest at Aquamarine's place for a night and enjoy the Ocean Empress' gentleness. Halfway there, he met Xianxia who came out from Aquamarine's place. This girl seemed to have something to say, but she hesitated for a long time and didn't say anything in the end. This made Yu Yang confused. "What's wrong?" Yu Yang asked, puzzled. "Nothing." Xianxia bit her lips and raised her fist, as if she wanted to say something, but for some reason, she held it back. She stomped her feet and said, "Don't worry about me." Then, she ran away. Yu Yang realized that this girl seemed to be a little angry, but what was she doing? A woman's mind was really hard to guess. No wonder it was said that a woman's heart was like a needle at the bottom of the ocean. When he went to Aquamarine's place, he couldn't help but tell her about the strange situation. The Ocean Empress laughed out loud. She whispered in Yu Yang's ear, and he suddenly realized something. He slapped his forehead. "I'm really stupid, I should have thought of this earlier. She's a girl, so it's normal for her to be shy. You're a man, you should take the initiative." The Sea Empress wasn't the kind of girl she said she was. She was already the wolf's best partner in a certain battle. Once the battle started, it wouldn't be easy to determine the outcome unless they fought for 1,000 or even 100 rounds. Her small hands, intentionally or unintentionally, gently stroked, igniting some kind of happy spark. With how smart Yu Yang was, he naturally understood. He immediately used his dragon claw stripping hands to strip the beauty. Like a little lamb, announcing that they were in a state of war. "Be gentler. This won't do." Although the Ocean Empress said so, a certain wolf completely ignored her. His actions were bold and unrestrained, making the Ocean Empress hate and love him at the same time. She simply couldn't do anything to him. The battle was intense and lasted for a long time. No one knew that in the hall outside the dormitory, the huge mother of pearl silently opened a sliver of its cover. After a night's sleep, Yu Yang, who was feeling refreshed, opened his eyes. Before he could even get up, Red suddenly barged in. She did not sneak in to join the battle like she usually did. Instead, she had a worried look on her face, as if something terrible had happened. Tongtian Tower is currently being invaded by the Heaven Realm army, Red said, causing Yu Yang to jump up. What? Aquamarine, who had just been woken up and was still a little groggy, didn't hear it clearly. When Red repeated it for the second time, she was so scared that she sat up. She didn't even have time to put on her clothes. She immediately rushed over and quickly helped Yu Yang change into his formal clothes. She knew that he needed time now, and he couldn't afford to waste even a second. Yu Yang flew out like an arrow, and Red quickly followed behind him. When Yu Yang returned to his hall, he found that everyone was there. The Impatiens, Southern Demon King, Princess Sisai, and the others all had heavy expressions on their faces. Seeing Yu Yang return, their complexions and moods eased a lot. With him here, their backbone was there. This time, Tong Tian Tower had encountered a crisis, but in this world, there was no hurdle that couldn't be crossed, no trial that couldn't be passed. Princess Sisai and Yu welcomed him at the same time, indicating to him not to be anxious. We have also just received this information. Previously, the battle phenomenon in your dream was a real revelation. Maybe it was Tong Tian Tower's summoning, or maybe it was a certain ranker using some kind of inherent skill to summon you. Tong Tian Tower was indeed invaded by the Heaven Realm army, and it was probably the people from the central shrine. We have just received 3 extremely far-away grimoire messages, sent by Elder Nan Gong, Mingyu Guang and an anonymous ranker. It has already been a few days, but because we have always been restricted by the rules of the trial grounds, we couldn't receive their messages. It was only until your final trial ended yesterday that we escaped from the restrictions of the rules. Weren't we still in the trial grounds? To be more accurate, although we were in the grimoire world, the space-time base did not leave the outer mountain. Moreover, he didn't receive any messages. But why were they the ones who received the warning messages from various places? Yu Yang's heart was filled with questions, but before he could speak, Princess Xianxia understood his doubts and explained, it was discovered by Wu Xia at first. None of us have this kind of sensing ability. She discovered the abnormality in your dream and used her divine sense to analyze it. Because we are still within the laws of the outer mountains, we are still unable to escape the restrictions of the laws, so she was unable to receive any information. But fortunately, she and Her Majesty Empress Fei Wenli confirmed your dream omen. After we confirmed it, we begged the Eternal and the others to bring you out of the trial grounds. In the end, when you came out, everyone received the message. Yu opened her grimoire. Fallen Beauty and the others moved at the same time. Yu Yang immediately realized that Elder Nan Gong had sent out the enlistment order. All the warriors in Tong Tian Tower had received the same enlistment message. No wonder I have been having that dream for the past few days. Yu Yang summoned his holy grimoire and realized that there were hundreds of densely packed messages. Almost everyone that he was familiar with had sent him a notice, no matter if it was his old friends in Tong Tian Tower or his new friends like Ming Ri Hao in Heaven Realm. It's fine to ignore the trial grounds for the time being. Shui Wuxia had just returned from Queen Vivian Li's ice world. She had also just finished discussing with the Empress. Alright, we will return to Tong Tian Tower immediately. Those fellows from the central shrine actually dared to launch a sneak attack on Tong Tian Tower when I was in the middle of the trial grounds. Damn it. Yu Yang was enraged. Originally, he thought that nothing would go wrong. He secretly acted in Heaven Realm and never took the initiative to provoke the people from the central shrine. He didn't expect that after the Sun King incident, another wave would come and almost destroy his home. Fortunately, he had already completed the trial grounds and had even completed the task to obtain the Holy Grimoire. Otherwise, it would be like drawing water with a wicker basket. Not only would he not be able to obtain the Holy Grimoire, he would also lose Tong Tian Tower as his base of operations. Who was that sinister and ruthless person? Who could actually find a gap in his defense and make use of it? Could it be that mysterious Jizun of Deity Temple who had never shown his face but suppressed the entire Heaven Realm? On one hand, he sent Ji Wuri to tangle with him and wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. On the other hand, he sent an army to invade Tong Tian Tower from thousands of miles away. Could it be that this fellow wanted to seize the god's ruins? For a moment, Yu Yang was immersed in his thoughts. Shui Wuxia waited for him to withdraw from his thoughts and nodded gently. She smiled at him and comforted his anxiety. Let's go back first. Although the situation has changed, it is not too bad. We can just act according to the circumstances. Don't forget that we are all by your side. Whether it is Sister Yu, Xianxia, me, everyone, or even Her Majesty, they will all help you. She was here, and everyone was here. Yu Yang looked around, looking at their happy and angry faces, looking at their concerned bright eyes, and finally nodded heavily. That's right, no matter what kind of enemy he is, we will make sure that he won't be able to return. He stretched out his hand. Princess Sisai was the first to respond, but she glanced at Xue Wuxia and paused slightly. She gave this opportunity to Xue Wuxia. Xue Wuxia turned her face and smiled at her, gently covering Yu Yang's palm with her lily-white hand. Princess Sisai, Yu, Fallen Flowers, Sickly Beauty, Fallen Impatience, and Southern Demon King all stretched out their hands. Superimposed on top. Everyone's hearts were connected and became one. At this moment, Yu Yang could completely feel their hearts and their support. He took a deep breath and stacked his other hand on top. Although he did not say a word, his heart had already given them the most definite answer. Among them, there was Lu Yi, who was a little shy but bravely stretched out her hand. Xia Yi and the other girls who finally heaved a sigh of relief. Of course, there was also Bao Er, who took advantage of the situation. This little girl laughed heartlessly. To a golden elf who did not have any sense of danger, Tong Tian Tower being invaded was just a fleeting cloud. What was an invading army? Was it delicious? Yu Yang took out the three-realm compass. He wanted to return to Tianluo Palace immediately and see Fourth Mother, who was safe and sound. However, he knew that he was the one that most people in Tong Tian Tower wanted to return to. Furthermore, Fourth Mother definitely didn't want him to do this. No matter how much she missed him, the kind-hearted her wouldn't put these considerations before everyone else. Princess Sisai and the others naturally understood Yu Yang's thoughts. They nodded together. The moment Little Wenli brought Yu Yang out of the grimoire world, everyone moved and prepared themselves. Some changed into battle armor, some summoned their beasts, and went all out to prepare for the upcoming battle. Little Wenli brought Yu Yang out of the grimoire world and immediately turned into a rainbow, becoming one with him. Yu Yang did not have the time to see which part of the heaven realm he was in. He immediately activated the three-realm compass. In the next second, Yu Yang, who had passed through the Heaven Realm and Tong Tian Tower, appeared in the Shangwu camp on the first floor of Tong Tian Tower. Here, Junwu Yu, Yu Hai, and the others, who had been waiting here ever since the Heaven Realm invaded Tong Tian Tower, saw a beam of divine light descending from the sky at the center of the Shangwu camp. It flashed extremely quickly. When they looked carefully, they realized that the little fellow that they had been waiting for thousands of times had finally jumped out from the divine light beam. Instantly, even the old fellow whose will had been tempered to be as firm as steel in the war couldn't help but tear up. He was back. He was finally back, the little guy who would always create miracles whenever he appeared, who would always be victorious whenever he appeared. He was finally back. Tens of thousands of Tong Tian Tower warriors quickly arranged themselves into a formation. Everyone stood solemnly. The moment he walked over, they all raised their hands and saluted. Although it was silent, they wanted to pay their respects to this young man. No matter if it was someone he knew or someone he did not know, they were all warriors of Tong Tian Tower. As long as he gave the order, everyone who was willing to be under his command would follow his lead and charge towards the invaders without hesitation. No matter what kind of enemy they were, whether it was the powerful central army or the numerous Heaven Realm mercenaries, as soon as Yu Yang returned, Hui Tai Lang, who was originally crazily devouring the invading army in the Guangming continent, raised his head and roared. The roar was earth-shattering and could overturn the mountains and rivers. As soon as it went crazy, the invading army that was already in a mess became even more disorganized. Countless seemingly powerful heaven stage war beasts were scared to death by the roar of this world-exterminating demon wolf. Everyone was subdued by its majesty. Those who stood on the battlefield. There was only this world-exterminating demon wolf that roared and intimidated all directions. Unlike Hui Tai Lang, Fatty Hai, who did not sense Yu Yang's return, was knocked down by young Master Li Ming for the 1098th time. Facing a super-strong enemy like young Master Li Ming, not only him, even the strongest in the team, Xue Tan Lang, was knocked down no less than 100 times. You can knock me down, but you will never be able to defeat me. Fatty Hai, who was covered in cuts and bruises, climbed up from the deep pit on the ground with great difficulty. His face was covered in blood and mud, and his fat body trembled. He used his last bit of strength to stabilize his weak knees. He did not know if it was an illusion. His swollen face, his bloodshot eyes. There was actually a strange light emerging from it. Young Master Li Ming had only seen this kind of light on one kind of person's face, and that was the winner who dominated everything. Looking around, the people who stood up one after another were Yi Kong, who couldn't be killed no matter what, Shui Tan Lang, who was as cold as a block of ice, Tian Luo Prince, who was still able to maintain his self-cultivation and would never let his madness take over his rationality. The Li brothers, who looked exactly the same and had a tacit understanding with each other, were unable to separate them no matter what. Of course, there was also that extremely hateful beast that took the initiative to contract with the Golden Flame God's flag but would never be truly loyal, and would switch between the barefooted girl and the wind-breathed seabird whenever there was danger. After fighting for so long and defeating these people so many times, not a single one of them surrendered, and not a single one of them admitted defeat. Could it be that these people who had been guided by Titan Yu's philosophy were all crazy? In a daze, young Master Li Ming had an illusion. He seemed to see the faces of these heavily injured enemies emitting an indescribable god of war light. Could he really defeat these crazy people? Could he really defeat these invincible enemies who were like god of war? For a moment, there was a slight crack in young Master Li Ming's willpower. It was an unimaginable and impossible existence. First floor of Tong Tian Tower, Shangwu Camp. Good, it's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Jun Wuyu had thousands of words in his heart, but at this moment, he couldn't say a single word. What he was most proud of was not only the fact that this young hope of Tong Tian Tower came from the kingdom under his jurisdiction, but also the heroic and unparalleled female swordsman who carried the Hell Tiger Divine Sword on her back and accompanied the young man to conquer the world. She was his precious daughter. With such a son and daughter, what more could he ask for? He didn't step forward. Now wasn't the time for him as the king to speak. At this moment, he wanted everyone to focus their attention on one person, the young man that the entire Tong Tian Tower was looking forward to, the third young master of the Yu clan who was known as Titan Yu. Not a single person made a sound, everyone stood solemnly like a mountain, waiting for this young man's inspection. When he walked over, be it the veteran generals who had been on the battlefield for a long time or the rookie dragon knights who had just started their careers, they couldn't help but feel excited and passionate. Elder Yu Hai didn't act like a clan master or a grandfather, he was more like an old general, waiting for his new commander's orders. His eyes were fixed on this young man, an unprecedented pride filled his heart. In the past, he had once looked at this young man's father, but his father never returned. Today, he once again had this kind of glory, and it was 1,000 times better than before. This was no longer a war between humans and demons. This young man who stood in front of everyone had already stood at the height of leading the entire Tong Tian Tower's warriors to resist against the Heaven Realm's invasion. Not to mention today, even in the distant history, there were only a few people who could have this kind of glory. Every single one of them was an ultimate powerhouse that had been passed down through the ages. For example, Conquest Queen Fei Wenli. Or Prison Emperor Zhang Feng. Today, this little fellow who had inherited his elder's power and will, this little boy from the younger generation whom he had never imagined himself to be, this super genius who had been looked down upon as trash in the beginning, had finally stood at the center of the entire Tong Tian Tower and led everyone, just like the Prison Emperor or the Conquest Queen, towards the distant and powerful Heaven Realm, towards the countless rankers who were as many as the sand in the river, to issue the strongest voice of resistance. And also to let out a unique voice that belonged to him. Our sky-split tower has never lacked warriors, nor have we lacked battles. Yu Yang stopped. First, he solemnly looked around the entire area. Then, in the silent Shangwu camp, he clearly opened his mouth and announced his will to the world. Countless seniors, their names may have disappeared in the long river of history, but they have left us the best guidance and the strongest attitude. Sky-split tower will not yield. We can be defeated by others, we can even be beaten to death, but no one can ever defeat us. Tong Tian Tower would never yield. Tong Tian Tower's warriors will also never surrender. No matter if it's the Heaven Realm's rankers or the Central Shrine's conquering army, they can forget about conquering us. Stand up, friends that I've known for a long time, friends that I've never met before. Together, we will protect our home. Like countless predecessors, we will use blood and fire, slaughter and death to tell our enemies that Sky-Split Tower has no cowards. Boom, the will to fight that had been suppressed in the Shangwu camp for a long time exploded like a bomb. Everyone raised their right arms crazily and waved their fists towards the sky. Every single one of them roared like hungry wolves and fierce tigers. Even if it was a graceful human emperor like Jun Wuyu, or a civilized and elegant golden elf, everyone on the scene roared and shouted like a volcano erupting, venting the anger and fighting spirit in their hearts. It was as if they were on fire. Ignited by Yu Yang's words, they instantly burst into flames. Skysplit Tower will never yield. There are no cowards in Skysplit Tower. Elder Yu Hai raised his broken arm and roared like an old soldier. At this moment, he seemed to have returned to the time when he first stepped onto the battlefield. In such a hopeless environment, his instinctive fear seemed to have been taken away. All that was left in his heart was a kind of bloodthirsty madness. Fight, never yield. The human sages, who were usually calm and collected, also burst out with the loudest voices they had ever made in their lives. Perhaps it was because they longed for this moment that they persevered to live in this world. However, even if they lived until they were old and powerless, it didn't diminish even the slightest bit of honor in their hearts. Everyone knew that once they participated in this kind of war, there would only be one result, and that was to die honorably in battle, becoming one of the countless predecessors who left their names in the long river of history. But who would want to die like this? They had lived long enough. In their various clans and sects, they had already enjoyed all the glory and splendor in the world. Now, what they were pursuing was the regret that they could never obtain in their lives. That was to die in battle like a hero in order to protect their home and become one of them, just like the countless heroes who had come before them. Perhaps most of them would be nameless, and in the long river of history, they would only be an inconspicuous grain of sand, but even so, they would definitely be the brightest and most dazzling brilliance in their lives. Coming here, there are many noble nobles, many knowledgeable sages, many brave warriors who are praised by the world, many wise men who are admired by thousands of soldiers, many peace-loving elves, many violent and war-thirsty demons, many friends who support me, and also many of my former enemies. When the Nine Light clan invaded last time, we learned to work together, No, in history, in countless battles, our predecessors also defended against the enemies outside our home together. You have all come here, trusted me unconditionally, and even willingly entrusted your lives to me. Towards your trust and the responsibility you have given me, I have decided. The me who was the most lazy, the most selfish and the most cowardly will now give you an ironclad answer. I, Yu Yang of the Yu clan, the new prison emperor of Tongtian Tower, the first disciple and successor of the conquest Queen Fei Wenli, will lead you all to fight against the invading Heaven Realm army. Not only that, not only do we have to fight against the enemy, we also have to kill our way into Heaven Realm like our predecessors did. We will restore Tongtian Tower's glory from 10,000 years ago, and let our descendants hold their heads high and be righteous warriors. We will not be pitiful creatures who were conquered by Heaven Realm and become slaves. We will not be country bumpkins who were regarded by millions of Heaven Realm warriors as unable to even enter Heaven Realm. Since our ancestors, we have never been slaves. We have never been country bumpkins. On the contrary, in the history of Tongtian Tower that our predecessors have protected, we can proudly raise our chests and say to Heaven Realm that the people of Tongtian Tower are the strongest. The Soaring Dragon Continent is a place that even the warriors of the Central Shrine tremble in fear. The Demon Abyss is an existence that makes the warriors of the Heaven Realm tremble in fear. The Heaven Stairway is a place that any ranker, even a god, yearns for. Tongtian Tower is the best home, the most glorious and the strongest place. Our ancestors used their blood and souls to protect this place. As the younger generation, do we have to abandon everything we have and kneel to the enemy like slaves to beg for our lives? We are not pitiful creatures. We were not in the past, we are not now, and we will not be in the future. If the enemy can fight, we must fight to the end. Fight to the end, we must be like the Conquest Queen and counterattack all the way to Heaven Realm. We must counterattack all the way to the Central Shrine, the radiant mountain that they regard as their own god mountain. We are the descendants of the Prison Emperor, the descendants of the Conquest Queen. They can make the enemy tremble in fear. We, who have inherited the will of our predecessors, can also make the enemy tremble in front of us. Roar, another tsunami-like battle intent engulfed the whole place. Everyone felt as if they were wrapped in a huge wave of shouts. Then, they were sublimated in this boiling morale. In the end, they completely merged into one, forming an unshakable mountain-like giant. Everyone's gaze was focused on the young man in the middle who was shining with golden light like a god. As long as he was here, then everyone would have a heart. As long as he was here, the whole Tongtian Tower would be like a giant with a brain, a straight spine, a pair of legs that could move forward and a pair of fists that could punch the enemy. As long as he was here, then they would have everything. No matter what was in front of them, then everyone would be fearless. 6,000 years ago, the prison emperor led everyone like this and defeated the invasion of the Heaven Realm army. 10,000 years ago, the Conquest Queen led everyone like this and charged out of Tongtian Tower to declare war on the Heaven Realm. Today, this young man was also leading everyone like this. Just like those ultimate rankers in the history of Tongtian Tower, he was leading everyone towards victory, towards a brand new era, and create a brand new era, thousands of miles away. A middle-aged scholar who was sitting leisurely under a pine tree lightly messed up the chess pieces on the stone table. He looked at the rising sun in the east and watched as the ray of dawn broke through the thick clouds and shone on the earth, reflecting a golden brilliance. He couldn't help but fall into silence for a long time without saying a word. It was no longer morning now. Originally, the thick clouds would have turned the whole day into a gloomy day. Unfortunately, the ray of sunlight was too strong and too brilliant. No matter what, it couldn't be covered up. As long as there was a small hole, it would unstoppably shine down from the sky, illuminating the earth with a golden color. The weather changed. This was a fact that humans and willpower couldn't change. In other words, no one could force the will of the heavens. The middle-aged scholar sighed softly, the will of the heavens, the will of the heavens. Tongtian Tower had already fallen. Even I couldn't predict that there would be another Yu clan's third young master in this world. It was even more unimaginable that he would grow so fast. Could it be that in Tongtian Tower, there were really countless old spirits silently guarding it? Otherwise, how could I have missed this move? Why? Why was it like this? Why would there be a Yu clan's third young master in this world? He should have existed in the first place. Shouldn't his fate be to become a puppet? How could he grow to such an existence today? The ancient demon king's move was not wrong. Why did I miss it? Who was it that interfered with me? Who was it that led all of this? The world was silent. Not a single sound could be heard. No one could answer his question. Even he, who had the number one wisdom in the central shrine, was no exception. Yu Yang originally wanted to return to Tianluo Palace first to see Fourth Mother. That was what he was most worried about. It was her and the little lass. Just as the leaders of the various clans were about to enter the Tongtian Tower and prepare to fight against the invading army of the Heaven Realm, a strange and provocative will came from thousands of miles away. Through the summoning grimoire, it entered Yu Yang's consciousness. After Yu Yang sensed it, he was startled at first, but he immediately reacted. This should be the information of the mastermind behind the scenes. Jun Wu Yu and Elder Yu Hai saw that Yu Yang's expression was strange, so they hurriedly asked why. Princess Sisai was standing beside him. There was a certain telepathic connection between her and him. Although it wasn't 100% real, she could vaguely understand something. Not only Princess Xianxia, who had the 6 records, inherent skill, even Luo Hua City Mistress, Phoenix Fairy Beauty and the others could feel the provocation coming from afar. I have an indescribable feeling that something might have happened, and I have to go there to deal with it. Go to the Guangming continent first. Don't wait for me. Before I come back, on the battlefield, you will be led by Wu Xia. If Wu Xia is not here, Xianxian and Tian Fa will be the leaders. Yu Yang sensed with his battle intuition and released everyone from the grimoire world with a dignified expression, including Sickly Beauty and Yu Yu who rarely participated in battles. Even Xia Yi and Bao Er who were not strong were no exception. In the end, Yu Yang left Little Wenli alone. Even Tao Tai and Star Scorpio were ordered to follow behind Princess Sisai and the others to participate in the battle. It could be said that this was the first time that Yu Yang had used almost all of his trump cards. This was the first time that he had used all of his strength without holding anything back and threw it all into this battle. Could it be that the final battle is about to begin? Elder Yu Hai was shocked when he saw Yu Yang's actions. Understood. On the other hand, Jun Wuyu was worthy of being called the emperor of this world. He understood everything with one look and was able to harden his resolve. He used the last of his tenderness to look at his precious daughter. His trembling hand wanted to touch her head, but in the next second, he put away all his love and care. His outstretched hand turned into a fist and clenched as hard as steel. His aura was like a raging flame soaring into the sky. He no longer had the elegant and indifferent demeanor of a gentleman. Instead, he had completely transformed into a ferocious warrior. He retracted his hand from his daughter, Princess Sisai's right hand, and pulled out the sword at his waist. Together with Elder Yu Hai, who was also silently bidding farewell to his grandson, they walked side by side towards the teleportation point at the first floor of Tongtian Tower. Regardless of whether he was an emperor in the mortal world or a warrior who protected his homeland, he was aware that this was a battle of life and death from the very beginning. There was no time for him to catch his breath. The enemy's attack was not something that would only happen a few months later. Instead, it would start from the very beginning. Just now, he thought that Tongtian Tower had enough time to rest. However, Yu Yang's action of giving everything he had was a different story. This made him understand immediately. The real enemy would start their attack the moment Yu Yang returned to Tongtian Tower. The enemy's target was the little fellow in front of him. The enemy had already calculated everything, including his return. Without even thinking, he knew the result. As long as Yu Yang lost, Tongtian Tower would fall even more severely than the prison emperor. It might even be completely destroyed. From then on, not a single living being would survive. Hence, from this moment onwards, the enlightened Jun Wuyu was no longer an emperor in the mortal world. Instead, he was a warrior who protected his homeland, a father who protected his precious daughter. Brother Hai, do you still remember the scene when we first went to the battlefield? Jun Wuyu raised his head and saw that the sun was rising from the east. Today is the same as that day. The weather is good. Elder Yu Hai also looked at the sky and suddenly laughed. He started to laugh lightly. But the more he laughed, the louder he became. In the end, it became a heroic laughter. Under the morning sun, Jun Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai, who were bathed in the bright morning light, laughed to the sky and did not stop for a long time. Yu Yang and Princess Sisai and the others hugged and bid farewell one by one. Even Bao Er, the little girl, was no exception. What made him feel slightly regretful was that Xue Wuxiao was said to have gone to Bing Yin's fairy realm to look for Yinan and Bing Er. She did not make it back in time. He was not worried about Yinan and Bing Er. Under the care of the Qilin girl Bing Yin, they would definitely be very safe. However, Xue Wuxiao was absent before the big battle. He did not have a warm hug from her, which made him feel a little regretful. He knew that she would not miss this battle again. However, he really did not know when she would return. He threw away all distracting thoughts. Yu Yang showed his unique and bright smile to Princess Sisai and the others. He tried to comfort everyone's nervousness. Maybe I can solve the problem after I go for a while. Wait for me. I will not let you down. I believe you. I will wait for you in front. Princess Sisai took the initiative to kiss Yu Yang. Even Yu could not help but open her arms and give him a hug. On the other hand, Lu Yi shyly hid. It was not until Princess Sisai was about to leave with everyone and had walked far away that she instantly teleported back. She jumped down from the perforate deer and hugged her master bravely. She buried her head in the bosom that she had always relied on. However, before Yu Yang's big hand could caress her back, she instantly teleported away and returned to the team. Her panicked look was as if Yu Yang would bite her. Bao Er, who usually caused trouble but often accidentally brought out good news, turned around and waved to Yu Yang from afar. Don't be afraid. If you can't beat him, I will go and save you. This time, I will definitely perform well and let you, a big pervert, see me in a different light. Yu Yang was speechless. You little girl, it's already good enough that you don't need to be saved if you don't cause trouble for everyone. You still want to save others, if it wasn't for an elusive premonition in his heart. Yu Yang really didn't want everyone to come out of the grimoire world to participate in the battle outside. However, in his mind, his intuition told him that he couldn't keep everyone by his side. For their safety, Yu Yang decided to trust himself once and took the risk to send Sickly Beauty and Yu to the battlefield. He no longer kept them in the grimoire world to protect them like before. Could it be that in this battle, even the grimoire world was no longer safe? If he had time, he really wanted to go back and ask Fourth Mother or His Majesty. Maybe they would have a better answer. There was also Jizun and Night Empress who were training in the Heaven Stairway. Did they receive the news of a strong enemy invasion? Previously, Tong Tian Tower's grimoire did not have the ability to communicate with each other. Who provided the method that allowed Elder Nangong and the others to communicate with him across the entire heaven realm? Yu Yang took a deep breath. A strong enemy was in front of him. Moreover, this was a terrifying and powerful enemy who schemed against everything. Perhaps even his return was within his calculations. Facing such a strong enemy, Yu Yang felt uneasy for the first time in his life. He could not be afraid of a strong enemy. No matter how strong the enemy was, as long as he put in all his effort to fight, the victory would definitely be his. However, facing this kind of person who was almost demonic in terms of intelligence, a strong enemy who schemed against him and controlled the whole situation, it was really a little timid to want to defeat such a terrifying opponent. Jizun's will, unmovable diamond. Yu Yang tried his best to erase all the distracting thoughts and emotions in his heart, forcing himself to enter a state of extreme concentration. In an instant, Yu Yang easily pierced through the barrier of time and space. Like a traveler casually taking a step on a journey of thousands of miles, or like a leisurely strolling in his own backyard. Following the direction and coordinates of the provocative will, Yu Yang instantly traversed thousands of miles and appeared under this completely unfamiliar yet seemingly ordinary mountain wall. On one side of the mountain wall, there was a waterfall, white like a rainbow. It did not have the shocking momentum of a waterfall of 3,000 feet. Instead, it had the tranquility of a trickling stream. On the other side, there was a pine tree. It was as big as a canopy, with an old body and two arms that stretched out naturally, like a passionate owner, welcoming a guest from afar. Under the pine tree. One stone, one chess piece. On the mossy ancient stone, countless chess pieces were scattered carelessly. The pieces were like reflections of the starry sky, shining with their gentle splendor in the morning light. Two jade-like fingers gently picked up one of the pieces. The middle-aged scholar who was playing chess by the stone under the pine tree smiled as if he was meeting a good friend. He looked at the guy from another world who had hurried over, the Yu clan's third young master, who was a complete stranger to him. His eyes were especially bright and deep as he smiled. "You're here, sit. You came faster than I thought." With just this sentence, Yu Yang felt like he had lost. If he did not immediately become the host, would the person in front of him become the owner of Tong Tian Tower? Tong Tian Tower is mine. Even if you want to welcome me, I should be the one saying it. Yu Yang resolutely expressed his attitude. Really? What a confident young man. However, Tong Tian Tower is not yours yet, do you understand? At least, it is not yet. The middle-aged scholar was not angry at all, and smiled indifferently. Not yet, but it belongs to me in the future, and I am its owner. Since I am its owner, even if I am its future owner, I have the right to decide everything in it, especially its future. Yu Yang stared at the middle-aged scholar and said word by word in an extremely serious tone, "I am the owner of Tong Tian Tower, you are not. Whether it is in the past, present or future, it does not belong to you. Whether it is or not, we can only know after this game." The middle-aged scholar laughed. "Maybe, after this game, some kind of change will happen in the future? No matter how many games we play, the future will not change," Yu Yang said with 100% certainty. "How will you know if you don't try?" The middle-aged scholar gently placed the chess piece in his hand on the stone surface and put it back into the mess of chess pieces. "Because it is destined." Yu Yang suddenly sat down in front of the stone, grabbed a chess piece, and scattered it around the chess piece that the middle-aged scholar had just placed. He found the inconspicuous chess piece that was mixed in with the chess pieces and firmly surrounded it. Under the middle-aged scholar's gaze, Yu Yang picked up the chess piece and threw it away. He coldly snorted, "What belongs to me, I can have it without any effort. What doesn't belong to me, I will never force it." "Young man, don't you believe that hard work can defy the heavens? Why do you believe in fate so much?" The middle-aged scholar also sat down opposite Yu Yang, like an old friend chatting. There was a stone table between them. He casually picked up a chess piece and wanted to place it on the stone surface. Whether I believe it or not has nothing to do with you. But here, let me warn someone that if it is not fated to be, it is useless to force it. Yu Yang was extremely fast. He picked up a chess piece and placed it on the stone surface one step ahead of the middle-aged scholar. Coincidentally, it was the position that the middle-aged scholar had placed it. When he heard Yu Yang say, "If it is not fated to be, it is useless to force it," the middle-aged scholar's expression finally changed slightly. His movement slowed down a little, allowing Yu Yang to place a chess piece first. His wrist hung in the air, and his eyes did not look at Yu Yang. Instead, he stared fixedly at the chess piece that Yu Yang had placed on the stone surface first, as if it was a treasure that he had dreamed of but could not obtain. Letting Yu Yang make the first move, the middle-aged scholar did not speak. After a long time. Then he sighed, "I just want to take back what belongs to me." "What's wrong with that?" Yu Yang retorted aggressively, "Who cares if you're right or wrong? I just want to say that as long as I'm here, I won't let you take away anything in Tongtian Tower, not even a grain of sand. Because nothing here belongs to you." The middle-aged scholar shook his head lightly and clicked his tongue. "Young man, maybe you've shed blood and sweat for Tongtian Tower, but in comparison, I paid more than 1,000 times more than you. I paid, but in the end, I have nothing. Is that fair?" "That's not fair. I've paid so much, so I should have my harvest. At least, I should get what belongs to me. Now I've come back to take back what belongs to me. Before that, I think that no matter what reason or who has, no one has the right to doubt me, the family member who has shed blood and sweat for Tongtian Tower. You'll get what you pay. That's for sure." Yu Yang nodded and said affirmatively. But then he shook his head, "If you don't get what you pay for, you should find your own reasons instead of blaming the heavens and others. If you feel that you've paid for nothing in the end, it only proves that you haven't really paid for it. So, you haven't really gained anything." This negation made the middle-aged scholar unable to maintain his composure and demeanor. He was driven mad by Yu Yang's conclusion. It was as if the most sacred and inviolable thing in his heart was humiliated by Yu Yang. If Yu Yang had said something else, no matter how harsh it was, it wouldn't have touched or hurt his heart. But now, this negation made the middle-aged scholar unable to hold back his anger even though he had the heart of a supreme being. He used all of his strength to barely suppress the raging flames of anger in his chest. He barely restrained himself from punching this young man who was making irresponsible remarks. The middle-aged scholar waved his sleeves, and the scene in the entire space changed instantly. It was as if time had gone back in an instant. The scenery was flying past. The world changed. All of them flashed before his eyes. A young man appeared in Yu Yang's vision. He was as young as the current Yu Yang. Together with his companions, he fought a bloody battle against the invasion of the demonic abyss. On the battlefield, his performance was the most proactive. He fought bravely while bathed in blood. His efforts shone like a star, making it impossible for anyone to ignore his existence. This young man was not only brave and fearless, but he was also extremely intelligent. Because of his wisdom and courage, the Soaring Dragon Continent's allied army, which was originally in a disadvantageous position, came back from the dead time and time again under his command. In the end, they reversed the entire situation of the war, turning an absolutely disadvantageous defeat into a great victory that reversed the heaven and earth. Amidst the cheers of the audience, his comrade carried his comatose friend on his back. Everyone could enjoy the joy of victory, but he was the only one who was unconscious from the pain of his injuries. He couldn't even participate in the honor ceremony. The young man, who was indifferent to fame and fortune, was not jealous of his companion, even if he was more outstanding than his companion. However, the young man still did his best to assist his companion. When his comrade ascended to the position of commander, the young man acted as an advisor and formulated a perfect plan. His comrade, who was the commander, did not listen to his advice. He was greedy and rash, and died tragically in the hands of the enemy. At the critical moment of the battle, it was this young man who turned the tide. With a perfect command, he won a great victory in the hands of the strong enemy, and his name would go down in history. In order to win, the young man personally lured the enemy. He put himself in dangerous situations time and time again, sacrificing a lot of blood and sweat. No one knew how much hard work he had put in. After obtaining an epic victory, the young man did not become arrogant. Instead, he humbly helped his companion's good friend's son to ascend to the position of commander. For the sake of his companion's last words, for the sake of his own promise, he gave up the position of commander and willingly returned to the backstage. He once again gave the high position of commander of the 3 armies to his companion's son. He continued to work hard for the overall situation and for the sake of victory. For the sake of his promise, no matter what his supporters who knew him well or strangers who did not know the inside story said, he remained loyal. All his efforts were for the sake of victory, for the sake of the Soaring Dragon Continent. With him in the war, the Soaring Dragon Continent had never lost. However, sometimes, there would be people who were jealous of this young man. They would slander him with malicious words, tarnish his reputation, and even use all kinds of despicable means to create all kinds of horrifying tragedies, framing the young man. The young man had no choice but to leave the army that he had painstakingly built. He had no choice but to endure humiliation and return to his hometown, suffering the disdain of the world. Without the young man in the battlefield, there were more defeats than victories. Under the continuous deceit of the strong enemy, the novice commander of the Soaring Dragon Continent was easily defeated by the Demon Abyss army. The Demon King tore this cowardly commander of the 3 armies apart on the spot. The morale of the Soaring Dragon Continent's allied army collapsed and they suffered a crushing defeat. In the moment of despair, the young man who suffered the disdain of the world still stood up and descended to the battlefield like a deity. He led his personal guards who did not panic and fought for 8 days and 8 nights. In the end, he turned the situation around and defeated the demon army. Feats like this had happened countless times in the past hundreds of years. The young man became a middle-aged man. But his heart never changed. His wisdom and bravery never changed. The battle, from the battle between the Soaring Dragon Continent and the Demon Abyss, evolved upwards. When the small battlefields of the Soaring Dragon Continent and the Demon Abyss could no longer accommodate the young man, he started to fight in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower and above. After a few hundred years, he stepped into the heaven realm and even led the Tong Tian Tower army, killing hundreds and thousands of people everywhere. If the blood that he had shed over the years was collected, it might be able to accumulate into a large pool of blood that could drown hundreds of people. In order to fight for the Soaring Dragon Continent, he had always been bathed in blood. He was always the star of slaughter on the battlefield. In order to fight for the beautiful home of Tong Tian Tower, he was also bathed in blood. His crazy aura and wisdom had deterred millions of Heaven Realm rankers. He was so strong and so wise. He was so indifferent to fame and fortune. He was so outstanding. However, the rewards he received were always disappointing and even shameful. It was as if he was born to be a beggar who could be sent away with just a few things. Not to mention his family and friends, even his enemies who were terrified of him and those Heaven Realm rankers who were killed by him also felt that it was unfair for him. Why? Such an outstanding and hardworking person did not receive the rewards he deserved. Instead, it was those despicable and shameless fellows who stole the fruits of his battles time and time again. Time and time again, they stole the things that originally belonged to him. In the end, Tong Tian Tower could no longer accommodate this young man who loved his hometown and shed his blood for it. He, who had shed his blood and tears, had no choice but to seek refuge in the enemy camp under the pursuit of his family and friends. Only then would he not die in the hands of his former comrades. When all the scenes turned back in time, Yu Yang was silent. The guy from another world had never thought that the enemy in front of him would actually have such a past. I, Dong Feng, am such a person. The middle-aged scholar laughed self-deprecatingly. No matter how many things I have done, no matter what I have done, I have never received the recognition of others. It was as if those were all things that I should do. The blood and sweat that I shed are like spring water. No, they are not even worth as much as spring water. Everything I've done has been in vain. Everything has been in vain. After so many years, I know that I will never be able to return to my past self. However, I just feel that it is unfair. Yes, it is unfair. I don't want anything else, I only want fairness. I only want the things that belong to me. Even if the things that belong to me are no longer there, I at least want to obtain that recognition. Yu Yang was silent. Do you think that I am lying to you? That all the scenes just now were fake? The middle-aged scholar felt that Yu Yang's silence was strange. It was real. Yu Yang shook his head lightly. Although I don't have the 6 records inherent skill, I have a good battlefield intuition. The scenes just now were real. You did not reenact a fake scene. Then you be the judge. Do you think that after so many years of hard work, in exchange for this result, is it reasonable? The middle-aged scholar looked at Yu Yang with an indifferent expression. No matter what Yu Yang said, regardless of whether it was fair or not, it would not cause any ripples in his heart. This was because his heart had long been broken, and he had long been numb to injustice. If he were to put himself in his shoes, Yu Yang felt that if he had done so many meritorious deeds and shed so much blood and sweat, but in the end was looked down upon by others, it would be strange if he did not immediately jump up and swing his sword. Mother Kerr, fighting to the death, not being able to become the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, not having a single beautiful girl, and still being suspected by others. Was there still any justice in this world? Of course, Yu Yang was not that great. Want him to do the same? Absolutely not. Hiding in the grimoire world every day to flirt with girls and enjoy his blissful sexual life was Yu Yang's hobby. The affairs of the country and fighting and killing were all thrown aside. This time, if it wasn't for the Heaven Realm army burning down his home, which almost caused his harem to be on fire, making Yu Yang unable to have the leisure to flirt with girls. Unable to enjoy his blissful sexual life, this brat rushed back like a spark. As for the middle-aged scholar's tragic life experience, other than intending to watch, this simple-minded guy from another world had nothing else to say. It's quite tragic. You mean, you want me to give you a tea table? Let it be filled with all kinds of tragic things? If it was cut open with a knife, it would probably be filled with black Yu Yang. When he opened his mouth, it almost made the middle-aged scholar spit out 3 buckets of blood. You. The middle-aged scholar had never thought that there would be such a black-bellied fellow like Yu Yang in this world. This fellow simply treated other people's tragic life as a fun game. Why didn't the lightning strike this kind of person to death? It was fine that he was heartless, but he actually added insult to injury. Was there still justice in this world? In the face of the middle-aged scholar's anger, Yu Yang was very calm. He swaggered and leaned against the rock, crossing his legs. He took out some good wine and sweets from his storage space, tasting them while looking at the other party with great interest, as if he was waiting for the other party to play out all kinds of tragedies in life again so that he could enjoy watching them. He even carelessly threw out a sentence that almost made the middle-aged scholar vomit blood and die. If you want to continue acting pitiful to gain my sympathy, you don't have to. No matter what you say or do, I won't sympathize with you. On the contrary, the more miserable and miserable you are, the happier I will be. Because, you are my enemy. Invader, no, Tong Tian Tower's traitor Dongfang, start complaining now. You can say whatever you want, even if you talk for 3 days and 3 nights, it doesn't matter. However, I won't believe a single word you say. The middle-aged scholar stared at Yu Yang. His gaze was as sharp as a sword, piercing straight to the heart. Yu Yang was calm. He drank his wine and nibbled on the chicken wing in his hand, completely ignoring the middle-aged scholar. If Fatty Hai and the others were here, Yu Yang, who was eating and drinking to his heart's content, might even sing an impromptu song like Chicken Wings, I Like Food, for everyone to hear. If I am a traitor of Tong Tian Tower, then who caused it? The middle-aged scholar stared at Yu Yang and asked with a sharp voice. Who cares who it was? It wasn't me. Who knew what happened 10,000 years ago? Yu Yang didn't care about it since it didn't concern him. So, I, who was wronged, will return here today to demand justice, to take back the things that originally belonged to me. The middle-aged scholar's anger suddenly disappeared. His eyes regained calmness and rationality. Of course, the deeply hidden hatred and revenge inevitably leaked out. Now, he didn't hide it anymore. At this moment, he felt that he was the rightful avenger. Tong Tian Tower is mine now. No matter who you are or what you have done, you don't have the right to take anything from it, not even a grain of sand. Yu Yang made it clear. What happened in the past was up to you. Now, it was up to me. You had to follow his own rules, or else, you would be an enemy who wouldn't rest until one of you died. Tongtian Tower isn't yours. Even if it is in the future, it isn't now. If it isn't now, it might not be in the future either. The middle-aged scholar sneered. I have enough power to take back what belongs to me. Before I take back everything, you, a junior, have nothing to do with me. That's right. Yu Yang clapped his hands and praised loudly. As a bad person, how can you cry? You have to bring out your true self. Yu Yang was not used to the middle-aged scholar's words and actions just now. As a bad person, why don't you have any self-awareness? You must be vicious and barbaric. Crying with great bitterness and hatred, that was what the poor peasants who were oppressed by the three great mountains would do. Was it something that a big boss like you, who could easily destroy a piece of heaven and earth and make thousands of heads fall to the ground with a wave of your hand, would do? You're a big boss, yet you're doing this. How the F***ck are the others supposed to live? Where would the commoners go to cry in the future? You're the one in the right. I don't even have a place to cry. Is there still justice in this world? The middle-aged scholar looked coldly at Yu Yang as if he was looking at a dead man. Yu Yang shrugged his shoulders in fear. Please, other than Fourth Mother's worried gaze, other than His Majesty's anger, other than Shuang Er's coquettishness and Sister Yu's tears, other than Princess Sisai's fists and Sister Wu Xia's rebuke, other than Jizun's super high difficulty challenge and the Heavenly Sword Goddess's cultivation mission that could easily reach super high difficulty, what was there for this third young master to be afraid of? I grew up scared, okay? Don't think that just because I'm afraid of a lot of things. I'm easy to bully. I've never been afraid of a man in my life, not to mention a traitor of Tongtian Tower like you who's still pretending to be young even though you're already an old man. Therefore, towards the middle-aged scholar's cold gaze, Yu Yang was very calm. If you were a little more low-key, I wouldn't have exposed you. Firstly, it would be a waste of my saliva. Secondly, peeling off someone's face hurts one's self-esteem. For a good student like me who loves peace and respects the elderly, I'll just let some things pass. Yu Yang threw the chicken bone to one side and wiped his oily hands on his clothes. However, I can't be too cocky. Just like you, pretending to be pitiful to gain other people's sympathy. It's fine if you have bad intentions, but you actually treat it as something important. Damn, is my intelligence that low? Do I look like someone who's so easy to deceive? Yu Yang almost wrote the word smart on his forehead to prove that he was a good student who excelled in both morals, intelligence, physique, beauty, and hard work. As for the middle-aged scholar's action just now, it was as if he had turned back time. He only had this evaluation, advertisement. What is an advertisement? In a straightforward and impolite way of saying it, an advertisement was like selling fake medicine. As for this advertisement, it was like saying 100 things, or even saying 1,000 or 10,000 things. If you saw it, then you saw it. If you really believed it, then you would be a stupid idiot. Before he transmigrated, Yu Yang, who understood what an advertisement was at the age of 8, would believe that the great hall master Dong Feng, who couldn't continue working in Tongtian Tower and went to the central shrine to become a traitor, was a pitiful person worthy of sympathy just by looking at the scene of him turning back time. Damn it, how big was the possibility of this? The possibility was absolutely zero. It could only be zero, according to Yu Yang's personal opinion. Even if he was Dong Feng's father and you were his son, he wouldn't believe you so easily, not to mention that he was an outsider who had nothing to do with him. Not to mention that he was the enemy of Tongtian Tower's traitor. Even if he thought about it for half a second, he would probably receive a slap from Jizun, who was exasperated at his failure to live up to his expectations. Even His Majesty wouldn't be able to resist rushing out of the palace and kicking him to the skies. Although I dare not say that I'm extremely intelligent, I'm really not as stupid as you think. Yu Yang's expression was very humble, and his words were very sincere. He said to the middle-aged scholar with a face full of sincerity, "Before I peel off your skin, let me first say my conclusion. Were all the people in Tongtian Tower 10,000 years ago blind? That can't be right? Even if some people were blind, it couldn't be that everyone was blind, right? Even if everyone in Tongtian Tower was blind, what about the will of Tongtian Tower itself? It couldn't be that they were also blind, right? Why did the people of Tongtian Tower, why did the will of Tongtian Tower choose me, who had paid 1,000 times less than you, and not you, who was said to have paid 1,000 times more than me? I think the reason is very simple. That is, God is not blind. 10,000 years ago, the people of Tongtian Tower and the will of Tongtian Tower made the most correct choice, and that was not to choose you, the best actor. Best actor? The middle-aged scholar didn't quite understand this new term. He could vaguely understand it, but he couldn't confirm it. Yes, that's right, you are a best actor. Yu Yang was very sure. Are you saying that I'm lying? The middle-aged scholar laughed out loud. He stopped laughing and looked at Yu Yang's eyes contemptuously. Just now, you personally admitted that the scenes I replayed were all real. Now, in the blink of an eye, you say that I'm lying? Real scenes can also lie. Yu Yang unceremoniously exposed, there are many things that the eyes see, not necessarily the most real existence. The eyes are the easiest to be deceived. Only the purest heart is not easily deceived. When I saw you replaying the scenes, I wasn't moved at all. This proves that no matter how real your scenes are, they are still fake. Because in the process, you used the scenes to cover up your hypocritical heart. What did you say? The middle-aged scholar's face turned cold. Let me put it this way. Maybe it's more appropriate. Yu Yang looked straight at the middle-aged scholar. His gaze seemed to be able to see into the other's heart. You seem indifferent to fame and fortune on the surface, but in fact, your heart is filled with the desire to perform. You are extremely eager to be praised by others. Every time you do something, you are probably thinking, come and see, quickly come and see my performance. How brave I am, how intelligent I am. Where can you find such a handsome and humble genius like me? Everything in the world is in my hands. No matter if it's the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies or the demon abyss army, they are all in my hands. Everyone, quickly come and praise me. As long as I make a move, victory will come immediately. As long as I make a move, the entire heaven realm will tremble because of me. The reason why you resent others is because you haven't received enough flattery. The reason why you retaliated against Tongtian Tower is because no one in Tongtian Tower appreciates your bad taste. On the contrary, the Central Divine Palace has no lack of bootlickers. Therefore, you are doing very well there and living a very happy life. You are even called the wisest person in the Central Divine Palace. Just listen to how comfortable this bootlicker is. I guess you must be very happy. This flattery almost makes you float. If someone doesn't know how to behave and says that you are the #1 sage in Heaven Realm, you will definitely be angry because you are not low-key enough. Acting cool in a low-key manner is what your bad taste needs. Am I right? Tongtian Tower's #1 traitor, Central Shrine's #1 sage and Heaven Realm's #1 bootlicker, Senior Dongfeng. The middle-aged scholar's face turned ashen. He had never been so angry in his life. The malicious words of this immature junior in front of him were even more ruthless than a sharp arrow and fiercer than a sharp spear. They were extremely rampant and arrogant, tearing his heart apart. Yu Yang didn't have the self-awareness of angering the scholar to death. He even praised himself, you should be grateful to me. For 10,000 years, no one could understand you. Only I know that you like to flatter. Therefore, I can be considered as your confidant. I understand you. Why do you want to retaliate against Tongtian Tower, the home that is said to have shed blood and tears? Because you are unhappy. You are so outstanding and have spent so much effort to plan for so many years, but no one actually understood you. No one actually flattered you. Everyone thought that you were indifferent to fame and fortune. They all thought that you disliked flattery and fame the most in your life. Who would have thought that they were all wrong? They thought that the East was the one who did not seek fame or wealth, but who would have thought that after waiting for hundreds of years, no one came to flatter you? No one used the vulgar position of the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies to insult your noble character and virtue. They were so wrong. But look at the result. It is very obvious that you, who could not stand the days of flattery and finally could not pretend anymore, turned to the Central Shrine, that kingdom of flattery, and became the #1 sage. Yu Yang said with certainty, a person like you, who wasted hundreds and thousands of years without gaining any flattery, how could you not feel resentment? How could you not want to take revenge? Have you said enough? The middle-aged scholar was so angry that his eyes turned red. Almost, I will say one last sentence. Yu Yang seized the time and added another sentence. Just now you said that you want to take back what originally belonged to you. I agree now. Go to the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. I will send 100 flatterers to flatter you every day. I guarantee that you will be satisfied. If you think that it is not enough and that flattery is not satisfying enough, then I can send more. It doesn't matter even if there are 1,000 or 10,000 flatterers. If there are not so many in Tong Tian Tower, we will try our best to gather them for you. We can find some in the heaven realm. Isn't flattery the specialty of the central shrine? We will go and capture some people from the central shrine. Senior Dongfeng, don't be polite. This is what you deserve. You've successfully angered me. The middle-aged scholar took a deep breath, and his red eyes gradually regained their calmness. He looked at Yu Yang with a cold gaze. Originally, I only wanted to take back the things that belonged to me. But now, I'm sorry to tell you, young man, it's not a smart move to let your emotions affect your decisions and anger a powerful rancor. If you want to be a whore, then don't build a chastity arch. Yu Yang snorted. I don't think there's a need to be polite to a traitor, that's all. The middle-aged scholar did not say anything else. He did not want to use words to fight with Yu Yang because he realized that it was not wise to do so. He had to admit that he was no match for this third young master who he thought he could control in a battle of words. Because this kid's words weren't just a normal level of viciousness. His mouth was sharper than a knife. The middle-aged scholar felt that the best way to deal with such an opponent was to use absolute power to crush him like an ant. Against an opponent who was not any less intelligent than him, absolute power was the best and the final blow. Of course, after some investigation, he already knew what kind of strength and trump cards this young man had. First, it was the unsealed void in Jiao Shao, then it was the ancient demon king and the empress of the Nine Light clan, and even the sun king of the central shrine. All of them were defeated by this Yu clan's third young master one by one. Moreover, this brat had strong support behind him. If he did not have absolute confidence, he would not dare to act rashly. However, he had reached the final step of his plan. No matter how arrogant this brat was, he would not be able to escape from his hands. After all, no matter how abnormal a genius was, he would not be able to win against his 10,000 years of planning and accumulation of power. The middle-aged scholar waved his sleeves lightly. His movement was incomparably elegant. In an instant, the scenery of the world changed. The original forest walls disappeared, the waterfall turned invisible, and the pine trees disappeared. The world was like a dream, constantly changing. Other than Yu Yang and the chess pieces on the stone table in front of him, nothing else existed. The only thing left in the world were the two of them and the many chess pieces scattered around them. The middle-aged scholar reached out to pick up another chess piece. At this moment, he regained his original calm and unruffled attitude, as if the world was in his hands and the pearl of wisdom was in his grasp. He flashed a victorious smile at Yu Yang. If you can beat me in this game of chess, I'll give everything to you. But if you lose, everything you have will cease to exist. On the stone surface, the chess pieces were black and white. Now, the middle-aged scholar was picking up a white chess piece. According to the rules of the game, Yu Yang could only have a black chess piece. When the middle-aged scholar gently placed the white chess piece on the stone surface, he actually reached out and forcefully swept away a corner of the black chess pieces that were originally equal in number on the stone surface. This move swept away more than a dozen of Yu Yang's chess pieces. It was also because of this sweep that Yu Yang's black chess piece turned from a slight disadvantage to an almost irreversible situation. The entire corner of the chessboard was swept away. Damn, what kind of chess are you playing? Yu Yang thought that he was a rascal who played one chess piece at a time. He did not expect that the traitor of Tong Tian Tower was even more rascal. No, this fellow was directly barbaric. One chess piece could eat a corner of the other person's chessboard. He could eat more than a dozen of other people's chess pieces. What kind of F*** rules was this? Chess of heaven and earth. The middle-aged scholar smiled proudly. With heaven and earth as the chessboard, all living things as chess pieces. The winner lives and the loser dies. The hand of God controls all living things with a single thought. Before he finished speaking, the empty sky suddenly changed. More than a dozen images appeared in the sky. Every image represented a scenic area in Tongtian Tower. These areas were scattered all over the floors of Tongtian Tower. There were even 3 in the Soaring Dragon continent. They were Whitestone City where Yu Yang first appeared, Yu Clan Castle and Ivy Academy in Shangjing of Xia Empire. These images were no different from usual. Everything was normal, except that there was an additional golden divine general in the sky that was as bright as the sun. These golden divine generals waited quietly, their eyes seemed to be looking at Yu Yang's direction. The middle-aged scholar waved his hand lightly. They seemed to be able to see the middle-aged scholar issuing an order. They bowed in unison and accepted the order. Then, each of them condensed an incomparably dazzling shockwave and threw the shockwave that could destroy the entire earth towards their targets, Whitestone City, Yu Clan Castle and other buildings. Damn! Yu Yang jumped up when he saw this. He stared at Whitestone City, the Yu Clan Castle, the Ivy Academy and other places being destroyed by the shockwaves of the Golden Divine General's attacks. He stared blankly at those dozen or so areas, instantly turning into ruins amidst the thick smoke and fire. With the destructive power of the Golden Divine General, which was not any weaker than the Sun King's 4 kings, not to mention the 3 areas in the Soaring Dragon continent, even the Demon Abyss Sin City, which had the strongest defense among the dozens of areas, couldn't even hold on for 10 seconds before collapsing. The Demon Abyss rankers who were guarding the area and the energy barrier collapsed under the shockwave. There weren't many who escaped. Most of the warriors from different races, including the commoners, were annihilated by the sudden attack. They were all annihilated by that sudden attack. Even the strong walls, towers, castles, and mountain walls were all in a state of destruction. Most of the buildings had been turned into powder, and nothing on the ground remained. Now Yu Yang understood. No wonder this traitor Dong Feng was so fearless. He had already arranged a sneak attack from the back of Tongtian Tower. What he was playing wasn't chess, but the setup of the battle. This guy might have that kind of inherent skill. On the surface, it looked like he was playing chess, but Dong Feng's every move was connected to his subordinates. Every order, every word, could be executed by his subordinates in a faraway time and space. That's right, this is my inherent skill in chess. The middle-aged scholar didn't deny it. He smiled indifferently and gestured to Yu Yang confidently, under my inherent skill in chess, everything is my chess piece. No matter how strong a warrior is or how intelligent a beast is, everything can't escape from the chessboard of heaven and earth. Under my will, everything is a chess piece. Of course, if you don't have an opponent when you play chess, it would be a boring life. Hence, I decided to give you the qualification to be a chess player. Try this feeling of controlling heaven and earth and using all living things as chess pieces. How is it, little friend? Isn't this feeling pretty good? Pay attention, every move you make now represents your side's response. Once you make your move, you can't go back on it. For the safety of your family and friends, you have to be careful when you play chess. As he spoke, the scene of the attack just now changed. The scene of destruction and the explosion disappeared. Now, what appeared in front of Yu Yang was a scene of a few injured young men surrounding a godlike noble young master. When Yu Yang saw this, his anger was like a volcanic eruption. He forcefully swallowed it back into his chest and withdrew his fist that was about to hit the middle-aged scholar's face. He began to understand that this wasn't a battle that could be settled with fists. If he wanted to win this battle, he must use his willpower and wisdom to overwhelm this traitor of Tongtian Tower who had schemed against him for a long time, the one who was known as the wisest person in the central shrine, Dong Feng. The world in the scene seemed to be right beside him. There was only a layer of transparent glass between them. As if he stretched out his hand lightly. This layer of barrier could be broken. However, Yu Yang didn't do that. He knew that it was useless. If he wanted to really help the young men in the scene who were bathed in blood, the first thing he had to do was to calm down. What the hell is going on? Could it be that this young master has seen a ghost? Fatty Hai, who was in the boundless world, suddenly found a strange scene flashing in the sky above his head. A completely unfamiliar middle-aged scholar was playing chess with a young man whose face was full of anger. That young man was about to go crazy. His eyes were almost spitting fire. As the boss, of course, he knew this young man. However, he rarely saw this young man who didn't get angry easily explode into such a state of anger. As long as he crossed a critical point, he was afraid that the next step would be to completely lose his mind and destroy the world. Father. That young Master Li Ming, who was almost driven to the brink of collapse by Fatty Hai and Yi Kong, was wild with joy. He was so excited that 2 long lines of tears flowed down from his eyes. Facing the middle-aged scholar in the sky, young Master Li Ming respectfully knelt down and kowed out heavily. His voice was choked with tears like a child who had been bullied by others seeing a strong and protective elder appear. Father, I knew that with your wisdom, you wouldn't just sit and do nothing about your child's predicament. I knew that all of this was your plan. I knew that all of this was within your control. This is bad. Different from the excited young Master Li Ming, Yi Kong's heart was as nervous as a devil's hand. What he didn't want to see the most was Yu Yang's anger that was close to going crazy. As long as he lost his mind, everything would be over. The enemy would use this point to coerce him. If Yu Yang was tricked, the consequences would be unimaginable. Tong Tian Tower could be without him, without Fatty Hai, without Shui Tan Lang and Prince of Tian Luo. It could even be without anyone else. But it definitely could not be without this Yu clan's third young master who could create miracles and lead everyone out of depravity. No matter what, at this time, he couldn't fall into a trap and lose his mind. Sister. Zhizun. Your Majesty. Xianxia. Almost at the same time, a few names blurted out at the same time. He knew that Yu Yang was Zhizun's disciple. As long as he heard her name, he would definitely realize the importance of her. Prince of Tian Luo was also anxious. He called out, Your Majesty. Although Your Majesty was a forbidden topic, he couldn't care less at this moment. In order to restore Yu Yang's calmness and reason, as a junior, he risked universal condemnation and called out Xianxia. The last person who called out Xianxia was the barefooted girl who was transformed from a wind-breathed seabird. She knew that Yu Yang was a person who looked selfish on the surface but was actually extremely concerned about his family. Calling out to other people would be effective, but it was definitely not as effective as Xianxia. Unfortunately, Yu Yang could see the anxiety on their faces. He could see them opening their mouths, but he couldn't hear what they were saying. He didn't have the middle-aged scholar's inherent skill, so he couldn't hear through the distant space and time. Even those people and scenes were deliberately shown by the middle-aged scholar. Seems like your friends are very worried about you. Do you want to hear what they are calling you? TSK, it's really touching. The middle-aged scholar purposely covered up their voices. Yu Yang could only see their mouths opening and closing, but he couldn't hear anything at all. I heard it. Yu Yang suddenly regained his senses. His mind was as calm as a celestial being meditating in the forest. He pointed at his heart. I have a heart, I can listen with my heart. This game of chess, I will play with you. Yu Yang took a deep breath and adjusted himself to his best condition. He slowly picked up a chess piece and prepared to put it on the chessboard. No matter how bad the situation was, he had to fight this battle. Not only did he have to go all out, he also had to win. That was the only way. Only then would Tong Tian Tower have a future and truly rise. Any rebirth or reformation in the world would have unbearable pain and immeasurable sacrifices. Not only people, families, countries, even the whole world was the same. If Tong Tian Tower wanted to be reborn and rise again, they had to overcome the obstacle of the central shrine. They had to walk out of the shadow of Heaven Realm's suppression. Although Dongfang, the traitor of Tong Tian Tower, had schemed for 10,000 years, laid out an inescapable net and set up traps, waiting for Tong Tian Tower to fall. But Yu Yang would never allow that to happen. He didn't know what he could do, and he also didn't know if what he was doing was 100% correct. But Yu Yang felt that he had a reason to do this. At least by doing this, he could change himself. He had to change himself first. If everyone in Tong Tian Tower started to change themselves, then he believed that no one, including the temple elder in the central shrine and Dongfang, the traitor of Tong Tian Tower who had schemed for 10,000 years, would be able to defeat the people of Tong Tian Tower who were united as one. The large-scale invasion of the Heaven Realm army was not so much a destructive disaster, but rather a tribulation of destruction and reconstruction. Only by walking out from the depravity and defeating the strong enemy. Only then would they be able to hold their heads high and become a competent person of Tong Tian Tower again. Only then would they be qualified to regain the glory of their ancestors. You will definitely lose this game. Just like Zhang Feng that year, you will be utterly defeated. The middle-aged scholar smiled confidently. I am not prison emperor Zhang Feng. Yu Yang snorted coldly. You are indeed not him. You are even worse than him. The middle-aged scholar laughed out loud. In terms of cunning, you are better than him. But in other aspects, you can't compare to Zhang Feng at all. No, with your current strength and mentality, it can be said that you are far inferior to Zhang Feng. If it wasn't for Fei Wenli supporting you from behind, you would have been beaten to a pulp by the Sun King long ago. You wouldn't even be able to get past the 9 Light Clan's Empress. What right do you have to strut around in front of us seniors? Junior, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. After the middle-aged scholar finished speaking, he gently waved his cloud-like sleeves. The image in the sky did not disappear. Fatty Hai, Yi Kong, Shui Tan Lang and the others were still there, but there was another light spot outside the screen. It was brighter than the stars, and it was falling at a high speed. In the beginning, it was still very, very far away from the starry sky. However, in less than a few seconds, an aura that was even fiercer than a shooting star from the heavens pressed down on the entire area. A cluster of light with raging flames whizzed down from the sky. Boom, there was a loud noise. Muddy smoke rose thousands of meters into the air, forming an extremely magnificent mushroom-shaped cloud of explosion. The terrifying shockwave instantly engulfed the entire vast land. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, and the others couldn't even maintain their standing posture and fell to the ground one after another. They were tossed up and down by the shockwave, looking very miserable. The Li brothers tacitly worked together and nailed their legs into the ground. However, the entire rock under their feet cracked and exploded, sending the two of them flying thousands of meters away. Even the extremely strong young Master Li Ming couldn't help but fall back due to the impact. Even with the protection of her treasure, she still spun a dozen times in the sky before barely avoiding the impact and landing safely. The only one who could stand on both feet was Shui Tan Lang. He sealed the entire space around him with extreme cold ice. Even so, even with the full strength of the storm giant, Shui Tan Lang was still pushed 100 meters away by the shockwave. Under his feet, the deepest part of the tunnel was more than half a meter deep. It was gradually slowing down, but it still looked shocking. It appeared in front of Shui Tan Lang. This was caused by his feet being forcefully pushed by the shockwave when he tried to resist. Prince of Tian Luo and the barefooted girl who evolved from the wind-breast seabird were doing the same thing as Shui Tan Lang. Prince of Tian Luo and the wind-breast seabird didn't have a strong resistance like Shui Tan Lang. The two of them were sent flying by the shockwave. They fell deeply into the rock wall, leaving a huge human shape. The barefooted girl that the wind-breast seabird had transformed into was still alright, because at the last moment, Fatty Hai had disregarded his own safety and acted as a meat shield, blocking her from behind. Although he was slightly injured, most of the impact had been absorbed by Fatty Hai's fat. Prince of Tian Luo, who had suffered the entire shockwave alone, fell into the rock wall. His spine and the bones in his arms were almost broken. Blood flowed out of his mouth and red lines continuously flowed down the corner of his mouth, making the usually elegant and calm prince look extremely embarrassed. You will definitely lose in this game of chess. The middle-aged scholar gently picked up a white chess piece and confidently slapped it on the stone surface. He declared like a prophet, every step you took was within my calculations. Every step you took, you were destined to fail. His chess piece was placed beside Yu Yang's chess piece. If he didn't make this move, then the chess pieces on the chessboard would look fine. However, with this move, Yu Yang immediately had a feeling that not only the chess piece beside the white chess piece, but the whole chessboard would also collapse. This was a move that would cause the whole situation to collapse. The opponent had placed it before Yu Yang and placed it at the most critical point. Yu Yang's expression changed. Of course, the main reason why he was shocked was not because of the chessboard on the stone surface, but because of the change in the scene. There was no need to guess anymore. Yu Yang could clearly understand the chess talent of this traitor of Tong Tian Tower, Dong Feng, in front of him. This kind of talent could change the whole situation according to the master's plan. As long as the player placed a chess piece with his chess talent, then the whole situation would also obtain a prearranged advantage. After a game of chess, the winner would win everything, no matter if it was the situation or the duel. The loser would lose everything, even their reputation would be ruined and they would die on the spot. This was not a normal game of chess. It was a duel. A duel where everyone was placed on the chessboard and everything in the world was turned into chess pieces, including the lives of the two players. Although I can continue to place my chess pieces until you are in despair, in order not to let others talk about me, I will let you have this chance. Junior, don't say that I, as a senior, am bullying you. Now, I will give you a fair chance to play chess. Didn't you say that you are very smart? Come on, go on, use all your hidden strength. For example, that Fei Wenli who is supporting you from behind, that arrogant conquest queen who is determined to sweep the heaven realm. Why don't you let her come out and reverse the situation for you? The middle-aged scholar suggested to Yu Yang with victory in his hands. It was as if the conquest queen, who had once made the heaven realm rankers tremble in fear, was not a threat at all in his eyes. Yu Yang did not immediately make his move. Instead, he stared blankly at the new changes in the scene. In the vast land, in front of Fatty Hai and the others, a tall golden man, whose body was emitting the light of the sun, slowly appeared from the mud and smoke. He first casually threw a skinny shadow in his hand forward, then casually raised his wrist, stretched his 5 fingers, and gently closed them. The mushroom-shaped explosion cloud that rose to a height of 1,000 meters quickly shrank, as if it was being swallowed by a black hole. Under the will of the golden man who emitted the light of the sun, it shrank and condensed into a ball. Moreover, it slowly rotated in the air, like a small star, floating above the golden man's palm. Facing the shocked gazes of Yi Kong and Xue Tanlang, the tall man's cold golden eyes revealed a kind of inhuman contempt. Ants, I am the Sun General of the 18 divine generals under the first Palace Lord. Killing you little insects is not my job at all. However, because of the first Palace Lord's orders, I have no choice but to make a trip. I hope that you will do your best and resist a little more fiercely. Don't let me kill you too easily. If that is the case, it would be too boring. The skinny black shadow that was thrown to the ground by the tall man who claimed to be the Sun General. When Yi Kong and the others saw this, they rushed over in horror. Because that was the old fox who was hiding outside the meteor shower sea of Tong Tian Tower. Unexpectedly, he was caught by the Sun General when he was waiting outside. Moreover, he was caught in this vast land that could not be entered once the duel started. I'm fine, cough cough. The old fox coughed painfully. A large part of his chest had been broken by the enemy. His ribs were broken and his heart and lungs had turned into a sea of blood. Every time he coughed, a large amount of blood would fly out from his mouth and nose. Although he was in extreme pain, as a teacher, the old fox still reported the first information to his disciples. Be careful, there are 2 of them, cough cough, 2 people. The Sun General is not interested in participating in the battle of ants like you. If it was not for the first Palace Lord's personal order, I would not have come here to kill you little insects. Hunting the powerhouses of Tong Tian Tower, such as Tian Luan, Qian Yi, and Wu Sei, who are hiding like turtles, is our official job. The Sun Divine General waved his hand carelessly and didn't even look at young Master Li Ming, who was pleasantly surprised. Both of them were radiating a brilliant light and were as dazzling as a small sun. However, the difference between young Master Li Ming and this divine Sun General was not just a little big. If young Master Li Ming was a ball of fire in the darkness, then the Sun General was a burning volcano. He held his head up arrogantly, ignoring the gazes of Yi Kong and Xue Tanlang. The Sun General stretched out a finger. Come at me together. I only need 1 finger to crush you into powder. Ants, do your best. However, there won't be a second result. In the following period of time, all of you will be begging for mercy from this immortal general while howling in grief. Because, you will soon find out that death, for ants like you, is simply a luxury. Damn it, Yu Yang was so angry that his navel almost became crooked. He had seen many arrogant fellows, but he had never seen such an arrogant fellow in his life. If Yu Yang was here, he would definitely beat this Sun General into a pig's head. Who asked you to act tough in front of me? Palace Lord Guangzhonghua and Jiwuri were also like grandsons in front of me. Even the Sun King was almost beaten to tears by me. Who the hell do you think you are? Unfortunately, Yu Yang was so angry that he could not rush to the scene. He could only watch Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, and the others being bullied by the Sun General. Now, I will give you a chance to make your move. The middle-aged scholar smiled brightly. Aren't you the best at reversing the situation? Show me how you reverse the situation. Come, don't be polite and make your move. Aren't you the most protective of your brothers? Aren't you the most loyal? Quickly save your brothers, they are about to be crushed to death by my subordinates. Yu Yang picked up the chess piece. He wanted to place it on the stone surface, but he was surprised to find that his hand was unable to place the chess piece on the board that needed saving the most. What was going on? Why was it that he, who had the sovereign's will, was unable to break out of this chess game and stand up? The most terrifying thing was that he, who had the sovereign's will, was unable to participate in this game. Was it even impossible for him to participate? Could it be that Dong Feng, the traitor of Tong Tian Tower, had already reached the god level and comprehended the eternity of chess? Ha ha ha. The middle-aged scholar looked up to the sky and laughed. He shook his head at the surprised Yu Yang. Do you understand now? Junior, without my permission, you don't even have the right to play chess. You don't even have the right to compete with me. At best, you are just a pitiful chess piece that is controlled by others. After he finished mocking Chu Yang, he waved his hand in a carefree manner. This indicated that he had agreed, and Yu Yang could now play chess. However, Yu Yang was still unable to play chess as he pleased. This was because he found that although the power of the rules had loosened a lot, there were still many inexplicable rules binding it. He wanted to go down, but he still couldn't reach the stone surface. The middle-aged scholar laughed again. Junior, let me teach you for free again. To play chess, you must have chess pieces. In other words, you must have the ability to compete with me. Without any proof, without any cards in your hands, how can you make a move? Similarly, without any chess pieces in your hands, how can you make a move out of thin air? Listen carefully, from now on, every move you make must be made with the chess pieces in your hands. No, it should be said that your friends and relatives, or those fanatical supporters. You must use their lives as chess pieces to compete with me. Only then can you have the right to compete with me. Must I use the lives of my friends and relatives as a wager? Must I use everything I have in order to convert them into chess pieces in my hands? If I make a careless move, then the consequences. Just as Yu Yang was hesitating, the image transmitted from the transparent world changed again. While Yi Kong and Xue Tanlang were charging forward bravely, the Sun God General stretched out his hand unhurriedly. His 5 fingers opened and closed, condensing a ball of golden energy that was comparable to a small sun. The golden energy ball was gently projected onto the ground and instantly sank into the ground. Xue Tanlang and the others charged forward. The fist had yet to hit the Divine Sun General's face. Beneath his feet, a terrifying explosion occurred. Soil, rocks, and everything else were turned into nothingness in the explosion, directly turning into ashes. The space was also shattered. The distorted space cracks were like the mouth of a primordial monster, desperately swallowing everything around it. Xue Tanlang's reaction was the fastest. He retracted his fist that was aimed at the Sun God General and used it to protect his face. His legs spun like a whirlwind, sending the Li brothers and Prince of Tianluo flying. The Li brothers and Prince of Tianluo successfully escaped, but Xue Tanlang was completely exposed at the center of the explosion. The twisted space-time rift was like a monster that swallowed him whole. Xue Tanlang could not resist at all. Like a normal person sinking into quicksand, he gradually disappeared. That kind of space-time black hole that was completely unaffected by external forces, no matter how one struggled, it would be of no use. Just as Xue Tanlang was trapped forever in the endless void, Fatty Hai, who was heavily injured and on the verge of death, suddenly rushed over like a madman. His hands forcefully pulled at the continuously closing space-time rift. With his current level and strength, trying to stop the space-time rift from closing was undoubtedly a foolish move. However, even though Fatty Hai knew this, he still overestimated himself and made a move, vowing to save Xue Tanlang from the endless void. Scram! Shui Tanlang was an ice-cold man who was not good with words. Although Fatty Hai's actions moved him, he knew that doing so was the most foolish and undesirable thing to do. He hoped to be rescued, but he definitely did not want to implicate another comrade because of himself. The result of doing so would only cause Fatty Hai to follow in his footsteps. Bullshit, this young master is your boss. Fatty Hai's veins bulged all over his body, his face distorted and sinister. His eyes were like copper bells as he stared at Shui Tanlang. His bloody mouth choked out a sentence with difficulty. As your boss, I naturally have to protect you, brat. Shui Tanlang had never acknowledged Fatty Hai as his boss, nor did he think that there was anything about Fatty Hai that made him a boss. However, the current him did not open his mouth to refute. Although Fatty Hai was not the boss, it was undeniable that sometimes, this foodie could really do things that only a boss could do. For example, this kind of overconfident rescue. Although his ability was a little weak, it was still a little touching. Shui Tanlang felt that his entire body, including his mind, should have maintained absolute coldness, but now, why did he feel that his eyes were a little hot? Seeing Fatty Hai's ferocious face, like a mountain of flesh demon king, Shui Tanlang's icy heart melted a lot, and his fighting spirit erupted again. Young Master Li Ming threw a golden short spear. The quasi-holy treasure with the name Thorn Dragon pierced through the air with an unstoppable force. Fatty Hai could not dodge at all. He did not even see young Master Li Ming's sneak attack, and was still trying his best to save Shui Tanlang. A tall and skinny figure with a body as hard as steel flashed and blocked Fatty Hai's back. The golden spear forcefully drilled into the shadow's closed palms, bit by bit but unstoppably penetrating, bringing with it countless pieces of flesh and blood. In the end, it pierced deeply into the shadow's chest, coming out through his back. The tip of the golden short spear stopped when it was about to pierce Fatty Hai's back. This was because the figure's bloody hands had already firmly grasped the end of the spear. It was Yi Kong. It was this man who acted more than he spoke, this trustworthy teammate, who used his skinny body to forcefully block young Master Li Ming's fatal attack. The barefooted girl transformed by the wind-breath seabird flew over Yi Kong and Fatty Hai's heads like lightning. She looked down from above, her body hanging upside down. She stretched out her slender hand and grabbed Shui Tanlang, who was trapped in the endless void. In the blink of an eye, she grabbed Shui Tanlang's cool-looking hair and pulled him out from the endless void in one fell swoop. Young Master Li Ming laughed coldly. Her hands flashed with golden light. Dozens, almost 100 golden arrows shot towards Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, Shui Tanlang, and the wind-breath seabird like raindrops. This time, there was no need for Yi Kong to block the arrows again. Two figures had already rushed forward to block them. The golden arrows had nailed the two of them like porcupines. Other than their hands protecting their faces, their bodies were covered with cuts and bruises, as if they had become two human-shaped arrow mounds. The two of them were obviously the Li brothers who had tacitly come back to help. Not only the Li brothers, Prince of Tianluo also shot two fire chains from afar. One wrapped around the waist of the wind-breath seabird, while the other slid close to the ground and wrapped around Yi Kong's right leg. Yi Kong turned around and kicked Fatty Hai's butt. Then, he borrowed the force and shot out. He opened his arms and hugged the Li brothers who were like porcupines. Then, he retreated out of young Master Li Ming's attack range as Prince of Tianluo retracted the chain. The wind-breath seabird was still grabbing Shui Tanlang's hair. It was too late to grab onto the point of impact. It hooked onto Fatty Hai's big mouth. Its pink toes turned into bird claws and grabbed onto Fatty Hai's tongue and teeth, bringing this incomparably clumsy fellow to escape together with it. Behind them, the space-time crack instantly closed up. Fatty Hai slightly plump but was chopped off by the crack. If they were 1/100th of a second slower, Fatty Hai's entire lower body would have disappeared into the endless void. Hurry up and make your move. Your friends can't hold on any longer. Although the sun is only a divine general, and his strength is only in the top 10 among the 18 divine generals, your friends are really pitifully weak. They can't even take one move from him. The middle-aged scholar looked at Yu Yang in an extremely good mood, maintaining a warm smile on his face. You clan's third young master, don't tell me that you can't even overcome such a small difficulty. If that's really the case, then I'll be too disappointed. I really want to treat you as my mortal enemy. What are you talking about? I've already said that I'll play this game with you till the end. Yu Yang angrily stretched out his hand and slapped a black chess piece on the stone surface. This time, he didn't move at all. It wasn't the place that needed help the most in the chess situation. In fact, it wasn't even nearby. Yu Yang did this casually, without any restriction or influence. He did it according to his heart, casually placing it in a blank space that even the middle-aged scholar could not guess. This move of chess, if one didn't consider the overall situation and only relied on this one move, the free and easy momentum was like a flying immortal from the heavens. The ingenuity of the artistic conception to break the game was like an antelope hanging its horns, completely beyond the middle-aged scholar's expectations. The middle-aged scholar would never have dreamt that Yu Yang would do something like this and take such a step. He couldn't understand at all. Why was this? Such a move seemed to be harmful to the overall situation. Not only did this move not save the chess game that was needed the most, but it also seemed to be an insignificant move in an insignificant blank space. Oh? The middle-aged scholar fell into deep thought for a while. He still couldn't figure out whether Yu Yang deliberately placed a chess piece to deliberately disrupt his thinking, or if it was a special move. If it was intentional, then what was his intention in taking this step? What effect would it have on the overall situation of the chess game? Yu Yang was definitely not an impulsive fool. The chess game was related to life and death, it was related to the survival of Tongtian Tower. No matter how impulsive this brat was, he wouldn't act recklessly. There must be a deeper meaning behind this move. The middle-aged scholar fell into deep thought. The scene from the transparent world changed again. In the vast land, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, Shui Tan Lang and the others no longer had the strength to resist the Divine Sun General who possessed overwhelming power and young Master Li Ming who was ambushing them from the side. Even if they wanted to protect themselves, they would still be in danger. As their teacher, the old cunning fox who researched teleportation and strategy, what was he doing now? Ever since he came in, the old cunning fox looked at Yu Yang who was playing chess with the middle-aged scholar in the sky. He stood stooped and held his staff. Even though Shui Tan Lang and the others were in danger, he didn't get distracted and focused on Yu Yang. Until Yu Yang made up his mind, picked up a chess piece and slammed it on the chessboard. Only then did the old cunning fox let out a sigh of relief and relaxed his whole body. He slowly summoned his gold grimoire and took out a meticulous spore from the space inside the grimoire. He carefully planted it on the ground in front of him. The Divine Sun General and young Master Li Ming were watching. They didn't understand what this old fellow who was on the verge of death was trying to do. The spore was planted in the ground. Very quickly. It grew and grew. It turned into a small and weak thorny flower. Like a normal plant, it sprouted out of the ground. If it wasn't for the protection of the gold grimoire's energy barrier, young Master Li Ming reckoned that if he accidentally sneezed, that pitifully weak thorny flower would be uprooted, blown away, or even smashed into smithereens. Ha ha ha, are you muddle-headed? You actually used a mere thorny flower to start a battle? Ah ha ha ha, my god, this kind of weak thorny flower can only be found in the countryside like Tongtian Tower. If it was in the heaven realm, this kind of pitiful thorny flower wouldn't even live for a day. No, it wouldn't even live for a second. You want to use the thorny flower to attack me and the Divine Sun General? I have to say, you are really a genius old man with wisdom as vast as the sea. You really deserve to be called an old cunning fox. I was almost fooled by you, just a little bit more. Young Master Li Ming laughed until tears flowed down her cheeks. Boring, this Divine General has wasted too much time on you guys. This is simply a waste of my life. The Divine Sun General was speechless. He decided that with his next move, he would completely erase all these stupid Tongtian Tower warriors and turn them into ashes forever. Even their souls wouldn't be left. Thorny flower? Different from them, the middle-aged scholar facing Yu Yang frowned. What do I want to say? Any kind of beast has its own special characteristics and abilities. There are no useless beasts in this world, only arrogant stupidity and self-righteous ignorance. Thorny flower is not a weak beast. It has never been. If you guys knew that it has special abilities such as spore and division, you shouldn't have spoken so carelessly. The old cunning fox advised very sincerely. Unfortunately, young Master Li Ming and the Divine Sun General didn't appreciate it at all. You scared me to death. Young Master Li Ming laughed crazily. Is the thorny flower such a scary beast? It really scared me to death. Wah, such a scary beast appeared on the battlefield. What should I do? Kneel down and kowtow to beg for mercy? Ahahaha. Old man who only knows how to scare people. You can go and die now. The Divine Sun General decided not to waste his breath. He stretched out his golden right hand. Ready in the next second. The old cunning fox, Yi Kong, and the others in front of him were all turned into ashes. However, in the second before he made his move, a ray of divine light soared into the sky from that weak thorny flower. Then, it scattered into flower petals that filled the sky and fell like snow. The fragrance enveloped the whole place. The whole vast land instantly turned into a green grassland. Countless fresh flowers drilled out of the ground and grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, they bloomed. Hundreds of flowers bloomed. The vast land that had been like a wasteland a moment ago had instantly turned into a field of fresh flowers that had returned to the land in spring. When the middle-aged scholar facing Yu Yang saw this, his expression changed. Young Master Li Ming and the Divine Sun General were stunned in disbelief. What had actually happened? At this time, they were still confused. In the sky, a huge flower floated down. It bloomed. It was so beautiful that no words in the world could describe the relaxation of life, the vitality of nature. Fatty Hai and the others were instantly intoxicated. They stared blankly at this scene, not knowing how to react. Compared to them, young Master Li Ming and the Sun God General were not much better. Although they were not as exaggerated as Fatty Hai, their minds were still in a daze. In a few short seconds, their minds were blank. They only knew how to look at the beautiful scenery in front of them, forgetting to attack or defend. Amidst the thousands of beautiful lights, a cute little loli jumped out. Her body was covered with a flowery robe that looked like pink petals. In this world, no one else looked the same except her. Rainbows revolved around her like ribbons. Her bare feet were like jade. When she stepped on the ground, fresh flowers bloomed on the ground, as if the spirit of the earth was afraid that the dirty ground would dirty her lotus-like feet. Her small hand that was like a snow lotus root wore a fine silver bracelet on her wrist. Besides a mysterious spirit pearl inlaid on each of the bracelets, there were also 3 small bells. As they danced, a clear sound entered one's ears, causing one to be leisurely and forget about the world. The most breathtaking thing about her was that she was so exquisite that it was not something a human woman could have. Although she was still a little lowly and had not fully grown up, it was still enough to make people's hearts stop, and make people's souls willingly sink into it. On top of this little loli's head, other than a strand of extremely naughty red fruit on her forehead, there were also 3 peerlessly beautiful flowers on top of it. These 3 flowers were of different sizes and were special and mysterious. They were not something that could be found in the secular world. No one could recognize the origin of the flowers, no one could understand the language of the flowers, and no one could understand the meaning of the flowers. The 3 flowers each had their own detailed undulations, and the energy expanded circle after circle of light. It was not a domain, but it was more powerful than a warrior's domain, this. This was the image of a flower goddess that appeared when Duo walked in the world. Of course, her real body was not this little loli's flower goddess form. It was just that she was not willing to show her flower goddess real body outside of the grimoire world. Even in front of her master, Yu Yang, she would often come out in this kind of cute appearance, so that she could act coquettishly towards him. Duo, it's really you. Big brother Hai missed you so much. Fatty Hai wiped his drooling mouth and ran towards Duo with wild joy. You're courting death. Yi Kong immediately rewarded him with a flying kick, sending this damn fatty who wanted to hug and take advantage of him flying 10,000 meters away. Even Prince Tian Luo, who was the least easily angered, couldn't stand this wretched fatty. A chain of fire pulled him back. Yi Kong and the Li clan brothers immediately surrounded him and gave him a good beating. This was probably a fat cockroach that had turned into a damned fatty. He really couldn't skip a day of beating. If he skipped a day of beating, he reckoned that his whole body would itch. Moreover, this damned fatty's vitality was so tenacious. Other than his thick skin and fat all over his body, it was probably because he had been through a lot of fighting. While the fight was going on, Duo was nodding her head in greeting to the old fox. The old fox hurriedly returned the greeting. If it was before, when Duo was Yu Yang's guardian beast, he could still accept her greeting as a teacher. But now, Duo had already leveled up to become the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Empress, or even higher. How could the old fox dare to accept her greeting in such an ostentatious manner? If this news were to spread, it would be strange if he didn't become the laughingstock of the entire Tongtian Tower. Not only did the old fox respectfully return the greeting, even the barefooted girl that had transformed from the wind-breast seabird also hurriedly bowed deeply, showing her utmost respect to the one and only flower goddess in this world. She was not an old fox. As an intelligent beast, she was more sensitive to the existence of the god realm. If they didn't know each other long ago, she wouldn't dare to be so rude. Normal beasts would already kneel when they saw a divine beast, let alone a divine beast that had advanced to the god realm. Duo appeared in the world in this Lolita form and had completely suppressed her coercion. If she released even 1% of her coercion, not to mention the dumbfounded young Master Li Ming, even that arrogant divine sun general would wet his pants on the spot. What did a mere divine general count for? In the outer mountain, when the mysterious true god realm person appeared, other than Deicide, even Black Day and the other god rankers also kneeled down. This is the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen? The middle-aged scholar standing opposite Yu Yang cried out involuntarily. Immediately, he shook his head with a solemn expression. After a long time, he reluctantly said, God realm, this is already the flower goddess. This is simply impossible. She is your guardian beast. Even if you contracted a grimoire the moment you were born, how many years did you have? How did you raise her? How could she level up to the god realm? No, this is absolutely impossible. Above her head, there is still the 3 flowers gathered at one's prominence. This is the embodiment of the Eastern Immortal Tribe's unique cultivation realm. She can't possibly have this realm. Yu Yang didn't answer. The truth was in front of him. Even if others questioned it, it couldn't change the truth. Regarding Duo leveling up to the god realm, he knew about it. But what was the 3 flowers gathered at one's prominence realm? He didn't know whether it was taught by the Qilin girl Bing Yin, or passed down by the Phoenix sisters, or the guidance of the mysterious sword goddess. Duo didn't want to say, so he didn't ask. This might be a little secret that was inconvenient to share. Everyone had their own secrets. If Duo wanted to say it, she could say it. She would naturally tell him. And not only him, in the grimoire world, no one asked. Even the mischievous Bao Er, who was so curious that she almost exploded, was no exception. Duo did not attack young Master Li Ming or the Sun General. Enemies of this level. They were not worthy of her, a flower goddess, to attack. If Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, Shui Tan Lang and the others were not Yu Yang's good friends, and the old fox, Shui Dong Lu, was Yu Yang's mentor, she would not have come in person. At most, she would have sent a thorny flower clone to swallow these small characters in one bite. Because the enemy had set up a trap in front of us, Duo had to rush out to help Sister Wu Xia and the others clean up the intruders. She couldn't stay for too long. Duo nodded slightly towards the old fox. Under the gaze of Yi Kong, Shui Tan Lang and the others, she showed a bright smile and made a decision, so, I'll leave these 2 enemies to you guys. Don't worry. Your brother Hai can beat that young Master Li Ming up with just 1 punch. There's no need for Sister Duo to attack. You just need to clap and cheer for us. Fatty Hai, who had been beaten into a pig's head, jumped up and crossed his arms, making a look at my muscles gesture. Will you die if you don't brag? The barefooted girl transformed from the wind-breast seabird pulled Fatty Hai's ear and made a circular motion. Would you forget the pain if I don't teach you some family discipline? It hurts, my ear is going to fall off. Fatty Hai screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Young Master Li Ming and the Sun General looked at each other. If Duo wanted to attack, the 2 of them would inevitably feel uncertain. After all, Duo's performance was too shocking, far beyond their imagination. Although they had heard of the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen's terrifying fighting power, they had never fought against her before. They didn't know if the rumors were true or false. Looking at the imposing manner of her appearance, let alone young Master Li Ming, even the arrogant Sun General wouldn't be willing to fight against Duo. However, when they heard that she wouldn't attack and let that damn fatty and the others fight, young Master Li Ming and the Sun General were secretly happy. Wasn't this just delivering food to them? Even if they wanted to be abused, they wouldn't do this. Even at this moment, the Sun General had some doubts. That was, the legendary Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen didn't have any attack power at all. Maybe it was her defense or healing abilities. In any case, if she didn't attack, it could prove that this Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen who looked like a little girl didn't have any fighting power. Or maybe she hadn't even grown up and was still in her infancy. What a joke. Do you think you can scare people with a sky full of flower petals? The Sun General looked disdainful, but he was actually vigilant. After all, the invisible pressure emitted from Duo made him secretly feel cold. Although the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen's power had not been heard of for thousands of years, there had been rumors of this kind of 10,000 flower queen since tens of thousands of years ago. Meeting a Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen, even if she was in her infancy, was not an opponent that could be underestimated. Luckily, this Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen was very proud and announced that she wouldn't attack. Furthermore, the Great Hall Master was watching the battle. Otherwise, he would have to consider retreating to protect himself. In my name, I bestow upon you the power of the ancient forest. Duo's little hand lightly tapped and a few green dots of light entered Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, and Xue Tanling's bodies. Yi Kong and the others didn't show any change on their faces. However, at this moment, they felt a kind of divine power in their bodies that could allow them to stand forever and continuously absorb the energy of the earth to recover. If not for the fact that there was only one heart of earth in the world, they would have thought that they had obtained a man's heart of earth. Although this kind of divine power in the form of the ancient forest only existed a little. Furthermore, it was only a temporary effect. However, this was already enough for Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, and the others to transform into Ultraman. Actually, the power of the ancient forest was not limited to these 2 points. There were still many other powers. With Fatty Hai and the others' current realm, how could they detect all of them? Only Duo and Yubing could truly grasp it. Moreover, they didn't have the time or leisure to sense it. What they needed to do now was to become roaring berserkers. Each and every one of them were like mad hungry wolves, charging towards young Master Li Ming and the Sun General. Especially Fatty Hai, who had been beaten up miserably, he took the lead. With a face full of lewd smiles, he rushed towards young Master Li Ming. His words were as if he had seen his brother from the same shop. "My dear, your Uncle Hai is here. Are your chrysanthemums itching to the point of death? Don't worry, your Uncle Hai will immediately satisfy you." Exploding head hammer. Just as Fatty Hai rushed towards him, young Master Li Ming took a step back and stepped on the ground. Unknowingly, the trap that had been lying in ambush under his feet suddenly activated. Just like a mouse trap, a huge mace covered with wolf fangs, with a diameter of 5 meters, appeared. It looked like a towering tree that had been chopped down, but its direction was the exact opposite. It bounced out from the trap on the ground, smashing towards Fatty Hai, who was shouting as he charged into the attack range. Rumble, the wolf fang hammer, which had a diameter of 5 meters, directly nailed Fatty Hai into the rock. If it wasn't for Yi Kong and the Li brothers retreating quickly, they would have suffered the same fate. Idiot, don't think that I only have offensive treasures. No matter if it's attack, defense, or control, I don't lack anything. In fact, I have enough treasures to easily kill you all. Young Master Li Ming laughed coldly. His face regained confidence and even pride. If not for his father, young Master Li Ming would have escaped long ago. However, it was completely different now. His father was here. With his great wisdom and his talent in chess, no one could turn the tide of the battle. Even the Yu clan's third young master, Yu Tai Tan, who was known as the miracle of Tong Tian Tower, could not do it. Young Master Li Ming's wavering willpower was now 100% restored. He believed that his father would not abandon him. He also believed that the enemy's resistance would be futile. He had seen too much. No matter what kind of enemy they were in the heaven realm, as long as they went against his father, there would not be a second ending. The precious treasures that he had prepared to protect his life could all be used now. Because with his father here, there was no need to keep the treasures. As long as he won this battle, he would definitely obtain more treasures. He might even obtain the ancient treasures from the gods' ruins. Of course, young Master Li Ming also wanted to perform well in front of his father. That golden-crowned thorny flower queen who had suddenly descended, young Master Li Ming knew that she was no match for her. However, this was not important. The golden-crowned thorny flower queen was the Sun Divine General's opponent. Furthermore, even if the Sun Divine General was defeated, there was still her father who had schemed and arranged everything. As long as one's Go talent begins, everything in the world will become a chess piece, and nothing will be able to escape from Lord Father's control. This is the inevitable result. When the Divine Sun General saw that young Master Li Ming had used the exploding head hammer to smash Fatty Hai into the ground, his expression relaxed a little. However, he still couldn't be careless. After all, there was still a golden-crowned thorny flower queen in her infancy. "Fatty, you're not dead yet, right?" Yi Kong seemed to have heard the sound of a groundhog digging underground. "You're the one who's dead. You don't even know how spirited your Uncle Hai is." A vulgar voice came from underground. It was Fatty Hai. Then, a strange phenomenon appeared on the ground. The wolf fang hammer that was originally smashed deep into the ground suddenly trembled slightly. Then, inch by inch, it left the ground and rose upwards. When it was a foot high, everyone saw Fatty Hai, whose head was covered in mud, using both of his hands to lift it up. Under young Master Li Ming's dumbfounded gaze, Fatty Hai crawled out while panting heavily. If he wasn't carrying the wolf fang hammer, it would be shocking enough. After all, he had been smashed to the face by a heavy blow. If he didn't die, he would already be considered a super cockroach. Fatty Hai forcibly lifted the wolf fang hammer with both of his hands. Under his unimaginable strength, the wolf fang hammer that was originally used as a lever, a steel lever with a diameter of half a meter, let out a series of bone-chilling screeches. It twisted and changed shape. In the end, amidst bursts of green smoke and strange noises, the thick steel lever exploded and broke like a fried dough twist with a bang. Fatty Hai casually threw the wolf fang hammer on the ground as if he was throwing away a toothpick. The incomparably heavy wolf fang hammer smashed into the ground with a loud thud, creating a huge pit, half of it sinking into the mud. "That's impossible." Young Master Li Ming was dumbfounded. This reverse hammer trap was a gold-ranked control-type treasure. Forget about a fatty, even if it was a giant mammoth, a deep-sea rock tortoise, or even a heaven-ranked level 5 heaven realm ranker, if they were to be hit by this reverse hammer trap, they would be heavily injured. Even if it wasn't fatal, it shouldn't be unscathed, right? Look at Fatty Hai again. Apart from being covered in dirt and grime, not even a single hair on his head was injured. How could this be possible? The Divine Sun General's expression became a little solemn. Although this kind of brute force attack was nothing to him, he noticed that the fatty's defense had indeed improved by 10,000 times. Could it be that the ancient forest's blessing was really that powerful? In comparison, the traitor of Tong Tian Tower who was playing chess with Yu Yang, the great hall master of the central shrine who was known as the wisest person in the central shrine, Dong Feng who appeared as a middle-aged scholar. His expression was very bad at this moment. Divine power, if he still had a glimmer of hope just now, it was now gone. This was definitely the divine power blessing. It was an indisputable divine power. Moreover, it was a divine power blessing that could only be used by a god-ranked ranker with a super strong godhead. To be able to do this, it was definitely not an ordinary god. Yu Yang's expression was different from his. It was as bright as a clear blue sky. He was also in a very good mood. His face was full of smiles. "Siege hammer." Young Master Li Ming waved his hand again. A battering ram with a silver sheep head and a copper body rushed out from under Fatty Hai's feet. With a dong sound, it smashed into Fatty Hai's chest. With the impact of this siege hammer, there were probably no city gates or walls in this world that could stop its impact. Let alone a human's body, even a small mountain or a cliff would instantly have a huge hole under its fierce impact. Young Master Li Ming thought that Fatty Hai would be shot into the sky like a meteor, then fly 10,000 meters away like a kite with a broken string before crashing heavily on the ground. His whole body was fractured, his chest collapsed, blood flowed out from all his orifices, and he was on the verge of death. In the end, he couldn't be saved and died. This was a normal result. Unfortunately, What Fatty Hai saw now was that the battering ram that could split mountains and break rocks was bounced up high into the sky. The pure copper body that was a meter in diameter spun in the sky, and finally, the silver goat bull fell down and landed in front of Fatty Hai with a bang. And that damn Fatty who was supposed to be smashed to pieces and was destined to die. However, he didn't move an inch. "Fatty, how do you feel?" Yikong looked at the silent Fatty Hai and wondered if he had become stupid from the impact. "It hurts a lot." Fatty Hai rubbed his chest and gave a standard answer at the same time, "It feels like a mosquito bite." This guy's pretentious words were simply outrageous. In the end, even the elegant Prince of Tianluo couldn't help but burst out, "Young master, can I use vulgarities?" Yikong and the Li brothers laughed loudly when they heard this. Young Master Li Ming couldn't laugh. This was because Fatty Hai was approaching them step by step. He was neither fast nor slow, neither too fast nor too slow. No matter what treasure young Master Li Ming used, no matter how he attacked or defended, it was of no use. This damn Fatty was as firm as a bronze statue. No, he was 100 times stronger than a bronze statue. No matter what kind of attack he received, his small body could still stand up straight. No matter how big his injuries were, he would recover in the blink of an eye. The despairing young Master Li Ming looked at his father who was outside the transparent world. However, he was even more despairing to find out that his father, who had everything in his grasp, was actually thinking hard and did not care about him at all. Young Master Li Ming screamed, "Father, save me, don't treat me like an abandoned chess piece, I am your son, please don't do that, I don't want to be abandoned. Don't cry, be strong, you are not a child anymore." Fatty Hai's voice was as gentle as a spring breeze as he patiently comforted young Master Li Ming. Of course, if he didn't tightly wrap his arms around young Master Li Ming's waist, no matter how young Master Li Ming attacked or struggled, he would be more convincing. Fatty Hai suffered a lot of blows along the way. He even stepped on a dozen explosive bombs. His whole body exploded like a beggar. His clothes were tattered. However, he didn't do anything. He didn't have any intention of taking revenge on young Master Li Ming. He only tightly held on to young Master Li Ming's waist, as if he was hugging young Master Li Ming affectionately like a close brother. "Let go, let me go, I will never come back to Tong Tian Tower again. I swear, I will never be your enemy." Young Master Li Ming begged tearfully. If it wasn't Fatty Hai, but someone else in this world, even if they had a heart of stone, their heart would definitely soften and be moved after hearing such a tearful plea. If swearing is useful, then wouldn't God be very busy? Fatty Hai, who ate oaths like they were cabbages, looked at young Master Li Ming very rationally and sincerely. "As one of the most promising youths in the world, it is our duty to improve the social atmosphere, raise our moral standards, and become the idol of the younger generation. It is our duty to make tens of thousands of girls cheer for us and tens of thousands of women have orgasms for us. Under such a great historical responsibility, on such an important day, how could we relax ourselves and casually make oaths? Even if we do, it won't be your turn to swear." "You even rushed to swear, what do you mean by that? Could it be that you have forgotten about our unwavering friendship?" Fatty Hai spat out a mouthful of saliva, making young Master Li Ming dizzy. In the process, Yikong and the Li brothers surrounded her. They didn't say a word, they just took action. The Li brothers pulled out the hedgehog-like golden arrows from their bodies one by one and inserted them into young Master Li Ming's body. They didn't make a single mistake, they didn't go in at all, they didn't make a mistake at all. In short, no matter how the golden arrows were nailed into their bodies, they would return them to young Master Li Ming's body without a single mistake. Yikong didn't have any golden arrows on him, but this didn't stop him from being enthusiastic. He helped the Li brothers to pull out the arrows that couldn't be accurately pulled out from their bodies and accurately returned them to young Master Li Ming's back. Finally, he pulled out the golden short spear that was still nailed to his chest and back. Bit by bit, it was sent into young Master Li Ming's chest. After looking at it for a while, Yikong realized that he didn't make a mistake. The whole process was as precise as a work of art. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to recover, but he didn't expect that under his unparalleled patience and perseverance, he would still be able to successfully return the favor to young Master Li Ming, who had knocked him down 368 times. Yi Kong felt that if he knocked young Master Li Ming down 368 times, he would be able to make him look like a skeleton. Unexpectedly, at this time, Fatty Hai suddenly shouted, "Hey, you monkey, don't you know that young Master Li Ming is our Tong Tian Tower's esteemed guest? You actually dared to stab him in the chest? This is simply too disrespectful. Shameful, you are smearing the name of our Tong Tian Tower. Are we people who seek revenge for the smallest grievance?" When Yi Kong heard this, he was a little dumbfounded, aren't we? If this short spear doesn't stab his chest, where should it stab? Fatty Hai finally let go of young Master Li Ming. He moved his arms and legs. He let the Li brothers turn young Master Li Ming over in a friendly manner. Then, he pulled out the golden short spear that was stained with blood and aimed it slightly before fiercely stabbing it into young Master Li Ming's chrysanthemum. While young Master Li Ming was twitching and screaming in pain, Fatty Hai looked at Yi Kong with a serious face. "Monkey, did you see that? This is how our Tong Tian Tower treats our guests. Look at how happy young Master Li Ming is. Look at his expression, look at how happy he is. Listen to his screams, look at how ecstatic he is. This is what we should do." When the Sun God General saw this, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his crotch. Yu Yang kept looking at the middle-aged scholar. This traitor of Tong Tian Tower did not move at all. He continued to play chess, completely ignoring the pain his son was suffering. Ruthless. As expected of the Central Shrine's #1 strategist. In order to scheme against others, he could even abandon his own son. Yu Yang admired this Dongfang Great Palace Master very much. The legendary saying, "If you can't give up your children, you can't beat the wolf, if you can't give up your wife, you can't catch the wolf." What Yu Yang did not know was that the Dongfang Great Palace Master had more than 100 sons. This young Master Li Ming was only 1%. If he abandoned him, then so be it. Forget about young Master Li Ming, even if he abandoned all of them, what's the big deal? At most, he could give birth to more than 100 sons. In the heaven realm, the Dongfang Great Palace Master might lack other things, but he definitely did not lack sons. If young Master Li Ming worked hard, he could still be a son. If he was like this, sorry, he would be an abandoned son. Young Master Li Ming's cry was very mournful, but in the ears of Fatty Hai and the others, it was very beautiful. It was just that they felt that this cry was a little monotonous. If the Sun God General was added as a duet, it would be even more perfect. After taking care of young Master Li Ming, Yi Kong and the Li brothers turned towards the Divine Sun General. Other than Fatty Hai, who continued to study whether the chrysanthemum and the golden short spear had a better friction sound, Shui Tanlang, Tian Luo King, Wind Breath Seabird, Yi Kong and the Li brothers had slowly surrounded the Divine Sun General, who was still calm and composed. "Chi." The Sun God General sneered, "If you think that I will be beaten by you like that trash, then you are gravely mistaken. Is there a difference?" Yi Kong did not feel any difference. You have the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen's blessing, your body does not need to be hit by brute force, and you recover quickly. However, you have a fatal weakness. The Sun God General snorted, "You did not receive an increase in attack, you only received an increase in defense." "That's enough." Shui Tanlang moved the fastest, rushing towards the Sun God General. "As long as I do not let you get close, you are not even comparable to a group of mice crawling all over the ground." The Sun God General casually threw the condensed light ball into the ground. He had enough confidence. Even if there was a Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen in front of him, it was not enough to make him afraid. As a godly general, the power he possessed was beyond the imagination of a heaven-ranked expert. Moreover, these juniors in front of him were not even at heaven-ranked level 5. They were simply rookies. How could they bully a godly general like him? He wants to attack me with the same method he used on young Master Li Ming? What a joke. Could they understand the power of a divine general? The energy ball that was thrown into the ground exploded again. Once again, it exploded beneath Shui Tanlang and the rest. It was different from before. Last time, Shui Tanlang and the others had to use all their strength to barely escape from the team's tacit understanding. It was a close call, and Shui Tanlang, the strongest among them, had almost fallen into the endless void. It was completely different now. Shui Tanlang was not blown away. His feet were still standing in the same place. When the big explosion happened, he was still looking at the Divine Sun General, as if it was the first time he had seen this enemy. Boom, the energy ball was incomparably powerful. Countless rocks and gravel were thrown into the air by the shockwave, creating a mushroom cloud that was almost the same size as the previous one. The only difference was that the explosion on the grassy ground did not shatter. It did not even cause a crack. Even the ripples in the space were very small. It could be said that there was a loud bang in the air. When the huge mushroom cloud dispersed, the shockwave slid across the boundless green weeds. The sound lingered. The power gradually disappeared, and finally became invisible. The huge pit beneath Xue Tianlang's feet recovered its green color at a speed visible to the naked eye. A gust of wind blew past. The dark sky and earth that had just been blown up was restored to a green world with fresh air. The golden-crowned thorny flower queen's will is indeed very strong. The Divine Sun General stared coldly at Duo. His voice grew louder and louder until it became a thunderclap that shook the earth. The explosion on the ground did not work, then what about the killing from the sky? Since you want to force me to make a move, then I will let you understand the anger of a divine general. Ants like you, have you ever seen a pillar of light from the sun? The Divine Sun General raised his hands towards the sky and condensed a light ball that looked like the sun. This was not energy. It was not an inherent skill or domain, but his guardian beast, an elemental beast that had the shape of a sun. That perfectly round sun beast spun crazily under its master's will. 36 pillars of light were like spears of light thrown by a deity, directly piercing towards Xue Tianlang, Prince of Tianluo and the Li brothers who were looking up from the ground. Not only them, even the silent old cunning fox and Duo who were watching from the side were no exception. Several pillars of light shot down from above their heads. Yi Kong reacted the fastest. He jumped into the air and crashed into a small green hill on the ground. He was prepared to rely on the hill to block the incomparably powerful sunbeam piercing. Who would have thought that this kind of sunbeam could actually twist and move? It did not point at a direction and attack to the end. It moved in an arc. Under the Divine Sun General's will, it locked onto Yi Kong's figure and chased after him. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. The small green hill that came into contact with the sunbeam piercing was actually burnt to a crisp. Just like when the thunder god struck, the hill and Yi Kong turned into fine powder. In the next second, Xue Tianlang, Prince of Tianluo, the Li brothers, Fatty Hai, the old cunning fox and even Duo were all smashed to pieces by the sunbeam piercing. On the green ground, there were dozens of crisscrossing and cutting marks that formed a nameless pattern. This is the result of angering this divine general. The Divine Sun General confirmed and discovered that the place where Duo was at had also been blasted into a huge crater. There was nothing in the crater. She had probably been blasted into fine powder. The green grass could no longer be restored. Even the green field was now burning fiercely from the sunbeam piercing, turning the ground into a sea of fire. He retracted his arrogant gaze and spat disdainfully at his feet. What a rare young genius of Tong Tian Tower, what an invincible golden-crowned thorny flower queen, they were all boasting. The people of Tong Tian Tower just love to boast, boring idiots. After he finished speaking disdainfully, he bowed towards the middle-aged scholar who was still deep in thought. Lord Great Hall Master, I have already completed my task, please inform me. He did not say anything. However, the expression on his face was one of arrogance, as if he was saying, give me a difficult task. The middle-aged scholar was still deep in thought and did not reply. The Divine Sun General looked at him and did not make a sound. He only frowned slightly and thought, what's wrong with Lord Great Hall Master? Why is he still thinking? Could it be that Yu Clan's third young master, Titan Yu, was really that scary? The Sun God General looked at Yu Yang again. He wanted to see shock and sorrow on Yu Yang's face, but unfortunately, he was disappointed. Yu Yang's face did not show any shock. There was no sorrow either. He casually poured out a cup of tea and drank it leisurely. It was a huge contrast to the middle-aged scholar who was deep in thought. Yu Yang's behavior made the Divine Sun General extremely unhappy. Although the golden-crowned thorny flower queen was a guardian beast and would not really die, it was still a heavy injury. Furthermore, his teacher and teammates had all been burnt to ashes. How could he still drink tea? What kind of mentality was this? Could it be that this Yu Clan's third young master, Yu Tai Tan, who was known as the miraculous man of Tong Tian Tower, was an idiot. Yu Yang ignored him and drank his tea. Tsk sounds could be heard. However, there was another pleasant voice that sounded from behind the Divine Sun General. I originally wanted to let you be complacent for a while, but I really can't bear to see a despicable person like you get carried away with success and become so arrogant. Killing a person like you would only dirty my hands. I'll turn your guardian beast into fertilizer for my flowers. The Divine Sun General turned around in shock and realized that Duo Duo was standing behind him. Not only was Duo Duo there, the old cunning fox, Shui Tan Lang, Prince of Tian Luo, Yi Kong and the Li brothers were also there. At the very back, there was a wind-breathed seabird and Fatty Hai who was carrying young Master Li Ming. What? The Divine Sun General was a little confused. He had clearly seen these people turn into ashes. How did they all revive and run to his back? Squeak. A hurried squeak came from the sky, like a frightened mouse being stared at by a venomous snake. The Divine Sun General looked up. His pupils shrunk rapidly. Like a needle. He saw an inconceivable and terrifying scene. There was a thorny flower giant that stretched his hand down from high up in the sky. As if he was picking up a round cake, he directly picked up the sun that could shoot out dozens of piercing sunlight beams at any time. He greedily took a bite out of the sun, biting out a hole in the sun. The remaining half of the sun was directly stuffed down his throat. This terrifying giant who looked more like a thorny flower closed its mouth and swallowed hard, waiting for the big piece of food on its neck to be swallowed. It even let out a thunder-like burp. The Divine Sun General's head felt like it was heavily punched by someone. 2 streaks of blood spurted out from his nose, and countless stars appeared in his eyes amidst the darkness. He tried his best to support his tottering body, desperately using his energy to counteract the heavy damage to his spirit. Although it was inconceivable, he was now sure that the guardian beast sun that he relied on to become famous had indeed been swallowed by the giant. This kind of swallowing was not the digestion of death, but a more advanced and despairing seal. All of its energy was stripped away, and the remaining body was forever sealed in the giant's body, becoming a part of her. The guardian beast did not die, but was sealed by the demon flower giant in a state of swallowing. This was the most terrifying result. The Divine Sun General who had lost his guardian beast wanted to see Duo Duo clearly. He didn't understand how a golden-crowned thorny flower queen could have a godlike sealing power. Furthermore, she didn't seal it with her own hands, but the demon flower giant's seal with her will. What did this kind of will mean? Could it be that this girl-like golden-crowned thorny flower queen was actually a god? In my name I bestow upon you the power of the ancient thistles. Duo Duo no longer had the mood to talk nonsense with the Divine Sun General. She threw out a few balls of sharp light, letting them enter the bodies of Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and Shui Tan Lang. Then, they turned into a ray of divine light, disappearing into the vast sky. Duo Duo left. Fatty Hai, who had a cheeky smile on his face, came forward again. He said to the Divine Sun General in an extremely friendly manner, I understand your feelings. You, who have lost your guardian beast, can no longer act cool. How unfortunate is that? Please allow this young master to express his sympathy and condolences to you. Ah, it's my deepest sympathy and condolences. What's with that look? Are you very angry? Want to hit me? Come, don't be courteous. Where do you want to hit this young master? Can you slap my face? Hit me hard, don't be courteous. Scram. The Divine Sun General's mind was still in a mess. Seeing this damned fatty's noisy crows, he couldn't control himself anymore. His heavy fist landed on that oily face of his. In the next second, the Divine Sun General felt a familiar punch penetrating his nose, crushing his nasal bones and facial bones, and penetrating his brain. The Divine Sun General, who was in so much pain that he almost fainted, realized that the damned fatty was still standing in front of him, still smiling. Not only was he not injured, he was even jumping up and down, making provocative gestures like a big black bear. A wretched and proud voice rang in his ears, hit me, continue to hit me. Use more strength, don't be like a little girl who hasn't eaten enough. What should I hit this time? If you don't want to hit my face, you can still hit my chest. Break my sternum with one punch and smash my internal organs. No, if hitting is not satisfying enough, why don't you hit my little brother? Beat me up, you must beat me up. I don't want my little brother anymore. My balls hurt so much, I really want to be beaten up. Go to hell. The Divine Sun General felt that this voice, which was even more annoying than a fly, was buzzing in front of him, making his mind a mess. As he was annoyed, he launched the second lightning-heavy punch according to his usual habit. The damn fatty jumped up and spread his legs wide open. The punch hit the target. Then, the Sun Divine General saw the fat man's face showing a very pleasurable and obscene expression. While he was in pain, he strangely found that something under his lower abdomen was broken like a broken egg. The middle-aged scholar, who was playing chess with Yu Yang, had already transferred the image of the vast land to another scenic area. It was a shadow submerged under the water. Waterworld, Black Tower. That was the place where Emperor Wu Shuang, the strongest man in the previous era of Tong Tian Tower, was sealed. This Emperor Wu Shuang, who was still sealed, was an existence older than Queen Vivian Li, who was determined to sweep the heaven realm. His appearance truly ruled the chaotic demonic abyss and became the first demonic abyss emperor in history. Yu Yang had fought with the skeleton man, crow, and female ghost who were still sealed under Emperor Wu Shuang, and learned a lot from them. Although Yu Yang had not yet met Emperor Wu Shuang, he felt that Emperor Wu Shuang should be at the same level as Master Jiwori's Temple Supreme. Compared to the mysterious man who fought hard in the mountain beyond mountain, he didn't know how much stronger he was. What does this mean? Yu Yang understood what the middle-aged scholar wanted to do at a glance, but he still pretended to be confused and deliberately did not understand the other party's meaning. I have talked to Emperor Wu Shuang, and he has agreed to officially leave the Black Tower that has been sealed for tens of thousands of years and participate in this battle. There was no complacency on the middle-aged scholar's face, and his expression had recovered from the initial surprise to the present calmness. Even if he comes out, he may not be your pawn. Yu Yang doubted. I used a third of the god's ruins as a condition, and he agreed. The middle-aged scholar patiently explained to Yu Yang. Well, even if he is willing to be your pawn, he has been sealed for tens of thousands of years and suffered. What strength does he have? Yu Yang continued to doubt. Emperor Wu Shuang is not a punishing seal, but a punishing seal. If he wanted to leave, he could have done so at any time since 10,000 years ago, but in order to eliminate the sins he committed in the past, he voluntarily stayed in the Black Tower to reflect. That is to say, he has long recovered his peak strength, and he has improved in tens of thousands of years of punishment. The middle-aged scholar replied with certainty, apart from that martial maniac Tianyu, in the whole world, I'm afraid no one is his opponent. I can guarantee this 100%. You hired such an expert with a third of the treasures in the god's ruins? Yu Yang was really puzzled. When did experts become so worthless? Because Tianyu also needs a third. The middle-aged scholar's words gave Yu Yang a huge fright. Tianyu, he can't be your chess piece. Yu Yang was absolutely sure. Indeed not. The middle-aged scholar agreed, but he doesn't mind coming to Tong Tian Tower and taking a third of the treasures in the god's ruins. The other third belongs to you? Yu Yang frowned. He felt that things were a bit troublesome. First, the awakening of Emperor Wu Shuang, and then the arrival of Tianyu. Ask the world, was there a worse situation than these two guys appearing at the same time to participate in the war? Even with the help of Her Majesty Queen Vivian Li, Yu Yang's heart was not sure now. After all, Her Majesty Queen Vivian Li could only offset one, and it was impossible to fight against two. No, I only want the remaining one-third. The middle-aged scholar's face began to show a smile. The other 4/5 have other reasonable arrangements. Who are they? Yu Yang's heart was beating like a drum, but on his face, he still forced himself to be calm. You may not know the demon emperor of the heaven realm, that is the demon clan's heavenly bird supreme. Except for the dragon-eating great golden-winged eagle and the three-legged golden crow of the Tang Valley, all the heavenly birds of the demon clan are under his control. Tell me, for such an existence to come and help us, wouldn't it be worth the remaining one-third? When he said this, even Yu Yang felt that he had made a huge profit. To be able to use the remaining 1/5 to invite such an awesome existence to participate in the battle, this was simply a free profit. You and the Demon Emperor will each take 1/5. Who will the remaining 3/5 belong to? Yu Yang felt that it was no longer itchy to have too many fleas, and it would be even more lively if a few more super experts came. Anyway, fighting one boss was the same as fighting a few more bosses, he no longer cared. There is one, you may know him. He is the father of the 8th Prince Wu Hai, the lord of the three-legged Golden Crow clan of the Tang Valley, Jin Di. The other one is the founder of the Central Shrine Elders Guild, the immovable sovereign. The middle-aged scholar looked at Yu Yang with a smile, and slowly placed the chess piece in his hand on the stone surface. As for the remaining 1/5, I am too lazy to distribute it, so I will directly hand it over to the 5 big shots from the Eastern Heaven Realm, Southern Heaven Realm and Western Heaven Realm, and let them distribute it as they wish. Oh right, the big shot from the Western Heaven Realm participating in the battle is your acquaintance, Void. Although he has been sealed by the Prison Emperor for thousands of years, and his strength is far behind that of the other 4 big shots, and he may not be able to get any benefits, but due to his hatred towards Tong Tian Tower and you, he still willingly came. I have no enmity with him. If it wasn't for me removing the seal, Void might still be trapped in the Prison Emperor Divine Palace, unable to come out. Yu Yang sneered. It was fine if this guy did not treat him to a meal with tears of gratitude. But he still dared to bite the hand that fed him. Looks like he was the same as Dong Feng, the traitor of Tong Tian Tower. He was also an ungrateful wretch. The middle-aged scholar looked at Yu Yang, a little puzzled. His move was undoubtedly very beautiful, but why did this brat seem a little off? He didn't seem to be too flustered. Could it be that he was scared silly? Or perhaps, he had another way to break the seal. Honestly speaking, Yu Yang didn't have any other way. A bunch of brainless bosses came to Tong Tian Tower to bully him, whether he knew them or not, whether he had heard of them or not, they all came. What the hell could he do? However, for Yu Yang, who was used to challenging difficult bosses, this really couldn't scare him. From the beginning, he had grown up in difficult battles. Facing enemies that were so strong that they couldn't be defeated, he was already used to it. It would be strange if he didn't. That year, Yu Yang, who was born in the super difficult mode in the River Crab Celestial Empire, didn't have any extra luck to top up his points and couldn't become a rich second-generation player. Didn't he still manage to survive, no matter how difficult this battle was? Could it be difficult to live in the River Crab Celestial Empire? Yu Yang, who had been doing very well after his transmigration, was very calm. Fighting one boss, fighting a group of boss was also the same. Furthermore, there were benefits to fighting more bosses. That was the problem of dividing the loot evenly. According to the current distribution, it was naturally reasonable, and there was no problem. However, Yu Yang, who had heard of the big pot rice before, knew that if the big pot rice was cooked and everyone ate it together, in the end, someone would definitely starve to death. The fable of 3 monks without water to eat was not for nothing. That's all? Yu Yang felt that his little heart was almost scared out of his wits, but fortunately, it wasn't scared to death. Wouldn't it be a little abrupt to introduce so many friends to you at once? The middle-aged scholar was still thinking about Yu Yang. It's fine, I like having more friends, it's lively. Yu Yang waved his hand and said heroically, however, there's no need to introduce small fries. No matter what, I'm still a person with status, there's no need to know small fries. You're too good. The middle-aged scholar agreed and smiled as he looked at Yu Yang. He asked kindly, how about the self-proclaimed prison emperor, Yu Clan's 3rd young master? How are you going to deal with this? Let's play chess, no need to be polite. If you feel that it's a little difficult, I can give you some leeway. After all, I'm still your senior. This time, it was Yu Yang's turn to ponder deeply. The enemy's chess moves were starting to become clear, but how should he counterattack first? Boundless Earth. The battle had already ended. They managed to capture young Master Li Ming and beat up the arrogant Divine Sun General to death. The battle in the vast land was a great success. This result had even exceeded Fatty Hai's expectations. Taking advantage of the effects of Duo's ancient forest and ancient thistles, Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others hurriedly left Boundless Earth to welcome a new battle. The old fox waited for the thorny flower giant left behind by Duo to completely devour the Sun God General. Only then did he look at young Master Li Ming, who was tied up by the god-binding chains. How should he make use of this special hostage? It was very obvious that young Master Li Ming had already become an abandoned chess piece. His father, Dong Feng, did not care about his life or death at all. However, even so, this young Master Li Ming was still very valuable. If they could capture him, it would undoubtedly be a good trump card in their hands. Actually, seeing the old fox walking closer, young Master Li Ming suddenly opened his swollen eyes. His voice was calm and clear. "I'm not an idiot." "What are you trying to say?" The old fox felt strange. What did he mean? Ever since that duo appeared, I knew that I couldn't do anything. When I saw my father's eyes, I knew that I was destined to become an abandoned chess piece. From then on, I started to pretend to be an idiot. Young Master Li Ming's body suddenly disappeared in front of the old fox. Replacing him in the god-binding chains was a golden doll that looked exactly like him. On top of young Master Li Ming's head, there was a green leaf that shone with a spiritual light. This natural spiritual light enveloped young Master Li Ming's body, causing his entire body to mysteriously become transparent and invisible. The old fox was shocked. This young Master Li Ming actually had a way to escape. Young Master Li Ming waved his hands, signaling him not to worry. "Mr. Shui Dong Lu, I didn't mean to offend you. I also didn't mean to become you clan's third young master's enemy. I understand now. Titan Yu is not an existence that I can offend. Moreover, from the moment I was abandoned and was destined to become an abandoned chess piece, I decided to walk on a path that completely belonged to me. In the end, I still have to thank you and you clan's third young master. Although you didn't mean it, you actually gave me this kind of opportunity. Because I was abandoned, I could finally get rid of my father and truly obtain freedom. You don't know, living in a chessboard, being controlled by others everywhere like a puppet. That kind of life is so unfortunate and painful. I pretended to be smart in front of you, and also in front of my father. I made everyone think that I was an ignorant and incompetent hedonistic young master who had a body full of treasures. That's right, I have always acted like this in front of others. Especially under my father's supervision, I have to show off my intelligence everywhere. Pretending to be smart is the biggest way to pretend to be an idiot. If I always pretend to be an idiot, I wouldn't have been able to live until today. I always pretend to be smart, making people think that this outstanding young Master Li Ming is only limited to this. Ha ha ha. Actually, I don't even need any treasures, I already have enough strength to protect myself. He's just a divine general of the Sun clan, he's nothing but a loyal dog under my father's command. But with him by my side, I'm like a clown. Even if I'm eye-catching, I don't have any weight. Young Master Li Ming suddenly bowed towards the old fox. I can't beat you, and I have been humiliated in front of you. Why are you bowing to me? The old fox laughed and asked back. You have a strong disciple, this is one of the reasons why I respect you. You have unfathomable wisdom, you can vaguely see through my act of pretending to be stupid. You purposely let Hai De Fu and Yi Kong keep me alive, then you killed the Sun God General and threw him to the Demon Flower Giant to eat, eliminating my worries. This is the second reason why I respect you. Young Master Li Ming nodded his head with incomparable sincerity. If I can be humiliated, I can get rid of my fate of being controlled by others and obtain freedom. So what? If I didn't use this method, how would I be able to escape safely under my father's watch? I was indeed a little suspicious, but I didn't expect you to actually have such wisdom and determination. The old fox slowly nodded his head, admitting that his previous actions weren't unintentional. Freedom, I have desired it for thousands of years. Paying a little price in exchange is very reasonable. Young Master Li Ming raised his head towards the sky. My dream is to have my own little world in the heaven realm. Becoming an independent region emperor is my biggest dream. In the heaven realm where the strong preys on the weak, generally speaking, becoming a region emperor is considered to be more stable. This is because it's not easy to threaten others, and it's also difficult for others to threaten you. After I leave Tong Tian Tower, I will concentrate on training and strive to achieve this goal. Please tell Titan Yu that I have no intention of becoming his enemy, no matter if it's in the heaven realm or Tong Tian Tower. I wish you success. Have a good journey. A ray of wisdom flashed across the old fox's eyes as he sincerely gave his blessings. Please tell Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others, as well as your disciple that I don't feel that it's shameful and I won't bear a grudge against them. Although it's impossible for us to become friends, I believe that I will never become their enemy again. Young Master Li Ming pulled out the golden arrows from his body one by one and passed them to the old fox. They don't know any better, everything they do is based on their hot-bloodedness. The old fox thanked him and received the golden arrows that were stained with blood. This is the benefit of being young. I was the same when I was young. In comparison, they are so lucky. Even if they make a mistake, there's still Titan you behind them. I definitely can't make a mistake. Young Master Li Ming had an envious expression as he waved his hand. A golden door appeared in front of him. He opened it. That golden door split open from the void, revealing a passage that led to an unknown place. Young Master Li Ming turned into a ray of golden light and entered the passage, disappearing without a trace. Yu Yang, who was playing chess, kept silent. He did not move. The middle-aged scholar waited quietly, appearing to be very patient. There was no reason for him to feel annoyed in a game where he was destined to win in the end. Only those who were about to lose would be angry and restless, feeling that everything was not going his way. For example, Yu Yang was extremely annoyed. He slapped the chess piece and shouted, "What kind of bullshit chess piece is this? It doesn't even feel good when I touch it. Can't you use a slightly better jade stone to make the chess piece? This kind of lousy chess piece, even if you hold it in your hands, there's no inspiration at all." Everyone knew that playing chess had nothing to do with the chess pieces. The quality of the chess pieces had nothing to do with the result. Those who felt that it was related were all the same kind of people. That was people who were about to lose. Yu Yang looked like this kind of person. The middle-aged scholar looked at him and changed his perspective. He imagined himself as the Yu clan's third young master. He would feel a splitting headache if he were to face deity palaces Jizun, Wu Shuanghuang, Wu Shi, Yao Di, Jin Di, and Jizun. Not to mention the few in front, even the 5 great leaders of the East, West and South Heaven realms who were ranked below them were definitely not people to be trifled with. In the past, the prison emperor sacrificed himself to seal the 3 great leaders of the West Heaven realm. The current Yu Yang not only had to face up to 5 great leaders of the Heaven realm at the same time, he also had to face the even stronger Tianyu, Wu Shi, Yao Di, Jin Di, and Jizun. The 10 of them were like 10 huge mountains. Any one of them would make people unable to breathe. Now that all 10 of them were here, how could people not be worried and distressed? The middle-aged scholar put himself in Titan Yu's shoes. He felt that if he were Titan Yu and had the trump card in his hand, under the pressure of 10 powerful enemies, there would only be death. He couldn't win. Winning this chess game was even harder than ascending to heaven. Thinking for this Yu clan third young master, he could not think of any way to win. Thinking for himself, he could not think of any reason to lose. Under such circumstances, the middle-aged scholar felt that he could slightly let go of his 10,000 years of depression and scheming, and quietly wait for the fruits of victory that he had planted and cultivated 10,000 years ago to ripen. Now was the time to enjoy the pain and madness of the enemy, and to take revenge and vent the frustration from 10,000 years ago. The middle-aged scholar looked up at the sky, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. Those fools who misjudged me and refused to support me to ascend to the top of the Tower of Tongtian? If your souls are not far away, then use your eyes to see. Because of your stubbornness and mistakes, you have lost the best successor. Because of you, Tongtian Tower has completely fallen and been destroyed. The original supreme glory will no longer exist, and it will become a disgrace that will never be washed away, a stink that will go down for 10,000 years. This is your choice. It's because of you, because you didn't choose me, that Skysplit Tower has become like this. Everything that has gone wrong is because of you, Skysplit Tower. If I can't get it, then no one can get it. If I can't get it, then I will destroy it with my own hands. I want to turn this beautiful homeland that rejected me into a true purgatory. I want to turn it into an abyss of despair where millions of lives are plunged into misery and suffering. I want the blood of hundreds of millions of people to flow like rivers for it. I want millions of unfortunate people to be buried in it and let out their last painful wails. The middle-aged scholar slowly clenched his fists, as if he was holding the fate of Tongtian Tower and the throat of hundreds of millions of people. Pa! Yu Yang suddenly angrily slammed the chess piece on the stone table, making a strange noise. Although his expression was not flustered and exasperated, it was definitely not a scheme in his heart. Seeing this move, the middle-aged scholar's face showed a friendly smile, and he advised, "Little friend, you cannot be impulsive when playing chess. You must know that sometimes a single move can decide the direction of the whole situation. Patience and observation are very important. Are you sure you want to take this step? Are you really sure? How about this, seeing that you are my junior from the same hometown, I will let you take a step back. You should think carefully first, it won't be too late to take another step." "No need, as your junior, that is a kind of shame, it's best not to mention it ever again." Yu Yang stared at the middle-aged scholar with a sword-like gaze. If his gaze was really a sword, it was estimated that there would be hundreds of holes in the middle-aged scholar's body. "When I play chess, I can play however I want. If you don't like it, you can kill yourself. The person who wins won't kill himself. Suicide is usually done by the person who loses." The middle-aged scholar laughed when he heard this. "I didn't lose." Yu Yang snorted heavily. "You haven't lost yet, but you will probably lose soon." The middle-aged scholar didn't think that this kid had any chance to turn the tables. He looked at the chessboard and suddenly reached out to point at the white chess piece on the stone table. He smiled at Yu Yang. "This chess piece of mine is the Peerless Emperor, a big chess piece that can eat up all the other chess pieces. Can this chess piece of yours block it? This is also a big chess piece." Yu Yang signaled the middle-aged scholar not to move his chess piece. "Your big chess piece, how big is it?" The middle-aged scholar didn't think that this chess piece that was full of masculinity and domineeringness could block his Peerless Emperor. To be able to block the Peerless Emperor, it must be conquering Empress Fei Wenli. Unfortunately, this wasn't her. Moreover, even if this chess piece was blocked by her, what about the deity temple supreme Tianyu, demon sovereign, Jin Di and Ji Zun? Who would block it? Yu Yang once again pushed the black chess piece that the middle-aged scholar was about to clear out of the chessboard back to its original position and warned solemnly, "Don't touch this young master's chess piece. Of course I have my reasons for doing this. Your chess piece is the Peerless Emperor. Is he very big? My chess piece is the Mo Long who swept the entire heaven realm in the past. To block your Peerless Emperor is just a piece of cake." Mo Long? The middle-aged scholar was stunned. He didn't understand how this brat Yu Tai Tan would know a powerful person like the Mo Long. Thus, he frowned and looked at Yu Yang as he retorted, "You don't recognize Mo Long from the root in the Mo dragon. I don't know Mo Long? I was the one who let him out, how could I not know him?" Yu Yang laughed coldly and retorted, "In this world, besides me, who else can remove his seal? Besides this young master, who else would desperately cling to my thighs, crying and shouting to recognize me as a relative? If it wasn't for him crying so pitifully, he would want to be my big brother, dream on. Even if Mo Long is your big brother, he wouldn't come to Tong Tian Tower, let alone become enemies with the Peerless Emperor." The middle-aged scholar suddenly laughed out loud. Why? This time, it was Yu Yang who didn't understand. Because he just got out of the seal not long ago, he hasn't recovered to his peak state yet. The middle-aged scholar laughed and shook his head. He must be hiding now, hiding in an extremely secluded place to heal himself. Even if you want to find him, you won't be able to find him. Can't I inform him through the grimoire? Yu Yang expressed that it was very easy to send a message. Impossible. The middle-aged scholar still shook his head. Only those who possess the Tong Tian key can make the grimoire of Tong Tian Tower send out a direct message in a short period of time. For example, sending out a conscription order or sending you a direct message. Other than this method, there is no other way. In other words, Mo Long is not a person of Tong Tian Tower, he will never be able to obtain your information. Moreover, the direct message will not flow to him, because the person the entire Tong Tian Tower is looking for is you, the Yu clan's third young master, and not the Mo Long who no one knows. The last thing I want to say is that the Tong Tian key was offered by me, because after it is used, the whole of Tong Tian Tower will not be able to send out a second summoning order or any other directional message within a year. The Tong Tian Tower summoning grimoire will be silent for a year to recover its energy. Don't look at me like that, Yu clan's third young master. Maybe you think that I'm not a smart person, but in reality, I'm not any dumber than you. and I'm not any slower than you. I just don't have the kind of destiny that the heavens favor you. The middle-aged scholar picked up the black chess piece that Yu Yang had slapped on the chessboard and threw it away. He felt that this was a wasted move. However, at this time a hand suddenly stretched out from the heaven and earth. The hand stretched out from thousands of miles away and easily caught the chess piece. Then, with a light toss, the chess piece was thrown back to the position where Yu Yang was standing. Just as the middle-aged scholar's face changed, a lazy and overbearing voice sounded, "Actually, I'm not a person who likes to meddle in other people's business. However, if someone bullies our door and scares our children to tears, as a big brother, there is no reason for me not to stand up and say something. Although I have been sealed for 100,000 years, don't treat me as if I don't exist, okay? It has always been me who bullies others. I didn't expect that after 100,000 years, someone would actually bully my door. If the Supreme Dragon God knew about this, I'm afraid that he would break my legs." "Mo Long." The middle-aged scholar roared, "It's really you. I'm very sorry that your plan failed. You're so smart, but you never thought that I would hide in Tong Tian Tower to recover, right? It's just a small fight. If a child wants to play house, as a senior, I shouldn't meddle in other people's business. But you ****, you can't treat me as if I don't exist. If you want to bully me, wait until I die and stand on my grave before you boast, okay?" That lazy and overbearing voice reprimanded the middle-aged scholar as if he was lecturing a child. In front of him, the middle-aged scholar who had lived for thousands of years could barely be considered as a brat who played with urine. "You want to be on equal footing? Live for another 100,000 years and then we'll discuss this again, okay?" The middle-aged scholar's face changed again, but he was still calm and composed. Mo Long, who had not recovered to his peak state, was nothing at all. It was hard to say whether he could block Emperor Wu Shuang's peerless attack. Even if he could block it, the deity Templar Supreme Tianyu, Goblin Emperor, Jing Di, and the unmoving Ji Zun would not just stand by and watch. Taking advantage of a weakened state to forcefully kill a heaven realm Mo Long was definitely a good opportunity that only appeared once in 1,000 years. Anyone who knew about it would be tempted. Perhaps, this battle would not only trap the Yu clan's third young master, but also capture the Mo Long in one fell swoop. "Brat, I'm your big brother. I did have the intention to hug your thigh, but I definitely didn't cry." "Did I cry?" That was excitement. The lazy and overbearing voice snorted, "I treat you so well, remember to put in a good word for me in front of the Supreme Dragon God in the future. It would be best if he could marry a super beautiful daughter to me. At most, I will consider marrying her to your son after I give birth to a daughter." ***CK off. Yu Yang scolded angrily, "With your looks, you still want to marry the dragon princess? Have you been in prison for too long that you've become a love-struck fool? Quickly scram, I need you to save the situation now, but you still want to put on airs here. Will you die if you don't brag for a while? Damn, I cared about you for nothing." The Mo Long who was scolded was speechless. "Who cares about you? If you have the ability, go and get rid of Tianyu. Other than beauties, Yu Yang didn't need anyone's care. If I could get rid of Tianyu now, why would I still be here? I would have already gone to the central shrine to fight for territory. Even that brat peerless world would be hard to deal with. Don't expect me, who just got out of prison, to be so powerful that I can fight against 10 people at once. I really can't brag." The Mo Long was afraid that Yu Yang would give him another task. Before he finished speaking, his breath had already disappeared and he slipped away. "You've seen the first step. Now, I'm going to take the second step. Who says that I'll definitely lose?" Yu Yang looked back at the middle-aged scholar and slammed another black chess piece on the stone table. The middle-aged scholar frowned at Yu Yang's second step. He did not understand. Why did he have to take this step like this? Yu Yang did not care. There was a reason for this. No matter how others questioned it, as long as he felt it was right. "Your second step is to fight the demonic emperor?" The middle-aged scholar really could not understand. Other than the peerless Emperor Wu Shuang, the second-person titan you had to deal with was the demon emperor and not Supreme Jin, the lord of the three-legged golden crow of the Valley of Tang, who had a certain relationship with him. Nor was it the head elder of the central divine palace, the revered martial artist of the immovable martial artist and the revered martial artist of the divine palace. It was not even the 5 great leaders of the North, South and West Alliance. This step was neither to fight the strongest nor to attack the weakest. Instead, it was to fight the demon emperor in the middle. What's the problem? Yu Yang pretended to be puzzled and asked. Isn't the temple Jizun the strongest? Why did you abandon him? The middle-aged scholar reminded. The temple Jizun is not your pawn. Yu Yang denied it immediately. Since the temple Jizun was not your pawn, then it was none of his business. How I deal with it is my business. I will do whatever I want, it's none of your business. The temple Jizun did not listen to me, but I have successfully convinced the immovable Jizun to join the battle. The middle-aged scholar looked at Yu Yang, waiting to see how he would explain not to fight the central shrine's head elder Jizun. Yu Yang spread out his hands, shrugged his shoulders, and laughed. Just by hearing this guy's name, I can tell what kind of person he is. He is called the immovable Jizun, so he is naturally a lazy person. Moreover, he is very cunning, hiding behind you. How could he come out before the divine hall Jizun comes out? He must be the last to come out, why should I care about him now? The middle-aged scholar was stunned. Then he smiled. He clapped his hands and praised, as expected of the peerless genius Shu clan's 3rd young master. Your deduction is extremely bold but also very normal. I admire you. If the immovable honorable martial artist would not be mobilized in the first battle, then what about Supreme Jin, the leader of the 3-legged Golden Crow clan? His entire clan was once greatly indebted to the central shrine. Back then, they were chased out of the immortal tribe and had no home to return to. Unfortunately, they had enemies everywhere. It was the central shrine who took them in on their own accord that allowed them to settle down in the heaven and earth realm. Let's not talk about this for now. Supreme Jin and I have a deep friendship and we are extraordinary. Now that I'm asking for his help, he will definitely not be biased because of your friendship with 8th Prince Wu Hai. Do you really think it's okay to ignore him? Yu Yang shook his head lightly. Of course I won't turn a deaf ear to him. In fact, I'm going to send a little sister over to persuade him to give up. The middle-aged scholar burst into laughter. Perhaps you think that it's effective, but unfortunately, I have to tell you that a young little Qilin is not enough to dissuade Supreme Jin. Yu Yang insisted, if she can't persuade me, I still have 2 younger sisters. They can definitely do it. No. When the middle-aged scholar heard this, he shook his head and waved his hand. Even with the addition of the 2 dragon ladies from the War God Guards and your secret weapon, the hornless dragon, it's still impossible to dissuade Supreme Jin. Supreme Jin doesn't dare to harm the immortal tribe, but he won't listen to them who have no morals at all. As long as he doesn't kill the immortal tribe, it doesn't matter even if he raises the entire Tong Tian Tower to the ground. The immortal tribe will definitely not muster a large force for him. I've thought about this a long time ago. If we don't try, how will we know the real result? Besides, there's no harm in trying. Yu Yang remained unmoved and insisted on his own opinion. Up to you. The middle-aged scholar nodded his head obediently, no longer objecting. No problem, let's stop the game. I'm tired today. Let's call it a day and continue tomorrow. Yu Yang acted as if he did not realize that this was a battle of life and death. He was really like a professional chess player in a competition. He stretched his back and suggested a shocking pause to rest. If you need it, it's fine to rest for 3 days. The middle-aged scholar completely agreed. To the final victor, nothing else mattered. Then let's call it a day. Yu Yang casually threw the chess piece on the table. Please allow me to remind you that the 5 great leaders are not weak, especially when the 5 of them fight together. It's no small matter. Don't forget about them. You can't go back on your words when you play chess. Once you make a move, it's already a foregone conclusion. Sometimes, it's too late to regret. The middle-aged scholar kindly reminded Yu Yang. If you didn't remind me, I would have almost forgotten about it. However, the 5 great leaders have their own people to deal with them. I don't have to worry about this. Yu Yang took out the 3-realm compass and teleported instantly. The middle-aged scholar concentrated and pondered. After muttering to himself for a while, He suddenly stretched out his hand and picked up the chess piece that Yu Yang had just played, which represented the demon dragon. His expression was startled at first, as if he was very surprised, but his eyebrows immediately relaxed. He smiled and said, "It's really fake. There's no demon dragon participating in the battle at all. Otherwise, this chess piece can't be picked up at all. This brat, what kind of beast did he use to deceive me? He can even deceive my chess talent? This is really unbelievable. However, deceiving the chess piece is useless. After deceiving this move, you need to make 10 moves back and forth. It's already bold enough to let go of Jizun and Jizun. I didn't expect you to let go of Emperor Wu Shuang too. Huh, do you think that Emperor Wu Shuang would take the initiative to fight against Jizun just because Tong Tian Tower was invaded by the central shrine? You're dreaming. Unfortunately, you don't know what kind of person Emperor Wu Shuang is and what relationship he has with Jizun. How can your little thoughts compare to my meticulous planning? The 5 great leaders, you plan to use the conquering queen to fight against them. No wonder you would rather let go of Supreme Jin and Jizun. It turns out that you still have such thoughts. Failure, this kind of planning is bound to fail. But I like it. Only this kind of feeling where the world is a chess piece, all things are pieces, and victory is in my grasp, is my dream life. The middle-aged scholar murmured to himself. As various changes took place in the various scenic spots in the image, his face bloomed with a kind of satisfied and happy light, like a master who was obsessed with art creating a peerless classic work. I have to continue to plan, I can't let that cunning brat have any chance to reverse the situation. The middle-aged scholar immediately calmed down. He gently put the chess piece representing the demon dragon back to its original position, carefully looked at the chess game, and slightly adjusted the position of his own chess piece. After feeling that it was super perfect, his body turned into a golden light and disappeared from the void. At the same time, Yu Yang had returned to the entrance of Tianluo Palace. When he teleported back, the guards at the entrance of the palace, who were on high alert, secretly heaved a sigh of relief. This was because there was a strong enemy coming. With their strength, it was impossible for them to protect His Majesty. Now that Yu Yang had rushed back and blocked all the pressure, they finally had some time to take a breather. Standing in front of them unknowingly, there were already 5 uninvited guests. Although they did not know the level of their strength, even the weakest palace guard knew that these 5 people were definitely Heaven Realm rankers who could destroy the world with a wave of their hands. In front of them, the resolute General Monolith could not even stand up straight. His head drooped down, his knees bent, and his back felt as if there were 5 huge mountains pressing down on it. Every time his body trembled, he could not support himself anymore. Only when Yu Yang returned, did he fall to the ground with a paw sound, his whole body collapsed. Yu Yang looked from the left, according to the order, they were the 9-headed snake, 9-headed worm, 9-headed bird, 9-headed goblin and 9-headed monster. With Heaven Eye's divine vision, he could see the real bodies of these Eastern Goblin tribe members, but he could not figure out who was the Goblin Emperor. Among these 5 9-headed tribe members, was the 9-headed snake the Goblin Emperor or the 9-headed worm? According to the position, the 9-headed bird in the middle seemed more reasonable. If it was according to the real bodies, it was more likely to be the 9-headed goblin, and there was also a 9-headed monster at the end. These 5 9-headed tribe members, on the surface, not only did they look similar, their real bodies were similar, even their strength was similar. The 9-headed snake was very similar to the 9-headed worm. The 9-headed bird had wings, and so did the 9-headed goblin. The 9-headed demon had the body of a black tortoise, but the 9-headed monster was similar as well. So who was the real Goblin Emperor? If the real Goblin Emperor was among the 5 of them, then Yu Yang had to be even more vigilant. Because if he could not see the real strength of the Goblin Emperor with his Heaven Eye's divine vision, then the next battle would be extremely, extremely difficult. At the very least, the strength of the Goblin Emperor was far beyond Yu Yang's imagination. In the mountain beyond mountain, the mysterious man's strength was extremely strong, and the evil deities Wei Guan had suppressed Yu Yang to the point of suffocation, but their strength was still within Yu Yang's imagination. If the strength of the Goblin Emperor was much stronger than the mysterious man or the evil deities Wei Guan, then this battle would be unbearable. Which one of you is the Goblin Emperor? Yu Yang looked again and really could not tell. Whoever you think is the Goblin Emperor is. the nine-headed snake standing on the far left looked at Yu Yang with a smile. "You are quite an interesting kid. How about this, if you are willing to share half of the god's ruins with us, then we will do you a favor and watch from the sidelines." "Dream on." Yu Yang rejected immediately. "The god's ruins is not yours. If not for the fact that you are related to us, why would we waste our time talking to you? We would just kill you in one move." The nine-headed bug's voice was almost the same as the nine-headed snake's, and even Yu Yang could not tell the difference. But Yu Yang was sure that this was indeed the nine-headed bug's voice, and not the nine-headed snake's voice. "Kill me in one move?" Yu Yang laughed out loud, and he hooked his finger at the five of them. "Come, let's try it. It's not good to kill you. I reckon that once we make a move, the other side will send someone over to seal us. We can't take this kind of loss. Those old fellows from the celestial race are too protective, and we have no one behind us. Being sealed is a light punishment, and they might really get angry and beat us to death. We won't fall for it." The nine-headed bird's voice was sharper, and he laughed strangely. "However, as long as we don't kill you, it shouldn't be a problem to beat you up until you look for your teeth all over the ground. This is the most basic bottom line, and we can still control it. Today, you've beaten me up until I look for my teeth all over the ground. Who knows, maybe tomorrow I'll bring people to your door and exterminate your entire clan." "Your nine-headed clan, are you sure you want to be my enemy?" Yu Yang warned coldly. "The god's ruins is too tempting. Even if I'm afraid, I'll give it a try." The nine-headed monster's voice was the clearest, and his attitude was the friendliest. "You really shouldn't take something that doesn't belong to you." Yu Yang sighed. "We won't take it. Once we've captured you, you can take it out and split it with us. We won't be greedy, just half will do." The nine-headed monster expressed that there was still a way. For example, capturing Yu Yang was the best way at the moment. The reason why they rushed to the Tianluo Palace in advance was because they wanted to capture Yu Yang before Supreme Jin and the immovable honorable martial artist. Then, they would slowly think of a way to obtain the treasures in the god's ruins. As the higher-ups of the Eastern Goblin tribe, they were well aware of the many rules in the East. If they were asked to kill Yu Yang for no reason and rob him of his treasures, they would never do it. However, if they could capture Yu Yang, then it shouldn't be a big problem. The only people they had to be wary of were Supreme Jin and the immovable honorable martial artist in their alliance. "Do you think I'll just let myself be captured?" Yu Yang laughed coldly. "Of course not." The nine-headed snake shook his head and looked at Yu Yang seriously. "However, we have enough time. Even if we slowly grind you down, we can still capture you." Originally, the nine-headed clan only needed one person, but all five of us have come. Our goal is to obtain the treasures in the god's ruins without fail. Let's make a bet. If you guys win, then I have nothing to say. However, if I win, then you guys will immediately get out of Tongtian Tower and never have any ideas about this place again. Tongtian Tower, this is my territory. Yu Yang slowly condensed He Gui Song, by Shuanghua, and Qi Xiaolian. He looked at the five people in front of him and issued the craziest challenge and bet of 1 against 5. Just as Yu Yang and the Nine-Head clan were about to start a war. Suddenly, a few people flew over from the sky. The leader was a handsome man with gorgeous battle armor and 2 dragon heads inlaid on each of his shoulders. Following closely behind him was a mysterious man who was covered in a black dragon armor. His face was hidden under the mask, revealing only a pair of sharp, shining eyes. A step behind him was a beautiful queen who was hovering in the air with flames rising all over her body. In her hand was a fiery whip with thorns that looked like a dragon's tail. Following at the back were 4 barbarians with different faces, but their bodies were all muscular. The shortest of them was more than 5 meters tall and the tallest was more than 6 meters tall. When they landed on the ground, they looked like 4 small mountains crashing onto the ground. "Wait a minute, don't rush to start the war." The handsome man in gorgeous battle armor waved his hand elegantly. His expression was like seeing an old friend that he had not seen for many years. "It's you? Double-headed dragon Guang, a playboy like you, why don't you hide in the heaven realm and play with women? What are you doing here?" The nine-headed snake and nine-headed bug didn't seem to have a good impression of this handsome man. "If your Eastern Goblin tribe can come to Tongtian Tower, why can't I come? The handsome man called Double-Headed Dragon Guang smiled. Palace Master Dong Feng is the owner of Tong Tian Tower. He invited us to come with you. It's reasonable for us to come here. The mysterious man covered in black dragon armor had a strange blue light with a hint of purple in his eyes. He didn't look at the 5 people from the Nine-Head clan. Instead, he looked at Yu Yang from top to bottom. Although he couldn't see his expression, he felt that he was very interested in Yu Yang. Hee, I was invited to Tong Tian Tower but I didn't get any benefits. Palace Master Dong Feng is too heartless. This handsome guy is easier to talk to. I heard you guys talking about the gods' ruins just now. Why don't you let us participate in it? Our Celestial Dragon clan is definitely not as greedy as the Nine-Head clan. We dare not say that we can take half of the gods' ruins, but as long as we can get 1/10 of it, we will be satisfied. The beautiful queen, who was surrounded by raging flames and floating in the air, charmingly threw Yu Yang an electrifying glance. Little handsome boy, as long as you nod your head and agree to give our Heavenly Dragon clan 1/10 of the treasures in the gods' ruins, we will definitely not object. We can even consider helping you send away some greedy bandits. What do you think? With just you guys? Nine-Headed Bird laughed strangely. We have 7, and you only have 5. In terms of numbers, we have the advantage, don't we? The handsome twin-headed dragon Guang shrugged. Are you sure there are only 5 of us? Besides, are you sure there are 7 of you? The 9-headed monster spat in disdain. I can kill those 4 behind you with one hand. What? The 4 barbarians, who were like small mountains, were angry. They roared continuously, and their voices carried the power of a dragon's roar. There are many kinds of dragons. There are many in the Eastern clan and Western clan. However, the 4 of you, even in the Western clan, are just lizards with big bellies. You can't even be called dragons. No matter how much you boast, we will not admit it. The 9-headed demon touched his face and laughed self-mockingly. Our 9-head clan is more like a dragon than you guys. Our abilities are far above yours, but we still don't dare to call ourselves dragons. With just you guys, you dare to call yourselves dragons? Don't you feel ashamed? Everyone has their own standards. There is nothing much to say. The handsome twin-headed dragon Guang waved his hand and said, no matter what your standards are, we are also dragons. The brothers behind us are all overlords of the heaven realm. They are famous for tens of thousands of years. They are not people that you can erase with just one sentence. Alright, then pretend I didn't say anything. The 9-headed demon gave up on this topic. Do you guys think that I, your master, don't exist? Yu Yang realized that he was being ignored. This kind of feeling was really not good. Of course not, handsome little brother. We are just waiting for you to say one sentence. As long as you nod your head, we can immediately turn from enemies to friends. The beautiful queen whose body was covered in flames looked at Yu Yang with a smile. I suggest that you prepare a big bed first. Yu Yang suddenly said. You are really bad. It is daytime now, how can you talk about such shameful things? The beautiful queen pretended to be shy as she covered her pretty face. If you can't say it in the day, then should you say it at night? Yu Yang asked curiously. You can't say it at night either. The beautiful queen said to him coquettishly. Then when can I say it? Yu Yang didn't understand. You can't say it at any time. The beautiful queen pouted coquettishly as she stamped her feet. This action caused the 2 mountain peak-like protrusions on her body to tremble. The movement was like a magnitude 10 earthquake, burning people's souls. Everyone present couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Now everyone understood that there were some things that couldn't be said. More accurately, those things didn't need to be said, they just needed to be done directly. Are you misunderstanding something? Yu Yang was the only one who didn't really understand, so he asked muddle-headedly. It's not a misunderstanding. You are a bad guy, little bad guy. The beautiful queen raised her fist and waved it, causing another wave of tremors, making everyone's mouths dry up again. Yu Yang was silent for a moment, then suddenly explained very sincerely, I asked you to prepare a big bed, so that you can lie on it and dream, because that would be more practical. If you misunderstand that I have any improper thoughts about you, I'm sorry, but I think that I can't have any sexual interest in an old and ugly female dragon that's black everywhere. If a 10,000 man ride like you thinks that you can attract me by pretending to be a pure girl, then I'm very sorry to tell you that I'm going to disappoint you. When he said this, the entire audience went silent. The 5 Ninehead clan members tried their best to hold back their laughter, trying their best not to laugh, trying their best to maintain this awkward atmosphere for as long as possible. The few people from the heavenly dragon race looked as if they had been slapped hard in the face, especially the beautiful queen who was floating in the air with raging flames all over her body. The color of her face was like a dye shop, alternating between red and green, alternating between blue and green. The way she looked at Yu Yang now was a million times more hateful than when she killed her father. It could be said. Yu Yang had offended her greatly this time. No matter what the situation was going to be, between her and Yu Yang, there would definitely be no end. There would definitely not be a second possibility. Good boy, if I don't break you into 100,000 pieces today and eat you piece by piece with sauce, I won't be called 10,000 bones crispy. The beautiful queen, whose entire body was covered in raging flames, was so angry that even her nose was crooked. I have nothing to say to a charcoal ear like you. Yu Yang completely ignored the other party and turned to the other side of the sky. There's only one God's ruins, are you all idiots? There are actually so many people who were tricked by that traitor from the east to come here. Not a single one of you used your rusty brains to think that not only will you not get a share of the treasures in the God's ruins, you will also lose your life? At this time, another 3 people floated down from the sky. The one in the middle was a black bear demon, and the one on the right was a wild boar demon. Unfortunately, it was not the second senior brother, because he did not carry a 9-tooth rake on his shoulder. Otherwise, Yu Yang's mood would be much better. The reason? It was very simple. The second senior brother's meat was expensive. The young man on the left with an extremely arrogant attitude and almost had the words "Everyone hurry up and provoke me. I really want to fight" written on his forehead. What kind of monster was he? Yu Yang's heaven eyes divine vision could not see through him. This guy looked like a tiger but not a tiger, like a lion but not a lion, like a wolf but not a wolf, like a leopard but not a leopard. He did not know what kind of strange race he was from. Of course, a guy who could rush to Tong Tian Tower despite knowing that there were many experts in the area and wanted to get his hands on the treasures in the God's ruins was definitely not a good person. The arrogant man with a lion's forehead, wolf's eyes, fish's lips, tiger's teeth, rhinoceros horns, and dragon's claws stared at Yu Yang. Everyone present thought that he would attack without saying a word. Who would have thought that the moment this guy opened his mouth, everyone present almost fell to the ground. Just now, I wanted to beat you up until you looked for your teeth all over the floor, because you made me feel very unhappy. What I hate the most in my life are people who are more handsome than me. However, you viciously spat out 10,000 bones crisper. That rotten whore is very much to my liking. What I admire is ruthless people like you. Now, I am a little hesitant. Say, should I beat you up until you become an idiot? Or should I make friends with you first and drink 300 cups of wine? Fuck, can't you see the situation here, you idiot? Everyone is staring at me like a tiger watching its prey. Drink your sister. Yu Yang flashed and appeared in front of this arrogant man. He punched the other party's face. Let's make it simpler, let this young master beat you into an idiot. Everyone present was speechless. If there was a ranking list of people who offended people in this world, then this Titan Yu would be the most hated and offended person in Tong Tian Tower. No, in the entire Heaven Realm, including Heaven Realm. This brat seemed to have been destined to offend everyone in this world the moment he was born, or perhaps Titan Yu, this brat, was born to offend people in this world. There were so many enemies surrounding him. Some appeared, some didn't. Any one of them was strong enough to make Heaven Realm tremble. Now that they were all here, his life could be in danger at any time. But this Titan Yu, not only was he not afraid, he even tried to offend everyone he could have befriended, as if he wouldn't feel at ease if he didn't do that. Could it be that this brat knew that he was going to die, so he threw caution to the wind and disregarded everything? But his expression didn't look like it. From the looks of it, this brat Titan Yu's expression didn't seem to care at all. He didn't seem to be afraid at all. Fuck, could it be that this brat was born as stupid as a water vat? No matter how stupid or how idiotic he was, it was impossible for him to not have any reaction. 5 people from the Nine-Head clan, 7 people from the Heavenly Dragon clan and the 3 newly arrived Goblin clan. Any one of these 15 could make the Heaven Realm tremble with just a stomp of their feet. How could this brat have such an expression? Could it be? Everyone looked at each other. Everyone was suspecting that this Titan Yu had never left Tongtian Tower before. He had never been to Heaven Realm, so he didn't know everyone's strength and reputation. Fearless because of ignorance? Could it be that this brat was really a country bumpkin who was trapped in Tongtian Tower and didn't know anything about the outside world? Follow me to the blood altar. There is an entrance to the gods' ruins there. If you can win against me, then I will hand it over to you. If you lose, then the bet is still valid. All of you scram. I am the master of my territory, I don't welcome you Heaven Realm bandits. Yu Yang waved his hand and used his sword chi to split open the space, indicating everyone to head towards the blood altar in White River Valley. Blood altar. There was someone sitting quietly under an unknown broken statue of a deity. Another person stood with his hands behind his back, standing at the front of the blood altar, welcoming Yu Yang and the others with a smile. What Yu Yang wanted the most in his heart was to punch this middle-aged scholar who had a face full of smiles and elegance. He wanted to flatten his nose and break all of his teeth, then make this fellow swallow them all together with his fresh blood into his stomach. Of course, this could only be thought about. If he really wanted to fight, it would not be easy for Yu Yang's fist to hit this super ranker who was known as the Central Shrine's #1 think tank. Welcome, welcome. Seeing Yu Yang coming, the middle-aged scholar was in a good mood. He courteously welcomed him. If everyone does not mind this palace master's crude appearance, then I am willing to be a witness for everyone. No matter if it is Tongtian Tower's Yu clan's 3rd young master Titan Yu, or Heaven Realm's Nine-Head clan, Black Terror clan and Heavenly Dragon clan, I can promise that I will not be biased, fair and open as a neutral witness. I swear by the will of the ancient gods that I will definitely not interfere with any side. Thank you, Dongfang, you are the most impartial and wise person. Everyone knows that, we believe in you. Heavenly Dragon clan's double-headed dragon Guang replied with a smile. We also have no objections. Black Bear Demon and Wild Boar Demon looked at each other. With their intelligence as a demon king and an overlord in Heaven Realm, they were not as unbearable as they looked. They, who were extremely intelligent and experienced, all believed that the Eastern First Palace Master had come here mainly because he was worried about everyone's share of the gods' ruins, and was also afraid that everyone would cooperate with Titan Yu. Thus, he had come to supervise the final battle in the name of a witness. It was also possible that he had some secret agreement with the Heavenly Dragon clan. Otherwise, the Heavenly Dragon clan would not have the guts to challenge the Nine-Head clan. However, Dongfang First Palace Master coming was not a bad thing. At least for the battle situation. It was a good thing. With him here, Titan Yu would not be able to do anything even if he wanted to. Regardless of whether the Dongfang First Palace Master participated in the battle, this kid was destined to fail because the Dongfang First Palace Master would never give this kid a chance to turn the tables. The arrogant man who was with the Black Bear Demon and the Wild Boar Demon snorted but did not object. He was mainly still angry at Yu Yang's sneak attack and refusal. In this life, he had always scolded people more than he admired people. He really hadn't tried to take the initiative to chat and make friends with others many times. He didn't expect that this time, that Titan Yu not only wasn't wild with joy, but instead shamelessly refused him. This really caused him to have a stomach full of depression and nowhere to vent. The 5 from the Nine-Head clan looked at each other and laughed, but no one knew what they meant. When the middle-aged scholar looked over, the Nine-Headed Serpent spoke on behalf of their race. If Hall Master Dongfang is willing to be the witness, then it couldn't be better. I wonder what Titan Yu's opinion is. I am betting with you guys now, it has nothing to do with him. Yu Yang completely ignored the middle-aged scholar who was smiling. As long as you guys win against me, forget about the gods' ruins, even the whole Tongtian Tower, including the soaring dragon continent, the demon abyss and the heaven stairway, I will give it to you. As for the agreement between you guys, it has nothing to do with me. Good. The handsome Guang clapped his hands and praised, straightforward enough, let's do it this way. However, there is only one Tong Tian Tower and there are many guests who want to take it over. I wonder who is willing to go up and bet with you clan's third young master first. When he said this, the whole place became silent. It might not be a good thing to go up first. The first to go up usually meant the first to be eliminated. A good show was usually carried out at the end. The first to go up was very likely to be a small character. After going through so much hardship to come to Tong Tian Tower, they had paid a huge price. No one was willing to be a stepping stone for someone else to step on to succeed. Everyone wanted to be the one laughing at the end. The person who was quietly sitting under the broken statue suddenly stood up and volunteered, "Since everyone is being modest, let me go first." Once he said this, it was like a golden stone being thrown onto the ground, clanging loudly. Everyone was shocked. Tong Tian Tower 6th floor, Jadeite Forest. As one of the 18 divine generals under the command of the Eastern Palace Master, Divine General Tian Liang was setting fire crazily, burning this green forest to the ground. Dozens of miles away from him, Oxhead Liao, Fanlu and Tai, the 4 orc girls and Lin En and his wife were all lying on the ground, struggling in pain. However, they were powerless to stand up and stop this powerful enemy from destroying the Jadeite forest. Because of Yu Yang, Fanlu and Tai and the others had great improvements in their strength. They were many times stronger than before and could squeeze into the top 100 rankers in Tong Tian Tower. However, compared to this divine general Tian Liang from the central shrine, they were still too weak. Not to mention them, even Fatty Hai and Yi Kong had a hard time fighting against the previous divine general Sunday. If it wasn't for Duo's blessing and the help of the ancient forest and ancient thistles, it would be impossible for Fatty Hai and the others to defeat the divine general Sun so easily. Now, the pyromaniac divine general Tian Liang was burning the Jadeite forest wantonly. Other than Liao, Fanlu and Tai and the others who were Yu Yang's teammates, the rest of the Tong Tian Tower warriors who came to stop him were all killed. The reason why they were spared was because of the Eastern Palace Master's instructions. Just like how the divine general Sun killed Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the old fox, the Eastern Palace Master wanted to attack Yu Yang's willpower all the time. To him, these people were all pawns that could be used. If they were killed, it would only make Yu Yang even angrier, causing him to explode with even more power. However, if he controlled them and continued to abuse them, Yu Yang would never be able to calm down and fight. Even though the chess game was already won, the Eastern Palace Master was still cautious. However, Palace Master Dong Feng was still very cautious. Furthermore, he hoped to make use of his various advantages and arrangements to perfectly control his opponent. It's about time. Divine General Tian Liang felt that the mission this time was really simple. He just had to capture a few natives of Tong Tian Tower who were as weak as insects and set this forest on fire. After setting the fire, he would capture these people and bring them to the Sky Garden in the 4th floor of Tong Tian Tower, where Titan Yu's little lover, Fallen Flowers, and hand them over to the eldest of the 18 divine generals, Divine General Ziwei. Was there a mission easier than this in this world? Divine General Tian Liang felt that his mission this time was simply overkill. Tian Tong, Tian Fu, Tian Qing and the others could at least be sent to the more important places like Thunder Fortress, Fire Island and Charm Demon Palace. What kind of rubbish mission was this? Let's set this forest on fire. Actually, the best mission would be to go to Titan Yu's hometown, Soaring Dragon Continent and set it on fire, just like Wu Chu, Wen Chu, Earth Calamity and Giant Sect. Unfortunately, his luck wasn't good this time. The mission he drew was to go to Jadeite Forest. Even if it was a small contribution, he wouldn't be able to get it. Let's find a true ranker from Tong Tian Tower. Such an easy mission is really too boring. Divine General Tian Liang really hoped that he could meet an opponent, otherwise he wouldn't be able to raise his spirits. Of course, he also knew that it was impossible. In a rural place like Tong Tian Tower, other than country bumpkins and bumpkins, there were no other specialties. Other than Titan Yu, were there any other rankers in Tong Tian Tower? Divine General Tian Liang didn't think that Tong Tian Tower could produce another abnormal genius like Titan Yu. As you wish. A shadow silently appeared behind Divine General Tian Liang. Eh? Divine General Tian Liang was stunned. Originally, I wanted to kill you in one move since I'm in a hurry. However, seeing that you urgently need an opponent to torture, I'll reluctantly satisfy you this once. While these words were still echoing in Divine General Tian Liang's ears, a whip of agony infused with divine power heavily whipped Divine General Tian Liang's back. This whip of agony was not only a mental attack, it also carried a divine flame that could even burn one's soul. His flesh sizzled as it burned. His bone marrow was so hot that it almost burst out of his bones. As Divine General Tian Liang breathed, he discovered that his mouth and nose were also inhaling and exhaling this terrifying purple divine flame. A strong enemy had arrived. And it was a super strong enemy. With his rich battle experience, he immediately made the correct response. He didn't flee, but used the greatest strength he had in his life to launch a fatal attack at the enemy behind him. He who possessed a strong body and tenacious life force believed that he would be the final victor. No matter how strong the enemy was. It was impossible for them to defeat him, because he had 100 times stronger body and life force than his opponent. Among the 18 divine generals, although he wasn't the strongest in terms of battle power, his body was definitely the strongest. His life force was also definitely the most tenacious. Come at me. Divine General Tian Liang endured the pain of the divine flame burning his soul. He clenched his teeth and gathered his greatest strength. Then, he fiercely attacked the strong enemy behind him. The natives of Tong Tian Tower had a special characteristic. No matter how strong they were, their bodies and life force wouldn't be very strong. Only the Eastern Goblin tribe's warriors were a slight exception. Chi. Before his powerful attack was unleashed, Divine General Tian Liang heard a scream beside his ear. This scream wasn't a normal scream. It was a scream that could even cause one's soul to tremble and shatter. Divine General Tian Liang felt as if his head was hit by a 10,000-ton hammer. His entire body, including his soul, felt as if it was about to explode. His willpower was in a state of collapse. His rationality was blank as he sunk deep into chaos. For a long time, he couldn't think. When he woke up, he realized that he was lying on the ground. Above his head, there was a bloody queen whose wings were burning with purple-gold divine flames. She was floating in the air and looking down at him. Not far away from him, the ox-head girl and the others who had fallen earlier had already stood up. The wounds on their bodies were almost completely healed. The aura and battle power that they were emitting were 10 times stronger than before. What exactly happened? How long had he been unconscious for? Divine General Tian Liang was prepared to struggle and use his strong body and life force to challenge the super strong enemy in front of him. Do you want to kill me who is known for my strong body? It won't be that easy. The bloody queen who was looking down at him from the sky didn't have any reaction. Her eyes. Was she looking down on him? Was she looking down on him? Just as humiliation floated in his heart, Divine General Tian Liang suddenly realized an extremely inconceivable phenomenon. He actually couldn't stand up, no. Divine General Tian Liang realized that he had mysteriously turned into a sheep. A weak and pitiful sheep. The body and life force that he was so proud of no longer existed. He was now just a sheep so weak that others could break his spine and smash his head with a single punch. Why did it become like this? He was a divine general. Unless it was the divine power of a true god, who else in this world could turn him into a sheep? No, this was impossible. There's still 10 minutes left until I turn into a sheep. I'll leave him to you guys to deal with. Hongzi drew an incomparably mysterious heaven rune formation in the sky and used her divine power to forcefully infuse the imprisonment heaven rune formation into Divine General Tian Liang's body. Divine General Tian Liang sadly realized that not only had he turned into a sheep, he couldn't even run away. He was completely imprisoned. Forget about moving, he couldn't even blink his eyes. At this moment, he suddenly felt that something was wrong and wanted to beg his opponent to spare his life. Unfortunately, he realized that this thought came too late. Even if he wanted to beg now, he couldn't even open his mouth to speak. You guys fight first, I'll give him a guillotine at the end. Divine General, how majestic. I want to chop off his head and hang it on the wall as an ornament. Oxhead Fan Lu and Tai first bowed to Hong to express her gratitude. Then, she waved her hand to signal the orc girls to attack. She decided that she would be the last to go up. The head of such a majestic and awe-inspiring heaven realm divine general was definitely the best loot for the Oxhead clan. Let's also cut some meat to go with the wine. The four orc girls felt that if they didn't eat some meat, they would be letting down this heaven realm divine general who came all the way here. Divine General Tian Liang was so scared that he wanted to cry. However, under the imprisonment, he couldn't even shed tears of despair. Thunder Fortress. Different from Divine General Tian Liang, Sky Mansion Divine General was having fun. It was said that this was one of Titan Yu's strongholds. He could have razed this place to the ground in 10 minutes, but he wasn't anxious at all. He suggested to the natives of Tong Tian Tower that anyone could come up to challenge him. However, if they lost, they would have to tear down one of Titan Yu's houses. He hoped to tear down Titan Yu's reputation and stronghold bit by bit amidst the despair of his opponents, amidst the pain and sorrow of these natives. Who wants to challenge me next? If no one wants to challenge me, I'll burn down Titan Yu's garden. Isn't there a warrior who will step forward? Could it be that everyone in Tong Tian Tower is a coward? Ha ha ha, is the specialty of Tong Tian Tower cowards? Come up, someone come and challenge me. Sky Mansion Divine General casually shot out energy balls and threw them in all directions. The buildings in the Thunder Fortress were destroyed one after another. Let me have a try. An especially tender and beautiful voice rang out behind the Divine General of Heaven's Sanctum. You? Sky Mansion Divine General turned around and realized that it was a weak human girl. No. To be more accurate, it was a beast that looked like a human girl, a guardian beast. He couldn't see her original form at all. He didn't know how she grew. Sky Mansion Divine General asked in confusion, "What's your real body? A giant dragon?" Not a giant dragon. This person who looked no different from a human girl revealed a sweet smile. I actually like to eat giant dragons. 4th floor of Tong Tian Tower, Sky Garden. Ever since Luo Hua Beauty had ascended to the heaven realm, she had rarely stayed in the Sky Garden. Accurately speaking, ever since she met Yu Yang, she had rarely stayed in the Sky Garden. Needless to say, after she was pushed down and became his concubine, she had always been living in his grimoire world. However, this was still a beautiful garden that she had lived in for many years. Even if Luo Hua Beauty had already moved the most precious and beautiful flowers, such as the beautiful demonic flower and the starlight serene indigo grass, into the grimoire world, there were still countless strange flowers and plants here. At the same time, this place was a special memorial for her first time with that little scoundrel. It was the world that was closest to a wedding between the two of them. Luo Hua Beauty undoubtedly valued this place the most. Originally, Fallen Beauty, Xianxia and the others were preparing to go to the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower and head to the Guangming continent to intercept the Heaven Realm army there. However, halfway there, a little fellow that she had secretly sent to follow Yu Yang quietly. He caught up. He reported to her a piece of news that made her extremely angry. In order to attack Yu Yang's will, the subordinate of Palace Master Dong Feng, the traitor of Tong Tian Tower, had shamelessly destroyed the beautiful little world that only she and him shared. The warm little home that witnessed their first time, Sky Garden. Of course, Palace Master Dong Feng's subordinate did not only destroy Sky Garden. No matter if it was White Stone City's 4th mother's home, or the Yu clan castle that Yu Yang had dragged 4th mother and Xianxia to kill their way to regain their dignity, or even the Ivy Academy that Xia Empire studied in Shangjing City, none of them could escape. Almost all the places that Yu Yang had set foot on, as long as they were related to him in the slightest, were all within the attack range of the Eastern Palace Master's subordinates. The Sky Garden, the Thunder Fortress, the Jadeite Forest, the Fire Island and the Meteor Shower Islands were all included without exception. The team that went straight to the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower had to split up because of this news. Fallen Beauty. Of course, she returned to the 4th floor of Tong Tian Tower angrily. Even though it was already too late to stop the collapse and destruction of the Hanging Garden, in her fury, she decided to kill the executioner with her 9-turn spiral aurora. Otherwise, the hatred in her heart would not be appeased. Before this, Fallen Beauty hadn't seen the Sky Garden. She was already angry enough. Now that she saw it, the Sky Garden had completely turned into ruins. The Sky Island was destroyed, the waterfall was gone, and all the exotic flowers and plants that were planted were gone. Even the small courtyard that he had enjoyed a sweet time with, that warm little home, had been burned. Fallen Beauty felt a kind of anger that she had never felt before rising from the bottom of her heart. She could no longer think and could no longer maintain sufficient rationality. Now, she only thought of revenge. Unless the proud destroyer of her home was killed in front of her, her anger would not be appeased in the slightest. Aurora. As Fallen Beauty condensed the death Aurora in her hands, images of the past flashed through her mind. All of them were related to him. For example, the first time she saw him was in front of the 12 zodiac temples. He said that he wanted to challenge the Aries temple with the spitting thorny flower. She even paid the challenge fee for him. At that time, he was arrogant and mischievous. She could never forget him after seeing him. The second time she saw him was before the demon invasion. At that time, he was taking revenge for Yu Bing, who was being bullied by her companions. He beat up a few students from Shangjing Academy. In the end, the mastermind was drawn out. The traitor that colluded with the demon abyss summoned the Bloodgate. Countless demon abyss creatures rushed out. She issued an expedition order and led him, Shui Tanlang and the others to attack the demon abyss. In the end, he, who hid his strength, killed a few demon generals. After that, they went to the 3rd floor of Tong Tian Tower together to steal the beautiful demonic flower from the Bloody Queen's pavilion in the sky. During the bloody battle with Ma Liang and the other demons, she fainted and he carried her back. From that day onwards, not only did he obtain the Bloody Queen Red, he also obtained her heart. At that time, she even jokingly said that she wanted him to be the personal guard captain of City Mistress Fallen Flowers. Just like that, they got to know each other getting closer little by little. When they were climbing the Cloud Peak Lake, she fused the ancient rune circle with him. Then, during the battle with the demonic palace's earth demons, she plucked the rare starlight serene indigo grass. What left the deepest impression was in this sky garden. She, who was shy, brought him here. This beautiful sky garden. It became a wedding home. First time. She would never forget her first time with him. That sweet, yet slightly painful, blissful process happened right here. This was a warm little home that she shared with him alone. No matter how long she lived in the grimoire world, no matter how many times she had sex with him, this place would always be the most memorable place. However, it was precisely this kind of place, a place that did not belong to the battlefield and did not have any fighting power, that was actually despicably attacked and destroyed by the enemy. Now, how could she, the city mistress of Fallen Flowers, not be angry? Little rascal, did you know that our home has been destroyed? Maybe you already know, but you can't be more sorrowful, because the blow to your heart is 10 times, 100 times more painful than mine. I know that you are very angry, because I am also very angry. Right now, you can't be distracted and can't attack the enemy's arrogance. I don't blame you. Now, it's time for me, your little wife, to stand up and share your pain and pressure. Fallen Beauty mumbled to herself at first, but when she finished speaking, the sorrowful expression on her face had been completely replaced by a kind of unswerving radiance. Fallen Beauty's hands condensed in aurora, and her eyes also condensed a firm and unshakable supreme will. I, the city mistress of Fallen Flowers, who is known as the city mistress of Tong Tian Tower, will use the name of love to kill all the demons who are trying to stop us from living a happy life. No matter where they come from or what kind of power they have, there is only one result, and that is to be exterminated. Aha, what did I see? A pitiful person whose home was destroyed and has no home to go back to. The Earth Calamity Divine General who had already destroyed the Sky Garden but did not leave. Instead, he deliberately waited here, preparing to catch all the reinforcements in one fell swoop. He floated out of the invisible void and laughed loudly. Hey, be careful. This girl doesn't seem to be easy to deal with. She is very angry. Another divine general who destroyed the White Stone City couldn't help but warn his comrade. She is very angry? Ha ha ha, I want her to be angry. If she wasn't angry, I wouldn't feel so good. The Earth Calamity Divine General didn't care at all. You are right. With us 5 divine generals here, no matter how powerful she is destined to be defeated. There is nothing to worry about. Earth Calamity, I'm really envious of your good luck. I destroyed the Yu clan's castle, yet not a single person rushed back to rescue me. Yu, on the other hand, just casually smashed a garden and Luo Hua city mistress rushed back to deliver the hostage. This is Titan Yu's woman. If we capture her, forget about raping her before killing her. Titan Yu will also go crazy if we torture her a little. Lord Palace Mistress First Palace Master's calculations are really accurate. We might not be able to get a hostage in other places, but here, Lord has asked everyone to gather here, and even asked Boss Si Wei to personally preside over this place. As expected, he was right. In the previous scene, Divine General Wu Chu, who destroyed the Yu clan castle, clapped his hands and praised Master Dongfeng's wisdom. He also envied his comrade Earth Calamity Divine General's good luck with jealousy. It's not just here. The Charm Demon Palace on the 7th floor and the Fire Island might all be captured. There was a high possibility that Tian Fa would go to rescue the Succubus Palace, and that Ocean Empress would also go to rescue Fire Island. It's a pity that the half-elf female slave and the female mercenary with the surname Xia are too weak to go to the Thunder Fortress. Otherwise, that guy from the Sky Mansion would be able to take advantage of them. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Charm Demon Palace is troublesome. That Sky Law is a famous ranker in Tong Tian Tower. Divine General Ju Men frowned. Ha ha ha. A famous Divine General in Tong Tian Tower? How strong can a famous ranker be in a rural place like this? Innate? Heaven rank? Earth Calamity Divine General laughed maniacally. Tong Tian Tower won't give birth to a Divine General even after 100 years. According to the intelligence, that is indeed the case. But with the special existence of Yu Taitan, Tong Tian Tower's martial artists have improved by leaps and bounds in recent years. This can be seen from his teammates, Hai Defu, Yi Kong, and the others. Originally, Hai Defu couldn't even be considered as an Earth rank. However, in just a few years, he surpassed the Earth rank and climbed to Heaven rank. This is unbelievable even for the Heaven realm. I feel that anything related to Titan Yu should not be judged by common sense. Otherwise, we might be at a disadvantage. Divine General Ju Men was more cautious and thought deeply. So what if Hai Defu climbed to Heaven rank? He can't even be killed by any of us with a finger. Even if there are more rankers like Hai Defu in Tong Tian Tower, so what? A bunch of ants. If it wasn't for the first palace master telling us to preserve our strength, I could sweep the entire 4th floor by myself. Or, I could sweep the entire Tong Tian Tower by myself. Earth Tribulation Divine General felt that he was an invincible existence in Tong Tian Tower. There was nothing that could threaten him. That idiotic fatty Hai Defu is indeed nothing to worry about. However, there are still rankers in Tong Tian Tower. For example, that Titan Yu. Divine General Wu Chu smiled. Titan Yu, there's only one in Tong Tian Tower. Earth Tribulation Divine General shrugged his shoulders. Titan Yu was his master's opponent. Other than that Titan Yu, there's also the one from Tian Luo Palace. No, there's another one. It's said that she's the human Jizun. She's also very powerful. She was able to join hands with Titan Yu to kill the 9 Light Races Heaven Empress. Even the first palace master pays special attention to her. However, for some reason, this human Jizun has not appeared recently. She has disappeared without a trace. Maybe she went to the Heaven realm to travel and couldn't make it back in time to protect Tong Tian Tower. If she can make it back in time, it will be an unstable factor. Divine General Wen Chu mentioned Jizun. They had done their best in gathering information. Unfortunately, they would never know that after defeating the 9 Lights Empress, Jizun and Night Empress had rushed to the Heaven stairways 1,500,000 steps respectively. Their strength wasn't stagnant, and they weren't comparable to the Heaven Empress in the past. Most importantly, Jizun's blood and Yu Yang's blood had blended in battle, and their souls were connected. At that time, the two of them didn't feel anything during the fierce battle. However, in the days of cultivation that followed, the two of them's improvement and spiritual comprehension quietly influenced each other. When Yu Yang entered the trial grounds to challenge, every time he improved, other than affecting Princess Sisai and Fallen Beauty, he also affected Jizun who was rushing to the Heaven stairways 1,000,000 steps. Similarly, when Jizun was rushing to the heaven stairway's 1,000,000 steps, every improvement and comprehension she gained would be reciprocated to Yu Yang. It was because of the resonance and benefit between them that Yu Yang was able to quickly finish all the trials in the trial grounds. Jizun also inconceivably climbed to the heaven stairway's 1,000,000 step goal that she originally thought would take at least 10 years to reach. Jizun not only received the influence of Yu Yang's improvement, she also passed the test of the ancient ancestors on the heaven stairway's 1,000,000 steps. She inherited the ancient divine power and returned to Tongtian Tower. Just how powerful would she be? This was beyond everyone's imagination. Otherwise, why would Yu Yang invite enemies like the Nine Heads, the Sky Dragon and the Black Terror clan to fight at the Blood Altar? Are you guys done talking? Fallen Beauty didn't feel like a weak person at all. She didn't tremble in fear just because there were 4 or even 5 divine generals in front of her. In the trial grounds, she, who accompanied Yu Yang's many improvements, often practiced the husband and wife body fusion with her lover. She, who was cleansed and enlightened by her lover's improvements, and even received some kind of mysterious inspiration in her dreams, was no longer the city master of fallen flowers who needed help to counterattack the demon abyss. She was still the city master of fallen flowers. But she was no longer the weaker from back then. She was still laughing and loving, but her strength and realm had already stepped into the infinite void and was looking at the godly state. It was no longer possible for her supreme will to waver because of a few so-called divine generals, the heaven rune circle, the ancient rune core, and the divine runes created by Yu Yang's will appeared from her body bit by bit. They merged perfectly with the moon battle armor that her lover had specially made and personally gifted to her, forming a magnificent moon god's battle armor that was comparable to a high-grade divine artifact in both power and quality. An extremely light floral fragrance was emitted from her body. It spread in all directions according to her will. Between her hands, the death aurora had already condensed to its limit. Each of the 9 spiraling auroras was a dragon-headed spiral aurora that spun 10,000 times per second. Meanwhile, the 8 spiral auroras revolved around the death aurora in the middle. Under her will, there could only be one result for any life that came into contact with it. Annihilation. Are you done with your last words? Then die. Fallen Beauty fused her anger into the aurora in her hands, letting it annihilate the enemy. Be careful, Earth Calamity. This light beam is filled with godly power. An existence that was hidden in space suddenly appeared when the aurora shot out. Once he appeared, he shone brightly like the brightest star in the sky. No matter how strong his companions were, they could not cover his unique brilliance. Once this man that made his companions pale in comparison appeared, he immediately shouted to warn the Earth Calamity godly general who had always looked down on Fallen Beauty. Can a light beam that needs to be condensed for so long and has such a slow speed hit a mosquito? The Earth Calamity godly general was still unconvinced. So what if it was powerful? Could it hurt his body as a godly general? Furthermore, with such a slow condensing and firing speed, how could it hit a godly general like him? Stop joking. It is indeed too slow. Godly General Wu Chu agreed. He had rarely seen such a slow attack. This attack was even slower than a snail's crawl. In the next second. Accurately speaking, it was 1/10,000th of a second later. The 9 revolving spiral aurora, which had been improved by Yu Yang and Fallen Beauty more than 10 times and was finally named Death Aurora, was finally released. Then, there was a result. That was death. In 1/10,000th of a second, the Earth Calamity godly general who was feeling proud just now was bathed in the Death Aurora. He did not even struggle or scream before he was directly annihilated in the light beam. Even his soul was annihilated. The summoning grimoire that belonged to him flew out with a bang and landed on the ruins of the Sky Garden and the collapsed Sky Island. After a second, the Death Aurora disappeared into the horizon. It was as if the Earth Calamity godly general had never existed. He disappeared. A blank space was left between heaven and earth. The remaining 4 companions were all shocked and dumbstruck. As if waking up from a dream, the 4 god generals reacted. Apart from God General Ziwei, who was glowing so brightly that his companions paled in comparison, the other 3 god generals all charged toward Fallen Beauty. They couldn't let this girl condense another aurora beam, they definitely couldn't let such a powerful aurora beam appear a second time. God General Wen Chu was on the left, God General Wu Chu was on the right, and God General Zhu Men was in the middle. Like a trinity, they charged over at high speed. They now knew the weakness of this city lord of fallen flowers. Her aurora beam attack was extremely powerful, and it was as fast as lightning. Unfortunately, it took too long to condense. If it wasn't for the fact that the Earth Calamity God General had underestimated Luo Hua City Mistress and had the intention to tease her, he would have been able to kill her during the long process of condensing the aurora light. Now that the Earth Calamity God General who had underestimated Luo Hua City Mistress had been instantly killed, the remaining four naturally wouldn't allow Luo Hua City Mistress to condense the aurora light again. Kill. While God General Wu Chu was charging, he took out a purple gold holy blade and raised it above his head. He was prepared to kill the beauty in front of him in one move. He didn't have any tender feelings for the fairer sex. He only wanted to destroy this flower. Mirror shield. Compared to the murderous God General Wu Chu, God General Wen Chu was more cautious. He took out a holy grade silver mirror shield. Not only was the silver mirror shield extremely powerful, but it was also best at refracting or reflecting light energy attacks. Although God General Wen Chu wasn't 100% confident that he could take on the strongest aurora beam that he had condensed for a long time, but he believed it. It was more than enough to defend or refract the aurora beam that the City Lord of Fallen Flowers casually released. He wouldn't believe that this City Lord of Fallen Flowers, who had hidden her strength, was not talented enough to casually release more than 100 aurora beams. The reason why she didn't do that earlier was definitely because the longer the aurora beam condensed, the more powerful it would be. That was why she condensed it for such a long time to release the strongest aurora beam. Of course, there was the possibility that she had confused everyone. However, no matter how confused she was, she couldn't casually release an aurora beam that could instantly kill a god general. Therefore, the defense of the Holy Class Mirror Shield was more than enough. Wu Chu Divine General and Wen Chu Divine General chose different methods, one attacking and the other defending, which was similar to their character and way of doing things. The Giant Door Divine General in the middle was no exception. Among the 18 immortal generals, the most cautious and meticulous one was not the female immortal general Xianxia, but the boorish-looking immortal general Zhu Men. Zhu Men did not raise his weapon to attack or defend. Instead, he focused all his attention on fallen beauty in front of him, ready to react immediately before she made the slightest movement. Compared to divine weapons and other treasures, he believed in his own body, his own reaction, and his own wisdom more. There would come a day when divine weapons would lose their effectiveness. There would come a day when divine beasts and sacred beasts would betray their masters. There would also come a day when comrades and companions would betray each other for their own benefits. Someone who could be completely trusted. Only his own hands. Behind the fallen flower city lord, just as Wu Chu Divine General soared into the sky and when Chu Divine General and Zhu Men Divine General approached cautiously, a fragrant white mist suddenly appeared. Within the white mist, there seemed to be a creature's tail gently dancing. It was extremely beautiful, but it was hard to see clearly. Even the most powerful Divine General Ziwei, who had been watching from afar, could not see through the faint white mist. A strange fragrance assailed the nostrils and refreshed the heart. When Divine General Wu Chu's purple gold holy blade slashed down, he saw a strange and terrifying scene. In front of him were two fallen flower city lords. The two Luo Hua city mistresses were like twin sisters, they looked exactly the same. No matter if it was their appearance, demeanor, or fighting style, there was no difference at all. The two of them, one in front and one behind, stood quietly as if they were twins since birth. This was not the strangest thing. What shocked Divine General Wu Chu the most was that the two fallen flower city lords were both condensing aurora lights. Moreover, they were condensing one in each of their hands. This meant that the four jade hands had already condensed an energy ball that was comparable to the death aurora from before. It could shoot out at any time, there was definitely only one fallen flower city lord. Which one was real? Which one was fake? Those who made the wrong judgment would probably suffer great loss under her aurora. Ha! The two fallen beauties shouted at the same time. The aurora lights condensed in their four hands pointed at Wu Chu Divine General in the sky, Wen Chu Divine General on the right, Zhu Men Divine General in the middle, and Divine General Ziwei Divine General in the distance. Divine General Wu Chu, who was holding the purple gold holy blade and had no choice but to release it, felt gloomy in his heart. This was because he was too close to the two fallen Flower City lords. They were so close that even a divine general like him couldn't react in time. In fact, the purple gold holy blade in his hand had already reached the heads of the two fallen Flower City lords. In a thousandth of a second, they would be cut in half, and their heads would fall to the ground. At this instant. In less than a thousandth of a second. For death Aurora light being shot out at the same time, fight. Divine General Wu Chu, who couldn't dodge at all, slashed down with the purple gold holy blade in his hand. At the same time, he forcibly used up all the energy in his body, trying to raise his strength to the peak for the upcoming fight. Unfortunately, he didn't have this chance. An aurora shot out from the left hand of the fallen beauty. It was unimaginably fast. It flashed past the purple gold holy blade's blade and slammed into Divine General Wu Chu's face, sending him flying. Although he wasn't instantly killed like the Earth Tribulation Divine General, even a blind person could tell that Divine General Wu Chu wasn't having a good time. It wasn't just Divine General Wu Chu. Even Divine General Wen Chu was sent flying in one move. The fallen beauty, who was standing in front, unleashed an aurora light beam from her right hand. It accurately hit Divine General Wen Chu, who was hiding behind the holy light shield and defending with all his might like a turtle. This terrifying pillar of light inconceivably shattered the sacred silver mirror shield that could reflect almost all energy beams. It sent Divine General Wen Chu, who was hiding behind it, flying into the air. Divine General Wen Chu held in pain. His body drew a long parabola in the air and fell 10,000 meters away. Of course, he was in a much better situation than Divine General Wu Chu, who was directly hit in the face. Divine General Wu Chu was sent flying into the sky. He turned into a star. Screams of pain could be heard. No one knew when he would fall again. Divine General Ziwei, who was watching from afar, saw City Lord Fallen Flowers' aurora shooting toward him. Even though he was far stronger than his companions, he didn't dare to underestimate her. He didn't attack or defend. Instead, he lightly shifted his feet. His upper body was half raised. He cleverly dodged the aurora's direct attack. The aurora brushed past the tip of his nose. He wasn't hurt at all. However, a few strands of hair that floated back from the back of his head melted into nothingness in the aurora. This caused the expression of the strongest Divine General Ziwei to change for a second. The aurora light that was casually shot out actually had such power. This had really exceeded his imagination. If it wasn't for the fact that he had the strongest power and that trump card, he really wouldn't dare to provoke the twin sisters, Luohua City Mistress, who possessed terrifying power and mind. The information he had gathered in the past was completely wrong. City Lord Fallen Flowers was actually a twin sister. No wonder she could easily defeat opponents of the same level and strength. The reason was because she had two people. Moreover, they were twin sisters with unparalleled teamwork and mind. Whoosh! The person who was truly unharmed was the most cautious Divine General Ju Men. When Fallen Beauty aimed her aurora beam at him, he didn't attack like Divine General Wu Chu, defend like Divine General Wen Chu, or dodge like the strongest Divine General Ziwei. Instead, he tore open a space-time door in front of him in the void. He slid into the space-time door. Relying on the natural law of space-time closing, he dodged the aurora beam unscathed and teleported behind Divine General Ziwei. Regardless of whether City Lord Fallen Flowers was the same person or a twin sister, Divine General Ju Men wasn't willing to fight them. This was an undefeatable enemy because she had the strongest offensive talent, Aurora. Under this aurora of death that could annihilate everything, even if someone had the ability to completely defeat them or even kill them, it would be very difficult to escape from their dying counterattack. Divine General Ju Men felt that his mission was completed. The Earth Tribulation Divine General responsible for destroying the Sky Garden had already died in battle. There was no need for him to risk his life against these two Fallen Flower City lords. Even if he did, it wouldn't be his turn. Didn't they still have Divine General Ziwei, their boss? He was the boss and the strongest. He should stand up and make the decision. It wasn't his place to meddle in other people's business. As for the mission that the Lord Palace Master had previously mentioned to capture hostages to threaten Titan Yu, Divine General Zhu Men didn't think it was a good idea. This was because even Ziwei, their strongest boss, probably didn't have the ability to easily capture the other party as a hostage, let alone himself. Therefore, protecting himself was the only thing he had to do now. Divine General Zhu Men, who had lost all his will to fight, looked at Divine General Wen Chu, who was still mercilessly sent flying with his shield. He realized that his comrade wasn't much better off than charcoal. His entire body was pitch black, and his skin smelled like roasted meat. As for Wu Chu, who had turned into a star in the sky, he hadn't fallen yet. He didn't know how he was doing. However, Divine General Zhu Men guessed that his situation wouldn't be any better than Wen Chu's. The two fallen Flower City lords didn't attack again. They were waiting. They raised their heads. It was as if they were waiting for Divine General Wu Chu, who had been sent flying into the sky, to fall. What were they doing? Were they waiting for Wu Chu to fall and fire 4 cannons at him? Divine General Zhu Men secretly wiped his sweat. He felt that if they really did that, Wu Chu would become a fragrant roasted pig. The smell would be 100 times better than Wen Chu's. After at least half a minute, Wu Chu, who had been sent flying, finally fell to the ground with the purple gold holy blade. He, who had lost consciousness, fell like a meteorite. Infinite acceleration. Then, he crashed into the ground, because they were worried that the two fallen Flower City lords would take the opportunity to fire Aurora shot. Divine General Ziwei, Divine General Zhu Men, and even Divine General Wen Chu, who had just recovered from his roasted state, didn't help. They just let Divine General Wu Chu smash into the ground head first. Anyway, Wu Chu was a Divine General. No matter how they smashed him, they wouldn't be able to kill him. Therefore, they didn't need to save him. Who knows, maybe Wu Chu's rock-like head could be smashed. The dizzy Divine General Wu Chu crawled out of the ground shakily. It was already a minute later. Even though he didn't die. However, Divine General Wen Chu, Divine General Zhu Men, and even Divine General Ziwei, who was the strongest and still had a card up her sleeve, were all scared silly. What's wrong with you guys? You saw me fall and you didn't even help me. Divine General Wu Chu roared at his companions in anger. However, after he scolded them, he immediately felt something strange. Because he found that his voice had changed. The originally steady and powerful male voice with the sound of metal and stone had inexplicably turned into a sweet female voice. This scolding tone, no matter how you listened to it, was very awkward, as if a woman was deliberately acting coquettishly. Divine General Wu Chu was stunned at first, then he screamed, "What's going on? My breasts have become so big?" Sweat appeared on Divine General Ziwei's forehead. God General Zhu Men and God General Wen Chu were also sweating profusely. Looking at their companion's condition, they swallowed hard. They were not blind. They could clearly see that Wu Chu, their companion, had turned into a woman. No, to be precise, Wu Chu had turned into a transvestite. A transvestite with both the body of a woman and a man. The stubble on Wu Chu's face was still there, but his chest was bulging like a woman's. His body had also become more like a woman's. His pelvis and hips were wide open, and he looked like a young married woman. However, through the familiar sense of life between his companions, Wu Chu knew that his companion had become a monster that was neither male nor female. His lower body was probably still male, but he no longer had male functions. He no longer had the masculine strength of a man, he was just an empty form. But this transformation, not completely. In terms of body transformation, he might have completed a little more than half of the transformation into a woman. That was why he had become such a terrifying transvestite that was neither male nor female. After being hit by the Aurora, he would lose his male functions and even become a transvestite. When the three god generals Ziwei, Zhu Men, and Wen Chu looked at City Lord Fallen Flowers again, their eyes were filled with fear. In comparison, they would rather be hit by City Lord Fallen Flowers' Aurora. That way, they would at most become roasted pigs. No matter how painful it was still better than becoming a transvestite that was neither male nor female, right? God General Wen Chu felt that he was a lucky guy. If he had been hit by the Aurora and turned into Wu Chu, he might as well commit suicide. Enchantress talent, it can turn all men into women, and it can also turn women into more women. The purer one's body and thoughts are, the greater the transformation and the shorter the duration of the transformation. The fallen beauty who was standing at the front had a beautiful smile on her face as she pointed at God General Wu Chu, who had turned into a transvestite, and said, "Ha, for someone as filthy as you, this transformation will last for at least 1,000 years. Congratulations, you have enough time to enjoy the entire process." How could there be such a talent in this world? God General Wu Chu screamed hysterically. It was given to me by the ancient gods. It exists specifically to cleanse and judge scum like you who have committed countless crimes. Every day, you will have to bear the pain of the women you have humiliated in the past. You will have to experience their pain until the transformation ends. The fallen beauty who was standing at the back waved her hand and sprinkled a fragrant scent. I forgot to tell you, your pain will increase by 100 times in this pure fragrance. 5th level of the Heaven Stairway, White River Valley, Scarlet Altar. When Yu Yang proposed a duel, the Black Terror Tribe, Heavenly Dragon Tribe, and Nine-Head Tribe did not immediately respond. Being the first to fight did not mean that one would be the first to eat the crab. On the contrary, the first person to fight was often the stepping stone for others. Although there was no such saying in Tong Tian Tower and Heaven Realm, everyone knew this principle. Just when everyone was pretending not to hear Yu Yang's words from a 45-degree angle, someone stood out. He had been sitting on the Scarlet Altar all along. He remained silent. Everyone, regardless of whether they knew him or not, did not expect that the person who was supposed to fight for the fruits of victory would be the first to fight. Why, not only them, but even Yu Yang, who was mentally prepared, and the middle-aged scholar, who was in control of the situation, were puzzled. The person who should not fight was the first to stand up. He volunteered to fight with Yu Yang. Why, everyone turned to look at him. This person had a dignified appearance and was quite formidable. No matter how one looked at him, he didn't look like a retard. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes. His square face, coupled with his hair that was like steel needles that did not move in the wind, gave people a strong visual impact. Especially his well-defined overall lines, which were as rough as if they were chiseled by a knife and axe. He was full of masculinity. If time was turned back and he looked at his younger days, he might be a handsome guy who could make a young girl's heart beat faster. This person's face carried a kind of maturity and perseverance that came from having experienced many hardships. His resolute gaze, his hands that were cast from copper and iron, and his body that was as tall as a fortress, constantly displayed a kind of reality, and that was the fact that he was powerful. Seeing this man who could hide his aura but could swallow the heavens and earth, step by step, walk out from under the broken statue, the two-headed dragon, Guang, and the others could not help but feel suffocated. The beautiful queen whose body was burning in flames was trembling. She could not help but blurt out, "Your Supreme Gene, you're the master of the Tang Valley's three-legged golden crow." Supreme Gene. As soon as this name was mentioned, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became several times heavier. Even though the double-headed dragon Guang and the others could guess who it was, they weren't willing to easily mention it, because it was a name that was terrifyingly powerful, so powerful that it made people despair. Now that the beautiful queen had accidentally said it, everyone could not help but shiver when they heard it. Right now, the two-headed dragon Guang could not understand why a powerful existence like Supreme Gene would not wait for the war to end and reap the benefits without doing anything. He didn't need to do anything at all. Regardless of whether he did anything or not, after all the disputes were settled, whoever won would voluntarily give a share to the master of the Valley of Tang. No one dared to mistreat or embezzle the share of the three-legged Golden Crow tribe's venerable sovereign. Whether it was the Heaven Realm or Tong Tian Tower, no one dared to do that. He believed that even the supreme martial artist of the deity temple, the strongest person in the Heaven Realm, would not be willing to become enemies with the three-legged Golden Crow, the arch who was known as the Gene D. Supreme Gene, who does not need to make a move to reap the fruits of victory in the end. Why should he be the first to step forward and fight Titan Yu to the death? There was absolutely no need for him to do that. With his identity and position, with his power and strength, he could casually assign any expert from his tribe to come forward and he would be able to reap the fruits of victory in the end. However, he had to come personally and fight to be the first to attack. What was the meaning of this? Could it be that Supreme Gene and Tong Tian Tower had a blood feud that no one knew about? Yu Yang was also very puzzled. Shouldn't the big boss be in its own territory, waiting for everyone to farm it? Why did it come to the novice village? Furthermore, it even took the initiative to farm players. Was there still any justice in this world? Even if you want to play with people, you shouldn't do this. Do we know each other? Yu Yang decided to clarify. No. Supreme Jean denied. Then did I set fire to your house and carried your house through your front door in exchange for malt candies? Yu Yang rubbed the back of his head. He didn't seem to have done such a bad thing before. No. Supreme Jean shook his head. Then I was born with a ridiculing face? Yu Yang was depressed. Could it be that my little face was born to attract hatred? I can't tell. Supreme Jean indicated that this was not the reason. Then why did you come out in such a hurry to duel with me? I didn't do anything to provoke you, and my little face doesn't look like it's asking for a beating. You're handsome and you have a high status. You can't bully the young and be so ungentlemanly. Yu Yang was simply anxious. He put on a shameless expression that said, if you dare to bully me, I'll cry. I'm very sorry. Supreme Jean suddenly apologized to Yu Yang with a sincere attitude. Actually, this has nothing to do with you. It's because I owe someone a huge favor. I had no other choice but to do this. You owe someone a favor, but you can't just beat me up to repay it. Yu Yang felt that he had been wronged. Although it's a bit of a blow to you, I think that this favor can only be repaid by beating you up. Supreme Jean answered honestly. Wait. If we're talking about favors, I'd even saved your son, daughter-in-law, and grandchildren. How does that count? Yu Yang suddenly remembered that the 8th prince, Wu Hai, was this old man's son. Back then, Wu Hai, the stork beauty, and the twins had been saved by him and Bao Er. Although it was said that he should be rewarded for doing a good deed, Yu Yang had not reached the level of doing good deeds without leaving his name behind. Now that the Tong Tian Tower was on the brink of destruction, it was still necessary to talk about human relations. What was the point of being shameless? It was fine if he didn't want it. I've heard about this, and I'm very grateful for your help. Forget about my unfilial son who deserves to die. However, if it weren't for your help, those adorable little fellows might have become delicacies in other people's mouths or become lowly beasts, enslaved by inferior mercenaries for the rest of their lives. Supreme Jean nodded at Yu Yang, affirming Yu Yang's righteous deed. When the two-headed dragon, Guang, and the others sensed that something was wrong, they immediately turned to look at the middle-aged scholar. Why does it seem like there's a change in the wind? This Supreme Jean was very mindful of favors and favors. He had been invited to conquer the Tong Tian Tower, but his descendants had been greatly indebted to Titan Yu and had yet to repay him. Could it be that he was the first to step forward because he wanted to make peace with Titan Yu? If that was the case, it would be a great pity. Supreme Jean was definitely a great help to the Heaven Realm army. With him around, their chances of victory would increase by at least 70%. On the other hand, if Supreme Jean were to side with Titan Yu, it would be even worse. What should they do? Everyone turned their attention to the middle-aged scholar once again. They hoped that he, who was known as the #1 think tank in the central shrine, would say something to give everyone a definite message and reassure them. The middle-aged scholar did not speak and maintained a smile on his face as if he had not heard the conversation between Supreme Jean and Yu Yang. His unexpected confidence stunned the two-headed dragon, Guang, and the others. Each of them thought to themselves, this lord of the Eastern Palace is so calm. Could it be that he has a secret trick up his sleeve? I've done you a favor and I've never provoked or offended you. Since we're all familiar with each other, why don't we turn enemies into friends? Yu Yang took advantage of the situation. Turning enemies into friends isn't quite possible. Supreme Jean slowly shook his head. If I kill you, my grandchildren will avenge you when they grow up. They will repay you for saving my life that day. UB*TCH. Yu Yang was so angry that he nearly vomited blood. I'll beat you to death and then let my grandchildren seek revenge on me. How dare you even think of that? When the two-headed dragon, Guang, and the others heard Supreme Jin's words, they could not help but burst into laughter. At the same time, they were full of confidence in the middle-aged scholar's plan. As expected of the #1 think tank in the central shrine, he would never do something that he was not sure of. Since he had done it, he must have the confidence of winning. Regardless of how much Titan you had done for the three-legged Golden Crow clan, it seems that Supreme Jin's intentions would not change. With Supreme Jin as his enemy, Titan you would not be able to turn things around no matter how heaven-defying he was. He was definitely going to die. Yu Yang had never been bullied like this in his entire life. He had always been the one to bully others. How could he be bullied like this today? He was being ganged up on and he could not even cry out for help, he had to suffer in silence. Next, should he silently admit defeat or should he tear his enemy into pieces and swallow them all into his stomach? However, Yu Yang had never been the kind of person who would silently admit defeat. He would definitely not be bullied without making a sound. Rather than kneeling to live, he would rather die standing. Fight. Fight with everything he had. This was the Yu clan's third young master in the Tongtian Tower. Yu Yang slowly raised his crescent blade and held it tightly in his hand. He took a deep breath and slowly released the negative emotions in his heart. He then raised his hand steadily. He raised his blade and pointed it at Supreme Jin, who was standing as tall as a mountain. He issued a challenge in a resolute and decisive manner. Come. Tang Valley's three-legged Golden Crow Dizun, Supreme Jin, if you think that bullying a junior can satisfy your self-righteous superior mentality, then you are gravely mistaken. Let me, the new prison emperor of the Tongtian Tower, tell you, let me, the disciple of the conquering queen, tell you, let me, the future owner of the gods' ruins, tell you what is right and what is wrong. What you insist on is simply a ridiculous excuse that you created to satisfy your own twisted mentality. Don't let your words and actions run wild just because you are an old senior. In this world, ridiculous excuses will always exist as a joke. They will never be accepted or believed by others. I only know that what God says is the truth. Supreme Jin raised his head and his body erupted with the Golden Crow's divine flames that caused the two-headed dragon Guang and the others to immediately retreat. The light emitted from his body was 1,000 times brighter than the sun in the sky. Supreme Jin's eyes turned golden as he stared at Yu Yang with his divine power. He reached out his right hand, which was also emitting the same sunlight. He pointed at Yu Yang. Young man, let me tell you the truth as well. I am God, a true God. Therefore, it doesn't matter if you think that what I said is right or wrong because it is the truth. It is a truth that belongs solely to me. It is a truth that can never die or be erased. It is based on my Godhead and my divine power. Young man, do you hear me clearly? Under the illumination of Supreme Jin's divine power, Yu Yang could not look his lord in the eye. He raised his hand to cover his eyes. Even though he possessed the Heaven Eye's divine vision, he could not open his eyes under this radiance. This was the power of Supreme Jin's divine power. This was Supreme Jin's unique Godhead and the will of the law. If you've heard me clearly, then go to hell. You who have gone against my will can no longer continue to exist in this world because you are not a god. You are not a true god who possesses an independent Godhead and the law. Supreme Jin's voice boomed like thunder. Once he had finished speaking, his right hand immediately shot out a radiance that was 1,000 times brighter than the sun. Everything in front of him, whether it was the unbreakable ground of the blood-colored altar or the stairway to heaven which contained the law of heaven and earth, or Yu Yang who was using all his might to defend himself, was instantly vaporized by this wave of divine power. Extinction. In front of a true god like Supreme Jin, any existence that went against his will would be destroyed in an instant, forever. Supreme Jin had destroyed everything in front of him the moment he made his move. Forget about Yu Yang who was standing in the center of the polar day's radiance, even a certain heavenly dragon tribe barbarian who did not escape fast enough and was grazed by Supreme Jin's divine power radiance would instantly vaporize. This heavenly dragon tribe barbarian was only his appearance. Even though his position was not as high as the two-headed dragon Guang's in the heaven realm, he was still an overlord in the heaven realm. A dragon's body was 1,000 times harder than steel. Unless it was the power of a true god, nothing in this world could turn it into nothingness. The two-headed dragon of the heavenly dragon tribe, Guang's face was ashen. The beautiful queen, whose entire body was engulfed in raging flames, was so frightened that her teeth were chattering. As for the other barbarian who appeared to be the 4 overlords of the heavenly dragon tribe, they were even more frightened out of their wits. The one who had been instantly killed by the divine power may not have been the strongest among the 5, but he was definitely not the weakest. Even if he had fought against the pride of the heavenly dragon tribe, the two-headed dragon Guang, who was known as the strongest in the heavenly dragon tribe, his comrade who had been instantly killed would not have been defeated within 100 moves. Such an overlord. Such a powerful heavenly dragon tribe cultivator. Supreme Jin had easily killed him in one move. Furthermore, he had only grazed the edge of the divine power. If he had been hit head-on, even the proud two-headed dragon Guang would not have the confidence to survive. It was not that everyone was unaware of Supreme Jin's fame or the master of the Tang Valley's power. However, they never thought that the leader of the three-legged golden crows would be so terrifyingly powerful. Old friend, it's been many years since we last met. Congratulations on reaching a new state. The middle-aged scholar was the only one whose expression did not change. I've done what I promised you. Supreme Jin looked at the middle-aged scholar. Thank you very much. My dear brother, you really don't owe me anything. We're brothers, so there's no need to stand on ceremony. The middle-aged scholar was all smiles. Although he had said that there was no need to stand on ceremony, his actions were heavy and solemn as he thanked Supreme Jin. Supreme Jin fell silent. After a long pause, he suddenly turned around and walked away. After walking for about 10 meters, he paused again. Dongfeng, I'm still the same old me who had been chased out of my home and had no home to return to. However, you are no longer the same old you who would give up everything for the sake of your friends. This is the last time I will act. I hope you know what to do. This is also my last advice to you as a brother. Thank you, I will remember this. The middle-aged scholar nodded slowly. He watched as Supreme Jin left, one step at a time. He was also silent for a long time. He waited until Supreme Jin's towering figure had completely disappeared into the horizon before he gently exhaled. You are indeed still the same you from the past. This is very good. The 6 from the heavenly dragon race and the 3 from the black terror race all looked at the middle-aged scholar. The 9-headed snake and 9-headed bug of the 9-headed clan were whispering to each other, discussing something. Now, Tong Tian Tower's greatest obstacle, the Yu family's third young master, Yu Tai Tan, who was also known as the Miracle, had been killed by Supreme Jin's unparalleled divine power. What should they do next? How should they split the share of the god's ruins? No one had the chance to act in this battle. Instead, Supreme Jin, who had rushed to repay the favor from the past, had reaped the greatest credit. Could it be that they had to renegotiate the previously agreed-upon division plan? The 9-headed clan was still all right. They originally had a share. Although it was not much, they still had a share. However, the heavenly dragon race and the black terror race had not been invited. They had only come on their own accord. None of them had made it in time for the initial distribution. Each of them had hurriedly rushed over from the heaven realm. It would not do if they returned empty-handed without reaping anything. What should we do now? The beautiful queen whose entire body was burning felt weak. She looked at the two-headed dragon Guang with uncertainty. Ahem, we can continue to put an effort to kill the powerhouses of Tong Tian Tower. However, in terms of division, we need at least, 1/50th of the god's ruins. The two-headed dragon Guang proposed a plan after careful consideration. If it was not for Supreme Jin's overbearing display, he might have suggested 1/20th or even 1/10th of the share. However, from the looks of it, 1/50th was already asking for an exorbitant price. Although there was only one Supreme Jin, his strength could not be compared to the number of people he had. In other words, although the heavenly dragon race still had 6 people, their overall strength was not on the same level as Supreme Jin. If Supreme Jin was like this, then how powerful would the demon emperor, who was on par with him, and the head elder of the central shrine, Jizun, be? What kind of division would it be? Furthermore, there were the peerless Emperor Wu Xuan and the honorable heavenly chariot of the temple who were above Supreme Jin and Demon Emperor. The two-headed dragon Guang felt that his proposal of 1/50th was a little too greedy. However, this was definitely not the final agreement. If he raised the price slightly, it would be easier to negotiate in the future. Based on the consideration of all the forces and strength, the two-headed dragon Guang guessed that the heavenly dragon race could at most obtain a 100th share. If that was not possible, a 200th, or at least a 500th share, was acceptable. Pfft. In response to the two-headed dragon's proposal, The extremely arrogant man in black from the Black Terror race raised his lips in disdain and ridiculed, "Even our race's Tao Tai doesn't have the same appetite as you. A mere heavenly dragon race, a piece of trash that can be killed in one move, dares to ask for such an exorbitant price? Aren't you afraid of bursting to death? Even if you aren't afraid of bursting to death, you should at least think about whether others will laugh at you to death, okay? What did you say?" The beautiful Queen Myriad Bones Paralysis, who was covered in flames, was enraged. Previously, she had been slapped in the face by Titan Yu. Now, this demon race brat also wanted to bully others? "No matter what, I am still the female dragon queen who had sucked thousands of men dry. Do you really think I am a piece of cake after being slapped in the face one after another? Looks like I have no choice but to show my might. Let me tell you, brat, I am not easy to deal with." Of course, his strength was unknown, so he could not act rashly. He still had to keep his life for the treasures in the god's ruins. Thinking of this, the beautiful Queen Myriad Bones Paralysis secretly made an extremely covert gesture to her 4 companions behind her, indicating for them to test the strength of this arrogant demon race brat. "Brat, you talk too much. Take it easy." One of the overlords of the heavenly dragon race who had a personal relationship with the beautiful queen immediately rushed out from the crowd in front of his companions. His mountain-like body stood in front of the arrogant man and looked down at him from above. "If you don't accept it, I'll fight you until you accept it. Don't think that your companions can protect you. There are 6 of us." As he berated, he paid attention to the expressions of the Black Terror race's Black Bear Demon and Wild Boar Demon. He discovered that the 2 Demon King-level demons were silent. He thought that they were afraid of the heavenly dragon race, so he immediately became 100 times more confident. Although one of his companions had been instantly killed, there were still 6 of them, which was far above the Black Terror race. As for the 9-head race, they were not weak, but these demons who especially liked to fight among themselves and never worked together would probably sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. They would not make a move. As long as the Wild Boar Demon and the Black Bear Demon did not make a move to protect him, a mere demon race brat, coupled with the fact that he could not see anything, would probably be limited no matter how strong he was. Furthermore, he looked so awkward, he might even be a bastard. To the Eastern Goblin tribe, an impure bloodline was a fatal weakness. This was because a bastard was definitely the weakest existence. Those old fellows above also did not like the younger generation that was born from hybridization. For example, because the heavenly dragon race had betrayed the heavenly dragon emperor and mixed their bloodlines with the giant dragon race, they were completely eliminated from the ranks of the demon race. They did not even recognize the most basic title and were completely seen as an outsider race. Otherwise, the heavenly dragon race could also be considered as a member of the Eastern Goblin tribe. "You're still wet behind the ears, yet you dare to come to Tong Tian Tower to plunder? I can beat the shit out of you with one slap." The heavenly dragon overlord, who was as tall as a small mountain, stared at the arrogant man in front of him proudly. "With just you?" It turned out that the arrogant man was born a fighting maniac. He originally wanted to provoke Yu Yang into a fight, but he did not succeed. He then prepared to find an excuse to start a fight with the heavenly dragon race. After he arrived at the blood-colored altar and saw Supreme Jin, he restrained himself a little and watched quietly without saying much. After Supreme Jin left, if the arrogant man did not return to his original personality, when would he wait? Forget about the other party's arrogant response. Even if the other party did not respond, he would still think of ways to start a fight, because fighting was the meaning of his life. "Wait." The middle-aged scholar hurriedly stopped him. He proposed an idea regarding the share. "I know that everyone wants to get more, but the share of the god's ruins is fixed. This hall master is really in a difficult position. How about this, all of you guard this blood-colored altar together because this is the exit of the heaven stairway. Perhaps there are still some strong cultivators in Tong Tian Tower who have yet to return to participate in the battle. If all of you can guard this place for 3 days and 3 nights, regardless of whether there is a battle or not, the person who is left in the end will get 1% of the share. What do you think of this proposal?" When the 2-headed dragon Guang heard this, he thought that this was beneficial to his side. There were 6 of them on his side. This was much better than the original biggest request. Of course, he also understood the sinister intentions of the Central Shrine's #1 think tank. This Eastern Hall master obviously wanted to use someone else to do his dirty work. The one guarding the blood-colored altar must be fake. What Tong Tian Tower's strongest, Titan Yu, wasn't he killed in one move by Supreme Jin? If it was him, he reckoned that he would also be able to end the battle in a few dozen or at most 100 moves. If Titan Yu died, would there still be any experts in Tong Tian Tower? Impossible. The Eastern Hall Master obviously wanted the Nine-Headed Clan, the Black Terror Clan, and his Heavenly Dragon Clan to stay here and kill each other. After 3 days, there would probably not be many left alive. This would be easy to handle. Even if it was a 1% share, it would be much easier. Agreed, we'll do as you say. The two-headed dragon Guang felt that this proposal was beneficial to him. Not to mention the 1%, if a few of his companions survived, he would be able to get a few more shares. At that time, he would be able to kill his companions and get a few more shares. As for the casualties of his companions during the battle, it did not matter. As long as he survived to the end, it would be fine. We also have no problem. The nine-headed snake nodded and reminded the middle-aged scholar, please remember, the share belonging to Lord Demon Emperor cannot be missing. Of course. The middle-aged scholar looked at the three from the Black Terror clan and discovered that the arrogant man was silent, while the Black Bear Demon and Wild Boar Demon both nodded in agreement with his proposal. He immediately revealed a friendly smile, everyone, the task of guarding the exit of the Heaven Stairway is very important. You must all work together. You must not fight because of personal grudges. No, I won't, humph humph. The beautiful Queen of Myriad Bones Paralysis looked at the arrogant man and sneered. Wasn't this clearly reminding him to take the opportunity to avenge his personal grudges? 3 days was enough time to kill the three from the Black Terror clan. Even if he could not kill the Black Bear and Wild Boar, killing this arrogant demon clan brat should not be a problem. As for the Nine-Headed Clan, they should have the Demon Emperor behind them, but it was unknown whether the Demon Emperor had come to Tong Tian Tower. The Demon Emperor was not the three-legged Golden Crow clan's Emperor Jin. He was not Dongfeng's friend, so he probably would not come personally. Sending 5 of his subordinates was already giving face. As long as the 5 fellows from the Nine-Headed Clan did not go overboard and honestly split the shares equally, then he would not clash with them for the time being. Tisk. The arrogant man spat a mouthful of saliva onto the ground in disdain, and his attitude was extremely arrogant. Looks like this kid is simply a pain in the neck, and he doesn't know what fear is at all. The middle-aged scholar expressed that he still had something very important to do and repeatedly urged everyone to coexist peacefully. Naturally, everyone agreed on the surface. He received such a response. The Eastern First Palace Master nodded in satisfaction before drifting away. When he left, the Heavenly Dragon race saw that the Nine-Headed Snake and the others did not have any reaction. The Black Bear Demon and Wild Boar Demon of the Black Terror race were also like grandsons. They all felt that it was time to show off their skills. The 2 Heavenly Dragon race overlords turned towards the Black Bear Demon and the Wild Boar Demon. One of them stood guard outside, while the other stared at the arrogant man, ready to attack at any time to give this brat a painful blow. The twin-headed dragon Guang and the beautiful Queen Thousand Bones Biscuit looked at the nine-headed serpent and the others with smiles on their faces, as if they were harmless to humans and animals. None of the 5 from the Nine-Head clan made a sound. In the end, only the nine-headed demon slightly furrowed his brows and suddenly said, "Do you guys really think that Titan Yu is dead?" When he said this, everyone from the Heavenly Dragon race was stunned. The Black Bear Demon and the Wild Boar Demon of the Black Terror race were also stunned. That was a fatal blow from the true God Realm Emperor Jin. The Heavenly Dragon race overlord could not escape in time. Even his iron-like giant dragon body was annihilated by the god power. How could a weak human with such a small body think that he could escape from the extreme sun radiance of Emperor Jin? The will of the god could not be questioned. If the person that the god wanted to kill could survive, then how could he be a human? Other than the god, no one could survive under the will of the god. If he did not die, how could he hide from the eyes of the Eastern First Palace Master? The twin-headed dragon Guang was shocked at first, but he chose to believe in the middle-aged scholar. That was because this Eastern First Palace Master would never be wrong. Even if he was wrong, he would not be wrong in front of a creature that was weaker than him. Only a god could make the Eastern First Palace Master make a mistake. You all think that Titan Yu is dead? The nine-headed demon looked around. But, this blood-colored altar that was protected by the ancient laws, as well as the heaven and earth, were destroyed. Black Bear Demon and Wild Boar Demon also wanted to doubt it, but the truth was right in front of them, and the shattered space had yet to close. No, I think that brat is still alive. Only the arrogant man raised an objection. Tell me your reason. The nine-headed demon king looked at him strangely. I can't see clearly, but I have a feeling that Titan Yu is not dead, but hiding somewhere. That brat doesn't look like someone who will die young. If it wasn't for the fact that I couldn't kill him, I would have rushed up and killed him long ago. I hate people who are more handsome than me the most. Not only is this brat more handsome than me, he is also very smart. Most importantly, he is very lucky. I am so jealous that I am about to go crazy. No, wait for him to come out. I must find him and have a good fight, or else I will not be able to get rid of the hatred in my heart. The arrogant man's words did not gain the approval of the twin-headed dragon Guang and the others. Intuition, do men have intuition too? If a man's intuition was useful, then what was the use of women in the world? As for the signs of dying young, that was even funnier. What did one's appearance have to do with life and death? Could it be that being handsome meant having a long life? Being ugly meant having a short life? There was no justice in this world. If that was the case, then the goblin clan brat in front of him should have died a long time ago. Hearing that, nine-headed demon smiled. He did not acknowledge it, nor did he deny it. Stop bullshitting. Brat, didn't your intuition tell you that you are in big trouble? The overlord of heavenly dragon race who had been waiting for a long time mocked his opponent mercilessly. Standing in front of him like a small mountain, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. I don't have any disasters, but you, I dare say, will definitely not live past today. The arrogant man raised his head and mocked without fear. You are courting death. The overlord of heavenly dragon race raised his right hand high up, preparing to kill the arrogant goblin clan brat in one move. Wait. A heavenly voice rang out. It was like a clear spring in the forest, flowing through the stone surface, nourishing the heart. It was as if there was a kind of sweetness flowing out from the bottom of her heart. Even the most irascible person in the world would immediately vanish after hearing this sweet and moving heavenly voice. No one could be seen, but the sky was filled with dazzling stars. Even someone as strong as the twin-headed dragon Guang was only able to catch a glimpse of a faintly discernible and ethereal beautiful silhouette at the center of the dazzling starlight. However, he was unable to see her true appearance, let alone capture the position of the person who had arrived. In the middle of the blood-colored altar that was slowly splitting open, starlight flickered like the Milky Way. In an instant, the entire place had turned into a dreamy and beautiful starry sky. As one of the masters, I've always been too lazy to deal with external affairs. After all, it's men who are in charge of external affairs. I'm just a little girl, and it's not appropriate for me to always be involved in these matters. In addition, I'm a sloppy person, and I don't have much of a competitive heart. If I can take a step back, I'll take a step back. Even if I'm bullied, I'll keep my mouth shut if I can bear it. However, since it's like this today, and little boy Yu isn't here, I have to come out and greet the guests. That heavenly and sweet female voice was like a soft whisper. At first, it was right beside one's ear, but when one listened to it quietly, it seemed to come from beyond the starry sky. It was so mysterious that it made one unable to grasp it. Stop trying to mystify things here. Get out here right now. The only person present who was displeased was the beautiful queen, Thousand Bones Crispy, whose entire body was burning with raging flames. It was similar to the reason that arrogant men hated handsome men. All of the beauties in the world were her enemies. No matter if they were big or small beauties, as long as they were beauties, they were all enemies. Furthermore, the ending was death. The beautiful queen, Thousand Bones Crispy, in her rage, waved her hand towards the Milky Way, and released a wave of raging dragon flames that could burn everything. Even if she couldn't kill the opponent in one move, she wanted to burn the opponent until they were badly battered. If she could burn the opponent until they were disfigured, that would be for the best. Unfortunately, when the violent dragon flames that were theoretically capable of incinerating everything in the world entered into the dazzling and flickering river of stars, they were like clay oxen that had entered the sea, and they vanished without a trace, without a sound. The beautiful queen, Thousand Bones Crispy, attacked without any regard for the consequences, causing the two-headed dragon Guan to frown. However, he didn't stop her. He intentionally let his impulsive companion test the opponent's strength. However, the result of the test caused him to frown even more. The raging dragon flames that could burn everything in the world didn't even have the slightest effect. It was as if it didn't exist. Perhaps it wasn't devoured, but melted. Or perhaps it wasn't melted, but a kind of indescribable assimilation. The two-headed dragon Guan discovered that even though he had the true sharp dragon eyes, he couldn't see through the truth. He couldn't even see through the surface. This was really baffling. Tong Tian Tower, where did so many strong warriors come from? Could it be that Tong Tian Tower didn't just have one super strong warrior, the one that came now, the one that was obviously female? Who was she? Could she be the human Jizun that Dongfang mentioned before? But that wasn't right. The human Jizun in the intelligence report was a close combat warrior that was skilled in swordsmanship. She was completely different from this woman who appeared with starlight. Even if she was the human Jizun, according to the intelligence report, there was no reason for her to be so strong. Who was she? We, the nine-headed clan, were invited by Dongfang to come from the heaven realm. Before this, we even made a bet with Titan Yu. However, Supreme Jean interfered in the middle and sent Titan Yu somewhere. Otherwise, if there were any misunderstandings, we could definitely clear them up. The nine-headed goblin had a better temper. He bowed slightly towards the center of the Milky Way. Since you have a bet with little Yu, then please stand aside and wait for him to return. That heavenly voice rang again. Now, I would like to greet some guests that don't have the awareness of being a guest. Return? People who were killed by God power can still return? The heavenly dragon clan overlord, who was standing in front of the arrogant man, laughed towards the sky. If he can come back, I will eat with my nose and walk with my hands from now on. Another heavenly dragon clan overlord, who was standing behind him, laughed maniacally. You can still think with your butt and spit out feces with your mouth. So you are this kind of messed up trash. The arrogant man unrestrainedly raised his lips and ridiculed. Although he was not Yu Yang's friend, he could not stand the disgusting faces of the heavenly dragon clan rankers. He ignored the heavenly dragon clan overlord in front of him and turned his head to look at the center of the Milky Way. He asked, "Are you a good person or a bad person?" Me? I can't be considered a good person, but I don't seem to be a bad person either. The clear voice in the resplendent Milky Way suddenly laughed. Then forget it. The arrogant man's face was filled with pity. If I am a good person. That heavenly voice made a strange assumption. I hate good people the most. If you are a good person, then I will give you a good beating. If you are a man, I will even bite off your nose so that you will never be able to raise your head again. The arrogant man was born to be rebellious. Then it's a good thing I'm not a good person. What if I'm a bad person? The heavenly voice in the galaxy made another assumption. I like bad guys the most. Although you're a woman, if you're a bad guy, then I'll have to help you fight. I'll break all the bones of those who oppose you, peel off their skin, and pull out their tendons. In this world, it's not easy to be a bad guy all the time. I have to encourage you no matter what. The arrogant man shook his head regretfully and sighed. It's a pity that you are not a bad person. Otherwise, I could help you. Why don't you start being a bad person now? That way, I will have enough motivation and reason to help you fight. Thank you very much, but at the same time, I am very sorry. I think, regarding the decision to start being a bad person now, I still need to think about it. If one day I decide to be a bad person, I will inform you. The heavenly voice in the galaxy held back her laughter and gently rejected the arrogant man's crazy suggestion. All right then. The arrogant man shrugged his shoulders in disappointment. His expression was extremely helpless. The other party was not a bad person, he could not help, so he could only quietly watch as this group of heavenly dragon race rankers who were unhappy with him acted like a tyrant. Originally, he could have made the first move. Unfortunately, the other party was his master. He was not like Supreme Jean. If it was not necessary, he did not want to make a move in front of his master. In that case, it was really too rude. The Eastern Goblin tribe could be very cruel and terrifying, but they could not be rude. If they were to always be like this, others would think that the Eastern Goblin tribe did not have a good upbringing, and that would affect the image of their own tribe. The beautiful Thousand Bones Crispy made a go for me gesture and snorted coldly, "Now is not the time to chat. As guests, if we don't hurry up and take out a big gift, we will make the master forget about our existence." Xianglong, Konglong, as the two of you are the overlords of the upper realm, if you were to be placed in the lower realm, forget about being a region emperor, you might even be a big shot. You came to this Tongtian Tower, which is as small as a village, and was ignored like this. Don't you feel a little ashamed? If you still have a trace of honor in your heart, then hurry up and show your true strength, and give this beauty who claims to be one of the masters of Tongtian Tower a surprise. Are you going to perform with your mouths? What a surprise. The arrogant man really wanted the overlord of the Heavenly Dragon tribe to punch him. As long as he made a move, he would have a reason to go crazy. Hence, the expression on his face was filled with an arrogant provocation of "Hurry up and hit me, I can't wait to start fighting." However, the two-headed dragon Guan shook his head, indicating to his companions not to provoke this goblin brat. Especially in a situation where a super ranker from Tongtian Tower had just appeared, they should not make the first move. They won't have a chance to perform, because they will die soon. In the bright starry sky, the beautiful voice that seemed to be the sound of nature rang clearly, "Brat, you is not here, all the trouble has fallen on my head. This is really too infuriating, I hate trouble. It's okay if you don't want it, my anger comes and goes quickly. As long as I kill 100 people, I think my anger will be mostly gone." Everyone was stunned. Did they hear wrongly? Was this something a great beauty should say? Fighting and killing, this didn't seem to be in line with the code of conduct of a lady, right? Standing in front of the arrogant man, the Heavenly Dragon tribe's overlord, who was called Xianglong by the beautiful queen, was stunned for a moment before he started laughing crazily. He laughed until tears flowed down his cheeks, and he couldn't even straighten his back. "Ahahaha, I'm dying of laughter. Is Tongtian Tower full of fools? Could it be that the specialty of this countryside is bragging? What genius tighten you, he was killed in a single move, and now there's a little girl who doesn't know what she's talking about, and she's bragging too much. Could it be that the people of Tongtian Tower don't know their own limits? Ha, I'm standing right here. If you have the ability, then kill me. I want to see how you kill me. Come, I promise I won't fight back. Let's see how you kill me. Then watch carefully." Beside the Heavenly Dragon race's overlord, Xianglong, there were already dozens of stars. The stars were very small, but they were as bright as fire. One by one, they seemed to be thrown by a person in a mess. However, upon closer inspection, it seemed like an invisible hand with a unique intelligence was quietly adjusting its position, arranging them into a mysterious and unpredictable beautiful pattern. The Heavenly Dragon race's overlord, Xianglong, was just about to mock him and say, "You want to kill me with just these stars and these little things?" However, before he could say anything, he found that his body was painlessly cut apart by a mysterious force. He was divided into thousands of pieces, including his own head, which was instantly thrown into the air. There was no pain. Or rather, he didn't have time to feel any pain. Xianglong discovered that his body had been shattered, and surprisingly, he did not lose consciousness. He clearly and completely understood the entire process of his body shattering. He couldn't understand why, and what kind of power caused this, but he knew one thing: this was definitely not an illusion, but a fact. Just as Xianglong, the overlord of the Heavenly Dragon race, was about to shout out no, he discovered that his shattered body was instantly swallowed by a terrifying black hole hidden in the starry sky. Not a single bit was left behind. Other than his head, the rest of his body had disappeared without a trace. Why did he leave his head behind? Xianglong was thinking about this question. However, in the next second, he understood. Because the master of Tongtian Tower, who was still in the galaxy, wanted to turn his head into a meteor. As he flew at an extremely fast speed that was close to light, Xianglong discovered that his head had collided with a tiny star at high speed. Only when he got closer did he realize that the extremely small star from afar was actually an incomparably huge planet. His head smashed into it like a meteor. As a result, he didn't even need to think to know the result. Boom, the moment Xianglong collided, he felt as if his soul had been smashed into pieces. Then, in the midst of the destructive explosion, everything was annihilated and turned into nothingness. From Xianglong's point of view, it was indeed like this. However, in the eyes of the two-headed dragon Guang, the beautiful Queen Thousand Bones Paralysis and the other heavenly dragon race experts, Xianglong was swallowed by the black hole in less than a 10,000th of a second. His head exploded like a planet, turning into some cosmic dust. Forget about rescue, they couldn't even see it clearly. In a blink of an eye, the heavenly dragon race expert, Xianglong, who could be called an overlord in the heaven realm, had already turned into dust. This was truly out of everyone's expectations. Although it was not as terrifying as Jean D's divine power, it was still an instant kill. The great beauty hidden in the starry sky in front of them actually had the power to instantly kill a heaven realm expert? How was this possible? Impossible. Kong Long, who was helping Xianglong, was scared out of his wits. He cried out in fear and hurriedly turned around to hide behind the two-headed dragon Guang. He was deeply afraid that he would follow in his comrade's footsteps and be instantly killed by his opponent. You, what's your name? The two-headed dragon Guang's expression changed greatly. He forcefully suppressed his wildly beating heart and swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty as he strenuously asked. My name is Night Empress, but I'm just a small character in Tongtian Tower. Little brat Yu isn't here and Jizun hasn't returned, so I'm the one to greet the esteemed guests. This is only a side dish with 10,000 times the power of the starry sky. If you don't mind, I still have 100,000 times the power of the starry sky soup and 200,000 times the main dish. I even have 300,000 times the power of the starry sky dessert. I believe that under such a feast, everyone will definitely return satisfied. At this moment, when the heavenly voice came out, other than the two-headed dragon Guang, the other 4 people of the heavenly dragon race, including the beautiful Queen Thousand Bones Paralysis, immediately rushed into the sky and hurriedly escaped from this terrifying starry sky. Divine Realm. The arrogant man looked at the two-headed dragon Guang and the rest of the heavenly dragon clan with a hint of schadenfreude. Especially when he saw Kong Long's pale face, he was overjoyed. Congratulations, you're really lucky to have offended a divine realm ranker. Only a condescending piece of trash like you would look down on others with your snobbish eyes. Why can't Tongtian Tower have supreme rankers? Since ancient times, the soaring dragon continent, heaven stairway, and demon abyss have always been filled with strong people. The prison emperor 6,000 years ago, the conquest queen 10,000 years ago, and before that, there were countless supreme rankers. Even I can't stand you shameless people who betray your superiors and kill your masters. Do you think you have the right to judge others? The arrogant man mocked the heavenly dragon clan. Unfortunately, the Night Empress was here. The heavenly dragon clan's overlords were too busy protecting themselves to argue with him, so they pretended not to hear him. The Black Terror clan's Black Bear Demon and Wild Boar Demon were also frightened. Their expressions were completely different from the arrogant man's. Silently, they adjusted their positions and gradually moved to the periphery while no one was paying attention. They were unwilling to provoke the Night Empress who suddenly appeared. Moreover, with their strength at the Monster King level, they definitely could not afford to offend a deity who possessed a supreme will. They faced Xianglong, who was instantly killed by the Night Empress. Or the Kong Long, who just escaped, probably only had a slight advantage, but not by much. If they faced the heavenly dragon clan's strongest double-headed Guang, they might not be able to win even if they joined forces. As a result, they naturally did not dare to provoke the Night Empress who was in the true God realm. Even though they did not know who was stronger or weaker between the Night Empress and Supreme Jean, they could at least be sure that these two were existences that could instantly kill everyone present. It is indeed the divine realm. The nine-headed goblin of the nine-headed clan had a calm expression as he leisurely analyzed. The power of the ancient code formed by combining god power with sovereign will is very impressive. However, it might be because she has only reached the divine realm for a short period of time and the condensation of her divine deity is not perfect. Her control and use of god power are also slightly lacking. Of course, this divine might combined with the power of the stars is admirable. It's too beautiful and dazzling. It's both eternal and destructive. In the future, this Supreme Night Empress will definitely become a divine supreme that will dazzle the entire upper heaven realm. As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned. The arrogant man, the two-headed dragon Guang, and the beautiful thousand bones enchantress were all astonished. Especially the beautiful queen of the heavenly dragon race. She was even more indignant. She thought to herself, what kind of identity do you have? Do you have the qualifications to judge a god realm expert? If these words were said by the demon the arch behind you, then it would still be a stretch. But you're just a small character in the Nine-Head clan. You're not even the strongest among your 5 companions. How dare you speak so arrogantly? However, the two-headed dragon Guang suddenly felt a burst of ecstasy in his heart. Because the heavenly dragon race had offended the Night Empress with his words, he was in imminent danger. If the nine-headed race could successfully divert their hatred and attract their firepower at this critical moment, that would be for the best. The nine-headed demon clan had such a strong enemy under the tree. Even if the Night Empress didn't want to let the heavenly dragon race go, the target and energy of her attack would be scattered. The two-headed dragon Guang couldn't wait for the Night Empress to hear this and immediately attack in a thunderous rage to kill the nine-headed race. I wouldn't dare to call you Jizun. There's only one Jizun in the Tong Tian Tower. Who knew that the heavenly voice in the illusory galaxy didn't act up at all? She even smiled and thanked the nine-headed demon clan for their comments. There are too many shortcomings. I also want to calm down and condense my godhood. It's a pity that in less than 2 months, I haven't even had the time to sort out my thoughts from my deep sleep before I have to rush into battle. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been bullied at my door. I could only swallow my anger like this. To be able to have such godly power in just 2 months, it's really amazing. The nine-headed demon clan was moved. The beautiful queen and the two-headed dragon Guang were speechless. I said you're fat, and you're still panting. You're just a nine-headed demon clan. You're not even in the divine state. What gives you the right to be so pretentious? The Night Empress is just being humble and tolerant. You, on the other hand, are pretending again and again, as if you're also a divine state master. Is there such a funny clown? You haven't reached that level yet, and you dare to talk nonsense? Only Kong Long, the overlord of the heavenly dragon clan, didn't pay attention to this. He just wanted to escape from the blood-colored altar and the 5th level of the heaven stairway. No matter what the others said, it wouldn't change the fact that he had maliciously mocked a god, other than running away. He couldn't think of a second way to save his life. No one knew how far away in the sky, there was a voice that was transmitted from an extremely far distance. It was clearly reflected in everyone's ears, as if it was speaking right beside their ears. We are old friends, the 3 old bastards, unfalling, undefeatable, and unmoving. We are glad to see the immortal realm sovereign of the heaven stairway again. We are willing to talk to the newly promoted immortal realm sovereign in detail on the 10th floor of the heaven stairway, recalling the hospitality of Princess Starlight in the past. We can't wait to see the elegance of the new immortal realm sovereign. The divine will was transmitted. Kong Long, the two-headed dragon Guang, the beautiful queen, and the rest cheered. The head elder of the central shrine, the unmoving demon clan, was about to make his move. Now, the Night Empress, the divine state master, wouldn't bother them anymore. Although they had only heard of the unmoving demon clan and had never heard of the undying and the undefeatable, but according to their self-description, they were sure that the undying and the undefeatable demon clan were at the same level as the unmoving demon clan. Even if they were slightly weaker, they wouldn't be too far off. Now, the 3 divine state masters from the central shrine were besieging the Night Empress. How could she win? Not to mention, the Night Empress was a newcomer who had just advanced to the divine state 2 months ago. How can I not go to an old friend's appointment? As a descendant of the younger generation, I, Yu, have never dared to forget the regret of Princess Starlight that year. Today is such a good morning. Yu will definitely treat my old friend with great hospitality and set up a banquet to reward the esteemed guest from the heaven realm who came from afar. Within the resplendent galaxy, the sound of nature was still pleasant to the ears, but even a deaf person could hear how furious the master of this galaxy was. Although the words were unusually polite, even a fool could feel the killing intent within. It was an old grudge that couldn't be changed even if the world was overturned. Because of the extreme anger, the stars exploded under the control of the divine will. It turned out that the beautiful figure was invisible. She turned into a meteor that pierced through the space and time of the eternal night, piercing through the void and disappeared in front of everyone. When the Night Empress, who was invited to the 10th floor of the heaven stairway, left, Kong Long collapsed on the ground. His whole body was drenched, as if he had just been fished out of the water. The sweat on his body almost caused him to die of dehydration. The instant relief after the fear even made Kong Long lose control. He could no longer maintain his human form, and directly turned into a 300-meter-long scarlet flame dragon. He gasped for breath. If the three warriors from the central shrine, Budo, Bubi, and Budo, had appeared a little later, he would probably have turned into nothingness like his companion Xianxia. Having its life back, it felt ecstasy from narrowly escaping death, but also uneasiness from the lingering fear. Of course, the departure of the Divine State Master, Night Empress, had more or less restored some of his confidence, giving him enough courage to continue to stay at the edge of the blood-colored altar and fight for the 1% share of the god's ruins. If there were no accidents, it was impossible for the Night Empress to come back. She was dead. As a newcomer to the God Realm who had just advanced to the God Realm not long ago, it was already a miracle that he could kill one of the three God Realm experts who were besieged by Bufu, Bubai, and Budong. It was a dream that even a 3-year-old child would not believe that he could achieve a complete victory and defeat all the powerful enemies. A strong enemy who was destined to die, no matter how strong he was. What was there to be afraid of? Roar, roar, roar. Kong Long roared towards the sky, hoping to use this to restore a little bit of his power, so that the Goblin Clan boy who was looking at him with disdain would not continue to look down on him. Don't look at me, I won't attack you. The arrogant man turned his face and did not look at Kong Long again. Kong Long was confused. Wasn't this boy very arrogant just now? What was going on? Didn't this Goblin Clan boy always want to cause trouble? Could it be that after the Night Empress left, this boy saw that the situation had turned back to his Heavenly Dragon clan, so he put away his arrogance? The double-headed dragon Guang and the beautiful Queen Thousand Bones Paralysis were also very surprised. It was not easy for this boy to give in. Could it be that he was frightened by the immovable revered martial artist and the other old ghosts of the central shrine? That's why he didn't dare to cause trouble? If that was really the case, then that would be great. Without this brat causing trouble in the middle, the heavenly dragon race would be able to obtain 5% of the god's ruined share of the 3 days in peace. At that time, the heavenly dragon race would rise and even surpass the glory of the heavenly dragon emperor's era. The arrogant man turned his head and did not look. On the other hand, the 9-headed snake of the 9-headed clan seemed to have a good heart. He specially reminded him, he didn't attack you because you were already dead. What? Kong Long was baffled. I'm already dead? I'm clearly still alive. The next second after the 9-headed snake said, you are already dead. Kong Long discovered that his stomach was swelling up at an unimaginable speed. In the end, the dragon's skin could no longer support this crazy expansion. With a boom, it exploded, sending countless internal organs and flesh flying all over the sky. This was not the end. In Kong Long's stomach, there was a terrifying star that was growing crazily. In the blink of an eye, it had grown from the size of a needle tip to a star that was 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters, or even 10,000 meters in size. In comparison, Kong Long, who was 300 meters long, was like a small ant that was being crushed by a star. It couldn't even cry out for help as it was directly crushed into pieces in pain. No one dared to save him. Everyone understood a fact. Kong Long was dead for sure. There was no way to save him. Including the heavenly dragon race's strongest expert, the 2-headed dragon Guang, everyone rose into the air, fleeing far away from Kong Long and the newly born red giant body that was growing crazily. It was unknown to what extent the red giant body had expanded to, but in the end, there was a huge explosion that shattered the heavens and the earth. Kong Long exploded to the point that not even ashes were left. His soul was destroyed. Furthermore, when the big explosion reached its peak, a black hole that devoured everything instantly appeared in the center of the explosion. After the big explosion of the red giant body, everything within its range, including Kong Long's already extinct soul, was all absorbed into the black hole and turned into nothingness. No one knew which space and time it was eternally sealed in. What a pitiful worm, to think that you're the overlord of the upper realm. The arrogant man spat disdainfully on the ground. You've already been declared dead by God, yet you still want to drag out an ignoble existence. How naive. The two-headed dragon Guang's expression was extremely ugly. He never thought that the Night Empress would not forget to kill Kong long before she left. Now he had lost another companion. Compared to the Black Terror demon race, although they were slightly better, compared to the Nine-Head clan, they no longer had an advantage. What kind of bad luck was today? Why were all the people who died were his companions? There were also many people from the Nine-Head clan, as well as the Black Terror demon race. Especially that arrogant brat, he was very hateful. Why didn't anyone kill them? The more the two-headed dragon Guang thought about it, the angrier he got. He really wanted to find someone to beat up to vent the depression in his heart. The arrogant man stared at him provocatively, with a cocky look on his face that said, "If you have the guts, try throwing a punch at me." If it was any other time, the two-headed dragon Guang would have already killed you. However, right now, he really had to endure it for a while. Because on the other side, the eyes of the 5 people from the Nine-Head clan were filled with evil intentions. In the chessboard space. Under the pine tree, in front of the stone table. The middle-aged scholar held a white chess piece in his hand as he stood in front of the chessboard. He looked down at it for a long time before an irrepressible rage flashed in the depths of his eyes. He waved his large sleeves gently and the scenes from the previous 10 or so areas reappeared. When the middle-aged scholar saw the female barbarian bull who had rushed into the ancient passage to hunt down Divine General Tian Ma and forcefully twisted off the head of one of his 18 divine generals, he couldn't help but growl, "You're still the same you from back then. Supreme Jin, what have you done?" Titan Yu's guardian beast was still alive. As the master of this female barbarian cow, the Yu clan's 3rd young master could not have died in battle. In other words, Supreme Jin had not killed this young Titan Yu at all. He had used the radiance of the polar day to deceive his eyes. Damn it. The middle-aged scholar was not one to get angry easily, but right now, he could not help but pick up an important chess piece that represented Supreme Jin from the chessboard and crush it with all his might. If it was merely out of protection, Supreme Jin could not bear to kill Titan Yu and had used the radiance of the polar day to toss him into a strange space that no one knew about so that the Yu clan's 3rd young master would never be able to return to the Tongtian Tower. That would be fine and it would barely meet the bottom line in his heart. However, that did not seem to be the case. Supreme Jin had used the radiance of the polar day to send Titan Yu to a place that he could not find. Aside from protecting him, he also had the intention of using his divine sense to help him ascend to the godly state. The words that he had said when he had attacked sounded very wrong. This old friend of his who owed him a huge favor actually disregarded their 10,000 years of friendship, disregarded his 10,000 years of meticulous planning, and in the middle of the battlefield, he gave that young man who was so lucky that it made others jealous of him enlightenment to the divine realm. He even risked using his greatest divine power to send that young man away even though he had seen through him, so that that young man could have a safe environment to settle and improve. Was this really what an old friend should do? If he had known earlier, it would have been better if he had not summoned Supreme Jin from the heaven realm. This debt. He had used the wrong timing. Now, after losing Supreme Jin's most important chess piece, the chessboard is now completely empty, leaving behind countless unpredictable flaws and irreversible dangers. Fortunately, in the grand scheme of things, his white chess pieces still held an absolute advantage. Even though he had lost the chess piece that represented Supreme Jin, he still had enough chess pieces to achieve victory in the end. Don't think that I will fail without you. Supreme Jin, you're not as important as you think you are. You want to set up a trap? Impossible. The middle-aged scholar placed another chess piece on the chessboard and regained his composure. No one can turn the tables under my schemes. In chess, I will always be an undefeatable existence, be it in the past, present, or future. Meanwhile, Yu Yang opened his eyes and found himself lying on a stone step. A supreme power of the ancient laws made him feel as heavy as lead, unable to move easily. It was as if moving a finger or blinking an eye required all the strength in his body to do so. Where is this? Why have I never seen this place before? Besides, why does this place look similar to the world tree in the stairway to heaven? He had a splitting headache. In his previous memories, he had been sent flying by Supreme Jin of the three-legged Golden Crow tribe from the Tang Valley with one punch. How had he allowed Supreme Jin to fight his way here? He had thought that he had been thrown into a spacetime crack and would not be able to find his way back to Tongtian Tower. He never thought that he had not left at all. The World Tree, this must be the World Tree in the stairway to heaven. However, how many steps does it have? How could it have such a heavy power of laws? Even someone as strong as me, whose powers have far surpassed the true god rank, has been suppressed to the point of suffocation. Could this be more than 500,000 steps? This is 1,000,000 steps. A voice that made Yu Yang so happy that he almost jumped up rang in his ears. Yu Yang struggled with all his might. He turned around and saw a familiar yet unfamiliar figure standing there quietly. It was familiar because this was a back that he could never forget. It was strange because this back was so different from what he knew in the past. He couldn't believe it, so he couldn't help but have this contradictory illusion of familiarity and strangeness. It was Jizun, it was the extraordinary woman that everyone in Tongtian Tower called Jizun. She did not turn around, just like before. Except for the first time when she appeared in the Shangwu camp as a guide, she usually liked to turn her back to him. Perhaps it was because she wanted to protect his pride as a little man, but she did not want to show her master's face. She did not want to see him look up to her because he could not surpass his supreme will. She, who could look down on all living beings. She was unwilling to see him among those living beings. No one had ever desired Yu Yang to grow as fast as she did. Only when he grew up quickly and replaced her as the new Jizun, the new guardian of Tongtian Tower, could she be slightly free. I've said that I'll wait for you on the 1,000,000 steps. When Jizun said that, Yu Yang remembered. That's right, she had said that. She had even said that if he was successful, she would give him a chance to pursue her. Cough, I was muddle-headed. I don't know how I got here. Yu Yang scratched the back of his head and smiled embarrassedly. You idiot, I was the one who pulled you up. You let Supreme Gene punch into the Heaven Stairway's spacetime crack. I spent a lot of effort to pull you to my side. Did you think that Supreme Gene would be so kind as to send you here? Besides, he doesn't have that ability. No one can cross the Heaven Stairway's law. I pulled you to my side because... This is a secret. You don't need to know the truth. If Jizun said it was a secret, then no matter how curious Yu Yang was, there was nothing he could do. If she was unwilling to say it, it would be harder than ascending to heaven to get the truth out of her. Is that so? No matter what, I still made it to the 1,000,000 steps. Yu Yang grasped this point. When he reached the 1,000,000 steps, he could pursue her. It didn't matter how he did it, as long as he did it, it would be fine. Anyway, it wasn't the first time he acted shamelessly. I don't care, you have to walk it again. Jizun felt that this brat was insincere and wanted more. Ah, it can't be? Yu Yang was dumbfounded. Climb it again? How much time would that take? Let's not talk about whether he could climb up this terrifying 1,000,000 steps. Even if he could, who knows how much time it would take. Even if he managed to climb up, he might not be able to win against the ancient peoples we'll hear. It wasn't easy to climb up, but it didn't count. This was too pitiful. Yu Yang wanted to find an excuse, such as the Heaven Realm Army's invasion. He didn't have the time to climb up. Of course, this couldn't be said to be a good reason. If he didn't have the time now, he could climb it in the future. Moreover, if he didn't climb it himself, it wouldn't count. He would be in the wrong if he tried to argue. Just when Yu Yang didn't know how to persuade her, Jizun suddenly waved her hand lightly. Don't talk about that. Now, think about how to deal with the crisis of Tongtian Tower first. That traitor from the east, who has been plotting for thousands of years, won't be defeated so easily. He should have many cards up his sleeves that we don't know about. We must have more powerful strength, otherwise, we won't be able to fight him to the end. Also, even if we defeat the east, the deity shrines Jizun, Tianyu, will definitely attack immediately. While you haven't fully grown up, while we are at our weakest after the battle, that will be the best time for him to attack. I also know that this battle will be very difficult. Yu Yang nodded, but was not discouraged. Clench your teeth, the difficulties will eventually pass. I dare say that if we don't have enough threat, they won't attack so early. As long as we make good use of our advantages, victory will belong to us in the end. You have the protection of the Celestial Clan, of course I know that. Jizun pondered for a moment, and then softly denied, victory will belong to you in the end. That's definitely true, but it may not belong to Tong Tian Tower. What? Yu Yang was shocked when he heard this. My divine, I can't see the future of this battle. I believe that you will win in the end, but I can't see what kind of price you will have to pay in the process. Maybe many people will fall, and among those people might be me, or maybe Night Empress and your majesty, or maybe those little girls around you. Listen to me, Yu Yang, if you are not strong enough, you will not be able to control the power of destiny. Once you can't control the power of destiny, then you will be dominated by destiny and struggle under the divine power of others. In that case, how can you ensure the safety of your loved ones? No, I will never let that happen. Yu Yang was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He simply couldn't imagine it. Even if one of the people around him died in this battle, it was a result that he absolutely couldn't accept. So, not only do you need to have the power to control your own destiny, you also need to have the power to control the destiny of others. You are not just you still have your family, your lover, you still have your companions, your followers, standing beside you, standing behind you, there are thousands of relatives and friends. These people's destinies must be in your hands, then they will be safe. Can you fully understand what I mean? Can you fully understand the responsibility you want to bear and the true meaning of life that you are carrying out? If you understand, then you need to understand another point, and that is how much power you should have in order to protect and control the destinies of so many people. Jizun's words made Yu Yang sweat profusely. He knew that he had super strong power. But, to be honest, he really didn't know how strong he was. Until now, when he was out of control and in a berserk state, he was far stronger than he was in his usual state. This also proved one point. Up until today, he had already been promoted to this level, but he was still far from reaching his limit, and was far from reaching all the power that he should have mastered. He had infinite potential, but there was no way to use it. Could it be that he had to watch the traitor of Tong Tian Tower in the east, and that fellow Tian Yu of the temple, persecute his relatives and friends, and he was powerless to stop it? No, this was definitely not what he wanted to see. This was not a game, and there was no possibility of resurrection. If he wanted his family and loved ones to live by his side, he had to keep them alive. He had to use the power that he could not control to defeat the enemy, to repel the invaders, to defend his home, and to protect his family and loved ones. Yu Yang clenched his fists tightly. He took a deep breath. He tried his best to calm his emotions down, and return to a clear state without distractions. Then, he looked at Jizun calmly. Please teach me, what should I do? This is exactly what I want to tell you. One day, there was a young mother who was so unique that even I felt ashamed of myself. She found me and told me some truths about the future that I didn't understand at that time, and couldn't pry into. Until one day, I finally climbed 1,000,000 steps. Here, I got all the secrets that she left here. I finally understood, and all the secrets were revealed in front of me. I also knew what I should do. On this heaven ladder of 1,000,000 steps, I will pass everything that mother taught me on her behalf, without reservation, to her son. Moreover, I will also follow that mother's request and assist her son until he becomes an eternal existence, the unprecedented #1 person in Tong Tian Tower, the true supreme divine sovereign. Jizun said as she turned around. That person is you. Her peerless heavenly face showed a smile that made Yu Yang's soul tremble. Her divine eyes could look into the depths of his heart and intertwine with his soul. Without any words, Yu Yang could receive all of her thoughts and consciousness. Are you ready to shoulder the responsibility that you are willing to bear and the power of destiny that you should control? Yu Yang walked over, no longer having any restraints and influence. He, who was connected with her, directly hugged the strongest person in Tong Tian Tower, the human Jizun who was respected by the world. I choose to control destiny, everyone's destiny. Whether it's my own, yours, or Night Empress's or His Majesty's, I will not let Wuxia and Xianxia fall in front of me. No one can take away their destiny in front of me. They belong to me, forever. Not to mention controlling the power of the entire giant of destiny, not to mention developing your endless potential. As long as you can control the power of the 1,000-meter-high giant of destiny in a conscious state, it will be enough to defeat the East. Jizun, who had the divine eyes and could see most of the truth, made a judgment for Yu Yang. According to my cultivation speed, how long do you think it will take for me to control the power of the 1,000-meter-high giant of destiny in a conscious state? Yu Yang asked. 3 years. Jizun pondered for a moment. Then how much time do we have now? Yu Yang's forehead was full of sweat when he heard this. With the East's suspicion, we only have 3 days at most. When Jizun said this, Yu Yang almost fainted. A task that would take at least 3 years, how could it be completed in 3 days? Even if he was a legendary genius that appeared once in 10,000 years, he didn't have this ability. This was simply too difficult. It was simply an impossible cultivation task. If it was any other time, Yu Yang would definitely give up. This was not a matter of effort and attitude at all. What could he do in 3 days? Even if he could break it into 10 parts every second, and each part could be improved once, 3 days would not be enough to master the power that would take 3 years to master. To be honest, Yu Yang felt that excluding the time for eating, playing, resting, and so on, he might not even have 3 years of cultivation since he transmigrated. Besides, his cultivation included sleeping. In the dream world, he practiced hard with Koki no Koki, unlike others, which was a waste of time to sleep. To calculate in this way, wouldn't he have to start from zero again, from a good-for-nothing, and then reach the quasi-god realm for a long time before he could control the power of the 1,000-meter-high giant of destiny in a conscious state? Yu Yang wanted to optimistically say that this was a piece of cake, and he could take it down in half a day, but he really couldn't say that kind of big talk. In order to buy you 3 days, Yu has put her life on the line. In order to attract the enemy's attention, she changed her usual fighting habits and fought with the god-state overlords of the central shrine in an aggressive manner. If you can't control the power of destiny in time, then she will definitely die. Because the ones attacking her are not only the 3 godly state experts who plotted against Princess Starlight in the past, but also Dongfeng and Tianyu. They will definitely not let her, who has already advanced to the godly state, leave the heavenly stairway alive. Jizun's words made it impossible for Yu Yang to escape. If he gave it his all, it was highly likely that he would still fail in the end. However, if he didn't even dare to fight and just sat there and waited for failure, could he still be considered a man? Although Jizun only took the Night Empress as an example, in fact, there were also Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai. If they failed, then they would all fall. There was also His Majesty who maintained the mirage and guarded the god's ruins, as well as Fourth Mother who had been looking forward to his return home with little Shuang-er. They were no exception. If that was the case, even if he won in a few years or decades, he would not be able to win. What was the point of that? Yu Yang clenched his fists tightly. In order to protect this hard-won happiness, in order to protect everyone's sweet smiles, 3 days was 3 days. As long as there was hope, he had to persevere. This was the time that everyone was fighting for. Even if it was just a second, he had to cherish it and not give up easily. Difficult, but he definitely could. I can do it. I can definitely do it. In 3 days, I will definitely be able to control the power of the giant of destiny. I will definitely not let everyone down. Who am I? I am the abnormal genius of the Yu clan's 3rd young master in Tong Tian Tower. I am a genius that appears once in 10,000 years. I am a genius that creates countless miracles. No, even if I am an ordinary person, a trash, as long as there is hope, as long as I believe in miracles and destiny, I can also control it in my own hands. I am its master, I am not its servant, I am the master of my own life. I can control everything, I can. Yu Yang roared towards the sky, his voice was like thunder. His body was trembling with excitement. That was not fear. It was an eruption of willpower that burned to the limit. A kind of self-transcending infinite life force was being awakened and sublimated. Jizun looked into his eyes at this time and felt truly satisfied. She felt gratified and relieved. In order to encourage him to grow, her task was actually 100 times more difficult than the Night Empress's desperate fight against a strong enemy. The Night Empress could not fail, and she could not fail even more. If the Night Empress who risked her life against a strong enemy failed, only the Night Empress would fall. But if she failed, then the result was very likely to be a complete loss. Those little girls who accompanied him might not survive. Because of such a setback, his temperament might also change greatly. he would no longer be the energetic, thriving and growing Yu clan's third young master today. If that was the case, maybe he would become a mad demon and slaughter the heaven realm. In the end, he would be deeply sealed by the ancient great god, never to come out again. That kind of result was not what he wanted, nor was it what everyone wanted. Fortunately, he did not let everyone down. Even if it was the most difficult and challenging task in the world, he faced it fearlessly. With this kind of mentality, this kind of motivation, and this kind of persistence, he would definitely succeed in the end, because this would be one of the countless miracles he would create in his life. A person who grasped his own fate would never be abandoned by fate. Because he was the master of his own fate. You will succeed, as long as you believe in miracles, as long as you always have hope in your heart, you will never fail. Jizun opened her arms and gently hugged him in her arms. She used her heart and her own support to give him endless comfort. I will also help you, using the secret method that your mother taught me, and everyone will give you support. You will definitely succeed. Yu Yang raised his head and looked at the sky. He was afraid that if he lowered his head, the warmth in his eyes would drip down. In his hazy vision, there seemed to be a sweet smiling face staring at him from high up in the sky. In a trance, he could not see her appearance clearly, but vaguely, it was like the loving shadow that he would occasionally see in his dreams. Mother, is that you? Is it you who has been watching me from the sky? Tong Tian Tower 7th floor, Dream Spinning Valley, Charm Demon Palace. When Fatty Hai, Yi Kong, Shui Tan Lang, Prince of Tian Luo and the others rushed to the Charm Demon Palace in Dream Spinning Valley, they found that it had become a battlefield of blood and fire. Thousands of Heaven Realm soldiers surged up like a tide, attacking the mountain gate of the Charm Demon Palace. Unlike Tong Tian Tower Thunder Fortress and other places that had no resistance, the Charm Demon clan, under the leadership of the Queen and the 4 high priests, fought to the death. This courage, this fighting spirit, made Fatty Hai and Yi Kong, these dignified men, feel ashamed. There were not many races in the entire Tong Tian Tower that dared to resist the Heaven Realm army. Even if the invaders were just some vassal soldiers. They were not the elite army of the Central Shrine. In the battle that shook the sky, countless Charm Demon clan and Heaven Realm army fell. The battle was in a suffocating stalemate. Both sides gritted their teeth, not taking a step back. The Charm Demon clan wanted to protect their home, while the Heaven Realm army wanted to protect the Heaven Realm army because there was a divine general standing behind them. Divine General Tianqing. A divine general who came specially to wait for Tong Tian Tower's Charm Demon Palace and had a Charm Demon Queen as his guardian beast, Tianfa. Among the 18 divine generals, Divine General Tianqing was definitely not the strongest, nor the smartest. He was not even the most trusted by the Eastern Palace Master. However, he was definitely the one who dared to fight the most among the 18 divine generals. In order to obtain more merits, in order to win the appreciation of the Lord, in order to pave a bright future, he chose the Charm Demon Palace which had the highest risk. Destroying the home of Tianfa. Offending one of the strongest in Tong Tian Tower, without a bit of adventurous spirit, he really did not dare to do it. As long as one was not an idiot, with just a bit of information, one would know that Titan Yu was not the only strong person in Tong Tian Tower. For example, Jizun, Sky Execution, Tianfa, Dragon Emperor, Emperor of the Underworld and so on. Under Titan Yu's leadership, they all advanced by leaps and bounds, even killing their way up to Heaven Realm. Perhaps Tianfa had not risen to the level of a divine general yet, but with her reputation, whether it was the most powerful divine general Ziwei, the most intelligent divine general Tianji, or even the leader of the 18 divine generals, the Eastern Palace Master, none of them underestimated the strength of this Tianfa. Unfortunately, Divine General Tianqing sent his vassal clans to attack for a long time. That Tianfa still did not appear. She must have received an SOS. Why didn't she come? Divine General Tianqing did not arrogantly think that the other party was afraid of him. Instead, he was sure that this Tianfa must have gone to fight against a stronger Heaven Realm ranker. Could it be that Tianfa was going to challenge a Heaven Realm big shot? If she really had that kind of strength, then perhaps he should consider retreating. Look, there's a golden-shelled insect. Fatty Hai shouted at Divine General Tianqing, relying on the ancient forest and ancient thistle's blessings. Stop being so long-winded. Yikong kicked Fatty High's butt, sending him flying towards Divine General Tianqing. On the other side of the ground, Prince of Tianluo and Xue Tanlang soared into the sky. As for the Li brothers, they hurriedly rushed towards the succubus clan's most vulnerable area. They were well aware of their own strength and what they should do. Now was not the best time to gang up on a god general. They had to give the exhausted succubus race a little help and break the stalemate of the battle. Divine General Tianqing turned into a ray of golden light and instantly teleported 10,000 meters away. He easily dodged the combined attacks of Yikong, Fatty High, Xue Tanlang and Prince of Tianluo. Looking at the incredulous expression on Fatty High's face, he sneered, "I'm not like that idiot sun god general. That arrogant fellow, no matter if it's his status or his strength, they all benefited from his ancestors. He's an inherited noble child, so he doesn't know what cultivation is. I'm completely different from him. I've cultivated from the most basic level, step by step. Do you understand? In the heaven realm, I'm even more grassroots than you guys, even more difficult than you guys. I understand all of your thoughts, because I also fought my way up, even without a boss like Titan Yu's guidance. Hey, I'm the boss, okay? Titan Yu is my little brother. This is a publicly acknowledged fact in Tongtian Tower. If you don't believe me, go ask around in a place with no one." Fatty High boasted again. "Idiot, no one will think you're mute if you don't speak." Yikong punched this annoying fellow away. Xue Tanlang frowned. This was definitely a troublesome enemy. Different from the Sun God General, this Divine General did not seem to have the arrogance and condescension of the Sun God General. A Divine General who had no weaknesses and was cautious. This battle was going to be hard to fight. Prince Tianluo also used a secret message to remind everyone to be careful. Instead of mocking Fatty High's boasting, Divine General Tianxing clapped his hands and praised, "Hai De Fu, I've collected information on you. You were originally a coward who loved to boast, but after Titan Yu's influence, you've changed. You've shed your mortal body and changed your bones, becoming a brave and crazy warrior. It's just that you're cunning and shameless. You habitually use your fat body, wretched appearance, and annoying words and deeds to conceal yourself, purposely revealing flaws to lure the enemy into your trap. Listen, Fatty High, if the trick you used to deceive the Sun God General is useful against me, then it's too ridiculous. I've done the same trick before, and I've done it even better than you. No matter what, you and your companions are all worthy opponents. You're all so young, but you already have such strength. This is something I couldn't even compare to back then. I know what you want to do, but I can say it clearly. Before the God's blessing on your bodies dissipates, I won't fight with you. I'm not an idiot." Hearing this, Yikong remained silent for a long time. Fatty High wanted to attack again, but was stopped by Divine General Tianxing. His face carried a kind of sincerity that was rarely seen when facing an enemy. He slowly spoke to Divine General Tianxing in front of him, "You know us like the back of your hand. Since that's the case, why did you still come to Tongtian Tower? Why do you want to become enemies with us? You should know what kind of person the Yu Clan Third Young Master is. He's a man who creates miracles, the new prison emperor, the new conquering king who will sweep through the heaven realm in the future. Why did you still come?" Divine General Tianxing muttered to himself. He looked up at the sky again, as if afraid that there was a pair of eyes watching him from the sky. He confirmed again, and finally made up his mind. He spoke with the same sincerity, "To be honest, I sympathize with your plight. If my homeland was invaded by outsiders, I would also fight to the death. However, I came here because of the irresistible power of fate. I had no choice. If I didn't come, everything that belonged to me in the heaven realm would cease to exist. I don't have the power to control my own fate. I don't have the right to rely on others. For my own survival, for my family and friends, I have to do something that I can't resist. This is my answer. If I die in battle, I won't have any regrets because this is the ending that I deserve. Of course, I personally believe that the chances of me losing this battle are extremely small because perhaps all of you still don't know how terrifying the Eastern First Hallmaster is." He paused for a moment. Struggle and hesitation appeared on his face. But in the end, Divine General Tian Ho still chose to say it out loud. He lowered his voice to the softest possible, almost as thin as a thread. His words reached Yi Kong and the others' ears. The Eastern Palace Lord has an innate ability that combines with his godhood. He can even control gods. In his chess game, no one can escape the fate of becoming a chess piece, including me and all of you. Back then, the prison emperor was defeated by his chess game. You have no chance of winning. Your only hope is that Titan you. He's an existence that can devour the power of fate. However, he's too young and doesn't have enough time to grow. This is his fatal weakness. If he had 100 more years, everything would be different. However, the Eastern Palace Master won't give him this time. As an enemy, it sounds ridiculous to say this. However, seeing that we've also struggled with fate, I'll give you a piece of advice. Quickly find a place to hide. Grimoire world or sealed space. In any case, it's a place where you can escape the fate of being a chess piece. As long as you can hold on for 100 years and wait for Titan you to grow, there's hope. Before Divine General Xianxia could finish speaking, a cold and emotionless voice suddenly rang out from the horizon. No one can escape from my chessboard, including that Titan you mentioned. Don't waste your efforts. Hearing this voice, Divine General Tianho's expression changed. Fatty Hai, Yi Kong, and the others. They were all dumbstruck. This was the East? The traitor who had betrayed Tong Tian Tower 10,000 years ago? Such a degenerate fellow was actually a God-state expert. Furthermore, he had such a perverted innate skill. Was there still justice in this world? It was one thing for such a powerful and perverted fellow to not protect his own homeland, but to willingly become a traitor who led outsiders to invade his homeland and wreak havoc. What kind of person was this? Could this guy be a psychopath? Divine General Tianho immediately knelt down. His forehead beaded with sweat, his eyes filled with boundless fear. His entire body was trembling. Spirit. On the verge of collapse. He knelt in the direction of the voice in a reverent, almost pious manner, his forehead touching the ground. Tianxia, I'm giving you a chance because of your hard work. You have to remember one thing. In this world, there are many powerful people, and even more people who desire opportunities. If someone is unwilling to be a chess piece and wants to jump out of the chessboard, then he is destined to become an abandoned chess piece. Furthermore, there will never be a lack of qualified pawns in this world. Every second, there are countless pawns yearning to enter the chessboard and willingly serve the chess master. This is my last chance for you, and my last advice to you. You don't have the ability to play chess, so you must be an obedient pawn. As a pawn, it has no thoughts. Any pawn with thoughts is not a good pawn. If a pawn has thoughts, then it's not far from the day it becomes an abandoned pawn. The voice from the distant horizon was very soft, but it struck Tianxia's heart like a thunderclap. He was so frightened that he didn't dare to move. He could only kneel in the most respectful manner to please his master and quell his destructive rage. The voice from the horizon did not give Divine General Tianho any restrictions. With that, it vanished without a trace. It was as if it had never appeared. However, Divine General Tianxia's expression changed and so did his attitude. He became crazed and bloodthirsty. He slowly stood up and looked at Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others. His gaze had already turned into that of a wounded beast. I, Tianxia, am a qualified chess piece. All enemies who stand in front of me must die. Are you crazy? Fatty Hai cried out in shock. Yes, I've already gone mad. It was you who forced me to go mad. I was originally a qualified chess piece without any thoughts, but you made me, a chess piece that had been in a puppet state for 1,000 years, have thoughts. This is very dangerous. This almost destroyed my entire life and my entire family. Now, I want to say my last words to all of you. You only have 10 minutes left to live. With that said, Divine General Tianho shook his hands. The vassal soldiers of the Heaven Realm who were fighting fiercely on the ground all emitted a strange red light. It was like a steaming fire. Yet, she was as beautiful as a flower. The expressions of these Heaven Realm soldiers revealed an extremely joyful and cheerful expression. One by one, they stood motionless like statues with distorted faces. Even if the female succubus warriors knocked them down and beheaded them, there was no pain on their faces when their heads fell to the ground. There was only endless excitement and joy. That expression was an indescribable bliss. It was even more fanatical and crazed than the extreme joy of many men and women. If a random Heaven Realm soldier had that kind of expression, then Fatty Hai and the others would think that the Charm Demon clan had used their innate ability to steal souls. However, all the random Heaven Realm soldiers had that kind of expression. The scene was so strange that it really made them feel cold. In less than 3 seconds, all the succubus warriors reacted. Even those who had gone mad from killing would be scared to the point of shivering when they saw such a terrifying scene. Retreat, this should be a sacrifice. The succubus queen hurriedly ordered the entire clan to retreat. Hurry, leave this place and go to the 4th floor of Tong Tian Tower. There will be people there to receive you. Prince Tianluo couldn't care less about divulging military intelligence. Anyway, this couldn't be hidden for long. It was better to inform everyone as soon as possible. Especially that Dongfang who had the innate ability to use heaven and earth as a chess piece. It was impossible to secretly say that it was impossible. It was simply wishful thinking to hide such a big matter like the migration of the succubus clan from him. However, Duo had brought this plan to Dean Shui Donglu in the first place. She had never thought of hiding it from the eyes and ears of the Celestial Realm Army. None of you can leave. All of you must die. Divine General Tianqing raised his hands high. The Heaven Realm soldiers below him emitted a burst of red light. Thousands of red light lines connected to his hands. Countless life energy gathered in his palms and on top of his head. Nearly 10,000 Heaven Realm soldiers were like blooming epiphyllum. They withered in an instant. In the end, the Heaven Realm soldiers who had their life energy sucked dry by Divine General Tianqing turned into dried corpses and fell to the ground. Their heads and withered limbs scattered all over the ground. Divine General Tianqing, who had obtained the life energy of 10,000 people, did not greedily devour it like the other Heaven Realm warriors. Instead, he twisted the bewitching blood-red ball of life energy into several balls and threw them at Fatty Hai, Yi Kong, Shui Tanlang, Prince Tianluo and the Li brothers. Fatty Hai and the others jumped out of the attack range. However, these bewitching blood-red balls of energy were like maggots that couldn't be shaken off no matter how hard they tried. These bewitching balls of energy were extremely fast and tracked automatically. Once they hit the bodies of Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others, they immediately produced an incomparably mysterious pollution. This pollution did not affect Fatty Hai and the others, but the blessings of the ancient forest and ancient thorns that Duo had bestowed upon them had disappeared like the tide. Divine General Tianqing used this kind of life sacrifice to successfully eliminate the blessing of the flower goddess Duo. The only price he had to pay was the lives of nearly 10,000 Heaven Realm soldiers. You've completely gone mad. Fatty Hai sighed inaudibly. Actually, he had already guessed that this would be the result from the moment his opponent made his move. I'm now a chess piece without any thoughts. In order to win, I can do anything, I can disregard everything. This is me, this is what I need to do. A hint of pain flashed in the depths of Divine General Tianqing's eyes. But very quickly. What replaced it was savagery and bloodthirstiness. Die. Without the god's blessings, it's impossible for you to last more than 3 minutes against me. Similarly, in the 7th floor of Tong Tian Tower, Fire Island. This was the Sea clan's territory where Yu Yang and Aquamarine had first met. It was the most precious place in the new female Ocean Empress life. In this place, not only did she get to know the most important man in her life, she was also fortunate enough to obtain the recognition of her father, the Ocean Empress, and obtain the inheritance of the Ocean Empress. From a lonely and destitute illegitimate daughter, she became the female Ocean Empress that the entire Sea clan of Tong Tian Tower worshipped. Since the day she met him, her life had completely changed. From then on, she embarked on a path to become the Ocean Empress that she had never dared to imagine, not even in her dreams. She knew that Fire Island was also a place of fortune for him. Here, he obtained the Mother Earth potion that only appears once every 10,000 years, which further accelerated his originally unimaginable growth rate. Until he entered the trial grounds to train. Even after he completed the trial grounds, the potential of the Mother Earth potion sealed in his body had not been completely absorbed. Forget about the family and friends he had obtained here, forget about the treasures and secrets he had obtained here. As long as she remembered the time when she hugged his leg and begged him to grant her another half an hour of happiness, she would never forget this blue sea and fiery island, compared to the tall meteorite islands in the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower, compared to the magnificent Ocean Empress Palace. She liked this place even more. Fire Island. A small island that was filled with gratitude in her life and memories. It was also a warm little home that would make her smile whenever she thought of it. However, when Aquamarine brought her companions and rushed to this beautiful island that had once turned her fate into a journey of happiness and fortune, she realized that this place had really become a fire island. All the buildings and scenery on the island were burning in the raging fire. The 10,000 ships that were originally floating on the island had turned into tens of thousands of fire boats. The thick black smoke was like the mouth of a terrifying demon, devouring the beautiful sky of the sea. The sea that was originally blue like a gem was now dyed blood red by the fire. Just like Aquamarine's eyes now. Ha 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 ha, it's finally here, it's finally here. What's going on with the lives in Tong Tian Tower? Are they all a bunch of stubborn fools? For some buildings, some inanimate objects, they actually risked their lives to come here. In this world, is there anything more important than their own lives? Forget it, I'd better not delve too deeply into these things. There's a good saying, never try to understand a fool's thinking, because it's simply a mystery that can't be solved. A divine general who was hidden in the thick smoke and flames saw Aquamarine, Bai Lu, and Raging Flame Regiment leader flying over. He immediately jumped out of the smoke and laughed wildly. Aquamarine didn't look at him. She just looked at the irreversible raging fire on the island with tears in her eyes. My name is Tian Tong. If you obediently surrender, then this divine general can let you suffer a little less. If you're not obedient enough, I don't mind telling you what is the real torture of the heavenly realm. The divine general who claimed to be Tian Tong made a gesture of loosening his grip. His expression was arrogant as if his daughter had become the father-in-law of the empress. I'm really not happy, I'll break your bones alive. Raging Flame Regiment leader had not called herself a master for a long time. It seemed that she was really angry now. Tisk, with just you? Divine General Tian Tong realized that this girl who called herself master was one of the twin sisters behind the Ocean Empress. She looked like a weak little girl, but her fighting power was as weak as a chicken. She really didn't know what death was. Didn't the adults in your family teach you what fear is? Transform. Raging Flame Regiment leader put on the black tortoise armor specially made for her by Yu Yang, and instantly returned to the appearance of a female giant. In her hands, she raised the Prison Emperor's 7 stars pillar that Yu Yang usually provided for everyone to train. It came crashing down on his head. The dumbfounded Divine General Tian Tong didn't even have time to react before he was smashed into the ground by the unstoppable pillar. Tong Tian Tower, 4th floor. This was the Divine Grimoire Sky Island that Yu Yang had secretly visited, the entrance to the outside world of Bailuo Palace, an extremely secretive ancient teleportation circle. Even the Black Hell King didn't know that there was such a secret entrance. He had always mistakenly thought that he had the secret of the Divine Grimoire alone. Who knew that the Divine Grimoire protected by the Golden Shield had already been moved out by Yu Yang's family of Little Lolis? After the death of the Black Hell King, the secret of the Divine Grimoire space was only in the hands of Yu Yang. Not many people knew about it. Because the teleportation circle on the 3rd floor had already collapsed and was unusable, and the other secret teleportation circles were destroyed by Yu Yang, this secret entrance to the 4th floor was actually the only entrance to the Divine Grimoire space. At this moment, Lu Yi and Yu Yu were standing at this entrance. They were standing at this entrance. Their mission was to prepare to receive their relatives and friends who needed refuge, and enter the Divine Grimoire space that existed completely in void to avoid the flames of war. For example, the elite students of Ivy Academy and Shangjing Academy, or the old, young, women, and children of the 4 great families led by the Yu clan and the Dixia royal family. At the same time, there were also those peaceful golden elves who weren't battle-type golden elves, as well as Yu Yang's followers in the Thunder Fortress. It was impossible to say that they didn't suffer any losses during the Tong Tian Tower's calamitous Heaven Realm army invasion. But no matter what, they couldn't go all out. They had to keep some of the younger generation as the seeds to extend their bloodline. The races that were not good at fighting and the old, young, women, and women faced even the worst Heaven Realm army. It was a dead end. They shouldn't be allowed to participate in the battle between the strong. Yu Yang was now facing a great enemy and couldn't be distracted. He didn't have time to pay attention to these things. Fortunately, Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai took the initiative to bear this responsibility for him. After all, he was the new generation guardian of Tongtian Tower. If all the races fought to the end and everything was exhausted in the battle, then even if they won in the end, they wouldn't be able to rebuild their homes on the ruins. There had to be someone to have everything. It was impossible to pull all the races in Tongtian Tower here to hide from the flames of war. Even if they all came, the divine grimoire space would not be able to hold them all. However, Yu Yu and the others only needed to bring Yu Yang's relatives and friends here to hide. What everyone had to deal with was the Eastern Palace Master's targeted attack. The Eastern First Palace Master would temporarily not interfere with the lives of other races that had nothing to do with Yu Yang. Even if he wanted to destroy Tongtian Tower in the end. First and foremost, he first targeted Yu Yang's family and friends. Before he defeated Yu Yang, he didn't have the time to touch the countless lives in Tongtian Tower. Too slow. Up until now, why hasn't a single group of people arrived? Lu Yi was extremely anxious. She had already sent out the people in charge of receiving them. However, no matter if it was Red or Thunder Fortress's future who went to Jadeite Forest or Fallen Flowers who went to Sky Garden, there was no good news. Not to mention Aquamarine who went to Fire Island and Fatty High who went to support the Succubus clan. Don't worry, everyone will be fine. With Duo and Jiangying looking after them, everyone will safely get through the calamity. Yu Yu was also burning with anxiety, but she didn't dare to show it. The more critical the situation, the more she felt that she had to be calm. She was his sister. Therefore, she couldn't mess up at any time. She couldn't cause trouble for him. On the contrary, she had to be a sister and give him the greatest help. In the distant horizon, there was a small black dot flying over. Yu Yu and Lu Yi were nervous. Was it an enemy? Could it be that the Eastern First Palace's subordinates had discovered their secret hiding place? Yu Yu and Lu Yi entered battle mode at the same time. However, a second later, with their extremely sensitive telepathy, they immediately realized that the person in front of them wasn't an enemy, but their comrade. Xianxia. Thunder Fortress, the Battle of Thunder Fortress has ended. Future defeated the enemy smoothly. She went to support Princess Sisai. I used my grimoire to bring the followers of Thunder Fortress. Everyone is fine, only a few people were injured. Storm Fishman Uncle and the others are not willing to come. They want to resist the invasion together with the Great Marshal. Xiaoyu was panting a little. With her current strength, she wouldn't feel tired flying at high speed in the fourth floor. However, the war was like a raging fire. The grim situation forced this little girl who was respected by the female Heaven Realm Draconians to be unable to breathe. In the past. With Yu Yang. Even if she participated in the war, she didn't have this kind of psychological burden. She only needed to complete her mission step by step. But now? Without Yu Yang by her side, there was no longer that pillar of support for her life. Moreover, the situation was unprecedentedly grim. It made her, who could only bravely fight, feel extremely pressured. Fortunately, there was still Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai to bear most of the pressure. It was enough for her to do her part. Otherwise, if all the heavy responsibilities were placed on her weak shoulders and she was asked to take charge of the overall situation, it would be strange if she didn't have a mental breakdown. Xiaoyi, you did well. Very well. It's all right now. Bring everyone into rest. Remember to encourage everyone. With us here, we can guarantee that no enemy can enter and threaten everyone's safety. Don't worry, we are also very good. We are also very safe. Go in, we will be fine. Yu Yu gave this Heaven Realm Draconian a hug. Using the most gentle voice, she comforted and soothed the nervousness and fear in Xiaoyi's heart. Although she was also very uneasy, she didn't want to show a trace of weakness in front of Xiaoyi and Lu Yi. She was not only his sister, but also everyone's big sister. When he was not here, she had to shoulder the responsibility of being a big sister and lead everyone out of the predicament and danger. With Yu Yu's comfort, Xia Yi's pale face regained some color. She buried her head in Yu Yu's arms and cried for half a minute. After releasing the negative emotions in her heart, she wiped away her tears and nodded to Yu Yu to show that she was fine. On the other side, Lu Yu was stronger than Xia Yi. She didn't cry or panic. On the contrary, the more difficult it was, the calmer she was. Lu Yu was very anxious. She was very anxious. But her actions were completely in accordance with Yu Yang's previous special training. In fact, she did it better and more perfectly. Using her unique talent, she set up a rune circle that was extremely sensitive to the evil aura in every direction within a radius of 30 miles, as a warning. Once an enemy invaded, she would be the first to discover it. Someone's here again. This time it's Bao Er, that little girl. She's really an idiot. She's actually late by a whole hour. Lu Yi realized that the person who rushed over this time was the golden elf big lowly Bao Er. Different from the frightened Xia Yi, Bao Er still had a carefree look on her face, as if she didn't know what fear was. Bao Er, well done. You've done too well. Yu Yu immediately hugged the little mischievous girl who was famous for her luck. With me around, there's nothing that can't be done. This mission is too easy. Bao Er's proud look was like a proud peacock. Not only did I bring my people here, I also went to the Jadeite forest and saved the injured Fan Luan Tai and the others. I'm a little genius who completed the mission more than I could. Xia Yi heard it and had the urge to slap this little girl. Who asked you to be so meddlesome? You've already completed the mission more than you could have, in Shui Wuxia's plan. It had nothing to do with Bao Er in the first place because this little girl would easily do bad things out of good intentions. If she went back to bring the Golden Elf clan back, she might even be captured by the enemy. However, Xianxia, who usually didn't participate in battles, volunteered this time and wanted to team up with Bao Er. Her reason was to let Bao Er protect her. This reason really made Bao Er, who always wanted to be a big hero, happy. Even though other than Bao Er herself, everyone knew that Xianxia wanted to protect this lucky baby. With Pandora, the former goddess of misfortune, who was in the same body as Xianxia, Bao Er, this lucky little treasure, was sure that it would be difficult for anything to happen to her. Therefore, Shui Wuxia finally agreed to Bao Er's mission. At the same time, she felt that she should let this carefree little girl, who only cared about playing all day long, gain some experience so that she would never grow up. When Lu Yi saw that Bao Er came back alone and Xianxia was nowhere to be seen, she quickly asked, Bao Er, where's Xianxia? Yeah? Bao Er blinked her big eyes and asked inexplicably, where did Nunu go? Xia Yi was speechless again. She must have been lost by you. To think that you patted your little chest and said that you would definitely protect Xianxia. Fortunately, it was Xianxia. With Pandora as one, there was no need to be afraid of anything happening, otherwise everyone would be worried to death. Yu Yu hurriedly comforted Bao Er, who was still trying to recall where she lost Xianxia, hinting her not to think anymore. Xianxia would definitely come back and let her quickly go to Bao Island to release her clansmen. With Bao Er's grimoire world, which had just been upgraded to a gold grimoire, the golden elves would probably not feel good staying there for a long time. No matter if it was her, Lu Yi or Xia Yi, they were all 100% sure. The reason why this muddle-headed Bao Er could successfully complete the mission was definitely because Xianxia played an important role behind the scenes. Otherwise, not to mention going to the Jadeite forest in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower to rescue Fan Luan Tai and her former companions, it was impossible to smoothly return to the Elven Forest to pick up her clansmen. God knows how many subordinates that Dong Feng had hidden in Tong Tian Tower. Not to mention those powerful divine generals who could easily destroy everyone's homes. There were countless winged clan traders and Heaven Realm soldiers who had been bewitched by Dong Feng from the Guanming continent. These despicable lurkers disguised themselves as mercenaries or warriors of Tong Tian Tower. Once a target appeared, they would immediately bare their fangs and viciously attack. When Lu Yi and Yu Yu went from the 4th floor to the teleportation plaza, they encountered 3 waves of lurkers in a short distance. It was just that their combat power was no longer what it used to be. Mere Heaven Realm soldiers, or those hateful traitors of the Winged Clan, were no longer a threat. These lurkers could threaten the lives of Tong Tian Tower's warriors and even some innate rankers, but that was all. Not to mention Lu Yi who had the perforate deer and Yu Yu who had the angel of dawn, even Bao Er, who was usually lazy in cultivation but could always get some benefits from Yu Yang, was not someone that could be stopped by those lurkers. Did anything happen along the way? When Yu Yu sent Bao Er in, she still carefully asked about the process. Nothing, I met a very ugly guy on the way and was almost caught by it. But that guy suddenly went crazy. Inexplicably, I think it must have done too many bad things and received retribution from heaven. Well, it seems that it was at that time that I lost Nu. She ran too slowly. Not good, I forgot to protect her. I have to go back to find her. Bao Er's words made Xiaoyi almost unable to catch her breath. Doing too many bad things and received retribution from heaven, that was basically Xiao Nu. No, it should be said that it was Pandora's punishment. Okay, if it wasn't for them, you lucky little baby, you would probably have become that monster's meal. Moreover, you would have to sacrifice the entire Golden Elf clan. However, with luck as her inherent skill, there was really nothing she could do. Even heaven-defying strength couldn't compare to luck. That unknown enemy could only be said to have 18 lifetimes of bad luck to meet a lucky little baby like Bao Er. As for now, those who went against Bao Er really didn't have a good ending. If there was one, then there was only one, and that was Yu Yang who really had heaven-defying strength. Moreover, even he, who could go against the heavens, often made her angry, but he couldn't do anything to her. This was the power of luck, unparalleled. The periphery of the gods' ruins. The guiding temple. Half a month ago, several shadows came out of the void to explore the mysterious entrance to the gods' ruins. Here, any rune records and any exploration messages were studied by these shadows. Unfortunately, the few shadows, who were extremely well prepared and had divine powers, were still defeated in this enigmatic place in the end. He tried close to 100 methods, including the use of divine power to force his way in while resisting the laws. All of them failed. No, this damn place is not the entrance to the core of the gods' ruins at all. It's really unlucky. I've already said that the real entrance is under the mirage of the Tian Luo Palace. You just didn't believe me and had to waste time here. Now, half a month has passed and we have gained nothing. We are like blind flies, wandering around here. It's useless. This guiding temple is an ancient scam. I dare say that since ancient times, everyone has been deceived by it. We can't waste any more time here. A fiery red shadow angrily accused his companions. Don't be angry. Things are not bad enough to be angry. There was a very good temper among the shadows. This is the real entrance, not a scam. There was also an extremely stubborn one. If you think this is a scam, then you can leave by yourself. We didn't ask you to stay. Volcano, you can do whatever you want. We won't stop you, but please don't squeak here. This is not only not good for the process, but it will also hurt everyone's morale and annoy us. A purple shadow, who had a completely different view from the fiery red shadow, scolded him rudely. What? Am I holding everyone back by staying here? The fiery red shadow, who was called Volcano by his companions, was very angry. You didn't hold everyone back, but you didn't do anything useful. If I were you, I would be smart to shut up. The purple shadow retorted. Okay, we are all companions. We came for the secret treasure of the gods' ruins. Before we get the secret treasure, we should work together instead of blaming each other like this. If that old guy Tian Yu saw us doing this, it would be strange if he didn't laugh his head off. While Dongfeng and Tian Yu are busy fighting with the guardians of Tong Tian Tower, we have to hurry up and find the real entrance to harvest the secret treasures. It's very rare for us to have a chance like this. We need to be more precious. Usually, it's not easy to snatch a piece of meat from Sky Chariot's mouth. Now that he's worried about the guardian of Tong Tian Tower, he doesn't dare to show up easily. We need to seize this opportunity. A sapphire blue shadow stood out to be the peacemaker, persuading the fiery red shadow and the purple shadow. Listening to Songhai is the right choice. Volcano, Thunder Roar, you guys should talk less. Also, Dark Cloud, Genya, you should also help to persuade them. If there is internal strife without even entering the interior of the gods' ruins, can you afford to lose face when this matter spreads back to the heaven realm? A silver-white shadow that seemed to be a woman advised softly. I will shut up. The fiery shadow snorted in dissatisfaction. I still insist that the guarding place in Tianluo Palace is the real entrance. This suspicion is not entirely unreasonable. The dark shadow echoed, if Sky Chariot knows our whereabouts, he can't just sit back and do nothing. Unless this is not the real entrance, it's useless no matter how we explore. Dark Cloud, you are assuming that Sky Chariot is making the final breakthrough. He doesn't even know that we are coming. The emerald green shadow disagreed as soon as he heard it. Anyway, I don't think Sky Chariot is so easy to deceive. Not to mention him, even that cunning Dongfang might have found out about us. It's just that he can't turn us into his chess pieces like he does with others. Who can make a name for themselves in the heaven realm is a fool. No, a real fool would have died of stupidity long ago. How could he live until now? I'm not trying to dampen everyone's morale, nor do I want to deny everyone's exploration goal. It's just that I think we should be careful and cautious. The dark shadow also insisted on his opinion. It's not impossible to suspect, but it's stupid to think too much. The emerald green shadow sneered, mocking the shadow companion called Dark Cloud. I'm not talking to you. The dark shadow Dark Cloud was also very angry. What should we do now? Continue to explore the secret entrance, or turn to the Tianluo Palace? A golden shadow asked a little confusedly. His question was also what everyone was thinking. Next, what should they do? Now the opinions were divided into two completely different directions. One side felt that this was the real entrance, and they should seize the time to explore the mystery. The other side felt that the real entrance was in another place, and there was no need to waste time here. No matter which direction they went, it would bring about completely different or even completely opposite results. Moreover, acting separately was not something these uninvited distinguished guests of the heaven realm wanted to see. Even though they all possessed extraordinary divine power, their individual strength paled in comparison to the lofty and unshakable supreme sovereign of the deity's Templar, the heavenly chariot. They also acknowledged this point, and they clearly understood that unless they worked together, it would be impossible for them to resist the sovereign of the deity's Templar. They couldn't act separately, and their opinions were completely opposite. What should they do? All the shadows looked at the most mature and steady sapphire blue shadowed Songhai. Only he had participated in the last battle of Tongtian Tower for the secret treasure in the god's ruins. Although Songhai was still a small and insignificant character at that time, at least he had participated in the battle of secret treasures that was more ancient than the prison emperor 6,000 years ago and the conquest queen 10,000 years ago. It was also after that battle that Sky Chariot, who had obtained great benefits, truly became the strongest in the central shrine. This is indeed the real entrance. Although I have never entered it, my old friend who died in the battle had once fought here. In order to fight for a place to enter, he ruined his great future and strong life. Compared to him, I was just a weak rookie at that time. I was not qualified to participate at all. I only came because of its reputation. Fortunately, that silly rookie has survived to this day. The sapphire blue shadowed Songhai recalled his past with great nostalgia. The strong of Tongtian Tower in those days were not as weak as they are today. I remember that when I was still in the ancient passage, I was caught by two strong of Tongtian Tower. With their strength, they could crush me to death without any effort. But they didn't. They even laughed and said that they would give me a chance to live. They even said that they would save some seeds for the invaders from the heaven realm so that they wouldn't kill too much. This is true. The strong of Tongtian Tower in those days were indeed qualified to say such words. Their strength, how to say it, perhaps everyone here is very confident in their own strength, but to be honest, compared to them in those days, all of us together may not be able to withstand 3 moves from any one of them. What? The fiery red shadow exclaimed in disbelief. Not only him, but all the shadows felt that it was incredible. I'm not exaggerating. You should know that I'm used to telling the truth. Moreover, I'll only say 80% of it. The sapphire blue shadowed Songhai waved his hand to signal his companions not to doubt. The warriors of Tongtian Tower in those days were indeed very strong. In the heaven realm, if there were only 10 rankings, it would not be an exaggeration to say that 5 or 6 out of 10 came from Tongtian Tower. In the ranking of the Heaven Realm, Tong Tian Tower's warriors could take up 5 or 6 out of 10. This was too terrifying, right? Not to mention the Heaven Realm, just the Heaven Realm alone was many times bigger than a mere Tong Tian Tower. It was really unimaginable. It was estimated that even a random continent in Tong Tian Tower would be bigger than the entire Tong Tian Tower. But the Heaven Realm had 1,000,000 continents. The Heaven Realm had 100 domains. Each domain's domain emperor had jurisdiction over nearly 10,000 continents. In such a big Heaven Realm, including the Heaven Realm, the number of strong warriors could only be equal to the number of Tong Tian Tower's palm-sized countryside. If the warriors of the Heaven Realm were too weak, then it was fine. But what about the Heaven Realm? How could there be mediocre existences in the Heaven Realm? If it wasn't Songhai who couldn't lie, if it was someone else, everyone would definitely not believe it. The warriors of Tong Tian Tower, this was way too heaven-defying. Did they still want to let others live? Compared to the current Tong Tian Tower warriors, thinking about it, they were really too pitiful. When the Heaven Realm army invaded, they only had a few low-level soldiers, but they were already showing signs of being unable to hold on. If it wasn't for the abnormal Titan Yu, Tong Tian Tower might as well not resist. That way, they could still save a breath. In the past, the Tong Tian Tower warriors who looked down on the Heaven Realm could not even find a few decent ones to stand up and resist the invasion of the Heaven Realm army. Where did all those strong warriors who could shake the heavens and earth go? They are all dead. Even if they didn't die, they were sealed by the ancient great gods. When the sapphire blue Songhai said this, all of his companions were immediately stunned. It can't be, they are all dead? The fiery red shadow volcano could not accept it no matter what. That was a huge number of strong warriors that could take up 5 or 6 out of 10 in the Heaven Realm. The dark cloud also felt that it was inconceivable. Who actually did it? Who had such great power to be able to kill so many strong warriors? Yes, they are all dead. The one who killed them was none other than themselves. Tong Tian Tower warriors often have internal strife. Yes, this is the biggest characteristic of Tong Tian Tower warriors, they love internal strife. Moreover, it is an internal strife that cannot be mediated by external forces. The warriors of the Soaring Dragon Continent fought the warriors of the Demon Abyss to the death, and the warriors of the Demon Abyss fought the warriors of the Soaring Dragon Continent to the death. No one could understand what kind of hatred there was, and what kind of reason would make them fight to the death like this. Furthermore, this kind of battle doesn't happen once or twice. It happens in a day and night. Some battles even last for thousands of years. Generations after generations, hatred and strength will be passed down, fighting forever without end. It can be said that the downfall of Tong Tian Tower was caused by internal strife. The martial artists of Skysplit Tower were far too fond of infighting. Their powerhouses were all killed or sealed away by their own people. Only a very, very small number of people managed to survive and found their own sects to pass down their own strength. However, when the new generation of disciples fully matured, they would start internal strife and kill each other again. In the end, only a very small number of survivors would continue the glory of their predecessors. If there is a gap in the middle, then the later generations would completely lose the strength and inheritance of their predecessors. They would have to start from a poor and destitute state again. Just like Titan Yu now. However, the growth of Tong Tian Tower's warriors is very fast. Although Titan Yu's growth is abnormal and far surpasses normal people, overall, the growth of Tong Tian Tower's warriors, especially the growth of Soaring Dragon Continent's human warriors, has always been astonishingly fast. Titan Yu, this genius boy, is only more outstanding than other geniuses. The sapphire blue Songhai slowly told his companions about the various situations in the past, causing the few shadows to exclaim in surprise and sigh non-stop. How do they divide their clans? Do the humans of Soaring Dragon Continent and the demons of Demon Abyss belong to the same clan? The emerald green shadow asked. No, their clans are very complicated. Even the Soaring Dragon Continent and Demon Abyss are divided into at least 10 clans. On the other hand, the Heaven Stairway warriors are more unified, so they should be classified as one clan. Of course, their numbers are also the least. The sapphire blue Songhai shook his head. How does the Heaven Upper Realm differentiate them? The golden shadow asked. In the past, the heaven upper realm was divided according to where they came from. From Soaring Dragon Continent, from Heaven Stairway, or from Demon Abyss. Generally speaking, the heaven upper realm would divide the small bottom of Tong Tian Tower into 3 clans of super strong warriors. At first, I also thought that this division was correct. In reality, only after coming here did I realize that there are actually many small clans in every big clan. The composition is very complicated. The battles between the big clans are not any less intense than the other clans. Of course, if there are external enemies, fighting to maintain a big clan is still relatively normal. Just like now when the Heaven Realm army invaded Tong Tian Tower, everyone fought back under Titan Yu's command. Of course, this was mainly because Skysplit Tower no longer had any super powerhouses. If there were dozens or even hundreds of powerhouses like Titan Yu, they simply wouldn't be able to work together and fight shoulder to shoulder. That was impossible. However, don't mention hundreds, even if there were tens of Titan Yu, no one in Heaven Realm would dare to invade. Even if it was like Tong Tian Tower in the past, if the warriors of Tong Tian Tower did not fight amongst themselves, this place would always be a forbidden area. Heaven Realm warriors would never be able to step foot into this place. How could it be like now, even the small fries of Heaven Realm dare to show off their strength? Let's talk about the differences between the 3 clans. I am suddenly a little interested in these. The Emerald Green Shadow asked excitedly. Heaven Realm, according to their habits, can be clearly divided. Generally speaking, they do not like to bully the weak. On the contrary, they like to speak up for the weak and fight bravely against strong enemies. Moreover, these kind of warriors come from the Soaring Dragon Continent. They are called the Soaring Dragon Continent clan. Moreover, the number of this hot-blooded clan is also the largest. In other words, the warriors from the Soaring Dragon Continent are the largest group. Those from the Demon Abyss have many differences. First of all, they advocate martial arts and are exceptionally warlike. No matter who they face, they will challenge them. They are also relatively indifferent towards weak life forms. However, they are different from many warriors in Heaven Realm. They ignore the weak, but rarely interfere with the life processes of the lower levels. Compared to the Heaven Realm warriors who carry out massacres, exterminating entire clans or capturing people as slaves, they are much better. If you want to describe it accurately, the Demon Abyss. Warriors are a group of crazy people who love to fight as much as their lives. They don't seem to have much passion for war and ruling over the land. The Sapphire Blue Shadowed Songhai summarized. What about Heaven Stairway? The Emerald Green Shadow asked again. Heaven Stairway seems to be very mysterious. In the Heaven Realm, the legends of the Heaven Stairway warriors seem to be the least. The Golden Shadow also expressed his interest in understanding. It is indeed so. The most surprising thing are the warriors from Tong Tian Tower who came from the Heaven Stairway. These people are the least in number, and most of them are female, but their strength is not ordinary. These strange races might be inextricably linked to the Eastern Celestial Tribe, but no one can figure out what exactly is going on. The Heaven Stairway warriors are naturally peaceful. They don't like to fight at all, and they cherish their lives very much. Every grass, every tree, every insect, even the lowly servants, in their eyes, are life. They won't kill them easily. Maybe because of this kind of influence, the warriors from the Heaven Stairway are often misunderstood. They mistakenly think that they are very weak, and would often be attacked by people who overestimate themselves. In the past, there were a few god wars that broke out like this. Because the Heaven Stairway's warriors were attacked, the Soaring Dragon Continent's and Demon Abyss's warriors were enraged. A chaotic war broke out in the Heaven Realm. If not for some gods falling and some gods being sealed, the god war would not have ended so easily. What you mean is that the God Realm warriors from Tong Tian Tower died because of their infighting? Their treasures are in this god's ruins? The Fiery Shadow, Volcano, finally understood why this big brothered Songhai would bring everyone here to explore this place from so far away. That's not wrong. The Sapphire Blue Shadowed Songhai expressed his agreement. How many treasures are there in there? All the Shadow's eyes lit up. Heavens, if we can get 1/10, no, if we can get 1/10,000th, we will immediately. The Golden Shadow couldn't imagine it anymore. Why is it like this? Why must the warriors from Tongtian Tower return to this god's ruins after they died? Let's not talk about why they fought amongst themselves. Why did they die? Even if they died, why must they return here? I don't understand. The emerald green shadow couldn't understand. Rankers from Tongtian Tower have a weak sense of identity with the heaven realm. They aren't like us. Once we enter the heaven realm, we build our homes, establish our own power and territory, and keep forging ahead. They aren't like that. Even if they have a point, a city, or even a big kingdom, it's impossible for them to have a sense of belonging there. It's impossible for them to have a sense of identity with Tongtian Tower, their hometown. It's said that when the warriors of Tongtian Tower are at their peak, they will go to the legendary Heaven Stairway secret realm. There, they will leave behind their or her imprint and power inheritance, leaving behind their or their unique cultivation process. And after they die, they will choose to return to the origin, which is this god's ruins. They will seal everything in their life inside, either to provide for the growth of their descendants, or to quietly sleep in the long river of time. In this origin, everything they have returned to the beginning, everything returned to chaos. I also don't understand, but I can be sure that their choice is different from the warriors of Heaven Realm and Heaven Realm. It's really a contradictory race. They liked to fight amongst themselves when they were alive, but after death, they liked to return to the origin together. This is really incomprehensible. The purple shadow Lei Ming shook his head and sighed. With his way of thinking, he would never be able to understand these contradictory behaviors. But then again, these fellows who obviously like to fight amongst themselves also have such a strange and contradictory characteristic. As long as Tongtian Tower is invaded by Heaven Realm, they will put down their hatred and fight against the enemy together. Maybe, this is because they have a sense of belonging to their hometown. Looking at the current Titan Yu, he was born in the Soaring Dragon continent, but he could join hands with the warriors of Heaven Stairway and Demon Abyss to fight against the East. If he was in Heaven Realm or Heaven Realm, it would be impossible to see this kind of resistance. It's obviously a battle with absolutely no chance of victory, but there are actually so many people who follow Titan Yu without fear of death. This kind of idiot is really rare in Heaven Realm, but it's this kind of idiot that gives me a kind of shock. This is the first time I've been shocked by such a weak life form. The voice of the red shadow volcano gradually turned into admiration. This is indeed different from our Heaven Realm and Heaven Realm. The sapphire blue shadowed Songhai suddenly shook his head and laughed. I agree with you saying that it's shocking, but I don't agree with you saying that there's absolutely no chance of victory. Victory, this is what I personally think, Titan Yu will definitely win. What? All the shadows looked at their boss in shock. Don't be too surprised. Although the battle situation is still unclear, I believe that the final victory still belongs to that Titan Yu. There are too many super rankers secretly guarding Tongtian Tower. They won't sit and watch Dongfang and Tian Yu destroy Tongtian Tower. Among the countless fallen deities, maybe there's still one, maybe there are many more. Who knows? The warriors of Tongtian Tower that year were as many as the stars in the sky. They were so bright and dazzling, how could they all fall? There will always be a few who survived. Furthermore, regarding the inheritance of Tongtian Tower, it's impossible to use the power of extinction to stop it. Looking at their history, a large number of Tongtian Tower warriors fell, especially 10,000 years ago, there was almost no one left. Was Tongtian Tower destroyed? No. Tongtian Tower gave birth to a conqueror queen. The conqueror queen who tried to conquer Heaven Realm was also sealed, then was Tongtian Tower destroyed? No. Tongtian Tower gave birth to another prison emperor. Prison emperor died in battle, Tongtian Tower was going to be destroyed. Were they destroyed? No, in this place, an even more abnormal Titan Yu was born. In this most critical moment, he grew at an unbelievable speed. That's why, Tongtian Tower will never be truly destroyed. It might sink for a period of time, but when it finishes recuperating, countless geniuses will immediately appear, allowing it to maintain its vitality and extend the glory of its predecessors. The sapphire blue shadowed Songhai looked very far, very far. That doesn't mean that Titan Yu will definitely win. After all, Dongfang's plan has already reached an irreversible state. The fiery red volcano was still a little doubtful. That's why we must all remain neutral. Before the final victory is confirmed, being neutral is the most sensible move. The emerald green shadow laughed. If you all are willing to remain neutral, then as one of the masters, I am willing to represent Titan you to entertain you all. Even if a few esteemed guests from Heaven Realm want to visit our most secret god's ruins, this little girl will not refuse. Here, Wuxia is willing to do her best to personally lead you all into Tong Tian Tower to view the unparalleled glory of the past seniors. A beautiful voice, like the sounds of nature, came out of nowhere. In an instant, it floated to the center of the shadows, passing through their willpower defense with incomparable clarity, and transmitted into the minds of the shadows in a divine sense state. Without waiting for the few shadows to react. In the field, there was already one more person. She floated like a fairy, descending from the 9 heavens, not startling a speck of dust. She smiled sweetly, her eyes were bright and intelligent. The person who came was Shui Wuxia. The few shadows were astonished by her arrival. However, they were even more astonished by her level of strength. Divine level. Even the most abnormal genius, Yu Titan, hadn't reached the god rank, so how could this little girl have reached the god rank? Could it be that she was an even more abnormal genius than Titan Yu? Although you call yourself Wuxia, you are actually Princess Ximeng, right? The fiery red shadow, volcano, felt that other than a certain mysterious emperor, there should not be a second divine level ranker in Tong Tian Tower. Why did this emperor, who used the mirage to guard the entrance of God's ruins under Tianluo Palace, suddenly come out? Didn't she vow to never come out? I don't dare to pretend to be senior's name. Shui Wuxia smiled. Everywhere her divine light shone, it was as if spring had returned to the earth, and hundreds of flowers bloomed. Are you really not Princess Ximeng? Even the sapphire blue shadow, Songhai, couldn't help but ask. Why can't Tong Tian Tower have a second divine level ranker? In fact, you have misunderstood. Not only does Skysplit Tower have a second divine level warrior, there are also a third, fourth, and even more divine level warriors. The era of oblivion has passed, and the current Skysplit Tower has begun to rise. If we are talking about divine level warriors, let's not count the unknown hidden seniors for now. There are several well-known ones, and this little girl is only ranked 5th. Honored guests, you are all experienced and knowledgeable, so there is no need to make a fuss about nothing. Shui Wuxia's words shocked the shadows even more. What? There are at least 5 divine level rankers in Tong Tian Tower? This must be a joke. Other than Princess Ximeng, who slept forever in the mirage, how could there be a second divine level ranker in Tong Tian Tower? Not to mention there are as many as 5 divine level rankers. This is simply exaggerated nonsense, Shui Wuxia didn't explain. The truth was like this, and she didn't need to say anything more. The few shadows waited for a long time, and found that this little girl didn't bother to explain or argue, so they couldn't help but believe her a little. At the very least, this little girl called Wuxia in front of him was a divine level ranker other than Princess Ximeng. If there were other geniuses as outstanding as her, it was hard to say how many more divine level rankers there were in Tong Tian Tower. If one thought about it carefully, this was also true. If there weren't a few divine level experts in the Tong Tian Tower, why would the Eastern sect be so cautious? Why did he have to make such a meticulous plan? He invited the strong warriors of the upper realm to come to Tong Tian Tower and was willing to share the secrets of God's ruins with outsiders. Supreme Jin, the demon god, the immovable revered martial artist, the various powerhouses, and even the various people that the Eastern sect had secretly invited. If there were no experts in the Tong Tian Tower and there was only Princess Ximeng, why would the Eastern sect go through so much trouble, thinking about the supreme heavenly chariot of the temple, as the number 1 person in the central shrine, a super strong person who looked down on the upper realm? He also tacitly approved of the East's actions. If one were to say that this Tong Tian Tower did not have a god ranker guarding it, it would not be believable. However, 5 deity-level experts were too many. Were there really as many as 5? The purple shadow Lei Ming expressed his doubt. I salute you, divine level ranker of Tong Tian Tower. Although we came unhurriedly, we have no ill intentions. We are only curious about the god's ruins. We promise to stay neutral and not participate in any disputes between you and the central shrine. While expressing our condolences to you, can you solve the confusion in our hearts? As far as I know, Tongtian Tower has been in decline for many years, and its whereabouts are almost unheard of in the heaven realm. How could there be as many as 5 divine-level experts? There are indeed 3 divine-level experts, but they are not here. Perhaps you will know them in a later battle. Shui Wuxia looked up at the dome of the guidance temple and suddenly smiled. Perhaps it won't be long before we have more divine-level experts. With him, everything is possible. Are you talking about Titan Yu? The green shadow Yuanyi asked. I believe the answer is already in your hearts. Shui Wuxia did not answer directly, but only responded with a smile. Can you tell me why the so-called number 1 genius of Tongtian Tower, Titan Yu, did not reach divine level, but you reached it first? The black shadow dark cloud asked curiously. He did not reach divine level because he did not want to reach it temporarily. It is not that he could not advance. I think you all know the difference between the two. Shui Wuxia smiled. Why? The fiery red shadow, volcano, screamed weirdly. He could advance to divine level but did not want to advance. What kind of person was this? Could it be that this brat felt that advancing to divine level was a wrong move? Or was he so bored that he was too lazy to even advance to divine level? Yu Taitan was really a fellow that made people puzzled. How did this brat's brain work? He could reach divine level but did not advance. If it was someone else who said this, it would be strange if he did not get scolded to death. How could he make such an unreasonable move? Furthermore, what did he think advancing to divine level was? Was it a game of playing house? It really made people sweat to death. The fiery shadow volcano thought about how he had spent a total of 10,000 years to advance to divine level with great difficulty. Then, he spent another few thousand years to condense his own godhood. After much difficulty, he finally advanced to divine level. Now that he heard that someone else was unwilling to advance to divine level, it was as if a jar of vinegar had been spilled in his heart. He was not feeling good. This brat really deserved the wrath of the heavens. Cough. The sapphire blue shadowed Songhai lightly coughed. Towards Titan Yu's strange actions, he didn't find it strange at all. Perhaps there weren't such people in the heaven realm, but in Tongtian Tower, there really were all kinds of strange people. Just like in Tongtian Tower back then, if it was not because he met 2 experts with strange tempers who were afraid of killing too much and exterminating the younger generation of heaven realm, how could he have lived until today? If one were to talk about strange tempers, the tempers of those 2 experts were also strange enough. Who would show mercy because they were worried that the enemy would be exterminated? If he did not experience it himself, he would definitely not believe it. But this was the truth. Previously, you said that you would bring us into the god's ruins. Is that true? The golden shadow suddenly asked. Not only you, even the temple's supreme Tianyu, who had yearned for tens of thousands of years but could not enter, and the biggest traitor of Tongtian Tower, Dongfeng, can also enter. I will inherit the will of the goddess of wisdom and open the entrance to God's ruins for everyone to enter and exit freely. Shui Wuxia's face and tone were sincere as she nodded. Seriously. The few shadows looked at each other. This answer. It was really, really far beyond their imagination. What was the reason that made her and the guardian of Tongtian Tower decide to open the entrance to God's ruins and allow everyone to enter and exit freely? Could it be that there was a conspiracy? Or was it a well-hidden plan to lure the enemy? However, no matter what the reason was, as long as they did this, it was the behavior of a lunatic. In order to guard the entrance to God's ruins, Princess Yimeng had been sleeping for thousands of years and vowed never to come out again. But now, it was easily opened, allowing everyone to enter and exit freely. This was too unbelievable. Actually, this entrance to the Temple of Guidance is fake, right? The real entrance is really underneath Tianluo Palace, right? The fiery red shadow volcano couldn't help but ask. That is indeed an entrance, but there is more than one entrance to God's ruins. Actually, there are 3 entrances to God's ruins, one to Soaring Dragon Continent, one to Demon Abyss and one to Heaven Stairway. The entrance we are standing at now belonged to Demon Abyss in ancient times, and it is also the only entrance that is open to the public. In other words, it is the safest and simplest entrance. Shui Wuxia explained softly, the entrance to Heaven Stairway can only be entered by pure virgins. As for the entrance that belongs to the Soaring Dragon Continent, it is the most stringent and difficult entrance. That entrance requires an extremely tough trial in order to obtain approval. The reason why the senior that you speak of is guarding outside and not letting people enter easily is not because he wants to monopolize everything, but because he is worried that those who enter will lose their lives in vain. His benevolence and virtue is not something that a small fry in the outside world can understand. So that's how it is. After the few shadows heard this, they all had a sudden realization. Regarding Shui Wuxia's words, they believed at least 90% of it. Firstly, this little girl's divine sense was very pure. She didn't have any thoughts of deceiving them. Secondly, in the past half a month of exploration, they had seen many imprints left by the predecessors of Tongtian Tower. At first, they were confused, but after Shui Wuxia explained their doubts, they immediately understood everything. The Golden Shadow asked with a little anticipation, "What are the conditions for this entrance that originally belonged to Demon Abyss?" Shui Wuxia smiled and said, "There are no conditions. Since ancient times, the condition to enter this entrance was to break through confusion. However, later generations found that this was too difficult for the life of the demonic abyss, but it was not a problem for the life of the Dragon Ascension and the Heaven Stairway. Many warriors of the Dragon Ascension and the Heaven Stairway came here. Later, a goddess with great wisdom created a guiding temple here. Whether it was the warriors of the demonic abyss, Dragon Ascension, or the Heaven Stairway, they could find the correct entrance through the guidance of the temple and enter the inner part of the god's ruins. Do you really want to open the door here and let us all go in?" The red shadow Fiery Red felt a little nervous. What do you need us to do for you?" The black shadow Dark Cloud asked tentatively. "We can't beat Sky Chariot." The purple shadow first blocked this condition. "You don't need to do anything. Please continue to stay neutral." Shui Wuxia waved her hand, indicating that there were no conditions. "Then what about the secret treasures in God's ruins?" The green shadow Zhenya quietly talked with the blue shadowed Songhai and asked the question that everyone wanted to know the most. "The artifact chooses its master, and it belongs to the Fated One. We will definitely not object." Shui Wuxia smiled and paused, then smiled again and said, "But my opinion doesn't represent Titan Yu's opinion. Maybe you have already found out from the information that that guy is a very selfish treasure maniac. If you meet him, you better not provoke him. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what he will do. Of course, because of the war, Titan Yu doesn't have the time to care about these things. I am just making a small assumption here." The shadows were a little sweaty. Regarding Titan Yu's character, they had already understood him very clearly through all kinds of information. Previously, they only dared to come and explore the treasure because they saw that this kid hadn't advanced to god level yet. If they knew that there were at least 5 god-level experts in Tongtian Tower, and that they all listened to Titan Yu, they wouldn't have easily provoked this kid. Anyone would be angry. After all, it was their family's treasure. It would be strange if they didn't get angry when others took advantage of it. Of course, if Titan Yu lost to Dongfang, lost to the Deity Palace's Supreme Sky Chariot, it probably wouldn't be a big deal. Losers had no rights to speak of. If this kid defied the heavens and won, we are just curious about the secret treasures in God's ruins. As you said, artifacts choose their masters. We may not be fated. The reason why we came from so far away is more to have a look." The sapphire blue Songhai expressed his position with a little embarrassment. Of course, this was nonsense. If they didn't have any ideas, no one would come here. To come to a treasure mountain and return empty-handed, what kind of logic was that? Definitely not. But it was fine to say that they wanted to have a look, but they couldn't say that they wanted to take advantage of the situation to rob other people's things, right? Then, please wait a moment. Let me open the Gate of Wisdom. Shui Wuxia smiled. She didn't care about this at all. The real enemy was not these greedy super experts from the Heaven Realm, but Dongfang and the Supreme Sky Chariot of the Deity Palace hidden behind. Open the Gate of Wisdom that guided the Deity Palace. Opening the inner core area of God's ruins was the key to winning this victory. Whether it was the guidance of the predecessors, the discussion of friends and relatives, or the enlightenment of the Book of Truth in her hands, opening the gate of God's ruins was the beginning of the reversal. If this task was not completed successfully, this difficult battle might not be able to be reversed. Shui Wuxia was now standing in front of the Goddess of Wisdom statue. She connected with the Goddess of Wisdom statue with her divine sense. Just like another young mother who entered the United States. She used the same method. With the purest body and soul, she inherited the wisdom of the Goddess of Wisdom. In the sky full of runes, Shui Wuxia, who was bathed in divine light, was inheriting and absorbing the will and guidance of the ancient Goddess of Wisdom bit by bit. She was not only the most suitable choice, but also came willingly. Here, in addition to the inheritance of the Goddess of Wisdom, she also felt the marks and experiences left behind by countless predecessors. In an instant, her body and mind were immersed in endless sublimation. In this instant, she understood the true purpose of opening the gate of wisdom. When Shui Wuxia was receiving the inheritance of wisdom, the black shadow dark cloud secretly transmitted his voice to his companion, the fiery shadow volcano, and said, "This is the best opportunity." What? The fiery shadow, volcano, was baffled when he heard that. "I mean capture this little girl." The black shadow dark cloud said with a hint of temptation, "It can be seen that her strength is below any one of us, and this is a little girl who has just advanced to the god realm. Most importantly, she is currently receiving the inheritance and has no defensive ability. Once she finishes receiving the inheritance, we will immediately make our move." "Are you crazy?" The fiery shadow volcano almost cried out, "Aren't we supposed to maintain neutrality now?" "It is indeed neutral, but if this little girl continues to fight with Dongfeng and Tianyu, she will most likely die." The black shadow dark cloud quietly persuaded, "If we capture her, she will not be able to participate in the battle anymore, and will be able to live until the end. What good does this do for us?" The fiery shadow volcano still did not understand. "We need this little girl to enter the core area of the god's ruins." The black shadow dark cloud felt that they should keep some trump cards for their side. Otherwise, when Dongfeng and Tianyu won, the secret treasures in the god's ruins would have nothing to do with them. As long as they captured this little girl who could receive the inheritance of the ancient Goddess of Wisdom, then even someone as strong as the temple's supreme Yu and the central shrine's #1 think tank Dongfeng would have no choice but to agree to their conditions. Because, his capture. He was holding the key to enter the god's ruins in his hands. The black shadow dark cloud felt that this was the best opportunity. This little girl who did not look weak should be a heaven stairway warrior. Her body and mind were very pure, without any scheming, and she did not guard against outsiders. Once she heard that they would maintain neutrality, she actually accepted the inheritance of wisdom in front of everyone. Wasn't this the best opportunity? However, out of his expectations, his companion Volcano refused. "Dark Cloud, if you want to capture me, then go and capture me. Forgive me for not participating in this matter." "What?" This time it was Dark Cloud's turn to be stunned. When did his companion become so kind? "Although I have committed all sorts of evil in the heaven realm, and am a downright bad guy." Volcano, who was hidden in the fiery red divine light, suddenly sighed. "Even if I'm a bad person, it doesn't mean I'm a fool. Why would I do such a thing? Why didn't they remain neutral? If I take her down, let's not talk about whether or not I can take down the opponent. Even if I can, it will be a huge weakening for Tongtian Tower. What benefits does it bring to us if Dongfeng and Tianyu win? On the contrary, if they fail, what harm will it do us? So, I won't do such a thing that harms others without benefiting myself. But if we have her, even if Dongfeng and Tianyu win, they will have no choice but to lower their heads to us." However, Dark Cloud still felt that it was best to keep such an important humanoid key in their hands. "You're taking it for granted." The volcano shook his head and said, "If Dongfeng and Tianyu weren't confident, they wouldn't have started the war. Didn't you hear just now? There are 3 real entrances, and this is the easiest one to enter. With Dongfeng's intelligence and Tianyu's strength, they might not even need to enter through this entrance to enter the real core of God's ruins. If we take her down, it will be like throwing stones at someone who's down. Other than becoming enemies with Tongtian Tower, there's no other possibility. Besides, my dear old friend, why would I want to start a war with a divine-level ranker? As you and I can see, she's a divine-level ranker. No matter how long she's been a divine level ranker, even if it's only a day, she's still a real divine level ranker. Starting a war with a divine level ranker isn't the wisest move for you and me. At least, it doesn't fit my original intention. Do you think we'll lose? Dark Cloud felt that this idea was too crazy. Do you think we'll definitely win? Volcano asked. No matter what, we have more than an 80% chance of winning, right? Dark Cloud felt that he had been a divine level ranker for thousands of years. If he couldn't take down a little girl who had only been a divine level ranker for a few months, it would be too shameful. No matter if she's a divine level infant or a divine level ranker, I won't start a war with her. I won't even try, do you understand? I'm already a divine level ranker. In the heaven realm, I have an incomparably vast land. I have my own clan and home. I'm the ruler of hundreds of millions of lives. Everything of theirs, including their thoughts, is under my will. I'm not a battle maniac like the Tong Tian Tower, who lives in the demon abyss. Why would I casually start a war with another divine level ranker? If I win, the benefits I'll reap won't be enough for me to continue climbing higher. On the contrary, if I lose, I'll fall and lose everything I have now. Why don't I cultivate steadily? Even though it's incomparably slow, I'll never have to worry about giving up halfway. I'll never have to worry about falling one day and not being able to recover. Now, what I have is time and a future. Why should I take risks? Taking risks isn't something a divine level ranker should do. This is something that only those lowly mercenaries who shed blood on the edge of their blades would do. Volcano's words shocked Dark Cloud. Was this guy really that volcano from the heaven realm who was famous for his bad temper and impulsive actions? Then forget it. Just pretend that I didn't say anything. Hearing this, Dark Cloud muttered to himself for a while. He also felt that Volcano's words made sense. He himself was a divine level ranker. He had the best future and the most time. There was no need to risk his life and fight for it. This wasn't something a divine level ranker should do. He came to Tong Tian Tower with the intention of watching a good show. He didn't want to interfere with either side of Tong Tian Tower or the central shrine. No matter if it was Dongfang, Tianyu, or Titanyu, none of them would help. Everything was up to the will of the heavens. However, Dark Cloud still had reservations about some of Volcano's words. For example, he couldn't defeat this little girl who called herself Wuxia in front of him. How old was she? How long had it been since she became a divine level ranker? Even if she was an outstanding genius, even more exaggerated than Titanyu, she had only cultivated for 20 years. Compared to him, who had cultivated for thousands of years after becoming a divine level ranker, she was nothing. The warriors of Tong Tian Tower grew very quickly. However, no matter how fast it was, there was still a limit. Especially after becoming a divine level ranker, the rate of improvement was relatively slow. They needed a long time to improve even a little bit. This little girl Wuxia who hadn't gone through a long period of cultivation and didn't even have the time to condense her own godhood. How strong could she be? Just when Dark Cloud was amused, the inheritance of wisdom that Xue Wuxia received had just ended. Just when all the runes disappeared and the divine power of wisdom completely entered Xue Wuxia's body, a special shadow that was hidden so deeply that even Dark Cloud didn't notice jumped out from the void. It was a special shadow that was 1,000 or 10,000 times faster than lightning. It appeared behind Xue Wuxia in a flash. Some kind of strange divine power, like a dagger, pierced towards the back of Xue Wuxia's head, which was completely unguarded. When one's mind was completely relaxed and defenseless, even a random interruption during the inheritance could cause irreversible consequences, let alone a sneak attack from the divine power. Once this kind of powerful divine power attack appeared, the expressions of all the shadows on the scene changed. Volcano, who had been talking to Dark Cloud just now, even shouted angrily, "Dark Cloud, you've gone too far." Volcano even mistakenly thought that his comrade, Dark Cloud, had attacked. When he saw that it was such a fatal sneak attack, he immediately became furious. This was a despicable sneak attack that would bring shame to all the god-level experts, only Dark Cloud himself knew. Only then did he realize that this shameless sneak attack wasn't him, but a special shadow that was somewhat similar to him but had hidden so deeply that even he couldn't see through it. This special shadow didn't belong to any of them. He was just an assassin that followed behind them. Perhaps she sensed something. Shui Wuxia turned around the moment she was attacked. It was over. If she used all her strength to dodge, she might still be able to escape. If she didn't escape now, wouldn't that give the assassin the best opportunity to take advantage of? This little girl was going to die. Even if she was a god-level expert, under such a sneak attack, the possibility of her dying was very high. Even if the few god-level experts on their side tried to save her, they might not be able to save her. This was what Dark Cloud thought. Volcano and the other shadows had the same thought as him. The sneak attack was too fast. It was so fast that they didn't have time to think or save her. The assassin had also chosen the perfect timing. He waited for the other party to finish receiving the inheritance, and when the divine power and divine consciousness of the main body were about to be activated, and the divine power of the inheritance was about to disappear, he shamelessly launched a sneak attack. This way, the damage caused would definitely be the most serious. Her death was already a foregone conclusion. There was no power that could save her, not even divine power. Huh. Just when the shadows were looking at each other in shock. Just when the assassin who had hidden himself had succeeded. Suddenly, a giant golden hand stretched out from the void above Shui Wuxia's head. This giant golden hand was so huge that when it grabbed the god-level assassin, Dark Cloud, Volcano, and the others were shocked to realize that the god-level assassin was as small as a flea. The giant golden hand squeezed gently. Dark Cloud and the others heard the muffled sound of countless bones being crushed, and they couldn't help but feel terrified. The god-level assassin's body disappeared and turned into thick smoke that flowed out of the giant golden hand. Under the control of some kind of divine power, the thick smoke was as fast as lightning. It shot towards the exit of the Temple of Guidance like an arrow. However, at the exit, there was a woman who looked extremely similar to Shui Wuxia, but was 10 times taller, standing there quietly. Her purplish gold head ornament was formed by lightning. Her elegant long skirt was formed by the god-level condensed divine power. Frost appeared behind her like a wheel of light, constantly emitting the god-level divine power that represented its master's will and the rules. Other than the snow jade bare feet, which had yet to condense the god-level shoes, this female incarnation that still retained her moon-like ankle was, of course, the unique supreme godhead that belonged to Shui Wuxia. She was the combination of Shui Wuxia's guardian beast, Blizzard Lady, the Truth Book, the god-level true body, and the divine consciousness of wisdom. In other words, she was Shui Wuxia's god level as well as her guardian beast. She was even the embodiment of her wisdom. There was no need for the master's will. Because Shui Wuxia's will was completely one with her. She, who had been promoted to the goddess of storms, reached out her hand, ignoring the rules of space and time. With the unique god-level divine power, she caught the god-level assassin, who had turned into smoke and fled, like catching a flea in her palm for the second time. Boom! The goddess of storms smashed the thick smoke in her hand on the ground. The thick smoke disappeared under the god-level divine power, leaving only the god-level assassin, who was howling in pain, suffering the attack of this supreme godhead power. In less than a second, the god-level assassin, who felt that even space and time could be frozen by the eternal god-level divine power, was completely frozen. Even his screams were frozen. Don't think that I can't find you just because you are black. Shui Wuxia sighed. This was her final evaluation of the god-level assassin who died before he could even announce his name. Dark Cloud and Volcano's jaws dropped to the ground. This was an incredible battle scene in front of them. It caused them to be shocked to the extreme. This is impossible. If it was Titan Yu's catchphrase from Tong Tian Tower, it would be "This is not scientific." A god-level assassin who could hide from a few god-level assassins was easily defeated by a little girl who had just become a god-level assassin like a flea. Was this an illusion or an illusion? Shui Wuxia still maintained a calm face and smiled, as if she didn't care about sneak attacks, assassins, and the like. She just invited Dark Cloud and Volcano in a friendly manner, "Please don't worry about these things." Therefore, when the war broke out, the traitor in the East always thought that he was smart enough to get some assassins, thinking that he could win by doing this. Let's not pay attention to this kind of self-deceiving boring behavior. Everyone can't ruin the interest of visiting the gods' ruins because of a small fly. Next, I want to introduce you to the time corridor of the seniors of Tong Tian Tower. Dark Cloud, who was sweating profusely, suddenly had the urge to rush back to the heaven realm and never look back. This Tongtian Tower was really too scary. The time corridor. Even the person who opened it, Shui Wuxia, didn't expect it to look like this. Volcano, Dark Cloud, Lei Ming and the other guests from the heaven realm all thought that it was a corridor similar to the ancient passage, and that it recorded the achievements and honors of the seniors of Tongtian Tower. Who knew that after entering, it was completely different from what they had imagined. It was an existence like void. There was no ground, no sky, no walls, or anything like that. There was no boundary. No one knew how long this time corridor was. No one knew how long it had existed. Perhaps, time was meaningless to it. It was an eternal existence. The entire space of the time corridor was filled with an ancient law. It didn't want to restrict the free will of the people who entered, nor did it want to restrict the strength of the people who entered. On the contrary, it had a stimulating effect. Once they entered, everyone, including the few guests from the heaven realm who had been hiding their bodies and strength, would involuntarily reveal their bodies and strength. Their appearance, image, hidden body, and even their innate abilities were all automatically revealed to everyone. The sapphire blue Xianxia was a divine elephant. Even though he immediately changed back to his human form. But the moment he entered, everyone could clearly see that this boss who had stepped foot into Tongtian Tower 10,000 years ago was a divine elephant. Not only that, Xianxia was the strongest among them. A golden pillar of light that was more than 60 meters tall shot out from the top of his head and into the sky, directly indicating the level of his strength and his realm. Volcano and Dark Cloud both thought that their strength was close to this boss Xianxia. Unfortunately, the truth was that they hadn't even reached Xianxia's strength. Xianxia's strength was hidden very deeply. If they didn't enter the time corridor, they wouldn't know his true strength and realm. As for why Xianxia wanted to hide his strength and was even unwilling to reveal it in front of his companions, perhaps he had his own special reasons. Volcano and Dark Cloud did not have the time to care about this right now. What they really wanted to see was the strength and realm of the little girl Wuxia who killed the godly state assassin with a single strike. The golden pillar of light that represented realm was only 30 meters tall. It was slightly inferior to Volcano's 32 meters and Dark Cloud's 33 meters. This display took everyone by surprise, followed by astonishment, shock, and disbelief. Wuxia was able to instantly kill a godly assassin who followed behind everyone without being discovered. Of course, she was not on the same level as Volcano and Dark Cloud. However, the height of the golden light pillar was not as high as them. What was going on? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have been deceived by her in front of everyone when she killed that godly state assassin in one move. Since that wasn't the truth, didn't that mean that she still had the ability to hide her true strength and rank under the laws of the time corridor? This was what truly shocked and inconceivable everyone. This was the time corridor created by the ancient laws, so how could she be an exception? Could it be that this little girl Wuxia had already reached the legendary level of the divine sovereign, and possessed a unique and eternal will? In this time corridor, each step represents 100 years. Shui Wuxia's small face was beautiful. She smiled slightly. She didn't confirm or deny other people's suspicions. She gave people a mysterious feeling. One step equals 100 years? Volcano realized that no one had taken a step after entering for so long. It wasn't that they didn't want to. It was that they couldn't. In this place where there was no heaven and earth, no space, and no time. Even these godly level experts couldn't move at will. No one could walk in any direction, even if it was just a step. Shui Wuxia smiled again and pointed to a direction in front of him. Maybe everyone has realized that there is a star in front of us. That is the end of the 100 years that we are going to take. That place should be displaying the experts of Tongtian Tower in the past 100 years. Of course, only godly level experts are qualified to be displayed here. With the guidance of Shui Wuxia's divine will, everyone finally succeeded in taking a step forward. This step. It represented 100 years of time. Everyone was in a trance. They suddenly felt the scene in front of them change, and their bodies involuntarily arrived at a brand new void. Now, Volcano and the others were completely enlightened. No wonder they needed the guidance of the ancient goddess of wisdom to guide them. No wonder they needed the guidance of an inheritor. Without this little girl Wuxia, even if they opened the core of God's ruins, even if they entered this time corridor, what was the use? Who could find the way forward in the endless void? Who could search for secret treasures in this time corridor where a step was equivalent to 100 years of time? Compared to the majesty of the ancient laws, everyone's previous treasure hunting plan was too absurd and ridiculous. In this God's ruins, even if they opened the door and let people in, they wouldn't be able to obtain any benefits. Therefore, this little girl Wuxia was not worried at all. Even if she opened the door of wisdom, she wouldn't be afraid of Dongfeng and Tianyu spying. The starlight that he had seen before had now turned into a dazzling and splendid nebula. One after another, unattainable golden stars that were difficult to look up to. Flashing in front. Waiting for everyone's divine will to probe. That bright and shining nebula suddenly extended and expanded by 1,000,000,000,000 times. In an instant, it covered the entire space and shrouded everyone. Closest to volcano and dark cloud, there were two special golden stars. They were very small. At first glance, it was not surprising that they seemed to be submerged in the countless stars. However, no one could ignore their existence. Because right now, they were growing at a shocking speed. They had great potential. Everyone was speechless. Out of curiosity, Volcano and the others carefully probed with their divine will. They were surprised to find that in the middle of the two golden stars that were wrapped in divine light, there were actually two extremely young girls. One of them was surrounded by countless beasts, such as Pegasus, Butterfly, Spirit Mirror Image and so on. She was slightly bigger, but definitely not bigger than this Wuxia in front of him. She looked like this Wuxia's younger sister. The other was even smaller, about the age of a 14 or 15-year-old human girl. Her body had not yet grown. Her small face was full of childishness. No one could imagine it. Unexpectedly, this was also a divine-level expert. Furthermore, she was a divine-level expert that was growing at a rapid speed. Behind her stood two Titan Treants guarding her. According to the information, she was 99% likely Titan Yu's younger sister, Yu Bing. However, Volcano and the others would never imagine that this little girl, who was previously ignored by Heaven Realm warriors, was actually a divine-level expert. Furthermore, she was growing at a rapid speed. Above this Yu Bing's head, there was a golden light pillar that represented her divine level. It was less than 10 meters tall, but it was currently growing at an insane speed. Almost every 10 seconds, it would increase by 1 millimeter. Volcano and Dark Cloud had tears streaming down their faces. They wanted to cry to death. One must know that every time the golden light pillar above their heads increased by 1 millimeter, it was not 10 seconds, but 10 years, or even 100 years. How could it increase every second? Furthermore, there was a shadow of a light pillar above the Yu Bing's head. It probably represented her potential. It was at least 300 meters tall. It was so tall that it made people want to vomit blood. It was so tall that people wanted to smash their heads against the wall and die. Looking at the top of his head, Volcano realized that the shadow above his head was less than 5 meters. Dark Cloud was even worse. He was only 3 meters tall. The best was Xianxia. The golden shadow above her head was more than 40 meters tall. Although she was only at the level of a golden light pillar that was about 25 meters tall, in the future, she would undoubtedly surpass everyone and become the leader of the group. She would even be taller than Xianxia, who was 60 meters tall. The second person with great potential was the youngest in the group, Light. He was the target of everyone's bullying, but he also had a potential shadow that was more than 20 meters tall. His current level was much lower than Volcano and Dark Cloud's. His golden light pillar was only 20 meters tall. He was the weakest among his companions. But in the end, if there were no accidents, he would have no problem surpassing Volcano and Dark Cloud. In addition, Lehman, Silver Screen, Grassy, and a few other companions all had different degrees of potential. Every one of them was better than Volcano and Dark Cloud. This kind of result made their hearts sour, as if a jar of vinegar had been spilled. Especially Dark Cloud, who was ranked in the top 3 in terms of strength. He felt the most pain. According to the final potential, he would be surpassed by everyone and become the last. Even if you have potential, you might not be able to cultivate it in the end. Boss Songhai, whose potential had already been excavated to the peak and could no longer improve, comforted him. I can still take this kind of blow. Dark Cloud didn't show it on the surface, but his smile was uglier than crying. Luckily, I'm not the last. Volcano secretly wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. In front of this kind of law that had no secrets to speak of, the psychological pressure was too great. It was okay if one's strength was not enough and his level was not high. But this kind of shadow that could see the potential for cultivation in the future was the real pair. Volcano and the others looked at the other girl who they didn't know her name but seemed to look like Wu Xia's younger sister. They wanted to see her potential. They wanted to vomit blood again. This was because this little girl who was surrounded by beautiful beasts, fairies, Pegasus, illusionary butterflies, and spirit mirrors seemed to have a potential that was slightly lower than Utatan's younger sister, Yubing. But she was also a terrifying existence with a potential height of more than 300 meters. This was also a height that made people feel despair. Volcano and the other guests from Heaven Realm who were greatly shocked couldn't accept this fact. Could it be that Tong Tian Tower's specialty was abnormal geniuses? One Yu Titan was already enough to make people feel inferior. Now that there were a few little girls, it made people want to kill themselves. How could the warriors from Heaven Realm survive? No wonder Dong Feng and Tian Yu wanted to destroy Tong Tian Tower like madmen. Now everyone finally understood that it wasn't because Dong Feng and Tian Yu's minds were twisted, but because of fear, no matter if it was Dong Feng or Tian Yu. They were all afraid that they would be surpassed by Tong Tian Tower's warriors. Because the growth speed of Tong Tian Tower's warriors was too crazy, too abnormal, and too unreasonable. Let's look at the other divine level rankers in Tong Tian Tower. Dark Cloud squeezed out a dry smile on his face. Even he himself felt that it was very strenuous for him to smile. It was very awkward. I hope a normal divine level ranker will appear. Almost everyone prayed in their hearts. The psychological pressure of always facing exceptional geniuses was too great. Luckily there were so many people here. If there was only one, it would be strange if they didn't go crazy from fright. Almost as if they had a tacit understanding, everyone chose not to look at the golden stars that represented Yu Titan and Wu Xia, in case someone fainted from the shock. Why does it seem like there are 9 golden stars? That's not right. Didn't Tong Tian Tower only have 5 divine level rankers in the past 100 years? Yuan Yi and the others counted carefully and found the problem. There were actually 9 golden stars here, and there were many stars in the periphery that showed signs of evolving into divine level gold stars. There are so many? Shui Wuxia was also surprised. This had exceeded her original estimation. What was going on? The 10th level of the heaven stairway. This was a broken space without any signs of life. Because there had been several devastating battles here, even with the law of heaven and earth, the space automatically healed, but after thousands of years, the 10th level of the heaven stairway was still a broken space. No life could naturally grow here. The sky was not a blue sky, but a terrifying sky with many big and small black holes. All the time. These cracks between heaven and earth devoured any energy it needed around it. Not to mention the life of flesh and blood, even if it was rock, grass, wind, fire, water, or earth, once swept into it, it would all be turned into powder. The ground was not a fertile land with rolling hills and flowing rivers. Countless islands divided by space-time fragments appeared in front of them, vast and boundless. On each island divided by the space cracks, there was only wasteland and wasteland. On a huge island. Quietly. There stood a group of golden armored guards with imposing auras and matchless might. There were only a few hundred of them, but their strength and momentum were strong enough to devour everything in the world. It was believed that no one could stop them. Such a powerful Jinjiawi, but what they guarded was a small and inconspicuous tent. It seemed that this small, even a little shabby, tent was a special existence that was 100 times more valuable than their lives. Following behind this group of golden armored guards was a group of wise elders in golden robes. All of them had white hair and beards, and they held silver staffs and pearls in their hands. They sat leisurely around the small tent, as if they were following the leader of the tent. The wise elders were different from the solemn and focused golden armored guards. It was easy for outsiders to see that although the two sides were in the same group, they were clearly separated and belonged to two completely different classes. In these two classes, no matter how integrated on the surface, in fact, they were contradictory groups that could never be reconciled and converged. When the Night Empress floated in front of them, at first glance, she saw the competition between the two classes and the true intention of the master in the shabby tent. The hidden master did not care about unity and cooperation at all. What he wanted was competition and struggle. The more irreconcilable and intense the struggle between the two classes, the better it was for his rule. "Who are you?" Night Empress, who was hidden in the starlight, frowned without anyone noticing. "I'm the first captain on duty in the Central Divine Palace. I'm known as the Mighty God of Long Men. The three Supreme Masters are still behind me. If you don't have the ability to pass me, then you're naturally not qualified to meet the three Supreme Masters. I've been looking forward to becoming a martial artist of Skysplit Tower for a long time. It's just like 6,000 years ago. Just thinking about it makes one's blood boil. Come, my blade is already hungry and thirsty." In that shabby little tent, there was a majestic voice that rumbled like thunder. "Ah, are you the dog that guards the central shrine? I forgot to bring a piece of meat bone for you." The Night Empress mocked without any trace of politeness. "It doesn't matter. I will gnaw on your bones to my heart's content." The majestic voice in the tent immediately retorted. "Old dog whose teeth have all fallen out, are you still asleep?" The Night Empress usually did not speak so viciously, but in order to attract the enemy's hatred and the attention of the Heaven Realm rankers like Dongfeng and Jizun, she tried her best to imitate Yu Yang's usual tone and attacked the enemy in front of her. No matter how difficult it was, she hoped that she could buy 3 days for Yu Yang and Jizun, and the longer the better. In front of her, there was a captain of the door god of the central shrine, which was exactly what she wanted. She was not worried about her battle with Jizun. She only cared about the time. Not too short. 3 days was not a long time, but Night Queen Ju might have an accident under the joint attack of Unfalling, Undefeatable, and Immovable. This was because the battle this time had far exceeded the original target of fighting Immovable Sovereign, a divine-level expert. Now, there was a captain of the door god who came out of nowhere and insisted on interfering in the god's war, which was exactly what Night Empress wanted. The martial artists of the Tong Tian Tower are still so boring, and still like to talk glibly. In addition to this specialty, have the martial artists of the Tong Tian Tower not made any progress in the past 6,000 years? The captain who claimed to be the giant god Nagato seemed to look down on the Night Empress who had just been promoted to the divine ranker. "I will tell you before you die." The Night Empress moved her mind. Countless stars were shining brightly. One by one, they transformed into a meteor shower in the galaxy and blasted towards the group of golden-armored guards and the Elder of Wisdom who were standing still in front of them. The center of the attack was, of course, the old and tattered tent, as well as the first guard of the Central Divine Temple, Captain Nagato Giant God. The meteors that could easily kill the 2 overlord rankers of the Heavenly Dragon clan, Shan Long and Kong Long, shot out like raindrops. With the Night Empress' current divine power, she could completely annihilate the group of golden-armored guards in front of her into cosmic dust. She didn't understand why it was necessary to let these golden-armored guards, who looked glamorous but were all in the heaven stage, and none of them were close to the divine ranker. Even the strength of the quasi-god was far inferior. In the broken sky, a giant hand suddenly appeared. Golden. It was as cold as the sun. As soon as it appeared, it shone brightly and dyed the world. The tyrannical divine power suppressed the whole place, directly nailing the golden-armored guards who were standing upright and gritting their teeth into the hard ground. The Night Empress noticed one thing very carefully. Compared to these golden-armored guards, the golden-robed old men who looked like the Elder Wisdom were even more embarrassed. They were not avoiding the bombardment of the meteor shower, but because of the pressure of the giant golden hand. They were no longer as relaxed as before. Each of them looked nervous as they held their staffs to protect their bodies, resisting the shockwave of the collision of the 2 divine powers. Compared to those golden-armored guards, the golden-robed old men, who were only a few dozen in number, had more combat power. Their individual strength was obviously 1 or 2 levels higher. The giant golden hand that could cover half of the sky spread out its palm and arrogantly took on the meteors that the Night Empress had blasted down. Not only that, he even domineeringly crushed those shooting stars. Instead of throwing them into the cracks of heaven and earth or those black holes that devoured everything, the giant golden hand was ruthlessly crushing those meteors. They were completely crushed by it and turned into powder. Then, they slid down from the golden fingers and palm. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the golden armored guards who were half nailed to the ground could not help but show a kind of fanaticism. Their spirits were greatly boosted and their aura became even more oppressive. They had a strict rule. When their master did not speak, they did not even dare to move. Even if the divine power attacked, they did not dare to blink. For their master's victory, they could only shout silently and use the explosion of their spirit to represent their verbal venting. But the golden-robed old men did not. Their expressions were also shocked, but there was still reason in the depths of their eyes. It was obvious that they did not submit to the arrogant divine door captain, or rather, they did not belong to him. It was just that they had no choice but to come together for this operation and listen to his orders. The Night Empress, who was hidden in the Milky Way, carefully observed these. For the setback of the meteor shower's tentative attack, she not only saw the performance, but also the deeper meaning. It was certain that this captain was indeed a divine-level strongman, and an extraordinary divine-level strongman. This captain, who claimed to be the giant god of Nagato, indeed had the strength to be arrogant. But an arrogant divine-level strongman like him, how could he lower himself to be a gatekeeper of the central shrine? Could it be that the immovable sovereign, or the divine temple's supreme Tianyu, was so strong that they could arrange a divine-level strongman to guard the door for themselves? The immovable sovereign sent this guy to probe. Could it be that he had seen through my plan to delay? Or, the immovable sovereign and the divine temple's supreme Tianyu had a battle in the dark. Before the final moment of the god's ruins, the immovable sovereign was unwilling to waste his divine power, lest he failed to compete with Tianyu. No matter what the truth was, the captain in front of him, the giant god of Nagato, he was indeed a strong enemy. Sure enough, he is a watchdog that barks very loudly. The Night Empress continued to mock maliciously. The battle between the immovable sovereign and the divine temple supreme was not a bad thing for her. The longer the time dragged on, the more beneficial it would be for the cultivation of Yuyang and Jizun. Anyway, fighting against the immovable sovereign and the watchdog captain was also a fight. Anyway, there were two more divine-level strongmen, invincible and undefeated. It didn't matter if there was another giant god of Nagato. At present, the best direction was to fight with this arrogant giant god of Nagato for a long time. It was best to fight for a few days and nights, so that Yuyang and Jizun had more time. 10,000 years ago, I killed an idiot like you who couldn't wait to die as soon as you were promoted to divine level. 6,000 years ago, there was also an idiot who advised me to give up fighting, saying that bloodthirstiness would only blind the mind of the strong and affect cultivation. Ha ha ha, do you know what I did? The deity will twist his head off, step on it, and pee on it. An idiot like that isn't even qualified to be this deity's urinal. Do you think I am really the watchdog of the central shrine? What a joke, I am the direct descendant of one of the creators of the central shrine. I have a noble bloodline. How can I be worse than Tianyu and immovable? The reason why I am willing to take over the first guard is that I like to control all the circulation in the palm of my hand. How can you fools of the Tongtian Tower understand this kind of mind? My biggest regret is that 10,000 years ago, the Conquest Queen was sealed before she could reach the door of the central shrine. Otherwise, I will let her understand the fact that what it means to hit a wall and what it means to fail. The captain, who claimed to be the giant god of Nagato, had a majestic voice that rumbled and shook the world. This last words are so long. The Night Empress yawned impatiently. Arrogant, the Tongtian Tower martial artists are always like this, dying with only one mouth. Do you see this small tent? 10,000 years ago, this was the first Skysplit Tower martial artist that Skysplit Tower had killed. That idiot had brought this tent to the battlefield, and inside it were his beautiful wives and concubines. He thought that fighting was a child's game that could be won easily. He could even exaggerate his honor in front of his wife and concubine. What a big fool. I killed him with one slash, and all his wives and concubine inside were beheaded by me, and their heads were made into wine cups. I deliberately kept this small tent that symbolized the shame of the Tongtian Tower martial artists. Haha, I have kept it. Every generation of Tongtian Tower martial artists can witness its shame, and they can also appreciate my glory. Offer me your head, my little tent still lacks a beautiful ornament. I will never talk to a madman again. The Night Empress felt that talking to this kind of person would simply lower her IQ. If it weren't for delaying time, she would have flooded the boring small tent with 1,000 or 10,000 meteor showers. Although she wanted to delay time, the Night Empress decided now. She would never talk to this door god again. This kind of person. He was simply a madman, an unreasonable madman, and a psychopathic madman. Night Empress released her thoughts. The originally bright and dazzling Milky Way immediately sped up. Among them, close to 100 golden stars gradually condensed and transformed into one of the 12 zodiac signs that Night Empress was best at, Aries constellation. With the birth of Aries constellation, the entire star field started to form a brand new power of law. Following that, another constellation of the 12 zodiac signs condensed and appeared to support the operation of this power of law. Gemini, Cancer, Leo, and other constellations gradually appeared in the Milky Way. Every time a star was born in the Milky Way, Night Empress divine power would increase by a bit. Every time a constellation was born in the star field, the power of law within the star field would increase by a bit. No matter how perverted and twisted the door god captain was, there was one thing that could not be denied. This fellow was indeed a strong opponent. A divine level ranker. No one could doubt it. To defeat such a strong fellow, Night Empress had to go all out. Stars? What an interesting little thing. However, to someone like you who has just advanced to the divine level and is still a rookie, I want to say that you are still far from it. In the shabby little tent, an unparalleled divine power suddenly exploded like a volcano. It covered the sky and the earth, almost covering the entire 10th floor of the heaven stairway. Night Empress' starry sky domain paled in comparison to this vast divine power. After the divine power exploded to the limit. In the central area, on top of the shabby little tent, a golden giant that was 1,000 times brighter than the sun appeared. The golden giant was obviously the captain's divine power incarnation. It was 300 meters tall and stood in front of the star field that surrounded Night Empress. It had a terrifying aura that could devour the heaven and earth. The Night Empress threw a red giant star at the golden giant. Her real body did not even bother to leave the shabby little tent. The number one guard of the central shrine, the door god captain, directly used his thoughts to control the golden giant that represented his unique divine power to suppress the entire place. With one hand, he grabbed the red giant star that contained infinite explosive power. With an arrogant and domineering aura that could shatter mountains and rivers, the golden giant that represented the captain directly hugged the red giant star in his arms and forcefully squeezed it before it could explode. The power of the explosion directly shattered the space and caused the world to lose its color. However, the golden giant stood still like a pillar that supported the sky. Standing in the destructive space storm. It was completely unharmed. The Night Empress shivered. She knew the power of her red giant star. She now had a better understanding of this captain who could not wait to forcefully explode without suffering any damage. Although his temperament was crazy, his strength was also quite terrifying. Could it be that this guy had attained the crazy godhood? Or a freakish godhead? You dare to take out a grain of rice to show your incompetence? The captain laughed crazily. Not only was his divine power incarnation unharmed, even the fragile little tent and the group of golden armored guards below it were safe and sound. What did this mean? This meant that the first guard of the central shrine, the gate god captain, had more than enough divine power to split into several parts, and he could attack and defend at the same time. The captain, who had transformed into a golden giant, waved his hand. The golden armored guards and the golden-robed old man were all swept to the side. Then, he casually dug up a rock that was even larger than a mountain from the ground and lifted it with both hands. Then, he took a step forward and smashed the rock that was 600 meters in size towards the star domain where the Night Empress was located. Because of the extremely terrifying divine power friction, the rock immediately turned into a blazing volcano. It carried an aura that could shatter everything. It crashed into the starry sky domain where the Night Empress' main body was. The Night Empress did not say a word. she did not retreat or dodge. Facing the bombardment of the mountain, she only drew a circle with her jade-like hand. After the blazing volcano crashed into the star domain, it suddenly melted like a snowball falling into soup. Other than a slight and imperceptible vibration of the starry sky, the bombardment of the huge volcano didn't even produce the kind of ripples that a stone smashing into water. It melted into nothingness. Perhaps, the vibration of the starry sky only lasted for 1,000th of a second, but it was captured by the captain who had transformed into the golden giant. An energy ball that was 1,000 times brighter than the sun was produced between the hands of the golden giant. Immediately after the burning volcano, it crashed into the star domain. Die, you can't even catch a rock, and you still want to challenge that old ghost. Don't make me laugh my head off. The captain believed that after using the huge rock to smash open the enemy's defense, the divine power that followed would be enough to shatter the enemy's divine body and annihilate his soul. At the very least, it would be enough to severely injure the enemy. Rumble, 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 rumble. In the middle of the battlefield, a blood-red mushroom cloud rose up. Immediately after, there was a shockwave that was shattered by the divine power that swept through the entire battlefield. In an instant, the entire battlefield was shattered. Other than the back of the golden giant that the captain had transformed into, everything in front of his toes, including everything in the world, exploded into pieces. In the end, even the mushroom cloud that rose up was swallowed up by the spacetime crack. Not a single drop leaked out. In front of him, there was only shattered space. Nothingness. It was as if the Night Empress and the star domain that protected her had never existed. In the shabby little tent, the captain of the door god snorted disdainfully. I have already said that the warriors of Tong Tian Tower are all bragging kings. What divine level rancor, what conqueror queen, they are all trash. You have never met a real expert. You just casually knocked down a few small characters and you are so proud of yourself. You don't know what it means to be ashamed. If you met me in the past, the Conquest Queen's head would have already become my wine vessel. What invincible heaven realm. What a joke. Woof woof. Out of nowhere, there were 2 dog barks. This beast seemed to have some objections to the words of the door god captain. After being provoked, the infinite anger of the giant god Nagato immediately erupted. Where did this dog come from? How dare it provoke my noble god rank? From the void, there was a despicable dog that looked like it deserved a beating. It stuck out its long tongue and shamelessly dripped with saliva as it staggered out. If its owner was here, it would be strange if it didn't send it flying into the sky with a kick. Unfortunately, it was unknown whose watchdog it was. It had actually come to this battlefield of the gods and even ignored the wrath of the first guard of the central divine temple, the giant god. Was it because this dog was too stupid, or was it because it had no upbringing? A bronze-ranked level 3 dog, this kind of ant-like creature, if it was a normal day, the door god captain would not even look at it. But now, he used all the patience he had in his life to carefully observe the dog for a second. Even if it looked like a dog that deserved a beating and made people want to slap it, it could still travel through the void freely. What drove the captain crazy was that perhaps it had sensed other people's gazes, but this dog actually shamelessly became arrogant. Not only did it not have the slightest self-awareness of a watchdog, but it also acted as if it was watching its performance and let out a loud fart in the direction of the small tent where the captain was at. After that, the dog's face showed an expression that said, "You should be satisfied now, right?" The captain swore that he wanted to eat dog meat for his next meal. He must eat it. If he let this dog live for another second, it would be the shame of his entire life. He had seen arrogant dogs, but he had never seen such an arrogant dog in his life. Moreover, it was a dog that had no self-awareness. Why did you come here? The Night Empress voice came from the spacetime crack. Following that, a dot of starlight flew out and instantly spread, turning into millions of stars. Meow. Seeing this, the dog raised its front paw and hurriedly made a soldier reporting for duty military salute. I originally thought that I would have to fight a fierce battle. I didn't think that you would come. Forget it, I'll let you have it. Anyway, there are so many enemies. In the Night Empress starry sky domain, constellations disappeared one after another. Stars extinguished one after another, leaving only the mysterious Milky Way wrapped in a nebula. Ignoring the captain's anger, the beautiful figure in the Milky Way stepped on the void and floated away. Awoo! That dog was overjoyed. That wretched face showed a "I've wanted to eat a good meal for a long time" expression that was asking for a beating. It was extremely vivid. Respectfully sending off the Night Empress. The lowly dog, who had always been respectful, immediately changed his attitude, faster than flipping a page. The captain's displeasure had already reached its limit. "Did you think this was a game? That you can come and go as you please? And what's the meaning of leaving a dog to fight with me? Even if you look down on others, you shouldn't do this. Die, it must die, and I definitely can't let this dog live for another second." The captain, who had transformed into a giant golden hand, pointed its finger, and nearly 100 beams of divine power shot down. They were denser than raindrops. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to eat dog meat and held back a little, he simply wanted to destroy the continent in front of him, not to mention that damned dog that looked like it wanted to beat people up. Yawn. In the face of the divine power light beams that were as dense as raindrops, the despicable dog opened its mouth wide and yawned sleepily. It looked as if it was going to sleep after eating, and eat after sleeping, and eat after sleeping. Fortunately, this was not the sea. Otherwise, this dog would probably take out a recliner, put on a pair of sunglasses, and have a healthy sunbath. "I can even kill a divine-level being, let alone a despicable dog like you." The captain was seething with anger. He had wanted to save some energy to eat dog meat. Unexpectedly, he had been openly despised by the dog opposite him. Was there any justice in this world? Could he still live after being despised by a dog? The golden giant's fist was 100 times faster than lightning. It smashed down with destructive force, and its target was the lazy yawning dog. Rumble, the power of this punch even shattered the void. The original spacetime fissure was even more shattered, almost turning into powder. That despicable dog took the punch head-on. It was unknown if it was annihilated or if it was sent to some alternate dimension. The captain estimated that even if this dog did not die, it would not be able to return to its dog form. It would definitely be crippled, and it would never be able to return to the stairway world. After throwing the punch, the captain actually felt a little regretful. He felt that he should have caught that dog first. He should not have killed it in one hit. He should have caught that dog and tortured it. After he had vented all his frustration and anger, he should have swallowed it in one gulp. Finally, that dog would exist in the state of feces on this stairway world forever. Only then would he be able to vent his hatred, only then would he be able to vent the humiliation of being provoked, offended, insulted, and blasphemed by a lowly dog as a god-level expert. Snort. Out of nowhere, there was a sound that sounded like that of a dog. It sneezed loudly. Then, under everyone's gaze, a dog with an intact appearance trotted out of the void. It ran all the way to the golden giant's feet and raised its hind legs shamelessly. It aimed at its target and shot out a stream of yellow water, as if it was afraid that others could not see it. The dog sneezed while shaking its head. After much difficulty, it finally finished sneezing. Its face showed a perverted expression that said, "If you're not satisfied, I can give you more." Compared to a certain fatty in Tong Tian Tower who deserved a beating, this dog deserved 100 times more. It had to be said that it deserved a beating to the point that even the heavens and the gods were angry at it. Of course, compared to its owner, this dog was still lacking. It still needed to improve. The captain, who was so angry that his lungs were about to explode, suddenly had such a thought. There was a type of dog that deserved a beating, this dog in front of him. It was a dog that deserved a beating. Heaven stairway. On the 1,000,000 steps. The time was only 3 days, but Yang needed to comprehend and fully control the power of his own giant of destiny below the height of 1,000 meters. This kind of impossible task had become inevitable. The immovable sovereign, the Eastern Temple Master, the Divine Hall Supreme Heavenly Chariot, the Peerless Emperor, one peerless expert after another, were eyeing him covetously. Even in these 3 days, the Night Empress and the others risked their lives in exchange. This time, he could only succeed, he could not fail. If he failed, then Yu Yang believed that he would embark on a path of revenge that he absolutely did not want to see. From the bottom of his heart, he did not want that day to come. Therefore, the comprehension must be successful. Before the inheritance begins, enter the world that I'm meditating in to take a look. Maybe that will help you advance a little. Jizun stretched out her hand and gently touched the space between Yu Yang's eyebrows with her slender index finger. The entire heaven stairway world shattered, everything turned into nothingness. Yu Yang could not even feel his own body, only a trace of consciousness existed, but it was not a deep sleep, but a wonderful state of being unable to move, and even thinking was extremely slow. It was very serene, very light. Perhaps this was the feeling when he was in his mother's arms when he was a child. That feeling, it could be said that it had surpassed comfort and was better than pleasure. There was a kind of relief and elegance that was never felt when he had a physical body. It was as if he was one with heaven and earth, returning to eternity together. It was also as if, since thousands of years ago, this peaceful soul had already existed, but after having a physical body, everything in the mortal world had blinded and covered the freedom and happiness of the origin. He mistakenly thought that the burden of the physical body, birth and death, sweet and sour, bitter and spicy, joy and anger, sorrow and joy, these things were the true meaning of life, and everything that life pursued. After getting rid of this layer of flesh, when the soul consciousness that was infinitely close to the origin came out, only then did he know that the real person was actually so light, so free, and so peaceful. Reincarnation after reincarnation, experience after experience, not only could he not successfully return to his original self, but he was lost in the world, and could no longer see the true meaning of life. Only at this moment, Yu Yang finally understood that what he was pursuing was this highest level of liberation and the process of returning to his original self. Could this be the consciousness that Jizun gave him? No, this was more like the enlightenment that his mysterious mother had given him. It could also be that the heavenly sword goddess was guiding him on the true path of cultivation. However, it didn't matter who enlightened him. What was important was that he understood his final goal. He also understood the meaning of his existence. In that instant, Yu Yang was so touched that even his soul trembled. No words in the world could describe and express that kind of excitement and happiness. It surpassed everything, including fate, time, space, everything in the world. Just as Yu Yang was about to devote himself to fusing with this true origin and return to his original self, thoughts and desires popped up from the depths of his heart like bubbles, instantly wrapping Yu Yang's soul in them. Her light and intelligent soul suddenly became heavy, sinking continuously, sliding into the endless abyss of time and space, until light and darkness, heaven and earth reappeared, until the sense of belonging to his body appeared. Only then did Yu Yang realize that he had escaped from the most beautiful state of his soul and returned to the chaotic state of his soul. In this state, there were all kinds of emotions and concepts in life. There were kinship, there was love, there was yearning, there was also the evolution of all kinds of knowledge and abilities. There were also all kinds of emotional fetters from his guardian beasts, lovers, relatives, and friends. It was so complicated that no matter how intelligent a person was, they wouldn't be able to get rid of it. Yu Yang had the urge to cry. As a human, he could now sense the process of birth, aging, sickness, and death in his life. Even if it wasn't his own body, he could still sense the existence of this power of fate in his family and friends. Fourth uncle and Miss Feng's death, and the birth of the baby left behind by fourth uncle and Miss Feng, just happened to form the power of fate of the two extremes of life and death. Since ancient times, the ghost genius Yu Gong, elder Yu Hai, Yu Shan, Yu Ting, and other Yu clan members of the three Renaissance heroes had been passed down from generation to generation. It was also a kind of fate power. No one controlled it, and it didn't go according to anyone's wishes or will. But at the same time, everyone participated in it and pushed it with all their strength. The power of fate itself was vast and unparalleled. No one could stay out of it. However, everyone used all kinds of strength to push it, pushing the unpredictable and uninterfered fate one step further into the abyss of pain. Other than the gods, no one could escape from this kind of fate power. Even those god realm rankers in the heaven realm couldn't escape the fate of the gods. Only by comprehending one's own self and returning everything to the eternal Holy Sovereign could one truly break away from external interference and create a true life that belonged to one's self. Who is the true Holy Sovereign? That kind of eternal power that surpasses everything, that kind of supreme understanding of one's own self. Can I also do it? I haven't even reached the God realm yet. Can I surpass life, age, sickness, and death? Can I control fate in my own hands and use my consciousness to control it? Even if I can do it, how can I control the fate of others? Yu Yang fell into endless thoughts. It was as if he could see Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others fighting a bloody battle with the enemy. If he couldn't control their fate, then Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others couldn't escape the ultimate fate of birth, old age, sickness and death. They didn't have eternal life. Under the enemy's attack, they could be sacrificed at any time. Wu Xia, Qian, Fallen Flowers, Wu Hen, Sister Yu, Lu Yi, Xia Yi, Bao Er, Shanu and the others, even the guardian war beasts Little Wenli, Red, Man, Jiang Ying, IKA and Future, were the same. If they couldn't control the power of fate, then they would fall, just like how Queen Vivian Li was defeated in battle. Everything would return to nothingness. No matter how bright their lives, no matter how glorious their achievements, no matter how glorious their battles, they would all be annihilated in the river of time. If he wanted all of this to continue, there was only one way. That was to return everything to eternity, surpassing fate, separating one's life from the outside world, using one's free will and self to construct a completely new, eternal, and inextinguishable life. Only then would one truly be able to control the power of fate. Otherwise, even if one comprehended the divine level, they would still be insignificant, and they would similarly decline in the long river of time. Who can help me? Who can help me? I am still too weak now. Who can give me stronger power? Who can give me more wisdom? Who can give me more enlightenment? Such thoughts appeared in Yu Yang's heart. He saw his own self and understood fate. What he lacked now was to improve himself. Boom, the world that originally only had light and darkness, heaven and earth shattered once again. It was as if someone was chuckling in his ear and waving goodbye. Yu Yang didn't have time to catch what it was. He only knew that he was once again out of a state of comprehension. Not only could he not see his own self, he could not even comprehend the power of fate. He seemed to have become muddle-headed all of a sudden. He clearly knew that it wasn't like this, but his brain couldn't wrap itself around it. He was muddle-headed, and in the end, he became a mess. Why was it like this? Why did he lose the things that he had clearly comprehended? Why did he become stupid in an instant? Could it be that someone had added a higher and more extraordinary wisdom to his own wisdom just now, thus enlightening him? That was actually not his true comprehension. Fatty Hai was currently fighting. He had his clan, his ideals, his grimoire, and his fighting style. His fate was advancing uncontrollably. Perhaps his next step would be to slide into the abyss of death. Yi Kong was currently fighting. His fate was also advancing uncontrollably. Everyone that he knew was going through their own lives at the same time, including his enemies, the Eastern Palace Lord and the Supreme Heavenly Chariot of the Divine Palace. They weren't static either. They were also using all kinds of methods to fight openly and covertly, using all kinds of power to push their own or other people's fate forward. If I want to stop them, I need to have super strong power. That power must be higher than the mountains and deeper than the sea. Even if it's contained in the heavens and earth, it must be overflowing. It must surpass all wisdom and power. Only then can I control the fate of my family, friends, enemies, and all other fates in the palm of my hand. When Yu Yang had this realization in his heart, he realized that he had only seen Jizun's true revelation now. Or rather, all the enlightenment that Jizun had given him. Now. This was the real beginning. Then was everything that he had seen previously just an illusion? Or was it that mysterious mother, the heavenly sword goddess, they were secretly guiding him to enlightenment? Wah! Yu Yang saw a baby fall to the ground. Following that, a beautiful woman with a face full of love picked it up and gently kissed the crying baby. As she smiled, she said to her family and friends, "Look at her eyes, she was born with divine eyes and is endlessly intelligent. My baby, she will definitely become an amazing expert in the future. She has the power to break free from fate. I think, she will definitely be able to control her own life with her own free will. Yes, I have been looking forward to it for thousands of years. Today, my wish has finally been fulfilled. With her potential, as long as she doesn't walk the wrong path, she will definitely become a divine sovereign that will illuminate the entire Tongtian Tower." The beautiful woman's friend stretched out her white little finger and teased the newborn baby. "It's a pity that it's a girl. If it was a boy, how good would that be? There were also some people who showed a trace of regret. It doesn't matter, let's pray for a boy with the same potential. He will definitely succeed. Even if he is a divine sovereign, he must be in pairs so that he won't be lonely in his long life. Let's find another companion for her. Little baby, I'll pray for a little brother for you. How about it? Are you happy? Amidst the teasing and laughter, the crying baby suddenly calmed down. With a pair of crystal clear eyes, it looked curiously in front of it. It was as if it knew how to recognize everything in the world with its eyes. The sun rose and set. The moon rose and fell. Xianxia saw that under another starry sky, a second baby was born. This time, it was also a baby girl. Unlike her older sister, her birth caused her mother and friend to feel uneasy. She has the power of destruction in her body, but she doesn't have wisdom to guide her. I'm afraid that she will walk on an unpredictable path in the future. The friend with the white little finger sighed worriedly. Don't worry, I will definitely take care of her in the future. With me here, her fate will never go astray. I will use my strength to change her and everything in Tongtian Tower. Since there is no little brother to inherit, I will take responsibility. I will not let you all down. There was a young girl with a face full of determination. She clenched her small fist. I will definitely become the #1 person in Tongtian Tower. I will definitely become a sovereign. Even if I am a girl, as long as I work hard enough, I will definitely be able to do it. Don't be too tired. You are still a child. Moreover, it is too lonely to be alone. Let's pray for a little brother for you. This time, you will definitely succeed. Maybe it will be 10 years, maybe it will be 100 years, maybe it will be 1,000 years. Even if we are gone, isn't there still the wishing flower tree? You will definitely succeed. Little Aunt loves you the most. She will definitely not let you be alone. In the memory world, time flew by. Xianxia saw that the little girl had gradually grown up. Her little sister had also changed from a sleeping baby to a lively and active little girl. The little sister liked her older sister, and would always follow closely behind her. Her little feet would run behind her, and her laughter would fill the entire road. However, until the end, their beautiful and loving mother did not continue to bring them a younger brother. On a night when the beautiful meteor shower constantly cut through the night sky, the always smiling mother died forever. Why? Different from her younger sister who cried for her mother, she was strong and just asked her aunt who brought back the unfortunate news, why? That wasn't a mission that we had to do, nor was it a responsibility that we had to bear. Why did Mom have to bear it alone? Didn't Mother say that she wanted to give us another younger brother? She also said that with a younger brother, he could revive the stairway to heaven and our home in the future. Why did she break her promise? Without a younger brother, how could we revive the stairway to heaven in the future? How could she just abandon us like this and sneak away? Why? Why did she do that? I don't understand, I don't understand. The white-fingered aunt, the teacher who could usually answer any question for her, did not answer. She just sighed softly. On another night when a meteor streaked through the sky, the aunt who loved them dearly never came back. The aunt who brought back the news slowly handed her aunt's relic, the emerald spirit ring that she always wore on her slender white finger, to the trembling Xianxia. Then, she stretched out her hand, gently stroked the top of her head, and left silently. Standing under the tree of life, she held the emerald spirit ring tightly in her hand and bit her lower lip. She was unusually strong and did not cry. Blood dripped from her lower lip. Drop by drop, it dripped on her white bra, like a red flower on fire. Why, she could not understand. Why did it become like this? It was a duty and a war that did not belong to her. Why did she risk her life to fight? For some outsiders who had betrayed them or were indifferent to them, for some strangers who didn't even know the truth, they fought so hard and even sacrificed their own lives. What was the reason for this? When a demon escaped from the seal, many people did not banish it for their own benefit. Instead, they treated it as the venerable and treated it with great respect. The ambitious ones would even help the evildoer. Why save people like them? Why did he have to fight at all costs? Why did he have to sacrifice his own life to seal the devil? Those who had fallen with the demons were all bad people. They were all snobbish people. Why would they care about the lives of these fallen warriors or ants, in order to get answers? She brought her sister to a place of hibernation and found a dreamer who had fallen into eternal slumber in order to guard the world. I already know why you're here. The sleeper's voice was as gentle as a mother's. Everyone has a different answer. Perhaps, my answer is not the one you want in your heart. We just want to know why mother left us. The younger sister was still sad about their mother's silent departure. The demon has escaped from the ancient seal, and no one is going to seal him. Not only will you see him as a stranger, but even our own race will be wiped out in the future. At such a time, someone has to step forward, the sleeper explained. That's right. Then why Mama? There are so many powerhouses in Tong Tian Tower, so why is our mother the only one sealed? Why not someone else? Some powerhouses not only don't fight against the demons, they even cooperate with them and even attack us when we're down. Why should we save such people? Isn't it better to let them fall with the demons? The younger sister felt sad and angry when she thought about what happened in the past. That is indeed the case. But our sacrifice has nothing to do with those fallen people. The most important reason we do this is to protect our home, to protect our people and loved ones. For example, your mother. She stepped forward to do this and made such a sacrifice. It's not that she doesn't love you. On the contrary, your mother loves you too much. She's afraid that one day, you'll walk the path of the demons because of your power. So, she decided to set an example for you so that you won't fall and become demons in the future. This is her true painstaking effort. When you grow up, one day, when you have children, you'll understand the meaning of this sacrifice. The sleeper's words were still unable to completely appease the stubborn younger sister. But in her ears, it gave her a different kind of feeling. Auntie, is she the same? She asked softly. If that's the case, why didn't Auntie explain it clearly to her? She's the teacher of the two of you. You don't understand it now, but in the future, you'll definitely understand. In fact, the eternity of life isn't determined by the length of time, but by understanding. Birth isn't the same as the beginning, and death isn't the same as the end. Even if they fall, their will and inheritance will always be there. Your growth will always be under their protection, just in a different way. The last thing your teacher gave you is a kind of understanding that allows you to abandon fear and pain. It's a kind of awakening that can be carried through the entire world until eternity. If one day you can understand it, then you'll have truly grown up. The sleeper said something that puzzled her at that time. I don't understand. She couldn't understand, nor could she agree. No matter what, Mama, Auntie, and everyone else are all dead. They're gone forever. Mama abandoned us and left by herself. She said she would accompany us for life, but she didn't do it. Mama, she lied to us. The younger sister cried sadly and aggrievedly. She also wanted to be with you, but even a god will fall one day. Moreover. The sleeper sighed softly. Is it because I'm too weak? She suddenly had an epiphany in her heart. Yes and no, the sleeper explained ambiguously. Without a younger brother, what will we do in the future? She raised another doubt. When the big tree that shelters the wind and rain falls, the sprouts on the ground will grow rapidly under the illumination of the sun. One day, the sprouts will grow into another towering tree. Maybe it will grow even longer and bigger. Who knows? As for a younger brother, even if you don't have one now, one day, you'll have one. The Bright Moon faction hasn't given up, and the Silent Night faction won't either. Not only us, but the 100 Flowers faction and the Butterfly faction have been working hard for thousands of years. The stairway to heaven is the foundation of the Tower of Babel. It's the bridge and stairway to a higher world. It won't fall forever. The sleeper didn't know when the revival would come, but she believed that one day, as long as she continued to work hard. What should we do? She asked at last. Do what you want to do. Your lives are completely in your hands. Whether it's exciting, happy, or perfect, it's all under the control of your wisdom and will. Don't think about others. Do what you want to do the most, what you love to do the most. As long as you always remember Mama and the many elders who looked after you, the sacrifices they've made for you, and the enlightenment they've given you. The sleeper didn't point out the path, but she had made a decision in her heart. Similarly, the younger sister had made a decision in her heart. On the way back, the younger sister, who had always been obedient, suddenly proposed a farewell that made her feel incomparably surprised. The younger sister wanted to leave. She said that she didn't like this kind of life for a long time. She longed for freedom. Even if everything her older sister gave her was the best, and the training methods she arranged were the most suitable for her to improve, she didn't like it at all, since the sleeper said that everyone could do what they wanted to do the most, what they loved to do, and do as they pleased. Then in the following days, it was the days when they could fly alone freely. The younger sister was very afraid of her older sister. No matter if it was her strength, intelligence, or the habits and temperament that had been formed since young, none of them were enough for her to go against her older sister. Her older sister was born with an innate dignity. This kind of dignity even surpassed that of her mother and her little aunt, who was her teacher. Even so, the younger sister bravely said it for the first time in her life. Weakly, she lowered her head, but the willpower in her voice was incomparably firm. The younger sister was also a person with her own opinions. It was just that she was afraid of her older sister, so she never showed it. Is that so? Finally, you're going to leave as well? She was very sad because she felt that she had taken good care of her younger sister. However, such care with all her heart and soul could not be exchanged for her younger sister's approval. She even thought that it was a kind of restraint that restricted her freedom. This farewell, to the current her, was really a very big blow. At the very least, it destroyed the self-confidence that she had painstakingly built up after her mother and little aunt left. I'm sorry. The younger sister cried loudly. Suddenly, she lost control and screamed, the person I hate the most is my older sister. Although you gave the best things, the best treasures, to me, I know that no matter how much I get, I will never be able to match up to my older sister. I hate this. Why don't I have the talent that my older sister has? Why can't I match up to my older sister no matter how hard I work? I don't need your sympathy, and I don't need to be taken care of. You gave me the best, but I'm not grateful at all. Sob sob, I also hate my mother and little aunt the most. The way they look at me is completely different from how they look at you, my older sister. Why? Why are they worried about me? I also work very hard, why are they worried about me? I don't need them to worry about me. I can do very well, I can always be obedient, and I will never fall into the path of evil. Why are they so worried about me? Even if they don't say it, I know that they are very afraid of me. Why do they want to arrange my life? I am not anyone's chess piece. I can prove that. I can do very, very well on my own. Hearing the words in her younger sister's heart. Her heart. The vibration was very strong. She had never thought that her younger sister would have such thoughts, and she had never imagined that she would have such psychological pressure. Perhaps, freedom was the most important thing. Since that was the case, then let her do as she wished. Everyone had their own life, and her younger sister's life should be decided by her own will. As her younger sister wailed loudly, the strong-willed her younger sister took a deep breath. She regained her usual rationality and calmness. She turned around and left. For the first time, she left her younger sister behind in the outside world that she was worried about. The lonely figure under the bright moon looked very lonely, but the strong-willed her footsteps were still steady. She gently stroked the emerald ring and the white jade pendant that were strung on her neck. These were the belongings of her little aunt and mother. As long as she carried them with her, she would feel endless power, as if her little aunt and mother were by her side to protect her. Now, even if I am the only one left, without my younger sister or brother, I can still do it. She gently clenched her fists and looked up at the clear night sky. Her godly eyes were shining under her long eyelashes. Her radiance was 1,000 times brighter than the brightest stars in the sky. Mother, and little aunt, I won't let you down. Even without my younger brother, I will still become the best in the world, and I can still do my best. Time passed bit by bit in the lonely and arduous training. Unknowingly, 100 years had passed. Yu Yang could see that for a whole 100 years, the lonely her almost never left the valley of life where she cultivated. her stubborn younger sister never came back. Even her aunt, the only relative she had left, rarely came to visit her because she had taken over the sex affairs. She had no time to spare. Just like that, he cultivated alone, with only the bright moon in the sky as his companion, with only his lonely shadow accompanying him. He cultivated alone, forgetting himself. Only when he was about to fall asleep from exhaustion would he look up at the starry night sky and recall his mother from back then, as well as his aunt who was his first teacher, who had taught him how to grow up. His innate realm had advanced rapidly, and his domain power had gradually been comprehended with the help of his god eyes. His supreme martial artist will was born without a teacher, and it was continuously perfecting itself. He had used the sword of life during a breakthrough in his mind. The black piece that shattered space. The rainbow chord trio, the seal of eternal nirvana, and the sunlight illumination that could illuminate the entire world and annihilate everything in its path, and so on and so forth. One after another, he comprehended and realized them in his lonely and bitter cultivation. When her aunt came to see her on the 100th anniversary of her mother's death, she didn't need to give her a war god guard anymore. She already had a unique humanoid divine weapon. You, who have the sovereign will, are already one of the few strong people in Tong Tian Tower. And let her go around Tong Tian Tower to gain experience. Now she didn't have to worry about not being able to pass the door of life and death. As long as she was willing, and could even let her travel to Heaven Realm to train. In just 100 years, she would have grown to a super high realm that Aunt couldn't compare with. But I am still not the number one person in Tong Tian Tower. She chose to continue training and chose the lonely path of the sovereign will. It's very difficult for girls. Aunt sighed. Although she didn't want to hurt her, there was a cruel fact. Tong Tian Tower had never had a woman become the number one person in the world. Even the most powerful conquering queen, Fei Wenli, had only risen to the peak of the Heaven Realm after she left Tong Tian Tower and continued to grow. Her Majesty the Snake Demon Queen in Tong Tian Tower was actually not the number one person in Tong Tian Tower. Of course she knew. But she didn't have a brother. She was the only one who could fulfill her mother and aunt's last wishes. Moreover, she had enough confidence that she would definitely become the number one person in Tong Tian Tower. She would become a supreme being that could look down on the entire world. I don't lack talent, nor do I lack diligence. One day, I will succeed. She looked up at the horizon. That pair of beautiful divine eyes exuded confidence and determination that could make the moon lose its color. Yu Yang felt the same way. At that moment, he suddenly had the urge to hug her tightly. He did not know when it started, but he had also been training hard like this. He also carried the expectations of the heavenly sword goddess, the hopes of his mother and fourth mother whom he had never met before, and the pressure of his little sister and lovers. For the sake of his future, for the sake of his happiness, he also trained hard like this every day. No one knew, and no one could understand, how hard it was, how lonely it was behind that hard work. Yu Yang had a feeling. It was the same as him. At the very least, they were strangely similar. Other than their gender and thoughts, they were almost the same in every other aspect. Cultivation was too bitter. This kind of pain was something that others could not understand and could not dilute in the slightest. It came from the bottom of the heart and was deeply imprinted in the soul. That kind of pain that destroyed the pressure countless times and rebuilt the confidence countless times finally turned into strength through sweat and awakening. Bit by bit, it forged herself. There was no goal, and he did not know when the end would be. He could only rely on himself to explore. He wandered between success and failure endlessly. Only when he was destroyed and reborn would he be able to obtain the sweetness of success, the birth of strength, and the taste of happiness. It was too difficult, it was too bitter, too bitter. Yu Yang could understand that kind of pain, and could completely understand that kind of lonely growth. He even felt that she was in more pain than him. Because behind him, there was still the heavenly sword goddess and the sword chi little lowly. Even if he trained alone, he still had them by his side. It could not be compared to her training alone for 100 years. He looked at her from the void, empathizing with her. He looked at her as she spent another 100 years in the valley of life, sweating like rain. Holy Grimoire, when her summoning grimoire leveled up into a unique holy grimoire, she did not even have time to rejoice. An unfamiliar sword servant brought her a piece of unfortunate news. In the end, her aunt also died. The Bright Moon lineage no longer had any elders. Without a leader, the Bright Moon lineage could only send someone to ask her, the successor who was like a martial arts fanatic, if she was willing to leave the Valley of Life and inherit the position of sect master of the Northern Moon Mystical Immortal Pavilion. Because they already knew her character and temper, no matter if it was the elders of the Fairy Pavilion or her aunt before she died, they did not think that a martial arts fanatic like her would agree to take over the position in the secular world. Perhaps it was because they wanted to give it a try, but the Celestial Spirit Pavilion sent out their most eloquent flying star sword servant to inquire about her wishes and intentions. "Where's my sister?" She did not understand. Other than herself, wasn't there another sister who was also a successor? The little princess has already entered the demonic palace and became the youngest and most talented little sky demon, Sky Law. We went to look for the little princess before. In fact, it was the little princess who asked me to come and find you. The flying star sword servant had the best eloquence in the world and was praised by everyone in Tong Tian Tower. But in front of her, under the majesty of the supreme will that looked down on all living things, she could not even speak a complete sentence. "I understand." She nodded lightly. 3 days later. The North Moon Fairy Pavilion had a new sect leader with a god's eye inherent skill. She was known as the sect leader Ming Xian. In the next 10 years, she, who had taken over the Northern Moon Fairy Pavilion, never left the sect for even a single step. She had always been training the female disciples that she had selected from all over the Soaring Dragon continent with her divine eyes, inherent skill, as well as the sword servants, sword guards, and sword slaves that the sect had specially selected. She did not officially accept any disciple, but in the entire sect, as long as she gave pointers, anyone, no matter if it was the strongest elder or the temporary outer disciple, would have a huge breakthrough. The North Moon Fairy Pavilion, which was originally the closest to the decline of the 4 great sects, suddenly had a new lease of life. They once again caught up to and surpassed the other 3 sects, leaving their opponents far behind. They were promoted to a whole new realm that the entire sect could not believe. All of this was because of her arrival. Many rankers from the Southern Mountains Floating Mist Sect, Western Lion Pagoda and Eastern Ocean Crystal Palace, even their sect leaders, all sent letters requesting for marriage. There were marriage proposals to the disciples under her, but most of them were marriage proposals to her, the sect master who possessed the innate talent of the divine eye. She chose to ignore the rumors that were swirling around in the outside world, and this included the many marriage proposals as well. Until one day at noon, many rankers from the 3 great sects and the Soaring Dragon continent came uninvited. Only then did she give an official reply. "The phoenix has aspirations, spread its wings 10,000 miles, soar through the universe, and will not fall unless it is a tree." This reply angered all the rankers in the Soaring Dragon continent on the spot. Whether it was those who wanted to marry her, or the warriors who just wanted to watch the show, they were all furious at this reply that was close to slapping their faces. One must know that the Soaring Dragon continent had always been ruled by men. Even if there were countless female rankers, there had never been anyone who dared to challenge the position of being ruled by men. Furthermore, this was disregarding all the men in the Soaring Dragon continent. A mere woman, what right did she have to be so arrogant? Many people came to request for marriage, mainly because they wanted to obtain a wife with the god's eye inherent skill, and at the same time swallow up the North Moon Fairy Pavilion to strengthen their own sect. Not only did they reject her, they even dared to say something like "the phoenix has aspirations, spread its wings 10,000 miles, soar through the universe, and will not fall unless it is a tree." This was simply a provocation and insult to all the men in the Soaring Dragon continent. Could it be that there was no man in the Soaring Dragon continent who was worthy of her? From today onwards, in the Soaring Dragon continent, no matter which sect, no matter what name, I will be the #1 ranker. Those who disobey will be executed, those who defy will be exterminated. She covered her face, appearing in front of the rankers in the Soaring Dragon continent for the first time in her life. It was also the first time she declared that she was the #1 ranker in the world. When these deafening words came out, everyone was stunned. "Are you crazy?" The Southern Floating Mist Sect's White River Sect's sect leader laughed to the sky. Even though he was the strongest, he would not speak such arrogant words lightly. A mere little woman who is only fit to seek pleasure under a man's crotch, how dare she be so arrogant? The Western Lion Pagoda's sect leader was enraged. He felt that hearing such words was the biggest humiliation in his life. As a man, a ranker, he had never thought that he would be humiliated by a woman like this. Power is king. She completely ignored the anger of the warriors present. All right, then let me. The Western Lion Pagoda's sect leader jumped out like an angry lion, impatiently challenging her. There's no need to say your name. A small character like you who is destined to be buried in the river of history is not worthy of me remembering your name. With a casual swing of her sword, she beheaded the Western Lion Pagoda's sect leader, who was known as the #1 ranker in the Soaring Dragon continent. Under her supreme will, she looked down on all living beings. The Southern Floating Mist sect's White River sect's sect leader, who was known as the Soaring Dragon Duo, together with the Western Lion Pagoda's sect leader, deeply lowered his noble and arrogant head. In front of absolute power, he had no choice but to lower his head. Acknowledging a woman as the #1 ranker, all the arrogant rankers trembled as they paid their respects to her. This was just the beginning of her quest to become the #1 ranker in the world. 100 years later, Yu Yang saw that out of the 5 emperors of Tong Tian Tower, 3 died and 2 were injured. The strongest dazzling light emperor, the majestic ocean emperor and the heaven-devouring demon emperor, who was known as the strongest ranker in the demon abyss in 10,000 years after the conquering queen, all fell at her feet. The heavily injured dragon emperor and emperor of the underworld raised their hands to pay their respects to her. In front of Elder Nan Gong, a historical witness, her path to becoming the innate elder had officially begun. I did it. She returned to the Valley of Life. In front of her mother's and aunt's graves, under the wishing flower tree, she made her second wish. All of you who have been protecting me should have seen it. Please grant me a younger brother, I'm too lonely. Time flew like an arrow. Yu Yang saw a lonely figure who often sat quietly on the carefree peak of the Valley of Life. She, who had lost her goal, fell into a kind of confusion. She was no longer the #1 Jizun of Tong Tian Tower, but a weak girl who couldn't even find someone to talk to. The lonely Jizun at the top could not compare to the aimless lost life. She didn't have a younger sister who ran around behind her, and she didn't have a younger brother who could inherit the faith of her mother and other elders. She was alone. She could no longer find the right direction to cultivate. The Holy Grimoire had reached its peak, and there was no possibility of improvement. She fell into a lonely panic. No one could tell her what to do in the future, but she knew one thing, and that was that she was still very far away from the God realm. What should she do? Could it be that this girl could not become the strongest Jizun in the world? With this doubt and the loss of the future, she went to find the sleeper for the second time. I knew you would come again, but I didn't think you would come so soon. Your innate talent and your improvement are indeed the most shocking I have ever seen. Even the prison emperor back then, or even the legendary serpent empress who was said to have the most innate talent, did not grow as fast as you. Compared to others, you are more focused and have more comprehension. The sleeper seemed to have known that she would come and was very happy to enlighten the new supreme martial artist who was lost in life. Your current state is actually a checkpoint for a breakthrough. As long as you can break through, you will find that there is an even higher and brand new realm waiting for you. Then what should I do next? She didn't know how to break through the current situation. Perhaps you already know that the Holy Grimoire is not the ultimate form of our summoning grimoire. Even if it is already the embodiment of a very high realm, there is still the godly grimoire above it. The sleeper gave a hint. The godly grimoire chooses its master, you can't force it. She knew about the godly grimoire, but she was even more clear about the fact that the godly grimoire chose its master. No one could force the godly grimoire. Let's talk about the state of cultivation first. Later, I will tell you about the godly grimoire. The sleeper changed the topic and laughed lightly. Now that you have the will of a Jizun, even if you can't enter the god realm, you can barely be called a demigod. Demigod? She didn't understand the relationship between the two. It is said that in the heaven realm or the heaven realm, there are many such demigods. To a certain extent, they already possessed great strength and power, but they were still a long way from becoming a true god or a divine sovereign. Of course, even in the true divine realm, the disparity between the various divine level experts was still very large. The difference between the strongest true God and the weakest true God was like the difference between a mountain and a sand, or between an ocean and a millet. So the question was, why was there such a huge gap between them? Why were some God-level experts the weakest God-level experts, while some were the strongest? There were many people who had cultivated for the same amount of time, and even though their cultivation time and intensity were inferior to their opponents, the one who worked the hardest might be the weakest divine level, while the one who did not need to work too hard might be the stronger divine level. Why was this so? Finally, knowing that they are the weakest God level, why don't they continue to work hard and close the gap between them and the strongest God level? The series of questions from the sleeper puzzled her. She could not answer. Because these were all items above the divine level. Without comprehending them, she had no right to speak. But she knew one thing, there must be a reason. It was impossible for the one who worked the hardest to be the weakest. The sleeper's voice was as gentle as a mother's, as wise as when her aunt taught her. It was soft, but unconsciously, it was deeply engraved in her heart. The reason is very simple. Because after advancing to the divine level, it is very difficult to continue cultivating, and it is also very difficult for one to improve much. Even with the accumulation of a long period of time, the improvement is relatively small. That kind of gap cannot be closed through hard work after the divine level. This is the truth. The sleeper told her a truth that ordinary warriors could not possibly know. Why is it so difficult to improve after advancing to the divine level? She was very confused. Wasn't it easier to cultivate at a higher level? Humans are the easiest to cultivate. The sleeper smiled. Only the human body is the easiest to cultivate. But, aren't humans the weakest life form? She asked curiously. Yes. Humans are the weakest life form. Not only are they the weakest, but they are also the most bitter and tired. Birth, old age, sickness, and death are companions for a lifetime. Their fragile bodies are controlled by all kinds of irresistible laws. For example, when they are hungry, they need to eat, when they are thirsty, they need to drink. Apart from these, there are also all kinds of pain and torment of physiological functions. When they are tired, they need to sleep. When their desires are high, they need to vent. When their emotions are high, they need to be excited and depressed. Regardless of whether they laugh or cry, or are lonely and silent, they are all part of the process of life. In this short and unpredictable life, they grow up at a high speed and age at a high speed. In the end, they die of old age and illness. It can be said that many people can't escape this invisible but ever-present fate throughout their lives. In this painful process, there are also countless lust fetters, all kinds of gratitude and grudges, and all kinds of selfishness, perseverance, and even evil habits. All of these are messed up and messed up their minds. They don't even have a chance to breathe. They are always immersed in it and drowned in it. The social organizations established by humans are like a quagmire that devours the people who belong to it. No one can escape. If that's the case, then why is it the easiest to cultivate? She completely did not understand why this was the case. Perhaps this is the wish of the ancient great god, or perhaps this is an extremely rare opportunity. The sleeper explained like this. Becoming a human is a kind of opportunity? She was completely shocked. Yes. Haven't you noticed? All war beasts, no matter if they are guardian war beasts or normal war beasts, if they want to truly grow into a divine beast, they must evolve into a human. For example, in our Heaven Stairway clan, there are some strong warriors who can completely get rid of their human bodies and appear in a higher form. Why don't they do this? Instead, they follow the laws of humans and live out their lives in sickness and sickness? If they want to, they can live for thousands of years, or even longer. They don't need to suffer like humans, they don't need to rest every day, and they don't need to eat and drink every day. Why do they choose their own lives like this? Why do they want to pass it down to their descendants? Some of our clansmen even take the initiative to marry other clans and use the human way to give birth. Why is that? The sleeper's series of questions caused her to fall into a state of confusion. That's right, why is that? If humans are so painful and unfortunate, why do they still want to become human? Even if they become human, why do they want to choose the same fate as humans, instead of living freely and unfettered? Could it be that becoming a human was really the greatest opportunity for every life? What was the answer? Becoming a human is very difficult. The sleeper first affirmed, it is extremely difficult for any life form to become a human. Whether it was in Tong Tian Tower, Heaven Realm, or Heaven Realm, it was an extremely difficult and long process for the living beings there to transform into humans. The vast majority of living beings would never be able to transform into humans in their entire lives. For example, there are some beasts that are strong enough to shake mountains and fill the seas, but they are unable to become human. There are also some extremely strong warriors who can destroy the earth with a wave of their hands and suppress millions of people with a single thought, but they are also unable to become human. Through these examples, we can conclude that becoming a human is actually the most difficult, but also the best. Although humans themselves are the most bitter, they are indeed the best existence. It seems a little contradictory. She felt a little confused. Yes, life is such a contradiction. The strongest does not equal to the best, and the best does not equal to the strongest. The reason why humans are the best is because humans can improve through cultivation and awakening. Through learning and growth, they can quickly ascend to an unimaginable realm. This kind of process, if it was in other life forms, would not exist. You can see, in the soaring dragon continent, there are countless human warriors that are like ants. Perhaps there are millions of them, but not one of them can ascend to the innate realm, let alone the supreme innate realm. However, no one can guarantee that among them, there will be a baby or a teenager who will quickly grow up and become the new prison emperor, or the new conqueror queen. This is how humans are, full of the unknown. In the midst of pain and despair, if there is someone who can wake up and walk out from it, then he will have succeeded. He will immediately change, and through continuous hard work, he will surpass himself and continuously ascend to a higher realm, until he reaches a height that no other life form can imagine. The sleeper gave the answer. Why can only humans be like this? She understood most of it, but there was still a part that she was confused about. Because in the most bitter realm, the one who comprehends and cultivates is the best, the strongest. When the sleeper said this, it was as if the knot in her heart had been unraveled. In an instant, she felt as if she had ascended to a higher level, and her original confusion was swept away. The most bitter? She muttered to herself. Compared to others, her cultivation was indeed the most bitter. Was that why she was so much better than others? That's right. Let's go back to the previous question. Why is it so difficult for you to improve in your cultivation? It's because you are the same as many super experts, including many divine level experts. You can no longer endure too much bitterness. You already have the will of a supreme martial artist. Even if you are lonely, even if you are in pain, your state of mind will not waver. You can also continue to persevere. If you don't eat for a day, your body that is full of energy will not feel hungry. If you don't drink a drop of water for a day, your body that is nourished by spiritual energy will not dry up. If you don't sleep, you will not feel tired. Even if you move a mountain, you will not feel tired. You are already close to becoming a demigod, and there is almost no bitterness. You will not comprehend and awaken more through bitterness, so your cultivation will not improve. Right now, you are only a demigod. If you climb to a higher divine level, you will be able to do anything with a single thought. You can eat, drink, play, and be merry without restraint. There is no pain at all, only happiness. In this divine level where you can't endure bitterness and won't feel tired even when you cultivate, if you want to improve, I believe that you will not improve much even after 10,000 years. The sleeper clearly and intelligently explained the difference between humans and gods, as well as the changes in cultivation. Humans are very bitter, but they can learn, cultivate, comprehend, and awaken, and improve rapidly. There is no bitterness in the divine level, only joy. Without bitterness, there is no improvement. Without enlightenment, there is no way to talk about climbing to a brand new realm. Therefore, you will always be at the same level. Then why are there the weakest divine level experts and the strongest divine level experts? She had a new question. If they were all cultivated, shouldn't they all be in the same realm? Everyone should be the same, so why was there such a big difference? The method of cultivation is different, and the pain you endure is different. Naturally, the realm of enlightenment is also different. The sleeper smiled. This is what I wanted to tell you. For example, you have cultivated for 100 years, but you are stronger than others who have cultivated for 1,000 years. Why? Isn't it because you have cultivated harder and more focused than others? Of course, your talent is also very important, but the most important thing is that you have put in the effort, which is why you have this kind of return. What do I have to do to reach the strongest divine level, the Holy Supreme? She finally had a new goal, and that was to reach the strongest divine level, the legendary Holy Supreme. Give up. The sleeper gave an answer. What? She didn't understand. What I mean is to give up your current realm, including the various powers that you have comprehended. Return from the demigod realm to the human realm, and cultivate from the beginning. When the sleeper said this, she was stunned. She had to give up all the things that she had painstakingly cultivated? Did she really have to do this? If she had no way of cultivating from the beginning, wouldn't she not even be able to maintain her current realm? If she cultivated from the beginning, how could she know if it would be better or faster than it was now? She pondered for a long time. The ultimate desire to reach the strongest divine level and the Holy Supreme, as well as the promise she had made to her mother and aunt, made her get rid of her hesitation. She would only be the best, only be the strongest. Demigod was nothing at all. If she wanted to do it, she would become the strongest divine level. If she wanted to do it, she would become the legendary Holy Supreme that no one could reach. She clenched her fists, and the light that shot out of her eyes was even purer and more intelligent than the bright moon in the sky. She took a deep breath, and with the Holy Supreme's will, she firmed her ambition, and also firmed her heart of cultivation. At this moment, although she spoke softly on the surface, it had the power to overturn rivers and overturn seas, and from this moment on, her fate had completely changed. She had embarked on a path that no one could predict, the Holy Supreme. I want to cultivate from the beginning. She had decided to be the best she could be, to become the strongest Holy Supreme. Cultivating from the beginning means giving up your current situation, but it doesn't mean that you have to erase everything that you have comprehended. You just need to temporarily seal those things and store them in another space, so that they represent one realm of yours, one time of comprehension and one time of cultivation. On the day that you finally succeed, on the day that you become the Holy Supreme, you can take all of them out, combine them perfectly, and build a world that belongs to you. On that day, you will understand that you have reached that realm, and what you have. At that time, you will be a true God, a true Holy Supreme. Cultivation is not something that can be achieved in a day or two, nor can it be completed in 1 or 2 times. That painful process requires a long and tortuous tempering, until you reach the limit of what you can bear. Only then will you achieve yourself. The dreamer comforted her with kind words, making her feel at ease. At the same time, he explained that whatever she comprehended, whether it was wisdom or power, would never be lost. Next, what should I do? She felt that an unprecedented door of cultivation was slowly opening in front of her. First, turn the holy grimoire into a bronze grimoire, and seal everything you have, including all of your power, on your guardian beast. Let her replace you, and become a demigod, while your original body will return to being a human, and cultivate from the beginning. The more you recultivate, the longer and more bitter the recultivation process, then in the end, your achievements will be greater, and higher. The dreamer said a method that she didn't dare to believe her own ears. At the same time, he imprinted an extremely precious recultivation secret method that no one in the outside world knew about in the depths of her soul. What if I fail to recultivate? She suddenly had a kind of worry. Only those who break free from fate will succeed. This is the ultimate transcendence of a human. If it is a human, they will be controlled by fate for their entire life. Only when a human becomes a Holy Supreme and controls their own fate, then that is true success. Those who only destroy and do not create are false gods. Those who have destruction and can also create are true gods, but not Holy Supreme. Only those who surpass fate and exist eternally are true Holy Supreme. This path simply does not allow for failure. In the end, you must succeed, otherwise, even if you become a true god, you will still fail. This was the greatest difficulty, and also the greatest pain. Even true gods would fall one day. Only the eternal Holy Exalted was eternal. Do you understand? If you don't succeed in the end, then everyone below the Holy Supreme is a failure, including you, and those divine level rankers who think they are high above. If a person, in the most bitter and difficult situation, under the interference of all kinds of desires and love, still wants to become a holy supreme, and continues to work hard for it, then that is the most precious embodiment, and also the ultimate will of the ancient great gods. All the famous and unknown ancient great gods, they all hope that their descendants will be able to break free from fate, jump out of the most bitter situation, and step into eternity. What we need to do is to carry out this will. This is the reason why we can have summoning grimoires. This is the reason why summoning grimoires exist. The dreamer said a secret that was close to heaven's secrets. Like this? She was stupefied. Not only her, even Yu Yang, who had experienced her entire life, was stupefied. The truth was actually like this. The real goal of becoming the owner of a summoning grimoire was not to become a strong person, to satisfy one's various desires by bullying the weak, but to break free from fate, to find one's true self in eternity. In that instant, not only she who had heard this secret, but also Yu Yang, who had also experienced it now, felt their hearts expand in an instant. The world became smaller. Some kind of wisdom flashed in his mind, like a warm flow of wisdom filling his entire body and soul. He finally understood, and finally knew the true meaning of life. The ultimate goal of training was to find one's eternal true self. Not the current him who was lost on the path of life, but the even higher him who was eternal in the holy supreme realm. In that completely eternal world, there would no longer be birth, old age, sickness, and death, no more suffering and misfortune. Although it was unimaginable, he believed that it would be an incomparably perfect existence. In that eternal world that belonged to his own will, he would return to his original self, and live together with everyone else. Yu Yang wanted to shout out loud. He felt that his entire life and the entire world of his soul were changing, sublimating. He had an urge to immediately start training. Don't hesitate, don't stop halfway. Eternal holy supreme realm. Transcend fate with everyone else. Only then would he not have to worry about any strong enemy attacks, or all kinds of life and death separations. I don't know how many times this kind of retraining will take. Maybe some people can do it once, maybe they need to retrain 10 times, 100 times, or even more. But I know a secret: when you reach the ultimate holy supreme realm, even if you don't have a grimoire to recognize you as its master, you will have your own grimoire. Of course, in the middle, because there are too many disturbances and damages, the seniors who protect us will definitely help us. Maybe one day the grimoire will recognize a new master, help us, and enlighten us, but no one knows when that will be. Training is full of unknowns. We need to work hard in the unknown. Even if we don't have a grimoire, we need to make our own summoning grimoire into an eternal grimoire. This is what I wanted to say at the beginning. The sleeper even pointed out an inconceivable path to success. Every summoning grimoire has the possibility of becoming a grimoire in the end? She asked. Some people train from bottom to top, some from top to bottom, and some from top to bottom. Everyone's talent is different, and their training methods are also different. Some people are fated to not be able to contract a grimoire, because they don't have the right conditions, or because of their extravagance, they have destroyed themselves. Some people who contract a grimoire are fated to not be able to cultivate, because they can't bear hardships, and they can't give up the power that they have obtained. They have already lost themselves in power, and don't know and don't believe in existences like divine level and holy supreme realm. They can't even comprehend sovereign's will. Don't think about other people. I want to say, only those who have at least comprehended sovereigns will have the qualifications to advance towards divine level. Only those who put in more effort and have the greatest talent and wisdom have the qualifications to reach the ultimate holy supreme realm. Don't think about other people, just think, are you that kind of person? Even someone as hardworking and talented as you might not be able to succeed, let alone others? Calm your heart and retrain. One day, when you truly transcend yourself, you will look back and know how much sweat and effort you have put in to finally achieve eternity. I will succeed. When she bid farewell to the sleeper, she established an unshakable confidence in her heart. This was an existence that surpassed her sovereign's will. Finally, I want to say this. The sleeper suddenly called out to her. She was very curious. Maybe your future will not be as lonely as it is now. Because, in the 100-Flower clan, there is a little girl who is as talented as you, and even more talented than you. She thought of a secret method. If she succeeds, not only the heaven stairway, but the whole Tong Tian Tower will rise again. Even I can't see through that little girl's wisdom. Maybe one day, you will realize that behind you, not only is there a little sister running happily, laughing like a bell, there is also a little boy whose shoulders can support the whole world. Maybe this is my dream, maybe it will come true. Who knows what the future will be like? Is that so? Her little face suddenly blossomed with a kind of joy that she had never seen before. Her eyes flashed with a radiance that could even make the stars in the sky lose their splendor. Then let us work hard in this direction together. The wish was still unsuccessful. However, after the failure of the secret technique of the little girl from the 100 Flowers sect, everyone finally understood a fact. The wishing flower tree, whether it was a law or some kind of restriction, or a curse of some god-level power, could no longer give birth to a male baby. In other words, no matter how hard the descendants worked, there would not be a male successor who could inherit and control the entire stairway to heaven. Mother. She felt sad when she heard the news. However, she did not feel depressed because of this blow. She, who had the will of the sovereign, worked even harder. Because she decided to shoulder the responsibility of her younger brother, who would never appear again, the hope of her mother, aunt, and other relatives, and the inheritance of all lives in the stairway to heaven on her own shoulders. She wanted to become the sovereign, establish a unique and unparalleled sovereign, revive the stairway to heaven, and revive the Tower of Babel. This was her new goal. In the past few hundred years, she had traveled under the starry skies of various unit worlds or dimensional worlds. She had observed and understood all life forms. Through various methods and the divine eyes that could see through all truths, she explored the secrets of all life forms and the truth of the world. At the same time, she used this to enrich her wisdom, worldview, and awareness of life. Sometimes, a lonely little flower, a cluster of flourishing weeds, or a crawling little bug could give her a lot of inspiration. It was not just the growth from battles, all the experiences were a kind of improvement. And this kind of improvement was a kind of subtle growth. Wait until one day. When he looked back, he was shocked to discover that he had unknowingly crossed new realms one after another. He had killed the curse witch king in the demon abyss of pain, listened to the elven song in the moonlight forest, walked over thousands of miles of yellow sand under the scorching hot sun, and looked up at the starry sky in the lonely cold night. Time flowed like water, without a trace. He had fought fiercely with the ancient experts who had broken through the seal on the top of the mountains for 3 days and 3 nights, razing everything within 100 miles to the ground. He had fought hard with thousands of himself in the gate of life for nearly a month. His exhausted eyes reflected his stubbornness and unshakable fighting spirit. He had once stood in the Khanate palace and intimidated the heroes of the world. With his own will, he had created a heavenly decree that no one dared to disobey. He had also stood under the heaven stairway and world tree, climbing up step by step, comprehending the various inheritances of the seniors and increasing his own wisdom. She didn't know when she would stop cultivating like this, day and night. He just knew. The divine level was still far away. It was as if the divine level was within his reach, and the closer he got to it, the more profound and mysterious it seemed. One day, she returned to the valley of life that she was accustomed to living in, and there was an extremely obedient little girl waiting silently beneath the tree of life. Even though she seemed to be very young, she possessed a bearing of her own, and she stood out from the masses. Moreover, she was intelligent, charming, and plump, and it caused her who'd seen a myriad of geniuses with her divine eyes to exclaim with admiration and be delighted. "Are you that young lady from the 100 Flowers lineage?" She felt that although the young lady in front of her was young, her intelligence was not below her own. "Supreme Being, you must be referring to my sister." This young lady with bright eyes and a sweet smile called herself Xianxia, and said that she was sent by her sister to bring the good news to Supreme Being. What's the good news? She felt strange. All these years, she hadn't heard of any great news happening in the heaven stairway. Suddenly, she had a thought. A spiritual light flashed. She blurted out, "Your sister succeeded? A baby boy was born under the praying?" The young lady called Xianxia smiled slightly, nodded obediently, and replied, "Yes, although he wasn't born from the wishing flower tree, my sister placed her inheritance and the life prayer on a baby from the Eastern True Dragon clan." With the protection of the Eastern Immortal Clan's primordial spirit, the little baby will definitely grow up smoothly. What about the curse? She didn't quite understand how this Xianxia's sister managed to fuse the inheritance and the life prayer on a baby from the Eastern True Dragon clan. Would the elusive Eastern Immortal Clan agree to it? Even if they agreed, how did that big sister Xian find them? Not to mention Tong Tian Tower, even in the Heaven Realm, there was no trace of the Eastern Immortal Clan. How did she succeed in accomplishing such a feat? The Eastern Immortal Clan had always been xenophobic. They didn't care about those who didn't have their own bloodline inheritance. How could they agree to this kind of bloodline inheritance? Even so, how could the almost undetectable god's curse that had existed for thousands of years be resolved? Sister, there's an unwavering and loyal guard who's willing to use his son to replace the ancient curse. Moreover, the little baby will grow up under the care of the Eastern Immortal Clan, and will only be summoned when he fully grows up. The young lady called Xian explained one by one. Will it really succeed? She felt extremely surprised. Although it wasn't her own brother, but the inheritance of the 100 Flowers clan, with such a boy, the heavy burden on her shoulders should be lifted. Perhaps, one day, she might be able to stand in front of her mother and aunt like she did in the past, and her sister would still be laughing and joking like before, running behind her. Yes. The young lady called Xian nodded firmly. What do you need me to do? She felt that this young lady Xian should have another purpose for coming here, and it wasn't as simple as just reporting the good news. Elder sister said that she wants to ask you to be his guidance teacher, to watch over and guide the little baby's growth. Why doesn't she take care of him herself? This elder sister said that she is not a combat type expert like you, so she can't teach the little baby's cultivation well. She also promised the Eastern Immortal Clan a condition, that she can't directly watch over and guide the little baby's growth, and can only be a mother in name. Most importantly, elder sister has already inherited the ancient wisdom, and she wants to enter the god's ruins to comprehend it. In the future, she might not come back, and will cross the Heaven Realm, and directly ascend to the Eastern Clan's world. If Xizun doesn't agree, Xian alone is really confused, and doesn't know what to do. The young lady called Xian pleaded weakly. She has already comprehended the divine level? She can even enter the god's ruins to comprehend. She was shocked when she heard this. That young lady from the 100 Flowers clan was actually an even more outstanding genius than her, a Xizun? Elder sister left her divine grimoire behind, but Xian can't accept it, because it is elder sister's painstaking effort. Xian mentioned the divine grimoire. Sure enough, there is an existence more outstanding than me? She smiled. The heavy and invisible pressure in her heart instantly disappeared without a trace. It turned out that there was a young lady from the 100 Flowers clan in this world, who was more outstanding than her, more talented, more intelligent, and more perceptive. Heaven Stairway or Tong Tian Tower, they didn't need her to support them alone, and she didn't need to work hard alone. Other than big sister Xian, there was also him who had already been born and was still growing. He was the younger brother who had been entrusted with the wishes of his mother and aunt but was unable to descend. He was the little man who would be able to take over the Heaven Stairway and stand proudly in Tong Tian Tower when he grew up. The bloodline of the Yi clan, the bloodline of the 100 Flowers, the bloodline of the Butterfly, and the bloodline of the Bright Moon which she was in, everyone had been working hard. She wasn't the only one fighting alone. She might have been in the past, but she definitely wouldn't be in the future. Because she had them, and that him, the one who had become her younger brother but might become her disciple. Alright, I promise you. I promised her in her sleep that we would work hard together. Go back and tell your sister, and thank her for bringing me such good news. She smiled, suddenly feeling that there was no longer a trace of pressure on her shoulders, and the whole world became light and lively. Her cultivation that had been stuck in a bottleneck also instantly broke through, and like a spiritual spring, she entered a whole new realm. Thank you, Xizun. Xian also has to work hard. When the little baby grows up, he will definitely be very lonely if he is alone. Then, Xian will think of a way to give him a few younger sisters. I believe that with younger sisters by his side, he will definitely not feel lonely. The young lady called Xian let out a happy laughter that was as clear as a wind chime. When she left, she kept muttering to herself. Occasionally, she would also laugh softly. It was as if that cute little head of hers had thought of a good idea. Mother, Aunt, did you hear that? Not only me, everyone is working hard. Please continue to protect us. Only in Xianxia, under your watch, can we not be lonely and can grow up in peace. Yu Yang, who could empathize with them, understood everything now. He understood everything. Even though he had never seen that mother, even until now, he still did not know her voice and smile, nor did he know how she prayed, or how she summoned him from his original world, or what kind of relationship he had with that old Taoist. But he already knew one thing, and that was that as an orphan, he had a mother. There was someone who doted on him, and it was someone who had always been watching over him and caring for him. There was no need to care about blood relations, and there was no need to care about the worldly concept of mother-son relationship. There was no need to care about what kind of wish it was. There was no need to care about raising it. As long as there was a little. She was the existence that created him. In his soul, everything about her life was also inherited. Actually, she was not the only mother. There were many other people, such as Jizun's mother, her aunt, her who was sleeping in her dreams, the intelligent little girl who had turned into the gentle fourth mother, as well as many guardians whom she knew or did not know. They could all be counted as mothers. It was them who prayed and created his existence together, through another life form, with the bloodline of the Eastern clan as the foundation, with endless inheritance and wisdom as the guide, he became himself. Until the end of eternity. This was the process of his life and the direction of his future. I understand, I finally understand. Yu Yang slowly opened his eyes, and found that everything had disappeared without a trace. He had returned to the side of the bright lake on the 1,000,000th step of the heaven stairway, back in front of Jizun, who had used her divine sense to guide him to fuse with her entire life and all of her wisdom. He couldn't help but turn around and tightly hug this lonely and strong Jizun, this beautiful master that he had always wanted to hug but did not dare to do so. Not only did he hug her, he even kissed her passionately. He kissed her small forehead that was as clear as jade, kissed her slender and delicate eyebrows, kissed her long and curvy eyelashes, kissed her crimson cheeks, and kissed her pink cherry lips that were trembling in shock and could not speak. In the realm of consciousness that was guarded by Jizun's willpower, as if he had broken through the mirror lake, this was the first time since she was born that there was such a rude and bold him who had broken through everything and entered her heart. Furthermore, he had naturally fused with her soul as one. Perhaps from the day he was born, or even before he was born, he was destined to have a day like today where his soul and life were connected to hers. The heavenly Tao was vast and boundless, and it controlled the universe. In the Star Sand world, who knew the truth behind it? Western Heaven Realm, Shihi Territory, Lingyun Country. The ruins of Rizhao City. We finally made it. Sky Execution, Dragon Emperor and Emperor of the Underworld, who had been rushing frantically after receiving the news of the Heaven Realms expedition, finally arrived at the space-time crack where they could secretly return to Tongtian Tower. If it was the first time they entered Heaven Realm, with their strength, it would be impossible to complete such a long-distance continuous teleportation. However, after experiencing many life and death situations, they had improved a lot. Although they were not as good as Yu Yang, they had improved tremendously. They had been reborn and promoted to a whole new realm that they did not dare to imagine before, with their strong will and sparing no effort to teleport. They fell to the ground from exhaustion. They successfully arrived at their destination. Sky prisoner Wang Gaopeng was quietly waiting for them with a group of old men who were imprisoned in Heaven Realm until Yu Yang broke out of the prison. In fact, in the initial discussion, Sky prisoner Wang Gaopeng and others did not want Sky Execution, Dragon Emperor, Emperor of the Underworld, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, Shui Tan Lang and Prince of Tian Luo to participate in the life and death battle of Tong Tian Tower. They could not see the future and did not know who would win in the end. How powerful was the Heaven Realm army? They felt that if all the younger generation were to participate and be annihilated in one battle, it would be better to hide a small number of outstanding younger generation and leave a seed for Tong Tian Tower to continue. However, the return of Yu Yang convinced them with his actions. Whether Yu Yang was willing to take over Tong Tian Tower or not, Sky prisoner Wang Gaopeng and the other old guys had already regarded him as the new prison emperor. Yu Yang's reason to convince them. It was very simple. There was only one sentence: Tong Tian Tower must go all out, otherwise it would be annihilated. There was no second possibility, in the face of the powerful and scheming central shrine for many years, in the face of the invading army from the entire heaven realm. If the guardians of Tong Tian Tower still had any reservations, they would definitely be annihilated. Instead of reserving strength to make a comeback, it was better to go all out. At least, the latter still had a chance of survival. There was still a sliver of possibility. We won't go back. We old bones will stay here and fight. Tong Tian Tower doesn't need us old fellows who should have followed the prison emperor into eternal rest. Its rise, its future, it all belongs to you. Heaven prisoner King Gao Peng decided to stay in Heaven Realm and look for the best opportunity to perish together with the Heaven Realm army. As for God's retribution and the others who had rushed back at the moment of the final battle, he waved his hand slightly, indicating that there was no need to persuade them. Seniors, we will be on our way. God's retribution bowed to them. This farewell. Perhaps this would be an eternal farewell, but this was also the custom of the Skysplit Tower's guardians generation after generation. Even if their bodies died, their souls would guard them. Back then, before Yu Yang had matured and the Nine Lights Heaven Queen had invaded, the old man in the demonic palace had unhesitatingly self-destructed in order to reverse the situation. If it was Sky Execution, Dragon Emperor and Emperor of the Underworld, if they saw Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and Xue Tanling in danger one day, they would do the same thing without hesitation. This was the sacrificial spirit of Tong Tian Tower's powerhouses, as well as their will to protect. Because it was an existence that transcended life. Tong Tian Tower had suffered many disasters. Only then could it continue to this day. Wait a minute. Sky Prisoner King Gao Peng threw 3 treasures to Sky Execution, Dragon Emperor and Emperor of the Underworld. This is? Sky Execution received the divine weapon Hatred Parting that Yu Yang had left for him. In the trial grounds, before Yu Yang heroically sacrificed himself by killing a god, Yu Yang had promised this strange man that he would find the most suitable master for the divine sword in his hand. If it was in the past, Yu Yang would definitely have coveted this ancient divine sword. However, the shock that the god slaying had brought him was too much. Yu Yang was not willing to forget or erase the owner of this hatred parting sword. Hence, he decided to find the most suitable candidate for the ancient divine sword to inherit the will of the god-slaying sword and also the most suitable candidate to display the power of the hatred-parting sword. That was to gift the sword to the demonic palace's #1 madman, Sky Execution. In this world, there was no one more suitable than Sky Execution to hold the hatred parting. It was not that Yu Yang could not gain the recognition of hatred parting. But his supremacy's will was far stronger than the Slayer God's sword mind. Once it recognized a master, the memory and will of the Slayer God would be erased. If that was the case, Hansen might as well give it to God's retribution and make him the second Slayer God. And with Sky Execution's potential, coupled with Deicide's inheritance, he would definitely be able to achieve greater achievements in the future. You are the most suitable successor, and also the little guy Yu Yang's kind intentions. However, there is not much time left for you. You only have 3 days at most. I hope that in the next 3 days, you can accept the inheritance and comprehend the new realm as much as possible. Sky Prisoner King Gao Peng told Sky Execution that there were only 3 days to comprehend. If they still couldn't obtain the greatest inheritance within 3 days, then they might not be able to make it in time for the life and death battle in Tong Tian Tower. Without the hateful parting divine sword in their hands, with just the 3 of them rushing back, how much help could they provide Yu Yang? Sky Execution held the hatred parting, and his whole body was trembling. Nervousness, excitement, and ecstasy almost knocked down him, the #1 sky demon who looked down on the world. Gently caressing the spine of Li Han's sword, with the most pious and grateful heart, he felt the sword well left behind by his previous master who had killed a god. He felt the unique sword spirit that the divine weapon Li Han, this ancient divine sword, had created bit by bit over the endless years. At the same time, he also expressed his wish, stated his will, and showed his extraordinary supreme will from the bottom of his heart. Boom, in an instant, Sky Execution, whose mind resonated with the sword spirit, fell into the endless memory of the sword. At this moment, he not only saw the birth of hatred parting, but also saw the cultivation, comprehension, and battle of the previous master, Deicide, when he was alive. Also at this moment, Sky Execution felt that his heart was beating together with the heart of the strange man named Deicide. The rhythm of their heartbeats became more and more similar, and finally merged into one. There was no difference. Different from Xianxia, who had inherited deicides. Hatred parting sword, what the Dragon Emperor got was not a divine weapon, but the demon-subduing pestle of an Eastern Goblin tribe senior. This is a special treasure, completely different from the divine weapon that has endless power and is loyal to its master. It not only has a strong killing power, but it is also a double-edged sword that can hurt both the enemy and the user. You have to think carefully. Holding this weapon that was enlightened by an Eastern powerhouse, you must have no demons in your heart. Otherwise, the first person it will kill will be yourself. Sky Prisoner King Gao Peng looked at the Dragon Emperor seriously. Your predecessor used it once, and killed both the enemy and himself. This is the killing will of this demon-subduing pestle. As a traitor of the Eastern Goblin tribe, there is no day that I don't want to return to the right path. Even if it can only be used once, it is my dream to be able to return to myself. The Dragon Emperor took the demon-subduing pestle respectfully, and held the treasure high above his head to show his respect and worship to the predecessor and the super powerhouse who enlightened the treasure. It was the Emperor of the Underworld who got it. This was the quasi-divine weapon Sky Prison that Sky Prisoner King Gao Peng personally gave to him. This was already the most powerful treasure that Sky Prisoner King Gao Peng could provide. In order to increase the power of the younger generation, and to completely free himself, he took out the ultimate treasure that originally belonged to him. This is the only thing I can do. I have to say, as a predecessor, I have failed. Gao Peng smiled bitterly and shook his head. No. The Emperor of the Underworld held the quasi-divine weapon Sky Prison, and his knees, which had never knelt before, were moved to the ground. His eyes, which had never shed tears before, had 2 lines of tears that he thought only cowardly humans would cry. You mean, now I can completely understand your intention. Moreover, the Netherworld knows his own limitations. With his own natural endowments, it's impossible for him to obtain the acknowledgement of the divine weapon. This is the most suitable for me. Senior, one day in the future, when the Netherworld has to return to the underground, the Netherworld promises you that I will definitely find the best junior and let him inherit your will. Haha, as long as you don't blame us old people for being stingy. There are still 3 days, work hard. This is all we can do to help. I don't know what kind of future that little guy will lead you to. In any case, I wish you good luck. Sky Prisoner King Gao Peng laughed loudly. Turning around, he stood with the old men, and very politely saluted Sky Execution, Dragon Emperor, and Emperor of the Underworld, who were immersed in the sword essence. Just like the experts of Tong Tian Tower, they saluted each other. At this moment, they were no longer the respected predecessors of the younger generation, but a group of comrades who fought side by side to protect Tong Tian Tower. In the laughter, they floated away. The future that belonged to them might not come again, but they, who were determined to perish together with the enemy, would forever be remembered in history. Whether it was thousands of years later, or if later generations had long forgotten, but the historical marks of their existence and battles could never be erased. Generation after generation of guardians, some of them might have left their names in the annals of history, while some of them might have been unknown, but what they did and what they protected were the same. There might be gaps in their memories and they might be forgotten. But history would not treat these warriors differently. Whether they were famous for thousands of years, or unknown, they were all warriors of Tong Tian Tower, and were part of the will that carried on history. Life was not determined by length, and ability was not determined by strength. Everyone. They were all bright stars shining with endless glory in the sky. It was them that embellished the long river of history with their memories, under the ancient pine of Tong Tian Tower's soaring dragon continent, the Eastern Palace Master, who looked like a middle-aged scholar, suppressed his anger and examined his chessboard. He, who had calculated everything, found that his chess position had changed again. This change was extremely small and did not seem to affect the overall situation. However, what annoyed him the most was that this change was beyond his expectations. It made him feel extremely unaccustomed and disgusted by the fact that it was out of his control. They were obviously chess pieces that were controlled by him. How could they jump out of the control of the chess player, who was helping these pitiful chess pieces in the dark, if there was no one behind the scenes? It was impossible for chess pieces to go beyond the chess position. Then who was this person? Could it be that Jizun of the temple who was ready to take advantage of the situation? He couldn't be that stupid, right? At such a critical moment, would they give Skysplit Tower a chance to catch its breath? Impossible. Jizun of the temple, whose ultimate goal was to seize God's ruins, would never do this. Tongtian Tower must be completely destroyed, otherwise, no one would be able to seize God's ruins. If it was not him, then who? Jin Di? No, Jin Di had already left. Then who could it be? Monster Emperor, a monster emperor who was so deeply hidden that even he could not figure out his thoughts. Was he secretly helping him, or was it that Jizun who seemed to be in harmony but was always trying to seize power from his hands? This old man was actually more suspicious. No matter who it is, as long as they are in my game, they are all chess pieces. They cannot turn the tables, not even that heaven-defying Titan Yu. The first Hall Master of the Dongfeng clan let out a cold laugh as his eyes regained their calmness and confidence. This was because he had secretly placed another chess piece in the chessboard. Divine General Tian Kuei was one of the best among the 18 divine generals. No matter in terms of strength or intelligence. They were all above the divine generals. The only one who could truly suppress him was the Doyen from the previous generation who had existed since the founding of the city. He was a divine general Ziwei whose cultivation realm was unknown. When his comrades requested to fight against Titan Yu's family, clan, teammates, forces, or vassal clans, he didn't make a sound. He didn't have the intention to fight at all. Because he knew that this kind of mission would definitely not bring him any benefits. No matter if he succeeded or failed, he would be firmly pinned to the hatred of Titan Yu, the new prison emperor. From the bottom of his heart, he wasn't willing to become enemies with a terrifying opponent like Titan Yu. A young man that required Palace Master Dongfeng to scheme against, who had not even matured yet, had already shaken the entire central shrine. Titan Yu, who was not even a god tier, was already able to cause fear in the hearts of all the god tier rankers. Was it really a good thing that he was about to offend such a person and face such an opponent? Maybe in this battle, Titan Yu would be defeated for a while. However, this battle didn't mean that it would be Titan Yu's last battle in his life. On the contrary, this battle might be the catalyst for Titan Yu to completely change into a god tier. If such a god-level Avenger really became his mortal enemy in the future, would he still have a good life in the future, asking me to kill his fiancée? I'm not stupid. However, when Divine General Tian Kuei assigned him the mission of intercepting Titan Yu's fiancée, he didn't object. Instead, he acted like he was obedient and carried out the order. It was impossible to fight against Palace Master Dongfeng, but it didn't stop him from making small changes in the process of carrying out the mission. For example, not meeting the target halfway, he threw dozens of Heaven Realm soldiers into different levels of Tongtian Tower, letting these idiots hide and casually attack any target they met. He would pretend to patrol around, cleverly and coincidentally avoiding every target. He definitely wouldn't fight against Titan Yu's fiancée. No matter how strong these women were. Or how weak they were. They weren't people he was willing to provoke. When Princess Sisai and the rest killed the Heaven Realm soldiers and rushed to Tongtian Tower's 9th floor, Divine General Tian Kuei slowly chased after them. When he reached Tongtian Tower's 7th floor, he felt that it was still too early to catch up. He might as well support Tianqing. Tianqing wasn't an idiot, but running to Charm Demon Palace was definitely a mistake. Charm Demon Palace was the birthplace of Utatan's lover, Sky Law. If Tianqing was ruthless, he would definitely attract Sky Law's attention. If Tianqing couldn't beat Sky Law, that would be fine. But if he killed Sky Law, he would probably die a horrible death. For the time being, he hadn't discovered any good ending for opponents who offended Titan Yu. Was the peerless genius of Tongtian Tower really that easy to bully? Although the Dongfeng First Palace Master had unparalleled chess talent and could even dominate a god, Tian Chief didn't look too favorably on this battle. It wasn't that the Dongfeng First Palace Master couldn't win, he would definitely win, but he probably didn't have enough strength to kill that Titan Yu. If he could easily kill Titan Yu, why would the Dongfeng First Palace Master need to go to such lengths to invite experts from all over? Why would he use the god's ruins to plot against Titan Yu? Moreover, Jizun of the deity temple didn't have absolute confidence and was still hiding behind. This proved that Titan Yu's fate wasn't over yet. he wouldn't be easily eliminated in this battle. As the new prison emperor and Conquest Queen's disciple, how could Titan Yu not have someone behind him? If Conquest Queen reappeared, and the unparalleled emperor who was seen as the main ally turned against them, the entire situation would collapse. Hence, before the situation was clear, he couldn't make Titan Yu his enemy. Killing Titan Yu's woman and making Titan Yu chase him for 10,000 years was something Divine General Tian Kuei wouldn't do before he became retarded. Eh? When Divine General Tian Kuei arrived at the Charm Demon Palace in Dream Swirling Valley, he was shocked to find that Divine General Tian Qing, who was supposed to start a massacre here, had disappeared. Strange, could it be that Tian Qing was killed by Titan Yu's little lover, Sky Law? But that timid and cautious fellow didn't seem like an impulsive fool. He originally wanted to cooperate with him, but he didn't expect it to be like this. What exactly happened? In this battlefield that had collapsed after a fierce battle, there were only a few young people. Divine General Tian Kuei, who had previously gathered relevant information, could tell at a glance that these were Titan Yu's teammates. The fatty was called Hai De Fu, the energetic one was called Yi Kong, and the cold one was called Xue Tan Lang. He was the younger brother of Titan Yu's most capable and most resourceful fiancé, Xue Wuxia. The handsome young man was called Hua Ziyu, the little prince of Tianluo Kingdom. The other two twin brothers should be the Li brothers. Regardless of their background, it was undeniable that under Titan Yu's leadership and guidance, they had all grown up. They were all opponents that couldn't be underestimated. If this battle hadn't come so early, these young people would have become unimaginable if they had a few hundred years to slowly grow up. However, with their current strength, it shouldn't be enough to kill Divine General Tianqing. What happened in between? Another golden-shelled insect. Everyone, don't fight with me. I'll beat him up. Let me burst his sexy little anus. Fatty Hai shouted as he rushed over and swung his hippo meteor fist at Divine General Tian Kuei. Shameless boasting. Divine General Tian Kuei felt that with this kind of strength, he could still fight a few Heaven Realm soldiers, but he wanted to burst him? What a joke, he didn't look down on his opponent like the Sun God General did, nor did he extend a finger to block the attack. Even though one finger was enough, Divine General Tian Kuei still used a third of his divine strength to forcefully break through Fatty Hai's hippo meteor fist. The meteor-like fist smashed back at his opponent's annoying fat face. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. The meteor-like fists all smashed back at Fatty Hai's own face. Before Fatty Hai could fall to the ground in pain, Divine General Tian Kuei extended his hand and rained down punches on Fatty Hai, imitating Fatty Hai's hippopotamus and starfish punches as he returned the favor. Da-da-da-da, Fatty Hai was hit so hard that he couldn't fly out and was directly drowned by the rain of fists. Compared to Fatty Hai, Divine General Tian Kuei's imitation of hippo meteor fist was faster and more concentrated. Yi Kong and the others were dumbfounded. Wasn't this Fatty Hai's ultimate move? Why did this Divine General who had just run over know it too? Could it be that this guy's inherent skill was imitation? After all, the hippo meteor fist was created by Yu Yang based on Fatty Hai's personal characteristics. Other than Fatty Hai, no one else could use it well. After fighting alongside Fatty Hai for so long, he had never seen anyone who could use the hippo meteor fist. This Divine General who had just run over was able to do it exactly the same as Fatty Hai, or even faster and better. It was truly an inconceivable fact. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. Fatty Hai was also baffled. He endured the pain and crawled up from the ground. Before he could speak, he saw countless fists coming at him like meteors, and he was drowned in the rain of fists again. After fighting for an unknown amount of time, Fatty Hai was beaten down at least 10 times before Divine General Tian Kuei stopped temporarily. Can you not hit my face? Fatty Hai's head was now completely swollen like a pig's. Divine General Tian Kuei's attack just now only had one target in mind. That was Fatty Hai alone. Yi Kong and the others. They had been watching from the sidelines with their mouths agape. They couldn't interfere, nor were they attacked. They were just a passing audience. Where's Tianqing? When Divine General Tian Kuei saw that Fatty Hai was about to turn and run, he immediately threw a barrage of fists at him. It was as if he couldn't get the answers he wanted without killing Fatty Hai first. His fists rained down on Fatty Hai like raindrops. Under such attacks, even Fatty Hai, whose skin was as thick as a dead pig's, wouldn't be able to withstand it. Most importantly, Divine General Tian Kuei's main target was his fat face. He didn't look that good in the first place, but he still hit him with his fists. It was useless for Fatty Hai to run. Begging was also useless. Stop. In the end, he was completely enraged. When he got up again, he suddenly puffed out his chest, put one hand on his waist, and pointed his right hand at Divine General Tianqing like a spear. He cursed, "Enough. Even if you're jealous of my good looks, you shouldn't do this. I know, and I understand, how sad and envious you are right now, but it's not my fault that I'm handsome. How can you treat me like this? I almost thought you were a good person just now, but I didn't expect you to be so narrow-minded." Divine General Tian Kuei didn't have much of a reaction when he heard this, but Yi Kong and Shui Tanlang's expressions changed drastically. They looked like they wanted to vomit but couldn't. The enemy was right in front of them. Hold it in. Yi Kong clenched his fists tightly and decided to pretend that he was deaf and didn't hear anything. However, Fatty Hai's next words were really unbearable to him. This was because Fatty Hai had said, "You don't have any self-awareness. You can learn from Monkey Yi, who is like a green leaf beside me and even more like a clown. He's so ugly, so evil, so intolerable, yet he didn't make a sound, nor did he hate me out of jealousy. What's wrong with you? If you're not good-looking, you should reflect on yourself. You can also learn humbly and cautiously to improve your inner qualities to make up for your lack of appearance. But you're so murderous like a butcher. If others don't know, they might even shout at you, 'Pork man, give me 2 caddies of pork belly.' Who do you think you can scare? Can you even be considered a protagonist in life with your looks? Why don't you have any awareness? You're just a pebble on the side of the road. If you're not ignored, then you'll be kicked away. Listen, the greatest contribution you can make in life is to let others step on your head and reach a higher peak. For example, like this young master right now." Yi Kong fell to the ground with a thud, his limbs twitching. Shui Tanlang had already plugged his ears. Prince of Tian Luo. He also turned his head to look elsewhere with an expression that said, "I definitely don't know him." Even Divine General Tian Kuei, who was originally expressionless and cold like a block of ice, was moved. He punched Fatty Hai into the air, then leaped up high, flipped over, and slashed heavily at Fatty Hai's stomach with a whirlwind kick. When Fatty Hai crashed down like a meteor, Divine General Tian Kuei grabbed his legs the instant his lower body hit the ground, pulling him away from the broken rocky ground and slamming him onto a rock beside him. Without waiting for Fatty Hai to struggle, Divine General Tian Kuei had already grabbed him by the back of his neck. With his other fist, he gave Fatty Hai a good beating. Even after beating him up, he still felt that it wasn't enough to vent his anger. He then threw the mud like Fatty Hai onto the ground and stomped on him a few hundred times. He waited until the pile of rotten meat on the ground looked as if it had been run over by 100,000 buffaloes. Only then did he stop, panting slightly. Divine General Tian Kuei calmed his breathing and tried his best to suppress his anger. He regained his cool. "Do you know why I insisted on hitting you first? It's because you're despicable. There's no way to describe you anymore. You were born to deserve a beating. I'm doing justice for the heavens by hitting you. If I didn't do that, or if I didn't hit you hard enough, that would be going against the heavens. I've never seen someone like you who doesn't know what's good for him. If I don't beat someone like you to death, there's no justice in the world. I hate you because I'm jealous of you. I'm 100 times more handsome than you. Don't be angry. It's not worth hurting your body over this kind of person." Yi Kong consoled sympathetically. "F***ck, are you just going to watch this young master get beaten up and not help?" Fatty Hai spat out a mouthful of blood and got up to angrily scold Yi Kong and the others. "What kind of teammates are you? We're helping reason, not family." Yi Kong spread his hands, indicating that teammates like Fatty Hai were not worth helping at all. "Who are you?" The Li brothers surrounded him and looked left and right, but they couldn't recognize who this bloody pig head belonged to. "Jealousy. You're all jealous of this young master." Fatty Hai sneered. He finally understood. In this day and age, teammates were unreliable. Wasn't he just a little more handsome than you guys? How dare you watch me die without helping? Can I cut off his fat and fry it? Divine General Tian Kuei was going crazy. How shameless must he be to form such a person? Do as you please. You don't have to be polite with us. Yi Kong hurriedly waved his hands. Can you give us 2 caddies of fried oil? The Li brothers felt that Fatty Hai's life value was only so much. You underestimate me. Do you think you can beat me, the #1 pillar of Tong Tian Tower and also known as the Jade-Faced Flying Dragon, with just a few punches and 3 kicks? I held back just now. Seeing that you're a guest, I'll let you have 3 moves. Otherwise, do you really think you can beat me? How dare you hit this young master's most beloved and most handsome face? You must be tired of living. Oh, I have no choice but to use my ultimate move. A golden light flashed in Fatty Hai's eyes, and a strong aura burst out from his body, as if he wanted to devour the heaven and earth. Divine General Tian Kuei's heart trembled. He didn't dare to let his guard down, and hurriedly raised his full strength and focused. Fatty Hai shot into the sky. He seemed to want to destroy the heavens and earth with his ultimate move. Divine General Tian Kuei was very nervous. He had to focus on dealing with Fatty Hai's ultimate move, and also defend against Yi Kong and the others' pincer attack. His expression was serious for the first time. In the end, what kind of shocking ultimate move would this unkillable Fatty use? He had already comprehended Supreme Will at such a young age, and obtained domain power and innate ability from it. What kind of manifestation would it be? Although his mouth was cheap, this damn Fatty still had strength, and he believed that his innate ability wouldn't be bad either. Otherwise, how could he be Titan Yu's teammate? How could he be accepted by peerless geniuses like Yi Kong and Xue Tanlang? Even if Fatty Hai wasn't a genius, he could still be called a genius. Therefore, he couldn't be careless with this move. He had to receive this move without suffering any damage. Come on, no matter what ability you have, you can't break through the divine power defense of a divine general of the central shrine. Divine General Tian Kuei's eyes spewed out high fighting spirit and fighting spirit. Of course, he did not lose his rationality and caution. If the situation turned for the worse, he would not fight recklessly just because he was a divine general because he wanted to save face. Let me take on your ultimate move. Divine General Tian Kuei, who felt that he was ready, focused 100% of his attention on Fatty Hai above him, who knew that Fatty Hai would clap his hands like a clumsy fat duck, shake his butt, and fly away from the sky with a whoosh, completely disregarding the feelings of the people below. Upon seeing this bizarre scene, Divine General Tian Kuei felt like his heart was in a mess, as though 3,000 legendary divine beasts were galloping over and whizzing past him. What happened to the ultimate move? Damn, can this kind of person even be considered a warrior? Ah, no, can this kind of person even be considered a person? Shameless Fatty, can you be any more shameless? He was dumbfounded for a long time. Divine General Tian Kuei came back to his senses and looked at Yi Kong sympathetically. Well, I suddenly understand how you feel. It's really a painful thing to have such a teammate. If I had such a teammate, I would definitely beat him to death and revive him, then bury him alive, burn him to ashes, mix him with urine, and finally throw him into the sea to feed the fishes. After saying that, he thought about it again. Perhaps this wasn't enough to vent his hatred, but he really couldn't think of a better way to deal with it. He could only sigh helplessly. Maybe I'll cry for 3 days and 3 nights. Anyway, it's a headache. Actually, what? I really feel is like crying but no tears come out. Yi Kong honestly said what was in his heart. Divine General Tian Kuei was speechless. He secretly rejoiced that he didn't have such a teammate around him. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to hang himself even if he wanted to die. After a short exchange, Divine General Tian Kuei didn't forget about the matter at hand. He looked at Yi Kong, then at Xue Tanlang and Prince of Tian Luo who were using the time to recover. His expression instantly turned cold. Can you tell me where the Divine General Tian Ho who should be fighting you here is? Yi Kong didn't say anything. Xue Tanlang, who had been sitting cross-legged on the ground, stood up. He walked over step by step, and with every step he took, a deep footprint would be left on the ground. With every step he took, the aura on his body grew stronger. When he stood next to Yi Kong and stood in front of Divine General Tian Kuei, the entire blood volcano valley behind him had turned into a world of white snow and bone-chilling wind. Divine General Tian Kuei stared at Xue Tanlang's hands. On them was a terrifying energy that could freeze all things. Not only was this energy extremely cold, but it was also infused with Xue Tanlang's sovereign will. Even though he had yet to fully mature, his paragon's will was as immovable as a mountain, and he was an existence that Divine General Tian Kuei dared not underestimate. If he was hit by this icy cold man without any preparation, the battle situation would immediately turn 180 degrees around. He inhaled, exhaled, and raised his voice. An incredibly deep roar that could suppress the entire succubus valley sounded like muffled thunder. The golden brilliance retracted, and Divine General Tian Kuei's body instantly transformed into a dazzling comet. Silver light erupted, drawing a long tail as it shot into the sky with unstoppable force. When the comet reached the limit of the sky, it instantly reversed. It carried a kind of return that could attract all the stars in the sky to fall together. Shatter! Yi Kong rushed out from the suffocating return comet above his head. His fist shot upward with the force of a volcanic eruption, and he took Divine General Tian Kuei's return comet head-on without backing down. He used his frail human body to take on Divine General Tian Kuei's attack. Yi Kong had already experienced many life-and-death battles and was extremely experienced. When his opponent leaped into the air, he understood the severity of the follow-up effects of this attack. For an expert at Divine General Tian Kuei's level, if he didn't use a fatal move, he would instead widen space and accelerate time infinitely. This proved that this killing move was the most terrifying move of all. The longer time passed, the greater the power of the transformation. By the time the star explosion returned and smashed into the ground, no one would be able to survive the full power of this move. It was like an egg hitting a stone. The leaping Yi Kong was hit by the unstoppable return comet. In less than 1,000th of a second, he was already bounced back down. His entire body fell to the ground 10 times faster than when he leaped up. A large piece of the ground disappeared without a sound. Then, a shockwave erupted, and the sphere rapidly expanded, shattering the surrounding space. A second later, a mushroom cloud rose from where Yi Kong had fallen. With Yi Kong's current strength, there was no way he could stop Divine General Tian Kuei's star explosion from returning. This was like throwing an egg at a rock. Other than making Divine General Tian Kuei pause in midair for a moment, there was no other effect. However, right after Yi Kong, 2 more shadows soared into the sky at the same time. They had a tacit understanding. Similarly, he used his body of flesh and blood to forcefully withstand the high-speed falling star explosion. Although he was also repelled and followed in Yi Kong's footsteps, Divine General Tian Kuei, who was at the center of the star explosion return, unexpectedly felt a ripple in his mind. Freezing storm. A huge tornado erupted from Xue Tanlang's feet, carrying him as he charged towards the star explosion that had stopped in midair. In this storm that could freeze everything, the high-speed falling comet actually slowed down inconceivably. The entire succubus valley seemed to have been frozen. Xue Tanlang's sovereign will, which he had comprehended from the gate of life and death, could even freeze space and time. There is a huge gap between ideals and reality. Sometimes, sacrifice and friendship do not equal success. Strength is everything. As the star explosion slowed down, just as it was about to be completely frozen by the freezing storm, Divine General Tian Kuei, who was at the center, rushed out of the light. He stuck half of his body out and waved his arms like a meteor. His fist shattered everything. Even Xue Tanlang's sovereign will was smashed by this pair of fists. Then, the fists landed directly on Xue Tanlang's chest and lower abdomen. Xue Tanlang's body was unharmed on the surface, but behind him, the ground exploded with a huge explosion that was 10 times more terrifying than the one caused by Yi Kong and the Li brothers' forceful attack on the star explosion. The shockwave swept through the ground, instantly turning the rocky hills below into dust. At the same time, it also gnawed on the ground, leaving 2 deep holes that were about 100 meters deep and almost bottomless. The light in Xue Tanlang's eyes instantly disappeared. Emptiness and annihilation filled Xue Tanlang's eyes. His body slowly fell to the ground. His hands fell limply to the ground. During the process of falling, fresh blood gushed out from the corner of his mouth. With one move, the super genius whose strength was second only to Yu Yang was instantly killed by the enemy. This was even under the premise that Yi Kong and the Li brothers had sacrificed themselves first. It was still unavoidable for them to end up like this. Ah, no. Prince Tianluo rushed forward crazily. His entire body turned into a meteor made of heavenly fire, crashing towards Divine General Tian Kuei who was in the sky. Listen up, kids. Don't even think about playing any tricks in front of me. Divine General Tian Kuei stretched out his hand and grabbed Prince Tianluo's throat, lifting him into the air. Prince Tianluo, who wanted to perish together with his enemy, could not even struggle, much less self-destruct. At this moment, he finally understood the difference between him and his enemy. In the sky, a mountain-like black shadow descended. It landed heavily on Divine General Tian Kuei's head. At the same time that Divine General Tian Kuei was attacked, the sky suddenly turned into a sea. A huge whirlpool swallowed the entire star explosion formed by Divine General Tian Kuei's energy. A pair of slender jade hands reached out from the void. Like daggers, they stabbed towards Divine General Tian Kuei's eyes. Divine General Tian Kuei, who was being attacked, smiled. He lowered his head. The gigantic fist of the black figure that was as heavy as a mountain brushed past his cheeks in an unimaginable manner and smashed heavily onto Prince of Tianluo's body instead. The pair of jade-like hands that were stabbing towards his eyes were guided by the power of star explosion, and accelerated, stabbing heavily into the mountain-like black figure's body, almost piercing through that gigantic black figure from the front to the back. A golden fist instantly appeared in front of him. In a 10,000th of a second, it turned into thousands of light pillars and attacked the defenseless Divine General Tian Kuei. This attack was the true fatal attack. Previously, Yi Kong, the Li brothers, Shui Tanlang, Prince of Tianluo, and even the jade-like hands and the black shadow were all a cover-up. They were willing to sacrifice their lives for this final success. It was like an attack from a solar storm. And it was a sneak attack. By the time Divine General Tian Kuei reacted, it was already too late. Go to hell. Divine General Tian Kuei heard a familiar voice roar beside his ear. Then, his entire comet-like body was submerged in the solar storm's bombardment. The solar storm swept across the world and was unable to restore the normal spatial order for a long time. Heaven and earth were overshadowed by this attack. When all the light disappeared, standing in the center, it was the previously missing Divine General Tian Kuei. It was him who had launched the fatal blow and defeated the undefeatable Divine General Tian Kuei. What was going on? Was he not a match for Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, and the others? Why would he cooperate with Shui Tanlang and the others to kill Divine General Tian Kuei? Monkey, coffin face, don't die. This young master didn't die even after being beaten so badly. Do you want to die with such a small injury? Don't die, I won't let you die. A huge and ugly black figure crawled out of the ground and frantically dug at the surrounding sand, intending to dig out Yi Kong, Shui Tanlang, and the others who had been killed as bait and revive them. The owner of the slender hand was the storm seabird. She supported Prince Tian Kuei and found a deep hole in his chest. This was Divine General Tian Kuei's final attack. Originally, this attack was meant to kill the storm seabird, but Prince Tian Kuei sacrificed himself in exchange for the storm seabird's life. Even if he did not sacrifice himself, he had been hit by Fatty Hai's full-force attack. Most of his bones were shattered and his internal organs were heavily injured. It would be difficult for him to survive. Their sacrifice will not be in vain. Killing Tian Kuei is the beginning of our success. Divine General Tian Kuei gritted his teeth. We must leave immediately. The East will soon discover my betrayal. If you continue to be so wishy-washy, then their sacrifice will be in vain. For the final victory, sacrifice is inevitable. This is just the beginning. Perhaps, in the next battle, we will be the ones to sacrifice. Why didn't you attack earlier? It's you're the one who killed Monkey and the others. Fatty Hai grabbed Divine General Tian Kuei's collar crazily and roared uncontrollably. Without their sacrifice, without their bait, do you think I could kill Tian Kuei with my own strength? He is a divine general who is second only to Ziwei. His strength is more than 10 times stronger than the sun god general you defeated. If not for my inherent skill of exterminating weeds at the roots, I wouldn't even be able to take 3 of his attacks head-on. Calm down. If you continue like this, then they would really have died in vain. While there's still time, we must continue until that divine General Ziwei is also heavily injured by the sneak attack. Only then will we be able to be of some help to Titan Yu's great reversal. The calm divine General Tian Kuei suddenly lost control of his emotions and punched Fatty high to the ground. He roared angrily, "Do you know how much risk I took to cooperate with you? I basically gambled with the lives of my entire clan. My chances of success were less than 1 in 10,000, but I still chose to fight with you. Do you understand how much I sacrificed? Do you know what the consequences would be if I failed? Not only me, but my entire clan and relatives, tens of thousands of clansmen and hundreds of thousands of subordinates would all die without a burial place. I don't care. Monkey and the others didn't have to die. The plan wasn't like this. It was you deliberately changed the plan and caused their deaths." Fatty High's eyes were filled with tears of blood. "Do you think I wanted to? I needed 100% success rate before I could act. If I exterminate weeds at the roots, we can't even defeat Tian Kuei. How can we talk about counterattacking the east? Do you think I don't want to act? If I don't have the confidence, their sacrifices will only be in vain. Do you understand? You damned idiot young master, your life has been smooth sailing without any setbacks. Do you think that victory can be obtained without any sacrifices? In the past, there was Titan Yu, but now he's gone. You must learn to be strong and independent. Now that you're the only one left, do you want them to die with regrets? Other than crying, what else can you do?" Divine General Tian Hui kicked Fatty High away. The plan wasn't bad, but the assassination target was wrong. The killed Divine General Tian Kuei suddenly appeared behind Divine General Tianqing, completely unharmed. The moment he appeared, Divine General Tianqing was on the verge of breaking down. Fatty High and the Storm Seabird also had looks of despair on their faces. Too strong. This Divine General Tian Kuei was indeed 10 times stronger than that arrogant Divine General Sun Yang. Under such circumstances, he was still unscathed under Divine General Tian Cheng's fatal blow with the exterminating weeds at the root's inherent skill. This was too despairing, no, impossible. This is an illusion created by the East. Otherwise, this would never have happened. Cold sweat rolled down Divine General Tian Cheng's forehead. "Ha ha ha, Tian Cheng, I knew what you were up to ever since you disappeared. Great, you actually want to rebel? How crazy. A loyal and devoted immortal general actually colluded with the enemy and rebelled against his lord. I really want to know what caused you to have such a rebellious thought. Even if I don't agree with you, I have to admire your courage. Tianqing, you're definitely the greatest warrior in the history of the Central Shrine to rebel against the Master." Divine General Tian Kuei reached out and pressed down on Divine General Tianqing's shoulder. Divine General Tianqing couldn't even dodge and was pressed to the ground. Divine General Tian Kuei raised his right hand high. "Speak. Once you're done, I'll send you on your way. Out of praise for your courage, I won't report you. I'll let you have the honor of showing your loyalty." "How benevolent of me. I can't help it, I'm the friend who admires you the most." Struggling was futile. Divine General Tianqing suddenly gritted his teeth and grabbed Divine General Tian Kuei's left hand that was pressing down on his shoulder. At the same time, he yelled, "Fatty High, are you crazy? Why aren't you leaving now? Are you waiting for everyone to die here? I'm already hopeless. You damn fatty, get out of here right now. If you're lucky enough to live until Titan Yu wins, please take care of my family. I've never begged anyone in my life, but I'm begging you now. Hurry up and leave, I don't want to die in vain. Go, don't let me die in vain." "No, I'm not leaving. I can't leave. I'll die with you here. Monkey and the rest are dead anyway, I don't want to live anymore." The shape-shifted Fatty High charged forward instead of retreating. Divine General Tianqing was so angry that he almost vomited blood on the spot. On the other hand, the wind-breathed seabird was calm and prepared to forcefully capture him and take him away. Unexpectedly, Divine General Tian Kuei waved his right hand lightly and the space shattered. Yi Kong, Shui Tan Lang, Prince of Tian Luo, and the Li brothers were all thrown out. None of them were dead, but they were sealed in ice sculptures by a special kind of ice power. The corpses that had appeared earlier had turned into ice cubes, slowly fusing with Divine General Tian Kuei's divine power and returning to his body. All of you were annihilated, not a single one of you was spared. Not to mention the fact that I have enough power and time to catch you, even if I don't, I can easily kill you all. With just a few of you, you want to play tricks in front of me? When Shui Tanlang released his aura and feigned an attack, I already knew what you were up to, so I went with the flow. Tianqing, I don't want to deny your courage, but you're still too young. You want to rebel against the Eastern Palace Master? Ha ha ha, even an old man like me can't imagine it. You're really impulsive. Divine General Tian Kuei suddenly retracted his hand and kicked Tianqing's hind leg, sending him flying 10 meters away. Then, he suddenly looked up at the sky and laughed, ? Fatty Hai and Divine General Tianqing looked at each other, dumbfounded. What was going on with Tian Kuei? Why did he suddenly stop killing them? Only the extremely intelligent wind-breath seabird's eyes flashed as she realized a certain possibility. Her face lit up with joy. For a moment, her tears gushed out, and she couldn't wipe them all even if she wanted to. Rebellion is such an interesting and promising matter, how could I not participate in it? You should know that even before the Prison Emperor battle 6,000 years ago, I already had this idea, but I didn't have the chance to carry it out. Now that I've made up my mind, I'll go crazy. Ha ha ha, aren't you surprised? See, with my participation, you have a chance of success. Otherwise, with your meager strength, you want to rebel? You want to turn the tables? What a joke. Divine General Tian Kuei's words completely dumbfounded Tianqing. It couldn't be, the one who really wanted to rebel was actually the most loyal Tian Kuei. End of chapter 1280. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.